Heavenly Tyrant Martial Soul Chapter 2669 to Chapter 2754. See, I've said it before. There's no use in having so many people. Cultivators below the 11th level of hell are nothing to me. Ling Xiao sneered at the dumbfounded Gu Tianba and the others. You said that I was being petty and wanted to fight you one-on-one, do you understand now? You are too stupid to see my good intentions. Monster. Gu Tianba's mouth was agape for a long time before he finally uttered these two words. In his eyes, Ling Xiao was a monster. After all, it was simply impossible for him to deal with 50,000 people at the same time. However, Ling Xiao's bloodthirsty plague was too terrifying. This was simply a bug-like ability. It was no wonder that this kid had always been so arrogant. It turned out that he had such a terrifying ability. Stop. If you want to fight me one-on-one, I will agree. I want to see whether you are a human or a demon. Gu Tianba roared at Ling Xiao. It's impossible for me to stop. If you can keep up with me, then come on. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't choose to fight Gu Tianba in Thunder Capital. He called out to Little Gold and rushed out of the city. However, when he approached the city gate, he discovered that Thunder Capital was also protected by a powerful array formation. The array formation enveloped the entire Thunder Capital, so it would be difficult for him to fly away even if he had wings. Unless he could break this array formation. Master, it's up to you. I will buy time. Ling Xiao transmitted his voice to the Yuan Venerate. Leave it to me. Although this array formation is complicated, I will definitely break it within 10 minutes. Be careful. The Yuan Venerate flew out of Ling Xiao's body. Because he was a spiritual body, others couldn't see him at all. Ling Xiao didn't need to worry about him. Hee. Why don't you run away? Why aren't you running away? Do you think you are the only one who knows about array formations? Thunder Capital has been protected by a large array since the day it was established. Furthermore, this array formation was set up by the founder of the Qin nation and is considered an ancient array formation. You simply can't break it. Even if you can, we won't give you the time to do so. Didn't you just say that you want to fight one-on-one? I'll fulfill your wish. Gu Tianba proudly looked at Ling Xiao and said. You guys are powerful. Come, let me see the true strength of the Qin Nation City Defense Battalion Commander, a rank 1 military marquis. Gu Tianba wanted to personally kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao also hoped to buy time for his master, Yuan Venerate, to break the array. Therefore, the battle between the two seemed inevitable. The plan was a little different from Ling Xiao's previous plan, but it didn't matter much. A one-on-one battle was actually more advantageous for him. Patriarch Tianba, let our Boyi family deal with this brat. Suddenly, a person walked out from the Boyi family. His cultivation base was at the early stage of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. His name was Boyi Yuan, and he was the son of Boyi Qinglei. However, he was even stronger than his father. Boyi Yuan was even stronger than his father. At the age of 40, he was already close to breaking through the middle stage of the 11th level of hell. He was only one level away. He wanted to avenge his father. Alright, on account of your eagerness to avenge your father, I'll leave this battle to you. Be careful, this brat is strange. Gu Tianba was actually a little afraid of Ling Xiao. He was mainly afraid that Yu Fenghua was nearby. Therefore, since Boyi Yuan wanted to make a move, he would let this brat test the waters for him. Boyi Yuan sneered, rest assured, military marquis. I will make sure he dies a horrible death. His confidence didn't just come from his own strength. Of course, there were other factors as well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stepped out so easily. Ling Xiao looked at Boyi Yuan coldly and waved his hand casually. Scram. Your father wanted to kill me, so I killed him. I hope you don't throw your life away. Otherwise, I'm afraid your family won't even be able to survive. He simply didn't want to fight with Boyi Yuan. In his opinion, a martialist at the initial stage of the 11th level of hell wasn't worth mentioning. You want me to scram? Are you afraid? Boyi Yuan mocked. Idiot. Ling Xiao scolded and said, since you want to die, then come. I will stand here. No matter how many people you send, I will serve you until the end. I just want to tell you and the Qin Kingdom's royal family that the royal family's lackeys are all trash, trash. This king? Do you really think of yourself as one of the 8 immortal kings? Gu Tianba said coldly, Ling Xiao, you're dead meat today. Bo Yiyuan, if you can kill him, I will give you all the 100 virgins selected by the common people. You have to know that each of those 100 girls is gorgeously dressed. More importantly, they all have the purest blood. If you use them to cultivate, you can improve your cultivation even more. Haven't you been unable to break through? The opportunity is here. Beast. Ling Xiao had heard that the martialists of the 8 great families liked to cultivate with the blood of virgins. It was said that this was a special cultivation method. It was a reward from the Devil Shadow sect. Originally, he thought that this was just a rumor and couldn't be taken seriously. But listening to Gu Tianba's words, it turned out to be true. One must know that once those pitiful girls were used as cultivation props, they would be bled every day and fed like pigs. No dignity, no hope, their lives were ruined just like that. Among them, some of them even had good martial arts aptitude, but they were ruined like this. Ling Xiao was not a saint, but he was still a person with a strong sense of justice. Such beastly behavior made him unable to feel the slightest bit of pity. When Bo Yiyuan heard Gu Tianba's words, his eyes lit up and he said excitedly, Thank you for the reward, military marquis. Don't worry, I will definitely kill Ling Xiao. He looked as if he couldn't wait to twist Ling Xiao's head off. Looking at this scene, Ling Xiao suddenly felt that his previous sympathy was simply laughable. Bo Yiyuan, since you're scum like Gu Tianba, I won't have any psychological burden if I kill you. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and looked coldly at Bo Yiyuan. He hooked his hand and said, Come, let me see how capable a scum like you is. Kill him. Let this guy know the strength of our Bo Yi family. On the Bo Yi family's side, the martial artists who were still alive shouted crazily. In order to resist the bloodthirsty plague, they had suffered great torment. This hatred was naturally forced onto Ling Xiao. Bo Yiyuan walked towards Ling Xiao. On the wide street, there was no one else. The moment the 3 great clans surrounded Soaring Sky, everyone here had already been chased away. Therefore, this was the best battlefield. Die, Ling Xiao. Bo Yiyuan didn't waste any words. When he was about 50 meters away from Ling Xiao, he suddenly roared and charged forward. The Bo Yi family's ancestral martial spirit, the swamp monster, also appeared behind him. But this guy's martial spirit is a little special, it's actually dark green. The gigantic swamp monster stretched out its strange tentacles and pierced through the void toward Ling Xiao. The dark green venom fell to the ground, and the solid ground was instantly corroded. What a terrifying venom. No wonder this kid has the confidence to kill me. Ling Xiao could not help but sneer. Then I'd like to see if your venom is more powerful than my lava. He did not waste any more time and instantly entered the beast soul transformation state of the 3-headed lava hound. 3 terrifying heads of the lava hound stretched out from his back and pounced toward the swamp monster. The boiling lava continued to burn in the air, emitting a charred smell as if the entire sky was about to be burned through. Boom, the 3 heads of the lava hounds and the swamp monster met in the air. Flames raged and lava exploded. Dark green venom splattered everywhere. Some warriors could not dodge in time and were hit by the venom. Their bodies were instantly melted. However, Ling Xiao's face was as calm as ever. Sky Tyrant Martial Soul, Sky Dragon Continent Energy Release. At present, Ling Xiao's Sky Tyrant Martial Soul had truly formed the power of the 3 continents, Sky Dragon, Godly Phoenix, White Tiger, and Sky Tyrant Universe. When the power of the 3 continents was fully displayed, Ling Xiao's Sky Tyrant Martial Soul was currently the strongest power after Sky Tyrant Universe. However, it was not necessary to deal with Bo Yiyuan. The power of the Sky Dragon continent alone was more than enough. A sky dragon flew out from the void above Ling Xiao's head and let out a loud dragon roar. Then, it merged into the lava hound transformation. The power of the 3 heads instantly increased. Then, the swamp monster collapsed and turned into fragments. The terrifying lava took the opportunity to rush toward Bo Yiyuan and completely engulf him. Completely drowned, Bo Yiyuan's face changed as if he was thrown into the lava of a volcano. He did not underestimate his opponent. Releasing the dark green venomous swamp monster meant that he was ready to attack Ling Xiao with all his might. He thought that he could kill Ling Xiao instantly if he used all his strength. However, Ling Xiao's lava hound actually blocked his attack. Then, a terrifying power from an unknown source directly poured into the lava hound. In an instant, his swamp monster lost its ability to resist. Damn it, what kind of power is this? Bo Yiyuan's face was very ugly. He desperately displayed Yuan energy protection and merged his martial soul into his body to form a solid protective layer on the surface in an attempt to block the terrifying power of the lava. However, it did not seem to be of much use. The magma was able to block it, but because he had focused all his elemental energy on defense, he had completely ignored the bloodthirsty plague that had already spread all over his body. Previously, Ling Xiao did not let the bloodthirsty plague attack because with Hanno Yuan's strength, the bloodthirsty plague alone would not be able to kill him easily. Swamp 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 monster swamp swamp amp amp swamp swamp monster swamp 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 amp swamp. No. You can't do this. Waving his hand, he took out a defensive magic artifact from his storage ring and used it to resist the magma, while he circulated his internal force to drive away the bloodthirsty plague. However, how could Ling Xiao let him have his way? Shadow martial art, Shadow Sword Demon. Great success. The gloomy sword light was not that bright. It was like a demonic shadow that was released from Ling Xiao's body. It turned into a small sword light that pierced towards Hanno Yuan at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. Hanno Yuan had to deal with the power of lava and the bloodthirsty plague, so he couldn't spare any attention to resist this terrifying sword light. How could he have imagined that Ling Xiao's attacks would actually be so intertwined, making it completely impossible to guard against? Originally, his strength should have been slightly stronger than Ling Xiao, especially before Ling Xiao released the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. But now, not only did Ling Xiao use the Sky Dragon's power of the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, he also used the bloodthirsty plague to weaken Hanno Yuan. The current Hanno Yuan no longer has any advantage against Ling Xiao. His father was killed by Ling Xiao's sneak attack. For him to be able to hold on until now is already considered very good. He is indeed much stronger than his father. The feeling of death is so close. He can already feel the sharpness of the sword energy with his skin. But the opponent's speed is too fast, there is no way for him to dodge. The only thing he can do is to shout for help. From the Hanno family, 2 First Revolution Yin Yang Realm early stage Hell Realm martial artists rushed out. This is also their Hanno family's final strength. They don't want to see Hanno Yuan die like this. What bullshit one-on-one, they don't care. So what if they are shameless? Their Hanno family is already used to being shameless. Want to save him? Too late. Ling Xiao gave Xiao Jin a signal with his eyes. Xiao Jin suddenly turned into a huge golden crow. It stretched out its claws and pressed the 2 men to the ground, burning them to death. With Xiao Jin's current strength, it is too easy to kill these 2 men. After all, although these 2 men's cultivation is similar to Hanno Yuan, even if they are added together, they may not be as strong as Hanno Yuan. Even if they are of the same cultivation, the difference in their combat strength is very big. What? Before the crowd could be shocked by the fact that Ling Xiao easily suppressed Hanno Yuan, they were shocked by Xiao Jin's terrifying strength. Easily killing 2 First Revolution Yin Yang Realm early stage martial artists, this strength is not inferior to Gu Tianba and the other top expert. Gu Tianba even swallowed his saliva. He is really afraid. If he was the one who attacked just now, he would have been killed by this little bird. No matter how he calculated, he actually missed out on this bird. Hateful, what is this Ling Xiao's background? Previously, there was a powerful woman by his side, and now there is this powerful golden bird. Could it be that he is the young master of some big force? Gu Tianba can only think like this. Otherwise, he really cannot understand how Ling Xiao can have so many experts by his side. Ling Xiao does not care about their thoughts. The sharp sword light pierced through all of Hanno Yuan's defenses and pierced his throat. Hanno Yuan was lifted up. Ah! At that moment, Hanno Yuan burst out with an earth-shattering scream. The whole street can hear it clearly. Stop it. Stop it. I don't want to fight anymore, I don't want to fight anymore. You said that you can spare me. Everyone has a time when they are afraid of death. However, even if some people are afraid of death, they will not beg for mercy for their dignity. But some people can't. When they are in power, they are extremely arrogant. But once there is danger, they will immediately beg for mercy like a pitiful bug. Ling Xiao's sword did not only pierce Hanno Yuan's throat. Moreover, through the bloodthirsty plague, he absorbed the energy in Hanno Yuan's body. A part of it is directly refined and absorbed. The rest is stored in the cells. Do you know fear now? Unfortunately, it's too late. From the moment you made your move, you were already destined to die under my sword. Ling Xiao looked at Watanabe with contempt and said, but you can rest assured. There are many people from your Watanabe clan accompanying you down there. You won't feel lonely. No. You can't kill me, Watanabe shouted in fear as if he was demonstrating to Ling Xiao. Because you're from the 8 great clans? Because you're related to the royal clan? Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. No, I'm not just a member of the Watanabe clan. My other identity is also a disciple of the dragon cult. At the critical juncture of life and death, Watanabe could no longer care about the secret he had been hiding for a long time. In fact, the dragon cult was originally a rebel force in the Qin country. Not to mention Watanabe, in fact, there were also many people in the imperial court who belonged to the dragon cult. But these people had secret identities that they didn't dare to easily expose. Once exposed, they would definitely die without a burial ground. Watanabe also didn't want to expose himself, so when he said those words to Ling Xiao, his voice was very soft. Only Ling Xiao could hear it. He hoped that Ling Xiao would spare his life in fear of the dragon cult. So what if it's the dragon cult? I have already formed enmity with the dragon cult. Unless they are willing to apologize to me, if I have time, I will first destroy the Qin country's royal clan and then destroy the dragon cult. Ling Xiao sneered. Sword chi crisscrossed on his sword and instantly destroyed Watanabe's nervous system. Then, he kicked Watanabe's corpse toward Gu Tianba. Back then, the sect master of the 8 Immortals Mountain was a member of the dragon cult. Later, when he and Ji Hyun of Silla and Chen Kanglan were on their way to Thunder City, they were attacked by the dragon cult and almost lost their lives. This was a great enmity. Watanabe actually dared to use the dragon cult to threaten him. He was simply courting death. See, I've said it before. The 8 great clans are all trash. A martial artist at the early stage of the 11th level of hell in Yin Yang realm was no match for me, a martial artist at the early stage of the 10th level of hell. This was simply hilarious. If you don't want to admit that you're trash, then come at me. Gu Tianba, don't let others die for you this time. You should do it yourself. Although Ling Xiao wasn't standing very high, his aura had already completely suppressed the tens of thousands of people. As a result, even though his words were very unpleasant, no one dared to refute him. However, Gu Tianba hesitated. Of course, he wasn't afraid of Ling Xiao, but of Xiao Jin. If Xiao Jin teamed up with Ling Xiao, it would be impossible for him to win. As a powerhouse, his mind was still very clear. I can do it, but you can't let that little bird help. Gu Tianba looked at Ling Xiao and said. What a joke. Xiao Jin is my comrade, and we've always been in the same boat, forget it. Since you're so timid, there's no need to fight one-on-one. Today, I, Ling Xiao, will go on a killing spree in Thunder City and kill all of you trash. Ling Xiao felt that time was almost up, so there was no need to fight one-on-one. In fact, he had already controlled his battle with Bo Yiyuan very well, delaying the battle for 7 to 8 minutes. It would only take 2 to 3 minutes for his Yuan Venerate master to break through the defensive array formation of Thunder City. Now, all he had to do was cause a ruckus and take the opportunity to slip away. Then, everything would be fine. Xiao Jin, remember, don't leave the vicinity of the gate. Ling Xiao reminded him. Understood. Xiao Jin nodded. The two of them stood on the spot and started to unleash their attacks. Xiao Jin flapped his wings and a terrifying golden light shot out of his body, instantly penetrating dozens of meters of space and hitting the martialists who were recuperating. In an instant, a raging inferno engulfed them and they all screamed miserably as they turned into ashes. Even 2 martialists at the 11th level of the Yin Yang boundary died on the spot because they were careless. Under Xiao Jin's attack, apart from Gu Tianba and another martialist of the same cultivation base, the others were simply sitting ducks. They were completely useless. Ling Xiao had his eyes set on Gu Tianba. He had to kill this fellow before leaving. His figure flashed, and like a wolf's afterimage, he pounced at Gu Tianba. This was the last thing he had to do before leaving. At the moment, many powerful martialists were watching the battle from afar. A dense crowd hovered in the sky and watched the battle. Of course, the expert from the dragon cult was also among them. Most of the weaker martialists were more inclined towards the Qin nation's royal family because they felt inferior. Thus, they absolutely wouldn't allow anyone who dared to defy the royal family to live. Because that would make them seem too incompetent and lowly. However, the opinions of those experts were different. They wouldn't give the Qin nation's royal family any face. Instead, they sympathized and supported Ling Xiao. The better Ling Xiao performed, the better they felt. The matter of General Purple Thunder colluding with the Spectre sect was quickly suppressed by the royal family. However, this also caused the royal family's reputation to plummet. Those martialists didn't dare to provoke the royal family, but it was absolutely no problem for them to secretly support Ling Xiao. Seeing Ling Xiao tormenting the tens of thousands of people from the three great clans so easily, they couldn't help but feel delighted. This Ling Xiao, should I say he's bold or reckless? Sigh, no matter what, this guy will become a legend. He actually dared to come to Thunder City alone. Too crazy. This is a real man. If he really escapes, he'll probably become the eternal shame of the Qin nation's royal family. And Ling Xiao will create a true miracle. He's young, but his cultivation is so terrifying. The matching combat strength is even more shocking. It's a pity that he's still weak and a little too impulsive. Otherwise, if he was allowed to develop for a few more years, he would definitely become a terrifying existence that even the Thunder Emperor wouldn't be able to suppress. That 14th prince is nothing in front of him. Do you think he'll die? Someone asked. If nothing unexpected happens and no one comes to save him, he'll definitely die. Right now, I'm hoping that the dragon cult will save this kid. If that happens, the royal family will be anxious. Someone laughed. Actually, in the eyes of most people, Ling Xiao would definitely die this time if no one came to save him. Even if he defeated those opponents, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to escape Thunder City. The royal family wouldn't allow such a disgrace to appear. Their discussion wouldn't affect Ling Xiao's battle. Ling Xiao's plan had already been reformulated. After killing Gu Tianba, he would retreat. On one hand, Gu Tianba was indeed a threat. On the other hand, Ling Xiao needed to break through, and Gu Tianba would be a very good sparring partner. End the battle quickly, Ling Xiao had already made his decision. The instant he pounced at Gu Tianba, Ling Xiao instantly entered the nine-snake general transformation state. The nine-snake head spat out a terrifying poisonous mist. To deal with Gu Tianba, Ling Xiao naturally had to use all his skills. Otherwise, it would be impossible to win. After all, there was still a big gap between his current cultivation and the other parties. Then, he transformed into a lava Cerberus, releasing scorching hell. Gu Tianba was covered in it. This way, no one would come to rescue him. It wasn't that easy to break through scorching hell. After that, Ling Xiao activated the deadly germs that the bloodthirsty plague had hidden in Gu Tianba's body. Things were not over yet. Ling Xiao roared and fully released the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards. 8 Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards with 80% of his strength pounced on Gu Tianba and surrounded him. 80% of Ling Xiao's strength was almost equivalent to the early stage of the 11th level of hell. 8 of these guys attacked Gu Tianba at the same time. Even Gu Tianba was a little flustered. Coupled with the infection of the bloodthirsty plague virus, Gu Tianba was almost instantly tricked by Ling Xiao. The Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards were still fine. As long as he used all his strength, it would be easy to eliminate them all. But Ling Xiao didn't give him the chance at all. The 8 Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards almost detonated themselves at the same time. The only thing Gu Tianba could do was to defend with all his strength. Even so, he was still injured by the terrifying power of thunder and lightning. On the wound, the virus spread faster. So much so that he had to consume nearly half of his internal force to stop the virus from raging. When all the conditions were met, Ling Xiao used his killer move, Shadow Sword Demon at the Great Perfection Realm. It was a stronger move than when he dealt with Bo Yichen. Stealth, speed, impossible to guard against. When the cold blade directly pierced Gu Tianba's shoulder blade, Gu Tianba let out a hysterical scream. Ling Xiao was a little dissatisfied. Because he originally stabbed at Gu Tianba's throat, but this guy actually dodged at the critical moment. This time, he dodged because he was stronger than Bo Yichen. But so what? Thunderstorm Art. Ling Xiao released the Thunderstorm Art. The terrifying lightning followed the 8 immortal swords and penetrated Gu Tianba's wound, instantly spreading throughout his body. Due to the increase in Ling Xiao's cultivation level, the thunder explosion skill's power was naturally more terrifying. It was not inferior to the power of a first Heaven of God grade martial skill. When Gu Tianba was hit by the Berserk Thunder Art, his body emitted a burnt smell. Together with the upgrade of Scorching Hell. In addition to the 9 Snake Generals' Poisonous Fog, the Bloodthirsty Plague, and the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard's influence, Gu Tianba finally couldn't hold on any longer. No matter how strong he was, in the face of this series of continuous attacks, he finally fell to the ground. No, I don't want to die. Gu Tianba couldn't believe that Ling Xiao could kill him without Xiao Jin's help. This series of attacks caught him off guard, and he didn't even have the chance to react. It was too terrifying. Hydrolysis. Suddenly, Gu Tianba let out a roar. His body turned into a stream of water and seeped into the ground. Gu Tianba's martial spirit is actually a huge water ball. It doesn't look like much, but at the critical moment, it can really save a life. This was something that Ling Xiao didn't expect. However, he absolutely couldn't allow Gu Tianba to escape. Here, it was already very difficult to kill Gu Tianba. If this guy escaped, it would inevitably leave behind a disaster. Fortunately, Ling Xiao still had a way. He sneered, and a huge bronze coffin emerged from the void. Then, hundreds of chains engraved with powerful inscriptions flew out from the coffin. Even though Gu Tianba had turned into an elemental body at this time, he still couldn't defeat the terrifying sealing chains. He was directly tied up and then dragged into the bronze coffin. This bronze coffin and chains were obtained by Ling Xiao from the 5th floor of the ghost prison of the 8 Immortal Mountain. It was used by the founder of the 8 Immortal Mountain, the 8 Immortal Old Ancestor. Its quality is definitely an emperor weapon, it's an existence above a spiritual weapon. Every time Ling Xiao used it, he would suffer a backlash and his cultivation would be partially sealed. Then, his cultivation speed would rapidly decline. But at this time, he had to use it. Anyway, even if he suffered a backlash, he would be able to recover in about half a month. During this process, he could still improve his cultivation through fighting. In any case, ordinary cultivation was no longer of much significance to him. During this period of time, his cultivation improvement was basically carried out in battles. Retreat. After killing Gu Tianba, Ling Xiao didn't stay any longer. He called Xiao Jin, who had killed another martial artist at the 11th floor of the Yinyang realm, and fled. A man and a bird broke through the air and rushed toward the gate of Thunder City. No one chased after them, partly because of fear. Also, it was because there was no need to. The formation of Thunder City was definitely not something that Ling Xiao could break in a short time. Ling Xiao definitely couldn't escape. In the void, General Zi Lei, who had already arrived at the scene, looked at all of this coldly. He had to come. Now, he was bearing infamy. In order to protect him, the royal family had shed all pretense of cordiality with many martial artists. Therefore, he had to kill Ling Xiao to defend the dignity of the royal family. At the same time, he was also toying with his own humiliation. "Commander, why don't I do it?" General Zi Lei said from the side. "No need. I want to kill this Ling Xiao personally, in front of everyone." General Zi Lei said indifferently. The anger in his heart had risen to the extreme. One had to know that his cultivation was on par with the Lightning Seigneur. His existence was the backbone of the Chen nation. However, he was bitten by Ling Xiao, causing him to become a sinner. How could he vent his anger? He could only find Ling Xiao. He wanted to tear Ling Xiao into pieces. That kid won't escape, right? General Zile frowned. Although he was very confident in the formation of Thunder City, Ling Xiao was still an existence that was difficult to predict with common sense. He can't escape. Do you think the formation of Thunder City is just for show? General Zile said disdainfully. However, as soon as he said this, his expression became extremely awkward. This was because Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin had already rushed out of Thunder City, destroyed the huge gate of Thunder City, and arrived outside the city. Damn it! Someone must be helping them. General Zile was slapped in the face, and he was even more annoyed. With a flash, he seemed to have turned into a purple lightning bolt and rushed towards Ling Xiao. His speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he had already landed more than 10 meters in front of Ling Xiao. He looked at Ling Xiao coldly, his face arrogant and angry. It's over, it's over. Although he has created a miracle, he was still a step away. Ling Xiao and his golden pet defeated those who were chasing him and even killed Gu Tianba and the patriarch of the Finli family. He almost destroyed the 3 great families. In my opinion, the 8 great families will become 5 great families in the future. Why do I have a feeling that Ling Xiao can still successfully escape? Impossible, unless he can kill General Purple Thunder. If even General Purple Thunder is defeated by him, I believe that Thunder City will be in chaos. The dragon cult will not let go of such a good opportunity. At that time, he will definitely be able to escape. But is that possible? General Purple Thunder is not Gu Tianba. He is much stronger than him. Perhaps, but I still hope that a miracle can appear. General Purple Thunder stood there and looked at Ling Xiao coldly. The huge halberd in his hand was constantly jumping with purple lightning. He did not use his martial soul because he felt that there was no need. If he had to use his martial soul to kill Ling Xiao, he felt that he was too incompetent. A cold light flickered in his eyes. Purple lightning danced in his pupils. Are you going to commit suicide, or am I going to do it? General Purple Thunder looked at Ling Xiao indifferently. He found it hard to understand how such an insignificant kid could kill so many important people in the Qin nation. But today, Ling Xiao must die. There was no possibility of survival. Ling Xiao looked at General Purple Thunder. He knew very well that this was the most terrifying opponent he had encountered since coming to Thunder City. He glanced at Xiao Jin and said, "Don't make a move first. If I can't do it, then you go. You must be steady, accurate, and ruthless. I will make him expose his flaws." Ling Xiao knew that it was impossible for him to defeat General Purple Thunder. The only things he could rely on were the Tyrant Martial Soul and the Butterfly Lady Soul. The Tyrant Martial Soul could only be used in a situation of absolute death. The Butterfly Lady Soul was used to guard against the 14th Prince or the Lightning Seigneur. They were all killing moves that could not be used until the last moment. Of course, the Heavenly Dragon Power, Divine Phoenix Power, and White Tiger Power that extended from the Tyrant Martial Soul could still be used. But even so, he was still not a match for this guy. He was very strong, so he knew how strong his opponent was. But did he not dare to fight just because he was strong? That was not Ling Xiao's style. "Boss, why don't I force him to expose his flaws?" Xiao Jin said. "You're very strong, but your attack style is too monotonous. There's no need to discuss this matter. I'll do it. Help me keep an eye on that guy, but also be careful of other people's sneak attacks." The other person Ling Xiao was referring to was naturally General Lan Lei. This General Lan Lei was stronger than Gu Tianba. He was definitely a formidable opponent for Xiao Jin. If General Lan Lei suddenly attacked, then Xiao Jin would not be able to help him. When that time came, he would have to work hard himself. He had long thought about the situation today, but whether he could escape with his life depended on whether he could turn the tide. The male and female 8 immortal swords appeared in Ling Xiao's hands. The surging and biting cold sword intent was instantly released. Wherever the sword went, countless people trembled in fear. In the sky, the onlooking martial artists on the city wall were sweating for Ling Xiao, but they couldn't help but admire Ling Xiao. He was still so calm in the face of General Purple Thunder. Could it be that this person, this brat, was not afraid at all? The demon dragon envoy of the dragon cult originally wanted to try to save Ling Xiao. But at this moment, he shook his head helplessly. What a pity. If it's to save someone from Gu Tianba, I can still do it. But if General Purple Thunder attacks, this brat will definitely die. When he sighed, General Purple Thunder's expression was also ugly. Ling Xiao was not frightened by his aura, but still wanted to fight him head-on. Was there something wrong with this brat's brain? Your cultivation should be at the peak of Yinyang realm level 10. They didn't see it, they were stupid, but do you think that you have the right to challenge me with that little bit of cultivation? Yes, you killed Weino Yuan and Gu Tianba, but compared to me, they're just two ants. General Purple Thunder looked at Ling Xiao and said loudly. His voice was full of pride and disdain. Of course I know, but how would I know if I can kill you if I don't try? Surrendering to you means death. If I fight you to the death, I might be able to create a miracle. Why do I feel like I'm lucky today? Ling Xiao looked at General Purple Thunder. His opponent's strength did give him great pressure, but he had no choice now. The only thing he could do was to fight. Those people are good at talking, but they all died very quickly. Their ability to talk is stronger than their strength. What about you? Is it the same for you? Ling Xiao sneered and instantly transformed into the purple lightning thunder bull. At that moment, the sword essence released by the 8 immortal swords in his hands became stronger. Brat, you're really annoying. Fine, I'll try first. Let's see if you're qualified to make me use my real strength. I'll play with you first. Anyway, you can't escape today. As soon as General Zilei finished speaking, he leaned forward like a bolt of lightning and appeared in front of Ling Xiao in an instant. He waved the long halberd in his hand and swept it towards Ling Xiao fiercely. If this attack really hit, it was likely that Ling Xiao would be directly cut in half at the waist. The long halberd whistled and the wind was fierce. Ling Xiao's expression was extremely serious. The 8 immortal swords in his right hand stabbed out. Ghost-slaying dragon. Then the 8 immortal swords in his left hand stabbed out. Ghost War Emperor. The top Jade grade martial skill was faster than the first heaven of immortal grade martial skill. Fierce sword essence and dense killing intent were suddenly released. Boom! With a loud bang, the wind exploded. Huge chunks of earth were lifted from the surrounding ground. Ling Xiao frowned. His body was like a kite with a broken string. He flew back hundreds of steps and then smashed into the city wall. However, he quickly stood up. He looked coldly at General Purple Thunder in the distance with a cold heart. General Purple Thunder's attack was too overbearing. Not only was it powerful, but the long halberd also contained a destructive chi. Once it entered the enemy's body, it would be a destructive blow to the enemy's body. Fortunately, Ling Xiao also mastered the destructive fighting intent, so this time, it was not too serious. But his hands had begun to tremble, and he felt a sharp pain in his hand. And this was in the state of beast soul transformation. If he was in human form, he would have been destroyed by the other party in one move. As expected, General Purple Thunder is too powerful. Ling Xiao can't be his match at all. Sigh, he was just one step away. I'm afraid the next attack will kill Ling Xiao. When people saw this scene, they sighed in their hearts. General Purple Thunder was indeed General Purple Thunder. On the surface, he was the 4th strongest expert in the Qin state. Although he was not as famous as the Thunder Sage, in terms of combat strength, he should not be much weaker than the Thunder Sage. Even if Ling Xiao could kill Gu Tianba against General Purple Thunder, he still had no chance of winning. Even those who were full of hope for Ling Xiao lowered their heads at this time. Xiao Jin even transformed into a golden crow, ready to help. However, at this moment, General Blue Thunder attacked. Evil creature, your opponent is me. Xiao Jin glanced at General Lan Lei. Although he wanted to help Ling Xiao, he knew how terrifying General Lan Lei was. Why don't I kill him first and then help boss? Thinking of this, Xiao Jin flew to the side and left the main battlefield to Ling Xiao and General Lan Lei. It seems that you really can't do it. You can't even take one move from me. Why are you still so arrogant? General Lan Lei was so arrogant that he didn't even look at Ling Xiao. It was as if Ling Xiao didn't exist in his eyes. Ha ha ha, a warrior at the late stage of the 11th level of Hell in Turn 1 Yinyang Realm couldn't even kill a warrior at the peak of the 10th level of Hell in one move. You're still shamelessly saying that others can't do it. You're really shameless. Ling Xiao laughed out loud. After this collision, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid. Instead, he was more confident. His battle intent was stronger than before, his sword essence was sharper than before, his killing intent was more terrifying than before. This guy still doesn't want to admit defeat. I don't know what other moves he has. Otherwise, he's just talking tough. Of course, people hoped that Ling Xiao could explode with powerful combat strength and even defeat General Lan Lei. They were very unhappy about General Lan Lei colluding with the Devil Shadow sect. They couldn't get the royal family to punish General Lan Lei, so they could only hope that Ling Xiao could kill him. Although the probability was extremely low, they were still willing to try. You dare to say that I'm shameless? Let me tell you, this isn't a competition, but a fight, there's no fairness. Do you think I'm a fool? General Lan Lei looked at Ling Xiao with disdain. Now, I'll give you a chance. Come and attack. I'd like to see how far you can go. Even if I can't defeat you, I'll make you suffer before I die. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. You want to hurt me? Nonsense. Today, if you can get within 1 meter of me, I'll let you go. This general will let you go. General Lan Lei looked at Ling Xiao proudly. Are you serious? Ling Xiao asked. Of course. So many people saw it. Do you think I would lie? General Purple Thunder said with a nod. Then you'll lose for sure. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, he took a step forward with his right foot. In that instant, the sword chi condensed into a solid form, radiating with a sinister aura. The sword intent seemed to materialize at the same time, cutting General Purple Thunder. General Purple Thunder couldn't help but frown. He actually felt a slight pain. Although the pain was as light as a mosquito bite, it still made him feel very uncomfortable. Ling Xiao bent his legs and leaned his body. The sword will was still accumulating and increasing. At this moment, it was as if he had transformed into a true sword demon, causing others to fear him. It was terrifying. Suddenly, he rushed out. In that instant, the sword will rose to its peak. It swept towards General Purple Thunder like a biting cold wind. Ridiculous. General Purple Thunder didn't wait any longer. His body moved slightly, and the halberd in his hand suddenly pierced out. Shadow Martial Technique, Shadow Sword Demon. In an instant, Ling Xiao's 2 swords pierced out at the same time, tearing the void apart. The sound of the swords was extremely overbearing. The powerful and radiant sword light pierced out from the 2 immortal swords at the same time. Although there were 2 swords, it was only one move, the power of the 2 swords in combination increased a lot. The black sword shadow fiercely pounced on General Purple Thunder. Die! General Purple Thunder snorted. The halberd violently pierced out with great power. He tried to destroy the black sword shadow. However, this time, things weren't as easy as he had imagined. He knew he had underestimated his opponent. So his face became gloomier. 70% of my power. General Purple Thunder roared and increased his power by 20%. The halberd's power suddenly increased. In an instant, the Shadow Sword Demon was completely destroyed. However, the battle didn't end there. Ling Xiao's attack still didn't stop. Dual-wielding, Shadow Sword Demon, Black Immortal Descends. Black Immortal Descends was a second Heaven Immortal grade martial technique, which was at the same level as the Heavenly Thunder Guards. Ling Xiao had been cultivating for such a long time, but he had only reached the small success stage. However, its power was comparable to the Shadow Sword Demon at the Great Fulfillment Realm. 2 swords, 2 moves, pierced out at the same time. In his right hand, the terrifying Shadow Sword Demon condensed again, and the gloomy chi continued to spread. In his left hand, the free and easy Black Immortal descended from the sky and looked coldly at the enemy in front of him. His eyes seemed to contain an extremely powerful sword essence, which was so cold that it could freeze everything. This time, Ling Xiao actually knocked General Purple Thunder's halberd away. General Purple Thunder's face changed drastically. He suddenly struck out with both hands. Purple Thunder Flame Palm. The terrifying palm wind turned into roaring divine thunder and instantly destroyed everything in front of it. It blasted toward Ling Xiao and hit Ling Xiao's 2 swords. Then, General Purple Thunder quickly retreated and grabbed the halberd that flew away. Boom, the palm wind and the sword chi collided, and a terrifying shockwave was generated outside Thunder Capital. The city walls even shook violently because of it. In the violent storm of power, Ling Xiao suddenly charged out again. Sky Tyrant, power of the Sky Dragon, dual-wielding, Shadow Sword Demon, Black Immortal descends. An even more powerful and terrifying move was displayed. General Purple Thunder did not expect that his Purple Thunder Flame Palm would be torn apart by Ling Xiao's two swords. Ling Xiao was even able to penetrate the shackles of power and attack him. The Sky Dragon roared in the void. The power of Ling Xiao's move increased greatly. The two swords, carrying the Slaughter Sword Essence and the Destruction Sword Essence, attacked General Purple Thunder in the form of the Shadow Sword Demon and the Black Immortal. At that moment, Ling Xiao seemed to have turned into an invincible sword venerable, controlling the power of the entire space. General Purple Thunder hastily met the attack, but was forced to take 2 steps back, and a bloody wound appeared on his body. The collision this time, Ling Xiao was clearly a notch higher. Not only did I come within 1 meter of you, but I also hurt you. General, can you fulfill your promise? Can I leave now? Ling Xiao looked at General Purple Thunder, and there was a hint of mockery in his words. Of course, he knew that with the shamelessness of the other party, it was impossible for him to keep his promise. However, he still had to say these words. He wanted everyone to know what kind of person General Purple Thunder was. General Purple Thunder looked coldly at Ling Xiao. After a long silence, he said, "You hid your strength, kid. You have ulterior motives, however, with your current strength, you are indeed qualified to fight with me. But that's all. You only forced me to take 2 steps back and left a faint wound on my body. And I haven't really made my move yet." He completely avoided talking about his previous words. Instead, he increased his strength. Behind him, a ball of terrifying purple lightning appeared. It was a ball of lightning full of killing, violence, and coldness. It was a source of power that made people despair. Boom! The General of Purple Thunder swung his halberd, and the purple lightning behind him transformed into halberds made of purple lightning. There were 10 of them in total. Every single one of them was purple in color, and there was lightning dancing around them. They were filled with a terrifying aura of slaughter and destruction. That's the destructive Purple Thunder halberd. Among the crowd, there were people with good eyesight who knew what General Purple Thunder's terrifying move was. The destructive Purple Thunder halberd is rumored to be General Purple Thunder's strongest ability. I didn't expect Ling Xiao to use it. It seems that we've underestimated Ling Xiao. His ability may be more terrifying and powerful than we thought. But General Purple Thunder has used all his strength. Can Ling Xiao continue? People didn't want to leave. They were all watching the battle carefully. Even Xiao Jin and General Blue Thunder couldn't help but look over. They didn't want to continue fighting. Xiao Jin had planned to kill General Blue Thunder first and then help Ling Xiao. However, he was surprised by General Blue Thunder's strength. He couldn't take down General Blue Thunder immediately, so he was worried about Ling Xiao. As a result, their battle became a foil. Most of the people's attention was on the other battle. You said I was qualified to make you use all your strength. But I'm sorry. I'm just playing around. Ling Xiao looked at General Purple Thunder indifferently. The truth was not as easy as he said. If he didn't make a breakthrough, he would never be able to defeat General Purple Thunder. But people had to be confident, didn't they? Faced with a battle that he couldn't choose, Ling Xiao could only make up his mind and fight to the end. If he didn't believe in himself, who would? He could feel how terrifying the 10 destructive Purple Thunder halberds were. But so what he had to do didn't change. Lava Cerberus, General of 9 Snake, Dominating Blood Demonic Dragon, Jade Rabbit, Black Striped Tiger, release them. As Ling Xiao's voice rang out, 5 types of terrifying beasts began to appear behind him. They were his 5 beast souls. They had all turned into martial souls to help him. And he was still in the transformation of the Purple Thunder Bull. It was as if he had 6 beast souls supporting him at the same time. His strength began to skyrocket, it was at least 5 or 6 times stronger than before. The sword intent contained in the 2 8 immortal swords in his hands was even more terrifying. Although the crowd was far away, they could still feel the terrifying aura emanating from Ling Xiao's body. They couldn't help but get excited. Ling Xiao really surprised them. When they thought that he couldn't do it, he once again made them look forward to it. What kind of physique does this kid have? How can there be so many martial spirits? They all look like beast martial spirits. Could they be the legendary beast god martial artists? Can a beast god martial artist possess multiple beast souls? I've never heard of it before. Not only were the spectators in the distance surprised, but even the opponent, General Purple Thunder, felt a trace of pressure. He could clearly sense that Ling Xiao's current strength was probably comparable to a martial artist at the middle stage of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. They might even be able to defeat him. Fortunately, he was a late-stage cultivator. Moreover, he was stronger than an ordinary late-stage martial artist. Kid, you've really surprised me. With your current strength, you are indeed barely qualified to fight with me. Otherwise, if I kill you so easily, I will be a little disappointed. Could it be that General Purple Thunder wants to win by talking? Don't you think you're talking too much? Ling Xiao looked at General Purple Thunder indifferently. At this moment, he actually had the confidence to defeat his opponent. This was because he felt that his cultivation, which had been sealed by using the Emperor weapon, seemed to be loosening. Perhaps General Purple Thunder was giving him too much pressure. This loosening might even lead to a breakthrough in his cultivation. Moreover, he really felt that General Purple Thunder was talking too much. In the end, he was just saying that Ling Xiao wasn't qualified to fight with him. However, he hadn't been able to hurt Ling Xiao until now. It was really funny. Then you can go to hell. I guarantee that after this move, you'll die without a complete corpse. General Purple Thunder was very unhappy. Being ridiculed by such a kid, he felt uncomfortable all over. I'll just treat your words as farts. Anyway, they don't count. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Die, Purple Thunder. Halberd transformation, kill. General Purple Thunder was enraged again. The purple thunder all over his body instantly turned into terrifying purple halberds and flew toward Ling Xiao. These purple thunder halberds were not only extremely fast, but also revealed a strong killing intent and destructive intent. As a result, the space around the halberds was torn apart inch by inch, like glass being destroyed. Terrifying. Looking at the purple halberds, people couldn't help but shudder in their hearts. Those halberds, like the magic treasures used by the thunder god who descended from the thunder region, revealed an incomparably sacred and terrifying power. It was as if they could destroy the world in an instant. Ling Xiao held 2 immortal swords in his hands. Behind him, the 5 beast souls exerted their strength together and integrated their power into the 2 swords. The 2 swords even began to emit an ear-piercing sword sound. The sound made many people's heads hurt. When the purple thunder halberds were in front of Ling Xiao, the sword in Ling Xiao's hand finally pierced out. The same move, Shadow Sword Demon and Black Immortal Descending erupted at the same time. But this time, not only did he have the power of the Sky Dragon, but also the power of the 5 beast souls. Of course, the power was imaginable. At that moment, the whole space seemed to have turned gray, which made people feel very disharmonious. Those purple thunder halberds shattered under the terrifying sword aura and then dissipated. Ling Xiao's sword pressed forward with indomitable will. After piercing through those halberds, it didn't stop, because his target was General Purple Thunder. General Purple Thunder frowned. Obviously, he was very surprised that Ling Xiao could break his attack. But it was just a surprise. He was still very disdainful of Ling Xiao's attack. The halberd in his hand suddenly bloomed with a bright purple thunder light, and then smashed down hard, wanting to smash Ling Xiao directly to the ground. Purple. Lightning exploded from within his body, causing people to tremble in fear. Even the surrounding air was burning under the purple thunder. Bang! The terrifying halberd blocked Ling Xiao's sword blade and repelled Ling Xiao again. After all, in terms of strength, Ling Xiao was still inferior. The previous injury was just an accident, because I underestimated you. But from this moment on, you can forget about hurting me. From the moment my destructive purple thunder halberd was created, I had the perfect defense, the most powerful attack. If you can't break my destructive purple thunder halberd, you can only be tortured. General Purple Thunder's arrogance attacked again. Maybe it was because he repelled Ling Xiao that made him arrogant again. But he didn't realize that this time, Ling Xiao only retreated a dozen steps before stopping. Ling Xiao could feel that the cultivation seal in his body had been broken. His cultivation had even climbed to the peak of the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm. He was only one step away from breaking through to the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Once he reached that level of cultivation, General Purple Thunder would no longer be his opponent. As the hope grew, Ling Xiao's fighting spirit also grew stronger. He had been stopped by General Purple Thunder and had to fight. But now, he didn't want to leave. He really didn't want to leave Thunder City without breaking through his cultivation. If I can hurt you once, I can hurt you a second time, General Purple Thunder, you're too arrogant, so you can't see that my strength is constantly increasing. I thought I couldn't defeat you and just wanted to escape. But now, I think I might be able to defeat you. Top Lightning Battle Physique, Blood Thunder Possession, Top Lava Battle Physique, Lava Possession. As he roared, the surface of Ling Xiao's body was covered with blood-red lightning and scorching lava. At this moment, his combat strength rose again. Many people couldn't help but shout at this scene. The surprises that Ling Xiao had given them were too many. Time and time again, they were filled with emotions. However, Ling Xiao knew that it wasn't over yet. He had already used the Sky Dragon Martial Soul. Next, it was time to use the Divine Phoenix power. A loud and clear cry of a phoenix rang out. In the sky, there seemed to be a sky dragon and a divine phoenix flying and dancing, then merged into Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao's strength was still increasing. Then let me try again. How strong is your Purple Thunder Halberd of Destruction, Shadow Martial Technique, Shadow Sword Demon, Transformative State? Just as Ling Xiao was fighting with General Purple Thunder, Ling Xiao's move was upgraded again. It finally reached the transformative state. Its power increased several times. The two swords cried together, and the entire space trembled. What? General Purple Thunder's face became very ugly, and there was even a trace of fear in his eyes. He continued to brandish the halberd in his hand, intending to send Ling Xiao flying like the previous time. At the very least, he had to force him back. However, crack. Then, something unexpected happened. With a crisp sound, the halberd in General Purple Thunder's hand cracked. This scene made the onlookers' hearts jump to their throats. General Purple Thunder's eyes trembled violently. Break for me! Ling Xiao roared, and the halberd was shattered like glass by the two swords. That was a divine-grade spirit artifact on the same level as the 8 immortal swords, yet it was shattered so easily. General Purple Thunder was shocked. However, Ling Xiao's attack had already arrived. It was unstoppable, as if it was the blade of a demon god. It was unstoppable. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. General Purple Thunder's weapon was broken, the divine-grade spiritual weapon, which had accompanied General Purple Thunder for dozens of years, was shattered directly. Was this a dream? What a terrifying young man. What a powerful swordsman. No wonder people say that swordsmen have the strongest attacks in the world. I didn't believe it before. But now I believe it, Ling Xiao is too powerful. Yeah, we almost forgot that his cultivation is only at the peak of the 10th level of hell, he is far from General Purple Thunder. Can we be blamed? It seems that they are evenly matched. Is General Purple Thunder unworthy of his name, or is Ling Xiao too powerful? Too talented? Too powerful? No one knew the answer to this question. General Purple Thunder couldn't answer them. Because at this moment, he didn't look good. He had been arrogant and didn't treat Ling Xiao as an opponent, but now he had to face the fact that his weapon was destroyed. Ling Xiao's attack was real. What a fast sword. What a sharp sword essence. I can't dodge it. General Purple Thunder was an expert. He knew how powerful his opponent's sword was. Previously, he had despised Gu Tianba's incompetence for being killed by Ling Xiao. But at this moment, he didn't think so. Even he couldn't dodge such a sword, let alone Gu Tianba. But would it end like this? Of course not, the gap in strength couldn't be made up by some auxiliary skills. General Purple Thunder's face was gloomy. He moved his palms up and down. Without his weapon, he still had the Purple Thunder martial soul. Purple Thunder roared crazily. 10 destructive Purple Thunder halberds rushed toward Ling Xiao, trying to completely block Ling Xiao's sword. Boom! The collision of the sword and the halberds caused a terrifying energy war between heaven and earth. The purple and red lights reflected each other so brightly that many people were temporarily blinded. They couldn't see what was happening. The surrounding aura was full of destruction and killing intent, but no one knew where it came from. Finally, the collision ended. The two figures retreated from the center of the shining light. Everyone stared fixedly at them. They all wanted to know what had happened with this attack. Puff! General Purple Thunder spat out a mouthful of blood. The armor on his body was broken inch by inch. Terrifying bloody wounds covered his body. Drops of blood kept dripping. This scene was simply a ghastly sight. However, strangely enough, Ling Xiao was not injured at all. He just looked a little weak. Could it be that Ling Xiao won? Impossible. How could he be unharmed under General Purple Thunder's attack? Many people didn't notice that the Jade Rabbit Beast soul behind Ling Xiao had disappeared. At the critical moment, the Jade Rabbit Beast soul released the Jade formula to protect Ling Xiao. But it exhausted its energy and damaged its soul core. It had to return to Ling Xiao's body to recuperate. General Purple Thunder, you are indeed the General Purple Thunder. If it were someone else with the same cultivation, they would have died under my sword. Ling Xiao felt a little regretful in his heart. That attack just now seemed to have gathered all of his strength. And everything was so smooth. At the moment when he stabbed General Purple Thunder. In order to make the effect stronger, he even infused the power of the White Tiger. The only thing that didn't work was the Butterfly Lady's soul and the power of the universe of domination. Ah! After a long silence, General Purple Thunder burst out with a shocking roar. The wounds on his body were healing quickly. He stared at Ling Xiao and said with the coldest voice in the world, "How dare you hurt me, how dare you hurt me, it seems like I have underestimated you. You are qualified for me to use my full strength." His words made the crowd sigh. I'm afraid Ling Xiao is done for. Such a powerful attack, but it didn't cause any serious damage to General Purple Thunder. No wonder he is the strongest in the Heavenly Thunder Army. If he uses his full strength, how terrifying will he be? Qualifications, qualifications. You always talk about qualifications. As if you have a big advantage. Don't you think your words are ridiculous? Looking at General Purple Thunder, Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with strong disgust. This person was really ridiculous and annoying. His cultivation was much higher than Ling Xiao's, but he didn't have any advantage in the whole process. He even said that he was giving in to Ling Xiao. Just this mouth alone was enough to give Ling Xiao a reason to completely defeat him. Ridiculous? No, you'll soon understand what I mean. Purple Thunder Martial Soul, Fusion. General Purple Thunder didn't expect Ling Xiao to force him to this extent, forcing him to use his last resort. The violent Purple Thunder martial spirit instantly rushed into his body. Then, his entire skin turned purple. Terrifying lightning danced on his skin. At this moment, he was like a real thunder god. If that was all, it would only be a change in appearance. But that wasn't the case. As the martial souls fused, General Purple Thunder's aura started to rise rapidly. It even gave people an illusion that the one standing there was no longer General Purple Thunder, but the powerful Thunder God and Supreme Lightning. Boom! A terrifying roar exploded from General Purple Thunder's body, and then it broke through the clouds, completely shattering the dense fog in the sky. At this moment, his aura rose to the peak of Yin-Yang Realm level 11, although this wasn't his real cultivation, it was only because he had fused with the Purple Thunder martial soul that his strength seemed to have reached that level. But it was still terrifying. This aura was too powerful and terrifying. It could even destroy a martial artist's confidence in an instant. General Purple Thunder, this should be your true strength. To think that I thought Ling Xiao would have a chance. Now it seems that General Purple Thunder is just playing, and Ling Xiao has no hope at all. In the crowd, the demon dragon envoy of the dragon cult sighed and felt that he was ridiculous. Indeed, Ling Xiao will definitely die. This was what everyone thought. Even Xiao Jin was deeply worried about Ling Xiao. However, with General Lan Lei holding him back, he couldn't go over to help. General Purple Thunder, who was at the late stage of the 11th level of Hell in Yin Yang Realm, was already terrifying enough. In fact, anyone with a discerning eye could see that although Ling Xiao had resisted, General Purple Thunder still had the upper hand overall. Now, General Purple Thunder's strength had risen to the terrifying peak of the 11th level of hell. Ling Xiao might not be able to block any of his attacks. Sure enough, miracles were created by gods. It was impossible for ordinary people to create them. Ling Xiao's brows were tightly knitted together. Indeed, after the other party had fused with his martial soul, his battle prowess had increased explosively, and he was almost unable to contend against him. Unless he used the Butterfly Lady's soul and the Overlord Universe's power. But was it really time for him to use his trump card? Was there any other way to deal with him? In his heart, he was really unwilling to do so. In the crowd, the remaining martial artists of the three great clans all revealed gloating expressions when they saw this scene. Finally. Ling Xiao is finally going to die, what a terrifying demon. However, as General Purple Thunder's colleague, General Lan Lei was extremely emotional. This kid can actually force the powerful General Purple Thunder to such an extent. This is something that even I can't do. Even if he dies, he should be proud of it. At this moment, no one felt that Ling Xiao had even the slightest chance of winning. The moment General Purple Thunder's battle prowess soared, people seemed to have seen Ling Xiao's death. General Purple Thunder also looked coldly at Ling Xiao. He was no longer in a sorry state and fearful state. Once again, he regained his prideful expression. He looked down at Ling Xiao in a condescending manner and said indifferently, "You're the first person in the entire Qin country who can make me fuse with the Purple Thunder martial soul. So, you don't have to feel that you died unjustly. On the contrary, you can be proud of it." Ling Xiao didn't speak. He only looked indifferently at General Purple Thunder. His Tai Chi eye was operating crazily. General Purple Thunder's arrogance once again gave him a chance. He put away one of the 8 immortal swords, leaving only one of them. Then, he seemed to have completely merged with the surrounding space. At that moment, he moved. Suddenly, he moved. His speed was so slow that it made people anxious. The long sword in his hand was aimed at General Purple Thunder's chest. But how could he hit with such speed? It seemed that this sword was simple and unadorned. There was nothing special about it. If there was something special about it, it would be that it was too slow. It was even slower than an ordinary warrior's attack. It could even be said that it was so ordinary that it was even inferior to Ling Xiao's previous attacks. General Purple Thunder sneered. "Are you planning to give up on yourself? I can understand you. Facing an enemy that you can't defeat, I'm afraid that's the only thing you can do." As he sneered, he gently raised his right hand. His right hand flashed with a purple-blue light and was about to grab the sword. In his opinion, such a slow sword, such an ordinary sword, such a laughable sword, what was there to be afraid of? It's time to end this. General Purple Thunder's smile bloomed again. However, this smile suddenly froze in the next moment. That sword move, which was so ordinary that it made people unable to raise any interest in it, changed in an instant. The sword that was originally so slow that it made people anxious suddenly sped up the moment General Purple Thunder's hand was about to touch Ling Xiao's sword. Moreover, the speed was increased to the extreme in an instant. Previously, it was so slow that it made people anxious. This moment, it was so fast that it made people surprised. The sword slashed General Purple Thunder's arm and pierced his chest. A gust of gloomy killing intent seeped out from the tip of the sword and filled General Purple Thunder's entire body. Oh no! General Purple Thunder felt that something was wrong. Thunder and lightning raged all over his body, and a terrifying aura burst out. His hands fiercely slapped toward Ling Xiao. Too late, fast and slow sword essence, shadow sword demon. The fast and slow sword essence was the sword essence that Ling Xiao had comprehended in the past. He had comprehended it at the White Tiger Storm meet on the White Tiger continent. After coming to the Black Tortoise continent, he had never used it. Today, he used it because this move was more obscure. It was just a sword essence. Ordinary people would not associate him with Ling Xiao on the White Tiger continent. Moreover, this fast and slow sword essence was often unexpected. It allowed him to injure General Purple Thunder in an extremely unfavorable situation. Ling Xiao's face was calm and emotionless. As he spoke, his body completely merged with the sword light. He actually avoided General Purple Thunder's block in an instant. He continued to stab forward. Chi, a soft sound, but it made the hearts of countless people tremble. Because Ling Xiao's sword stabbed General Purple Thunder. It even pierced through the Purple Thunder protection and into General Purple Thunder's skin. Boom! Everyone's head seemed to have been hit by something. They were in a daze and couldn't believe what they had seen. How was that possible? Ling Xiao actually managed to injure General Purple Thunder again, and it looked so easy. Why? It should be noted that when General Purple Thunder's strength rose to the peak of the 11th level, everyone present thought that Ling Xiao would be easily killed by General Purple Thunder. Even Xiao Jin had the same thought. He even wanted to help Ling Xiao even if he got hurt. However, Ling Xiao didn't get excited at all. He still looked so calm. Then, he used this sharp sword strike, using this direct observation to tell everyone, and also shocked everyone. It pierced General Purple Thunder's body. General Blue Thunder was also stunned. Ling Xiao's sword pierced General Purple Thunder's body. What was going on? Commander! He shouted loudly. He was going to help General Purple Thunder. But this time, he was stopped by Xiao Jin. He had been confident in General Purple Thunder and thought that Ling Xiao couldn't hurt General Purple Thunder at all. He even thought that Ling Xiao would die when General Purple Thunder's strength soared. But the reality slapped him hard in the face. He stopped Xiao Jin before. Now, it was Xiao Jin's turn to stop him. As for the remaining members of the three great clans, the smiles on their faces became extremely awkward. It was as if glue had solidified, making them look extremely ugly. No one understood. Why was it like this? How could it be like this? Ah! General Purple Thunder looked at the long sword in his chest. His hair, which had been tied up, was instantly untied. He roared angrily. At that moment, his body seemed to have become a thunderous rage. The horrible aura of destruction was expanding rapidly. Die! Go to hell! Go to hell! Go to hell! General Purple Thunder roared crazily. The energy released from his body rushed toward Ling Xiao crazily. It was too close for Ling Xiao to dodge. But he still had layers of defense. Spiritual Thunder Shield. Great perfection! A defensive shield made of interwoven lightning appeared in front of him. However, even so, the terrifying power still shattered the lightning spirit shield and ruthlessly slammed into Ling Xiao's body. Fortunately, after being weakened, its power was no longer that great. However, Ling Xiao could still hear the sound of his bones breaking. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his body was sent flying. General Purple Thunder had already gone mad. He could not let Ling Xiao have any chance to make a comeback. After releasing the terrifying energy, General Purple Thunder took a step forward and caught up with Ling Xiao. Then, he punched out with both fists. It smashed heavily onto Ling Xiao's body. He smashed Ling Xiao, causing blood to spurt out from his mouth again. Kill! 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 General Purple Thunder was obviously irritated. Ling Xiao had actually pierced his body with a sword when his strength had skyrocketed. This was simply a great humiliation. If he hadn't avoided the attack at the critical moment, he would have been dead by now. This humiliation that he had never experienced before drove him completely crazy. He seemed to have turned into the god of slaughter on the battlefield, determined to destroy Ling Xiao completely. He wanted to destroy everything in front of him. Boss! All of a sudden, Little Gold dashed over. Little Gold dashed over, even though General Blue Thunder had hit him. He would rather die than let his boss, Ling Xiao, die. The golden light from the Hades underworld dashed toward General Purple Thunder. The golden light gave General Purple Thunder a sense of danger. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao as soon as possible, but he didn't want to be injured. Seeing that Ling Xiao was no longer able to fight back, General Purple Thunder thought to himself, "You're going to die anyway. There's nothing you can do now. So, I'll kill your battle pet first and then I'll kill you." He dashed toward Little Golden Fury. The man and the beast began to fight in the sky. Little Gold had been injured by General Blue Thunder, but it was a body formed by devouring the demon fetus, after all. It was still strong. Little Gold was at a disadvantage in the battle against General Purple Thunder, but it wouldn't lose any time soon. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked at the battle in the sky. He didn't say anything. Little Gold had bought him some time at the risk of being injured. He had to make good use of it. General Purple Thunder's series of attacks had indeed given him a hard time. But it hadn't hurt him at all. Instead, it had opened up a channel for him to make a breakthrough. This would allow him to smoothly advance his cultivation. Once he made a breakthrough, he would be able to replace Little Gold and finish the battle. Behind him, the Life Martial Spirit kept releasing healing light of life. On the other hand, the Blood Spirit Pill could speed up the recovery of his body's exhaustion and damage. With the two-pronged approach, his cultivation increased very quickly. While his body was healing, his cultivation level was increasing. General Purple Thunder seemed to have noticed Ling Xiao's abnormality. He shouted at General Blue Thunder, "Kill him. Kill that guy. He's making a breakthrough." He didn't know when it started, but General Purple Thunder had developed a deep fear of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's cultivation level in the 10th level of Hell had already made him suffer. Once he made a breakthrough to the 11th level of Hell, how powerful would he be? He wouldn't allow that to happen. But at this moment, he couldn't defeat Little Gold quickly, so he shouted at General Blue Thunder. General Blue Thunder wasn't the only one who heard his shout. The remaining 20,000 people of the three big families also heard it. They stood up like bloodthirsty demons. Their eyes were full of hatred. Then they rushed toward Ling Xiao. This was their chance, their only chance. Only by taking advantage of this opportunity could they take revenge and kill Ling Xiao. Otherwise, if they missed this chance, they wouldn't have another chance. "Boss!" Little Gold panicked again. A terrifying aura was released from his body. "He's burning his life force. That battle pet is so close to Ling Xiao. Little Gold is burning his life force to help Ling Xiao." Anyone with a discerning eye could see that. Little Gold was going to risk his life. He had to protect Ling Xiao even if he had to burn his life force. "Little Gold, stop it." Ling Xiao had made up his mind. He was going to use his last resort. He was going to release the Butterfly Lady's soul and the dominating martial spirit. He wouldn't let Little Gold die even if he had to become the enemy of the entire world. Burning life force was a special skill that all beasts could use, but it could only be used once in their lives. Also, the life force that was burned could never be recovered. To Xiao Jin, this was definitely a terrifying choice with no way out. Since that was the case, Ling Xiao had nothing to hide. He was going to fight, he was going to do it, he was going to do it because Little Gold was willing to risk his life for him. Little Gold was still burning its life force. At the same time, its strength was surging. Even General Purple Thunder could feel the immense threat. However, Xiao Jin gave up on him and spat out a terrifying golden light toward the ground. Those who attacked Ling Xiao were killed one by one. More than 20,000 people were instantly reduced to 10,000. However, what Little Gold did gave General Purple Thunder a chance. Even if it was burning its life force, Little Gold's combat strength was only on par with General Purple Thunder's. General Purple Thunder attacked Little Gold from behind and punched it to the ground. It was obvious that Little Gold was in great pain. Still, it flapped its wings and stood up, letting out a loud cry that echoed throughout the entire Thunder City. What a loyal and powerful battle pet. But it's a pity that it can't be saved if it burns its life force for more than 10 minutes. It can be saved within 10 minutes. But who can save it at this moment? The demon dragon heaved a sigh in the crowd. He thought highly of Ling Xiao and Little Gold. Even though Ling Xiao had killed Wadano Yuan and the people of the dragon cult, he still believed that Ling Xiao was a worthy opponent. Unfortunately, the man and the beast were both going to die here today. I said stop. All of a sudden, a huge gate of hell opened above Ling Xiao's head. The energy of the 11th floor of hell was fully released. At that moment, Ling Xiao smashed General Blue Thunder away and then charged toward General Purple Thunder. Boom, the two of them fought in the air again. This time, both of them stepped back at the same time. However, Ling Xiao still had a chance to put Little Gold back into the beast ring while he was stepping back. 7 minutes? Good. Looking at the time, Ling Xiao let out a sigh of relief. Little Gold turned back into a palm-sized bird after it went back into the beast ring. Right now, he appeared extremely weak, like a dying little sparrow. Boss, I'm so useless. I couldn't defeat General Purple Thunder. Little Gold forced a smile. Nonsense. Ling Xiao said very sternly, I'm telling you, if you do something like this again in the future, we don't have to be brothers anymore. Although his words were harsh, Ling Xiao was incomparably touched. He had a lot of friends, but not many of them could go through life and death with him. Xiao Jin, also known as Ling Yan, was obviously one of them. In one's life, reaching the peak of martial arts was considered an achievement. And having a few more friends like Xiao Jin was also an incomparably luxurious achievement. If you can sacrifice yourself to protect your brother, then you should protect him for the rest of your life. Don't worry, brother. You sacrificed your life for me, so how can I not avenge you? Originally, I only wanted to escape, but today, General Zilei must die. Ling Zhao's eyes suddenly turned blood red. Within his body, a terrifying and cruel aura was released. This kind of cruelty was only seen when he slaughtered millions of enemy soldiers to avenge his two friends. Something seemed to be awakening in his body. In the Tyrant universe, above the sun god constellation, the third star began to gradually brighten. Ling Xiao knew that something would happen. This third star meant that the sun god divine ability would awaken a third type. What would it be? If it awakened at this time, it would definitely be extraordinary. The previous earth-crossing golden light technique and bloodthirsty rat plague were extremely powerful and terrifying. Then this third type of divine ability would definitely not be weaker than these two. Ling Xiao was looking forward to it. Awakening, bloody rat devil. These words suddenly appeared in Ling Xiao's mind. At that moment, Ling Xiao discovered that his body was beginning to change. The original purple lightning bull beast soul transformation was forcibly terminated, and a new set of bloody armor covered his body. His entire body was emitting an aura of death and despair, as if he wanted to completely destroy the entire world. This power. So strong, I feel that it's even stronger than the butterfly lady's soul. The current butterfly lady's soul can at most raise my battle strength by a small realm. But this kind of power can directly allow me to reach the peak of a realm. Right now, my cultivation has just broken through the early stage of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. With this kind of strength, although I won't be as passive as before when fighting General Purple Thunder, I definitely won't be able to end the battle quickly. If this drags on for too long, there will definitely be changes. But if it's the peak of the 11th level of the hell, what will the result be? Ling Zhao's face revealed a bright smile. This battle could finally be completely over. His battle strength had soared to the peak of the 11th level of the hell, which was equivalent to being much stronger than General Purple Thunder. After all, his basic battle strength was even more terrifying. So with the same cultivation, he was naturally stronger than his opponent. However, the bloody rat devil's increase had a certain flaw. Right now, his strength had increased to the peak of the 11th level of the hell. After the battle ended, Ling Xiao, who had returned to his original form, would not only lose the increase in cultivation. He would also have to pay the price of a decrease in cultivation. This decrease in cultivation was directly proportional to the increase in cultivation. Ling Xiao had increased from the early stage of the 11th level of the hell to the peak of the 11th level of the hell by a total of 3 small realms. Then the decrease in cultivation was also 3 small realms. In other words, after this battle, his cultivation would fall to the middle stage of the 10th level of the hell in the first turn of the Yin-Yang realm. But so what, with the experience of a breakthrough and the powerful potential in his body, if Ling Xiao wanted to recover his cultivation, he would not need much time. This was also his advantage. So this bloody rat devil might be very dangerous to others. But to him, it was nothing. His good brother Xiao Jin was willing to give up his life for him. The price he paid was just a decrease in cultivation. What was there to be afraid of? Of course, this bloody rat devil was not a righteous person after all. If he could avoid it, he would try not to use it in the future. Unless he encountered a critical situation like today. Otherwise, it would not feel good to have a decrease in cultivation every time. Boss, how on earth did you do it? Xiao Jin looked at Ling Xiao, whose strength had skyrocketed, in surprise. I'll tell you later. Your task now is to have a good rest. Don't worry about anything else. I'll use the blood of these people to seek justice for you. Ling Xiao smiled, cut off the conversation with Xiao Jin, and then looked at General Purple Thunder. He looked at all the people who had just tried to sneak up on him. If it were not for these people, Xiao Jin would not have burned his life. Although he could recover in 10 minutes, it would take at least half a month to recover. During this time, Xiao Jin would be in a coma. Who knew what would happen during this period of unconsciousness? Ling Xiao could not forgive these people. At first, I decided to escape. But now, I plan to kill all of you. I want all of you to die. Ling Xiao's words sounded very calm. But these words made everyone's heart tremble. Especially when they saw Ling Xiao's scarlet eyes and that scarlet armor, which was as ferocious as a demon's. Everyone stared fixedly at Ling Xiao. That scarlet energy and terrifying killing intent filled the entire space. Everyone could feel the fear in the depths of their hearts. Ling Xiao's killing intent rose to the extreme. He no longer controlled himself, no longer wronged himself, especially when he saw Little Gold unconscious because of saving him. He was completely enraged. The remaining members of the three great clans looked at Ling Xiao in horror, not even daring to look directly at his eyes. Their legs trembled. They clearly wanted to retreat, but they found that their legs seemed to be filled with lead, unable to move at all. General Purple Thunder also looked at this youth with abnormal astonishment. He was clearly a guy he could have killed before, but now he had a terrifying aura comparable to his. No, perhaps he was even more terrifying than him. Could it be that he was also burning his life? Other than burning his life, he couldn't think of any other possibility. No matter what you do, don't think you can escape from this general's hands again. General Purple Thunder looked coldly at Ling Xiao. Although he was still condescending, he didn't have the arrogance from before. Because he knew very well that the current Ling Xiao was several times stronger than before. He definitely couldn't kill him easily. He had already missed the best opportunity. It was all that damned golden bird's fault. Escape? Don't worry, I won't escape. If I don't kill you, how can I escape? Ling Xiao looked coldly at General Purple Thunder. He was now only considering how to kill this guy in a more shocking manner. General Purple Thunder? Today I'll let you be struck to death by lightning. I'll let your corpse fill the air with a burnt smell. Ling Xiao's cold and sinister voice made everyone's heart tremble violently. A cold chill flowed down their backs, and a feeling of horror constantly gushed out from their bones. Shameless boasting! General Purple Thunder shouted loudly, you are as stupid as that golden bird. Although burning one's life force could temporarily increase one's combat strength, it wouldn't last for long. I'll kill you in 10 minutes. Really? Go ahead and try. Ling Xiao crooked his finger at General Purple Thunder and said, come on, I will let you know the huge gap between you and me. General Purple Thunder didn't attack. This was because he wasn't clear about Ling Xiao's situation. He really didn't know what Ling Xiao's current strength was. At this moment, whoever made the first move would be the first to reveal a flaw. That was what he thought. Cowardly rat. If you're not going to make a move, then I'll go first. Ling Xiao sneered. His figure suddenly flashed. His speed was so fast that no one could keep up with him, including General Purple Thunder. He had mocked Ling Xiao's speed before. Because Ling Xiao was indeed fast, but still couldn't keep up with him. But at this moment, he was stunned because Ling Xiao's speed had completely overshadowed his. Even his eyesight couldn't keep up. Oh no! General Purple Thunder felt something was wrong. He knew he couldn't continue to wait for death. Terrifying purple thunder burst out from his body. Then, his body was wrapped in a huge phantom of the Thunder God. This phantom of the Thunder God had 3 heads and 6 arms. Facing 3 directions, the 6 arms defended 6 directions at the same time. He couldn't give Ling Xiao any chance to attack him. Because he had already tasted the pain of being pierced by Ling Xiao's sword. At that time, Ling Xiao's aura wasn't so strong. Now, Ling Xiao could only be more terrifying. Thunder God Dharma Laksana, 3 heads and 6 arms, endless purple thunder halberd. With the formation of 3 heads and 6 arms, countless purple thunder halberds were released from the 6 arms and shot in all directions. In this way, even if his speed was not as fast as Ling Xiao's, he could make the perfect defense. At this moment, the surrounding space seemed to be completely covered by purple thunder and lightning, becoming General Purple Thunder's own world. His originally somewhat panicked mood instantly calmed down. Under such circumstances, how could he possibly lose? Do you think this move of yours is very strong? Ling Xiao's voice suddenly came from General Purple Thunder's ear. How ridiculous. This voice terrified General Purple Thunder to the extreme. Because he didn't see where Ling Xiao was at all. Don't look for him. Now, you and I are no longer on the same level as warriors. Since I can't kill you with one strike, I'll let you taste a few more strikes. I'd like to see how long you can hold on. As soon as this voice ended, General Purple Thunder suddenly felt a piercing pain from his right arm. Not only was it painful, but there was also an incomprehensible feeling of paralysis caused by thunder and lightning. He had the Purple Thunder martial soul. How could he be paralyzed by thunder and lightning? He wanted to figure out what was going on. He wanted to resist with his right hand, but he found that his right arm couldn't move. It's not over yet. Ling Xiao's figure suddenly appeared in the void. What everyone saw was a blood-red shadow. This shadow had a sword in his hand, which looked like a flying dragon carved from white jade. Ling Xiao used the white jade flying dragon sword because he had the strength to crush his opponent. The reason why he didn't kill his opponent immediately was to torture him. He wanted him to feel the greatest pain in the world before he died. Go to hell. General Purple Thunder saw this blood-red shadow. He operated his internal strength in his left fist and punched out crazily. What are you doing? Are you kidding me? Why are you so slow? Ling Xiao looked at General Purple Thunder sarcastically and stabbed out the white jade flying dragon sword again. The sword was wrapped in blood-red thunder. Ah! Another blood-curdling scream came from General Purple Thunder's mouth. His entire left arm had been pierced by the lightning and was charred black. The air was filled with the smell of burnt flesh. Impossible. General Purple Thunder was really hurt by the thunder and lightning? What kind of thunder is that? Blood thunder. Thunder of death. Thunder of hell. Thunder of the underworld. It can't be wrong. It must be. I felt strange just now. How could Ling Xiao's top-level thunder and lightning body be blood-red? Now I understand. This is the most difficult type of thunder and lightning to deal with. General Purple Thunder's purple thunder can't compete with it at all. Is this why Ling Xiao's sudden attack could penetrate General Purple Thunder's body? There were naturally smart people in the crowd. The state of Chen never lacked experts. It was just that some people were very low-key. At this moment, there was one more person beside Ambassador Mo Long. It was a handsome young man in his 20s or 30s. Sect leader. Don't call me sect leader. Just call me young master here. The young man said faintly. Yes, young master. You reported that a peerless genius was found here. Could it be that person? The young man asked. That's right. His name is Ling Xiao, Ling Yan's brother. Since Ling Yan can join our dragon cult, he can too. Almost everyone in our dragon cult has an irreconcilable feud with the Chen Kingdom's royal family. Ling Xiao is the same. He's a genius. If we can recruit him, he'll be a great help to the defeated Chen Kingdom in the future. The Demon Dragon Envoy reported. If he can kill General Purple Thunder, I'll personally take him to the dragon cult. The young man glanced at Ling Xiao faintly, then turned and disappeared. It was as if he wasn't interested in such a battle. However, the Demon Dragon Envoy knew that his sect leader cherished talents. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said that. On the battlefield, the battle seemed to be coming to an end. Ling Xiao, who was extremely fast, was like a blood-type demon holding a sword. In front of him, General Purple Thunder had no ability to resist. He could only let him continue to attack. His two arms were crippled. Ling Xiao's attack didn't stop. His anger was still gushing out. The third sword. Pucci, the white jade flying dragon sword in his hand directly pierced General Purple Thunder's left leg. Terrifying blood lightning raged in General Purple Thunder's left leg. After a while, General Purple Thunder's earth-shattering scream was heard. His left leg was also charred. You said that I couldn't hurt you with lightning. But now, I'm doing it. Aren't you very emotional? Aren't you very scared? Actually, you didn't have to do this. If you let us go, you wouldn't be in such a miserable state now. you brought all of this upon yourself. Poochie, the fourth sword pierced through General Purple Thunder's right leg. A burnt smell spread in the air. General Purple Thunder's 2 arms and 2 legs were crippled. Now, he was like a human swine. Kill me. Give me a quick death. General Zilei shouted. Are you begging me? Ling Xiao's voice was eerie and cold. At this moment, he was more like a villain. General Purple Thunder, on the other hand, was more like a pitiful person who was being tortured. However, those who knew the cause and effect did not utter a word at this moment. They knew very well that Ling Xiao's cruelty was justified. Stop what you're doing, you traitor. Do you really want to bear the wrath of the Lightning Emperor? Suddenly, a voice came from afar. However, it wasn't a real person. It was just a clone. It was a shadow created by soul power and true energy. Chen Sanxiong? Ling Xiao turned his head to look at the shadow and said disdainfully, if you came here personally, I might consider it. But you're just a shadow, and you want to show off in front of me? Ridiculous. Ling Xiao, listen to me. Release General Zilei immediately and surrender obediently. Otherwise, I'll kill you even if I have to chase you to the ends of the earth. Chen Sanxiong's voice was cold and filled with arrogance. What a boring, self-righteous fellow. Ling Xiao raised his hand, and a burst of energy broke through the air. The shadow was instantly shattered and shattered. Before you worry about him, you should worry about the royal family of the Chen nation first. Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully and stabbed General Zilei with his sword again. He knew very well in his heart. General Zilei's death in battle would definitely cause chaos in Thunder City. After all, General Zilei was the 4th most powerful person in the Chen nation. Now that he was dead, the dragon cult would definitely do something. In addition, the tens of thousands of people from the 3 great clans had been killed by Ling Xiao and Little Gold. Only a little more than 10,000 people were left. Thunder City's combat strength would also be greatly reduced. Thunder City's defensive array formation had also been broken by a Yuan Venerate. The dragon cult would be too stupid not to take advantage of this opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Ling Xiao didn't like the dragon cult either. However, the dragon cult was definitely his best helper right now. In the sky, in front of everyone, General Zilei's blood-curdling screams kept ringing out. Some of the martialists from the 3 great clans were so frightened that they lost control of their bowels and urine. It was unknown how terrified they were. By the time General Zilei screamed for the 10th time, his voice had already become very weak. His throat had finally been torn apart by Ling Xiao. His entire body had been charred black by the blood lightning. Ling Xiao was a man of his word. Not only had he used extremely cruel methods to kill General Zilei, but he had also charred him black with lightning. Everyone was scared witless when they saw the scene. The remaining members of the 3 great clans even let out hysterical screams of horror. General Zilei, the 4th most powerful person in the Chen nation, had actually died at the hands of Ling Xiao. This was no longer a miracle. It was a true miracle. He actually succeeded? He created a miracle. Countless people in the crowd were dumbfounded. Although General Purple Thunder had only been left with the fate of being tortured, it was only at this moment that they suddenly understood. A miracle had been born in the Chen nation. Ling Xiao's name would definitely become the most terrifying name in the entire Chen nation. Countless people would probably tremble in fear at the mention of him. It's not over yet. Ling Xiao had devoured General Zilei's Purple Thunder martial soul and stored all its potential in the cells of the Emperor Heaven Earth Empress. After this battle, his cultivation would drop when he returned to his original body. This potential would definitely allow him to recover his cultivation faster. After doing all this, he looked down at the remaining members of the 3 great clans, his eyes filled with killing intent. As he spoke, he released a new round of the bloodthirsty plague. Due to the explosive increase in his strength, the power of the bloodthirsty plague had also become even more terrifying. This included General Zilei. More than 10,000 people were completely devoured by the plague in a short minute. The energy that the plague had transferred to Ling Xiao was also stored in the cells, waiting for Ling Xiao to rise again. The 3 great clans were completely destroyed. Because of Ling Xiao, the 7 generals of the Sky Thunder Legion were all killed. Because of Ling Xiao, the 3 great clans were completely annihilated. In this world, there would no longer be any boy clan, Gu clan, or pineapple clan. They would pay a disastrous price for their wrong choice. After experiencing a massacre, Ling Xiao's eyes gradually returned to normal. The bloodthirsty rat was too terrifying. Not only did his fighting strength soar, but his killing intent also became even more terrifying. In the entire Qin nation, who could be mentioned in the same breath as Ling Xiao now, whether it was the younger generation or the older generation, apart from the rumored ancestors of the Qin nation, could anyone suppress this youth, including the Lightning Emperor? As for those old ancestors of the Qin kingdom, it was not certain if they really existed. Could it be that Ling Xiao was able to wipe out the entire royal family by himself? Such guesses and discussions quickly spread throughout Thunder City. However, only Ling Xiao himself knew. It was time for him to leave. The bloody devil rat gave Ling Xiao a temporary boost in strength, but at the same time it put a huge burden on him. He now had to rely on pills to maintain his internal energy. If he didn't leave now, he would really be out of luck. Moreover, he believed that the state of Qin couldn't possibly only have so few experts. Otherwise, how could they resist the dragon cult's attack? It was rumored that the state of Qin had 5 ancestors cultivating in seclusion. Therefore, he had to leave quickly. Fortunately, the dragon cult had already begun their attack. The flames of war that had been ignited everywhere in Thunder City were the most obvious. Moreover, until now, no reinforcements had come to deal with him. This meant that the royal family of the state of Qin was already too busy to fend for themselves. If you've really been destroyed by the dragon cult, then it'll save me a lot of trouble. If not, I'll definitely come back. Ling Xiao took a deep look at Thunder City. He was very satisfied with the result of this trip. This guy is too strong. He really makes my generation blush with shame. In the crowd, countless people had the same feeling. Ling Xiao had actually made a heaven-defying move in the face of adversity and killed the famous General Purple Thunder in one fell swoop. This was something that no one had expected. Yes, when Ling Xiao returned to the 8 Immortals city and proclaimed himself king, almost everyone thought that he was just an arrogant clown who would be killed soon. However, what happened later shocked everyone. The 7 generals of the Sky Thunder Legion all died at his hands or his subordinates' hands. He had almost single-handedly destroyed 3 of the 8 great clans. I don't dare to say anything else, but I'm afraid that his name will forever be passed down in the history of the state of Qin. Among the younger generation, even the war prince Chen Sanxiong can't be compared to him. Can he escape the fate of death? The Thunder Emperor won't let him go, the war prince won't either. Naturally, there were people who respected Ling Xiao, but there were also people who felt that no matter how powerful Ling Xiao was, he couldn't be compared to the royal family. Whether it's the Thunder Emperor or the war prince, they can't even take care of themselves right now. How can they have the leisure to deal with Ling Xiao? As long as he returned to the 8 Immortals city and never came out, no one would be able to do anything to him. Unless the royal family can find an expert who can break the 10 extremes formation, they can only wait for Ling Xiao to come out again. Looking at the smoke rising from all directions in Thunder City, some people were rejoicing in other people's misfortune. The people who lived in the inner city of Thunder City and the royal city were all nobles. No one would be wrongly killed if they were killed. On the other hand, there were some ordinary people living in the outer city. However, the dragon cult had no interest in these commoners. Instead, they went straight for the inner city. The dragon cult's propaganda was to overthrow the tyranny of the Qin clan, so they naturally wouldn't do anything to the commoners. Otherwise, it would contradict their propaganda. Of course, Ling Xiao had already quietly fled into the distance. He planned to return to the 8 Immortal city first. After wiping out 2 patriarchs and many experts of the 3 major clans, he had obtained hundreds of storage rings. Although most of the tens of thousands of people besieging him were not wearing storage rings, these hundreds of rings were more than enough. Especially the storage rings of Bo Yi Yuan, Fengli clan's patriarch, and Gu Tianba, which contained a large amount of spirit stones that he urgently needed. Spirit stones were an essential material to ensure the formation's operation. If the 10 extremes formation wanted to be effective, it required a large amount of low-grade spirit stones. This time, Ling Xiao didn't come to Thunder City just to cause trouble. Of course, he also had the idea of snatching spirit stones. Now, he had achieved his goal. The low-grade spirit stones he obtained from these people were enough to maintain the 10 extremes formation for a year. As long as he sent them back, he could be at ease and continue to travel outside. He wasn't afraid of being hunted down by the royal family. With his current strength, there weren't many people in the royal family who could pose a threat to him. After leaving the chaotic Thunder City, Ling Xiao directly returned to the 8 Immortal City. After handing the spirit stones to the people in charge of the 10 Extremes formation, he began to treat Xiao Jin's injuries. Originally, it would take at least half a month for Xiao Jin to wake up. However, with a powerful alchemist like him, this time could be shortened to 3 days. During these 3 days, Ling Xiao didn't just treat Xiao Jin's injuries. He also used the time to raise his cultivation level back to the peak of the 10th level of hell. Previously, because of the bloody demonic rat, his cultivation level had regressed to the middle stage of the 10th level of hell. Now that it had risen to the peak of the 10th level of hell, it seemed that he still needed an opportunity to recover to the 11th level of hell. However, he wasn't in a hurry. The potential in his cells was huge. As long as there was a suitable battle, he believed that he would be able to recover his cultivation level. Therefore, he planned to leave the 8 Immortal City again. Naturally, Xiao Jin would also follow him. Good brothers would go through life and death together. In addition, Xiao Jin's special way of raising his strength was very helpful to him. At this time, what Ling Xiao did in Thunder City had already spread throughout the 8 Immortal City. The martial artists of the 8 Immortal City who were originally worried about whether their king Ling Xiao was reliable were now full of pride and confidence. Their 8 Immortal king, Ling Xiao, actually dared to barge into the Thunder capital by himself and turned the place upside down. He had even killed General Purple Thunder, who was so famous that countless people trembled in fear upon hearing his name. It was simply a miracle. From this moment on, the martial artists here truly gave their hearts to Ling Xiao, the 8 Immortals' king. The martial artists of the Heavenly Empire began to slowly infiltrate and gradually control the entire 8 Immortal City. All kinds of formations were set up in all the towns. A new country had truly risen in a small border city of the Black Tortoise continent. Although it was still unknown and not favored by anyone, it wouldn't take long. The name of the 8 Immortals' kingdom would resound throughout the western region. After the western region, it would be the entire Black Tortoise continent. At that time, the fake name of the 8 Immortals' kingdom could be removed. The Heavenly Empire would truly stand on this continent. The soldiers and civilians of the 8 Immortals' kingdom were very excited. They all wanted to see the heroic Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao planned to leave at this time. The materials had been delivered and Xiao Jin had recovered. Next, he had to find a way to recover his cultivation. If he didn't go out, he definitely couldn't stay in the 8 Immortal City forever. However, just as he was about to leave, a mysterious person came to the 8 Immortals' kingdom. He was the 7th prince, War Eagle God Chen Kangming. Chen Kangming's arrival made the entire 8 Immortal City nervous. After all, the War Eagle God's reputation was not just for show. However, Chen Kangming did not come to capture Ling Xiao, nor to attack the 8 Immortals' kingdom. He was here to deliver a message to Ling Xiao. 7th Prince, are we still friends? Ling Xiao was actually somewhat emotional. Although Chen Kangming was definitely a person who could be friends with him. However, he had killed Chen Kangming's brother, Ji Hyun of Silla, and the 8th Prince. The royal family has no kinship. Chen Kangming sighed. I'm afraid you don't know what Chen Kanglin and Chen Songxiong did to get rid of me. My mother died a while ago. She was killed by Chen Kanglin's mother, the current queen. Do you think I'll come to you for revenge for her death? Hearing this, Ling Xiao suddenly felt some sympathy for this person. His own mother was killed by his brother's mother. That kind of depression of wanting to take revenge but not being able to do so could be imagined. It was him who unintentionally avenged Chen Kangming. Well, since you treat me as a friend, I'll also treat you as a friend. Tell me, what are you doing in the 8 Immortal City? Ling Xiao suddenly felt a lot better. He was very happy that he didn't have to lose such a straightforward friend. I'm here to bring you a message. Don't leave the 8 Immortal City because the chaos in Thunder City is over. It's rumored that the 5 Thunder's old ancestors have all come out of seclusion and repelled the dragon cult's demon envoys. Now, my 14th brother Chen Songxiong and the Lightning Senior are watching every move in the 8 Immortal City. As long as you dare to leave, they will definitely intercept and kill you. Chen Kangming said. Ling Xiao frowned. I didn't expect the chaos in Thunder City to end so quickly. It's only been 3 days. Isn't the dragon cult too weak? It's not that the dragon cult is too weak, but the royal family's 5 Thunder's old ancestors are too strong. The strength of those 5 old guys is unfathomable. After coming out of seclusion, they helped my 14th brother break through again. Even the Lightning Senior's cultivation, which had been stuck for a long time, also broke through. You may think that after killing General Purple Thunder, you won't be afraid even if you meet them. But what I want to tell you is that their current cultivations are much stronger than before. Chen Kangming said worriedly. And my situation isn't good. I'm entangled with the volcano country, and the royal family is unwilling to give us food. Now, our War Eagle army can only be in a stalemate with the volcano country's army. I'm afraid we can't help you. Have you never thought of rebelling? Ling Xiao suddenly said. Are you sincere? Chen Kangming smiled bitterly. That's right. With a father like that and a brother like that, what are you waiting for? Were they going to wait for the War Eagle army to be killed by their own people? If you really can't do it, then retreat to the 8 Immortals County. I can let you be the 8 Immortal Kings, and you will be more worthy of your title. Ling Xiao naturally didn't care about the throne of the 8 Immortal Kings. Sooner or later, the 8 Immortals country will pledge allegiance to the Celestial Empire. He was the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire. Naturally, he would not yearn for the throne. If Chen Kangming was willing to take over his position, that would be perfect. Chen Kangming had the ability to do so, and he also had great strength. Alright, I'll consider your suggestion. Don't take my reminder lightly. That's all. I'll leave first. The situation at the front line is tense. I can't stay any longer. After Chen Kangming finished speaking, he got up to leave. Wait a minute. Ling Xiao took out a sword. It was the Black Thunder Devil sword that Ji-Hyun of Silla had once used. This sword was a divine-grade spirit weapon. It was much better than the weapon in the hands of Chen Kangming. This is for you. I hope it can help you survive. I've already erased Ji-Hyun of Silla's consciousness. As long as you let the weapon recognize you as its master, it will be yours. Isn't this gift too valuable? Chen Kanglin didn't expect that he would receive such a valuable gift just by coming to deliver a message. It may be valuable to you, but it's just a burden to me. Take it. It's more useful in your hands. Ling Xiao already had the male and female 8 immortal swords. Naturally, he wouldn't care about such a sword. Alright, I won't refuse. If you need my help in the future, just ask. With that, Chen Kangming hurriedly left. The front line was tense. He had come personally to deliver a message to Ling Xiao, which showed that he attached great importance to it. He was probably worried that Ling Xiao wouldn't take it seriously if he sent his subordinates. Looking at Chen Kangming's departing figure, Xiao Jin asked, Boss, are we really not leaving? No, of course we're leaving. Ling Xiao revealed a determined expression. If we keep holding up here, we won't be able to improve our strength. We'll never be able to defeat the enemy. Once all the spirit stones here are used up, we'll still die. So, wealth comes from danger. I don't believe that the warlord Chen Songxiong can take care of everything. Facing Chen Songxiong, he wouldn't be able to resist like he was in the Imperial Mystery Realm. However, it wouldn't be easy to defeat him. But now, he had the special ability of the Bloody Rat Demon, and Xiao Jin had recovered. With the 2 brothers working together, even if they couldn't win, escaping was no problem. The problem now was that he didn't know how strong Chen Songxiong was. And that Lightning Senior was already very strong. What would happen if he broke through? So, he had to avoid these 2 as much as possible. He was going out to train and improve his cultivation, not to die. Of course, if he really encountered them, he wouldn't be afraid. At worst, he'd go all out. One had to know that in the process of dealing with General Purple Thunder, he didn't reveal his final trump card. This was definitely a huge advantage for him. Boss, where are we going next? Although the state of Chen is big, there are probably people everywhere who want to capture us, right? Xiao Jin asked. Simple. Who has a grudge against the royal family of the state of Qin? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. One is the Volcano Kingdom, the other is the Dragon Cult. At this point, Xiao Jin suddenly said, I understand. Boss, you're planning to go to the Dragon Cult? Hee, I'm familiar with this Dragon Cult. Everyone there has a grudge against the royal family of the state of Qin. Going there will indeed be safer. Not only that, the Dragon Cult can contend against the royal family, so they must have some means to do so. The martial arts I have now can't keep up with the speed of my cultivation. So, I have to go to the Dragon Cult. If I can get 1 or 2 sets, that'll be good. Ling Xiao said with a smile. At present, there was only one move left to comprehend in the shadow martial arts. For Ling Xiao, who liked to make arrangements for his cultivation, this was definitely not enough. He had always been a person with great foresight. The martial arts of the Dragon Cult were definitely much stronger than those of the 8 Immortals Mountain. Joining the Dragon Cult and obtaining stronger martial arts was his idea. If the Dragon Cult treated him sincerely, he could help the Dragon Cult fulfill their wish. If they schemed against him like those fellows of the 8 Immortals Mountain, then he definitely wouldn't sit still and wait for death. Ling Zhao's current goal was very clear. He didn't want to run away blindly. He had his own things to do. He also had his own plans. Although these plans might be adjusted midway due to changes in the situation, in the end, he would be able to achieve his goal. Ever since he had the Taiji Eye, it could be said that his plans were flawless. Although he had always been worried that Xianxia or the Thunder Lord would appear on their way to the Dragon Cult. The Dragon Cult was located in a land of bitter cold. It was the place where the Qin nation exiled its criminals. It was this group of criminals who founded the Dragon Cult and ruled this place. Furthermore, he had turned this desolate and uninhabited place into his own territory. The territory they occupied was actually more than 1/3 of the Qin nation's territory. It was much larger than the 8 Immortals nation. Others said that this was a land of bitter cold. However, when Ling Xiao arrived, he discovered that this was a place with few people and beautiful scenery. If it weren't for the fierce demonic beasts that suddenly appeared in the forest, it could really be called a paradise. The Dragon Cult's territory is in front. Even the Qin nation's royal family won't dare to come here openly. Otherwise, they will be surrounded and die without a burial ground. Ling Xiao looked at the sentry tower in front of him and a huge boundary steel. He couldn't help but feel relieved. The War Prince Xianxia and the Lightning Seigneur couldn't find him. As he spoke, he stepped into the demonic dragon's domain with Xiao Jin. Young hero Ling, this envoy has been waiting here for a long time. As soon as he entered the demonic dragon's domain, a group of people rushed over. One of them was one of the Dragon Cult's demonic dragon envoys. The Dragon Cult had many demonic dragon envoys. Their strength was generally at the early to late stage of the Yin-Yang realm's 11th layer of hell. The demonic dragon envoy in front of him wasn't the one hiding in Thunder City. That person should still be in the War Prince's residence. The one in front of him should be at the late stage of the Yin-Yang realm's 11th layer of hell. He could be said to be very powerful. He was a demonic dragon envoy of the highest level. The Dragon Cult sent him to welcome Ling Xiao. It was really giving Ling Xiao enough face. You know me? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Ling Xiao didn't sense any killing intent from the other party. He knew that the other party wasn't an enemy. Although he had a grudge with the Dragon Cult, it wasn't an irreconcilable grudge. Young hero Ling must be joking. Who doesn't know your name after the battle outside Thunder City? The demon dragon envoy smiled and said, the hierarch values you very much, so he sent us here to wait for you. Please come with me. Alright, with you guys leading the way, it'll save us a lot of trouble. Ling Xiao smiled. He was going to the Dragon Cult anyway, but other than Ling Yan, he didn't know any other Dragon Cult martial artists. With this person leading the way, he could rest assured. I'm sorry, but none of you are leaving today. A voice suddenly came from afar. In an instant, the owner of the voice appeared and blocked everyone's path. This person was quite young. His hands were clasped behind his back as he stood proudly in midair. His white robe fluttered in the wind. He had the air of an immortal. As for that proud face, Ling Xiao recognized it at a glance. Warlord Chen Sanxiong, Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. They were already in the demon dragon domain, but Chen Sanxiong still dared to chase after them. It seemed that he was really bold. A cold killing intent came from Chen Sanxiong's body, as if the person standing in front of everyone wasn't a person. Instead, it was a demonic sword. Boss, what should we do? Xiao Jin also became nervous. The opponent was too strong, so he couldn't help but be nervous. Yeah, what should we do? This Chen Sanxiong is much more terrifying than I imagined. It seems that his strength has increased greatly after entering the Extreme Emperor's secret realm. Ling Xiao frowned. Chen Sanxiong was no longer the same as before. It was really a headache. However, his expression didn't change. His expression didn't change in the face of a landslide. This was Ling Xiao's character. Chen Sanxiong, how dare you? This is the demon dragon domain, and you dare to behave atrociously here. Do you not put my dragon cult in your eyes? The demon dragon envoy stood in front of Ling Xiao and looked coldly at Chen Sanxiong. He didn't have any feelings for Ling Xiao. However, it was his responsibility to bring Ling Xiao safely to the demon dragon city. Moreover, the enemy had broken into the demon dragon domain. As the demon dragon envoy, he had to take action. In his opinion, Chen Sanxiong was indeed strong, but he wasn't weak either. As long as he could delay for a while, when the reinforcements arrived, even the famous eagle-killing god would die. Demon Dragon Envoy, be careful. This Chen Sanxiong is too strong. Ling Xiao kindly reminded. Young hero Ling, you're too arrogant. He's strong, but that's only because your cultivation is too weak. With me here, young hero Ling can rest assured. The demon dragon envoy didn't have Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye, so he didn't know how terrifying Chen Sanxiong was. In fact, in Ling Xiao's eyes, Chen Sanxiong was like a huge black hole. The Tai Chi eye couldn't discern his true strength. In short, he was so strong that it made people's hair stand on end. It's better to be careful. Ling Xiao knew that the demon dragon envoy didn't believe his words, but he still reminded him. Listen to him. It's good for you. Get lost. I'm not here to cause trouble for the dragon cult. I only want him. Chen Sanxiong finally spoke and looked at the demon dragon envoy with disdain. Damn it. How dare you look down on me? Attack. The demon dragon envoy was furious. He immediately led 100 men to attack. These 100 men weren't mediocre. They were all martial artists in the Yinyang realm, level 10 of hell. However, when they rushed over, Chen Sanxiong didn't even look them in the eye. He just waved his hand coldly. Suddenly, a sword light flew out from his hand. The 100 men were all killed. It happened in an instant. As for the most powerful demon dragon envoy, his face was filled with fear. He could only wait for his death in despair. At this moment, he finally understood that Ling Xiao's warning was right. Chen Sanxiong wasn't someone he could fight against. Terrifying, too terrifying, he even felt that his muscles were trembling in fear. He was so scared that he couldn't move at all. He could only watch helplessly as the sword light flew towards him. Earth-crossing golden light technique. Ling Xiao, who was standing still, suddenly made a move. He couldn't save the others, but he had to save the demon dragon envoy. This was an important factor for him to enter the dragon cult. It should be easier to have a high-level demon dragon envoy as a friend. Even Chen Sanxiong was surprised by the earth-crossing golden light technique. At that moment, he even lost track of Ling Xiao. When he saw him again, Ling Xiao had returned to his original position. The demon dragon envoy was beside Ling Xiao. He was panting heavily with an ugly expression. Thank you. Thank you for saving my life, young hero Ling. The demon dragon envoy didn't understand how Ling Xiao, who didn't seem to have a strong cultivation, saved him. However, the terrifying body technique just now was really powerful. You're welcome. Unfortunately, my ability is limited. I can't save everyone. What he wants is me. Stand aside for now. Ling Xiao took a step forward. He could have used the earth-crossing golden light technique to escape. However, he was still quite far from Demon Dragon City. He would have used up all his internal energy halfway. He wasn't sure that he could completely escape from Xianxia. Ling Xiao liked to be in control of everything and not rely on luck. Since he had already met Xianxia, there was nothing more to say. He could only do his best to fight this person. Speaking of which, he still had to thank Xianxia. Due to the pressure of the other party's terrifying killing intent, the potential in his body surged out in order to resist this killing intent. In the end, his cultivation naturally recovered to the early stage of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. To him, this level of cultivation was like a timely rain that could make him much stronger. Xianxia looked at Ling Xiao, as if wanting to see through this person completely. Initially, he had never taken this person seriously. However, Ling Xiao had been in the limelight recently. He had even killed General Purple Thunder. Xianxia could not help but take him seriously. In addition to that miraculous movement technique just now, Xianxia no longer wanted to kill this person. Instead, he wanted to capture Ling Xiao alive and study him properly. Surrender. You are not this king's match. Xianxia said indifferently, come back with this king, and I can guarantee that you will not be killed. To be honest, your talent is truly astonishing. If you are willing to serve the royal family wholeheartedly, everything in the past can be forgotten. Haha, what a tempting offer. However, do you think that everyone should work for the royal family? That everyone should be your slaves? Xianxia, listen up. You are indeed very strong, but I have seen people stronger than you. Compared to them, you are not even worth mentioning. Perhaps you are the most outstanding genius in the Qin nation, but that is all. I dare say that you can't kill me today. Do you believe me? Ling Xiao sneered. I don't believe you. Xianxia shook his head and said, even if you have the fate of a main character, I will take away your luck today. What arrogance! Then go ahead and try. I just hope that you won't be like those 7 pieces of trash from the Sky Thunder army. They talk big, but in reality, they are all trash. Ling Xiao naturally knew how terrifying Xianxia was, but he could not admit defeat now. Why should a good man be afraid of a battle? At most, he would die. From the day Ling Xiao embarked on the path of martial arts, he had already disregarded life and death. Martial artists lived on the edge of a blade all day long. If they were afraid of death, it would be better for them to live in seclusion. Looking at Ling Xiao, Xianxia suddenly frowned and said, what an insolent brat. Your character is really the same as the rumors. Are you not afraid that I will destroy the 8 Immortals County and kill everyone there? Can you afford that price? If you could do that, you would have gone a long time ago. You wouldn't have waited until now. Ling Xiao said disdainfully, in terms of cultivation, I'm indeed inferior to you, but in terms of attainments and formations, even 10,000 of you can't compare to one of me. So it was you who set up the formation. Very good. Since that's the case, this king must capture you alive. Xianxia believed that there was an expert guiding Ling Xiao behind him. Otherwise, how could someone of Ling Xiao's age and his first reincarnation be so skilled in formations, as long as he captured Ling Xiao, the person behind him would definitely show himself, there was no doubt about this. To be honest, Ling Xiao did not have any confidence in facing an expert of Xianxia's level. However, it was still the same. A good man was not afraid of a battle, that's right. Xianxia had better cultivation conditions than him. After reincarnating, he was born in the Qin Kingdom's royal family. He had much better cultivation resources than him. He had a much better teacher than him. As for Xiao Chen, after reincarnating, he had to face the hostility of his clansmen, even plotting against him. He had to find all the resources himself. He had to risk his life to obtain all the martial techniques he knew. Logically speaking, he should have chosen to surrender. In any case, the other party would not kill him. Most people would probably choose this. The difference was too great, so great that it made one despair. However, Ling Xiao would not do so. Ling Xiao knew very well that if he surrendered, he might not die, but what about Xiao Jin, Lin Ruoxian, Moon Death, Lin Yang, and his many friends who supported him? Their lives would not be in his hands. Therefore, he could not surrender. Even if he died in battle, he could not surrender. If he surrendered, he would have no chance of winning. However, if he fought to the death, he should still have a 10% chance of winning. The enemy was indeed powerful, but he was not completely without a way to deal with it. He gave a look to the demonic dragon envoy that he had saved. The other party should be able to understand the meaning behind it. He was not Chen Songxiong's match. At present, he could only stall for time. As long as the experts of the dragon cult came, Chen Songxiong would have to retreat without a fight. Calling for reinforcements? Chen Songxiong said disdainfully. It will take at least half an hour to get here from Demonic Dragon City. And I am certain that within 3 minutes, all of you will die. Ling Xiao, I will give you one last chance. As long as you are willing to come with me, I will release your pet. Anyway, he is meaningless to me. This special offer should be very good for you. I hope you will not refuse my good intentions. The reason Chen Songxiong did not want to make a move was very simple. It was because he felt that Ling Xiao was not worthy. Only by making Ling Xiao surrender voluntarily could he show his strength and dominance. Half an hour seems a little difficult, but I will give it a try. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and got into a fighting posture. Let's take a gamble. You can't kill me within half an hour. As he spoke, he had already entered the purple lightning bull beast soul transformation state. At the same time, 5 beast souls were released from his back. Facing the warfighter Prince Chen Songxiong, he did not dare to hold back at all. Because once he held back, death might come instantly. Xiao Jin, help me protect that demonic dragon envoy. That guy is the key to our survival. Ling Xiao reminded and then stared at Chen Songxiong. This battle was the biggest hurdle he had faced since coming to the Black Tortoise continent. Once he crossed it, his future would be extremely bright. But if he could not cross it, he would either die or become someone else's captive, a lab rat. He would probably be tied to a shelf for research. I have always been curious. How can you release so many beast souls at the same time? Are you really the legendary beast god martial artist? Or did you obtain the inheritance of the beast prince god in the 8 Immortals County? The inheritance of the beast prince god, even to Chen Songxiong, was full of great temptation. Otherwise, he would not have sent the 8th prince to compete with Jihyun of Silla for the 8 Immortals County. You really want to know? Defeat me first. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Defeating you is as easy as flipping my hand. After your beast soul transformation, your strength is almost equivalent to the middle stage of the 11th level of hell. After releasing those 5 beast souls, your strength can be raised to the late stage of the 11th level of hell. As for your top-level lightning battle physique and lava battle physique, they are nothing in front of me. So, you should have some special skill that can raise your strength to the peak of the 11th level of hell, right? Just like when you killed General Purple Lightning. Chen Songxiong looked at Ling Xiao with disdain. He didn't even want to attack. Ling Xiao knew that Chen Songxiong didn't know that he had the Sky Dragon Martial Soul, the Divine Phoenix Martial Soul, and the White Tiger Martial Soul. Together with the Imperial Heaven-Earth power, he could unleash the combat power of the peak of the Yin-Yang realm level 11 without using the bloody rat demon. If it wasn't for the fact that he had just broken through and his cultivation wasn't stable enough when he faced General Purple Thunder, he wouldn't have used the bloody rat demon's move that hurt himself and the enemy. Chen Songxiong looked down on him and wanted to capture him alive. Naturally, he wouldn't go all out. To him, this was a great advantage. He had to delay for half an hour. 3 minutes. Time it well. Chen Songxiong smiled faintly. It wasn't that he was arrogant, but he was too strong. Especially after his cultivation had undergone a qualitative change, how could he take Ling Xiao seriously? Would a strong man with powerful martial arts take a newborn baby seriously? This was the current situation for Chen Songxiong. He was a strong man, and Ling Xiao was just a newborn baby in front of him. Kill. Ling Xiao didn't care how much Chen Songxiong looked down on him. He only had one goal, and that was to delay for time. Delaying for 30 minutes would be his victory. He wasn't arrogant enough to think that he could kill Chen Songxiong, who underestimated him. If he was too greedy, he would be the one to die. Ling Xiao rushed out with 2 8 immortal swords in his hands. A black sword light suddenly pierced through the void. It was extremely fast, the angle was also very tricky. Like a sword demon, he used the most perfect sword technique in the world. Transformative stage, Shadow Sword Demon, Ling Xiao directly used an immortal grade First Heaven technique to deal with Xianxia. How dare a grain of rice compete with the sun and the moon? I'll show you what true power is. Xianxia didn't even look at Ling Xiao and directly swung his sword. A beam of sword chi pierced through the air. This was a very ordinary sword chi, and he didn't even use any martial techniques. Clearly, in Xianxia's opinion, defeating Ling Xiao did not require a martial skill. If he used a martial skill, he might even kill Ling Xiao. Now, he had to control the power of his attack so that he could achieve his goal of capturing Ling Xiao alive. The dazzling sword light instantly shattered Ling Xiao's dark shadow sword demon and hit Ling Xiao's body. Luckily, Ling Xiao used the lightning shield of Imperial Spirit to block it in time, thus avoiding serious injuries. However, he was sent flying by the sword aura. Ling Xiao barely managed to stab the ground with his two swords. In any case, he managed to stop after flying for over 100 meters. This attack allowed him to understand Xianxia's true strength. Although Xianxia still could not make a precise judgment, the current Xianxia was definitely not a cultivator at the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Instead, it was the 12th level of hell in the Yin-Yang realm, there was no mistaking it. Otherwise, how could he have been sent flying so easily with such a full-strength attack that only lacked the bloody rat demon, the universe of tyrants, and the butterfly lady's soul? Of course, this judgment was not much different from his previous conjecture. Xianxia, the 12th level of the Yin-Yang realm. You are indeed powerful, but your strength is only so. Are you going to tickle me? Ling Xiao stood there and looked at Xianxia with disdain. The other party's attack was indeed powerful. He had to use the lightning shield to neutralize it, but it did not injure him. This meant that the current Xianxia had only broken through not long ago and had not fully grasped the power of the 12th level of hell. Is that so? Then you can try this attack again. Suddenly, Xianxia's sword stabbed dozens of times in the air at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. They were all ordinary attacks. Dozens of sword chi shot toward Ling Xiao like a storm. Every sword chi was a great threat to Ling Xiao, but none of them were aimed at his vitals. It was obvious that Xianxia was restraining himself. These ordinary sword chi were extremely troublesome for Ling Xiao. He had no choice but to use the lightning shield and the Jade Rabbit's Jadeite tactic to block. He did not even have the strength to fight back. He was completely suppressed by Xianxia. Of course, this was the case on the surface. Xianxia probably did not realize that after attacking for so long, Ling Xiao looked very miserable, but Ling Xiao was not injured at all. It was just that he looked ridiculously weak on the surface. Is that all you've got? Are you joking? With this kind of strength, you can kill General Purple Thunder? You can kill Gu Tianba? Are you playing with me? Xianxia was naturally not a fool. After attacking for so long, Ling Xiao had not displayed the terrifying fighting strength he had outside of Thunder Capital. Then there was only one possibility: this kid was deliberately pretending to be a pig. Pretending to be a pig naturally had a purpose, but for what? Xianxia instantly calmed down. Good kid, I was almost fooled by your acting. You're deliberately stalling for time. Xianxia suddenly understood. Ling Xiao did not intend to fight with him at all. After knowing his goal, all of Ling Xiao's attacks were to stall for time. He looked at the time. Unknowingly, 10 minutes had already passed while he was furiously attacking. Damn you, I was really fooled by you. Xianxia was extremely angry. Since his debut, he had only been the one who lied to others and tricked others. How could others lie to him? He really wanted to kill Ling Xiao now. However, he was still a powerful figure and forcefully restrained his killing intent. Don't worry, Ling Xiao. I won't kill you. I'll capture you and your bird alive. Then, I'll roast it on the fire and share it with my subordinates in front of you. Xianxia was trying to goad him because he knew that Ling Xiao had a very good relationship with the golden bird. However, he had used the wrong move. Xiao Jin was a golden crow. Would it be afraid of roasting? Haha, give me some of it when it's done. I really want to know how you roast a golden crow until it's crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Idiot. Of course, Ling Xiao did not want Xianxia to regain his rationality. An angry Chen Sanxiong was much harder to deal with than a rational Chen Sanxiong. This kind of trick of yours is already useless against this prince, don't worry, I'll use even more power next. I guarantee that I'll cripple you in one move, this way, you won't die and can still become our research subject. Chen Sanxiong released a strong killing intent. This killing intent was forced out by Ling Xiao. He had to be a little more serious. Otherwise, if experts from Demonic Dragon City really came in half an hour, it would be too late for him to regret it. I knew it. After all, the Qin Kingdom's royal family is a group of shameless villains. Who was the one who said that he would finish me in 3 minutes? It's already been 10 minutes, and you still have the face to attack. Ling Xiao secretly prepared his counterattack. Since the other party had already seen through his plan to stall for time, he could not continue using the same strategy. In the next 20 minutes, he could only go all out. So what if I am shameless? Today, 2 of you will die, and the other one will not be able to speak. Chen Sanxiong did not care about Ling Xiao's provocation at all. It seemed that shamelessness was deeply ingrained in the cells and blood of the Qin Kingdom's royal family. To them, this was not a big deal. After saying this, he suddenly appeared in front of Ling Xiao in a flash. At this speed, unless Ling Xiao used the Earth Elemental Golden Light technique, there was no way he could dodge. Of course, Ling Xiao did not plan to dodge. The moment Chen Sanxiong launched his fierce attack, he changed from the purple lightning bull beast soul to the jade rabbit beast soul form. Then, he used the real jade technique. His body turned into a jade statue in an instant. The real jade technique could only be used when he transformed into the jade rabbit beast soul form. If he only summoned the jade rabbit beast soul, the jade technique he used would be a fake jade technique. It could increase his defense, but it could not completely avoid damage. Of course, it did not have a cooldown time and could be used continuously. On the other hand, the real jadeite tactics could drain one's inner strength for a period of time to resist all attacks. The disadvantage was that it had a cooldown time of half an hour after each use. It was because of this that Ling Xiao chose to use it at this critical moment. Chen Sanxiong's furious sword energy pierced Ling Xiao's body like a storm. Other than the vital parts, he tried almost every other part. Perhaps it was because he was angered by Ling Xiao and was in a fit of anger that he neglected the changes in Ling Xiao's body. After a full 10 minutes of crazy attacks, Ling Xiao had consumed half of his internal energy. He had no choice but to swallow a yin-yang elemental energy pill to replenish it. Fortunately, he had enough pills, so he did not care. Chen Sanxiong, on the other hand, felt that he had consumed a lot of internal energy after a series of attacks. Although it was a normal attack, it still consumed a lot of internal energy because of the sword energy released. As for the consumption of physical strength, it was even more so. I can't attack anymore. If I really kill him, it won't be in line with my plan. On one hand, it was because of the physical exhaustion. On the other hand, it was because he was worried about killing Ling Xiao. Chen Sanxiong stopped attacking. But he didn't retreat in time. Because he didn't think it was necessary. He wanted to see if Ling Xiao was still alive under his torrential attacks. However, the moment he relaxed his guard, Ling Xiao began his counterattack. The Jade Rabbit Beast Soul immediately transformed into the Purple Thunderbolt Beast Soul. Then, the Earthquakes and Mountain Sway was used. In that instant, the earth trembled, and even space seemed to tremble. Although Chen Sanxiong wouldn't faint, he was still affected for a moment and couldn't react for a while. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to attack and left a faint wound on Chen Sanxiong's finger. This guy's defense was too strong. Even if he used a first heaven of immortal grade martial skill, he could only leave a small wound on him. Just as Chen Sanxiong was about to recover, Ling Xiao had already transformed into the Tyrant Blood Demonic Dragon and released the Demonic Dragon Blood Curse. Chen Sanxiong, who was already able to move freely, suddenly felt his qi and blood not flowing smoothly. Especially the small wound on his finger, it seemed to have become a breakthrough for the qi and blood in his body to rush out. He had no choice but to suppress the surging qi and blood in his body. He knew that he had been tricked by Ling Xiao. At this moment, he was furious. However, it was useless. Before he could take revenge on Ling Xiao, he had to solve his own problem first. However, since Ling Xiao had already started attacking, how could he let him escape so easily? After the demonic dragon blood curse, it was followed by the bloodthirsty plague. The power of the bloodthirsty plague was even more terrifying than the demonic dragon blood curse. Chen Songxiong was furious. He was careless and actually fell into a disadvantage. He was restrained by a martial artist who was obviously much weaker than him. Damn guy, wait until I recover. I'll make you beg for death. He roared angrily. Four-leaf demonic pupils, soul catcher. Ling Xiao didn't talk nonsense. In order to increase the power of the bloodthirsty plague and the demonic dragon blood curse, he used the four-leaf demonic pupils. Chen Songxiong, who was staring at him, suddenly felt dizzy. The internal energy that he had gathered instantly dissipated. The bloodthirsty plague began to wreak havoc on his body. It's not over yet. Ling Xiao looked at the time. 25 minutes had passed. He only needed to hold on for 5 more minutes and the demonic dragon city's reinforcements would arrive. As long as the reinforcements arrived, it would be his victory. His figure changed again and entered the three-headed lava hound state. Then, he unleashed the scorching hell. Then, he released the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards at the Great Perfection stage. 8 Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards pounced on Chen Songxiong. In the scorching hell, they exploded with even more power. One after another, they self-destructed. Ling Xiao didn't expect the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards to be able to stop Chen Songxiong. What he wanted was to stall for time. After the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards self-destructed, the destructive power produced would be very shocking. If Chen Songxiong was careless, he would probably end up in a miserable state. Ling Xiao. Chen Songxiong's angry roar could be heard amidst the violent explosions of thunder and lightning. The demonic dragon envoy's expression changed drastically. Xiao Jin was also a little worried. However, Ling Xiao didn't have the time to be afraid at this time. He still hadn't finished what he wanted to do. Because there were still less than 30 minutes left. He instantly transformed into the Nine Snake General. Then, he released the Nine Snake Poison Realm. 9 different poisons shot towards Chen Songxiong like 9 poisonous dragons. All of this was to prevent Chen Songxiong from attacking. Because Ling Xiao knew that once Chen Songxiong attacked, he would definitely erupt with his true combat strength. At that time, he might not even be able to resist for a moment. There were only 3 minutes left. As long as there were less than 30 minutes left, the other party might turn the tables. After using up all of this, Ling Xiao didn't stop. He finally released the butterfly lady's soul. Little guy, I haven't asked for your help in a long time. This time, attack fiercely. The moment Ling Xiao released the butterfly lady's soul, his strength had already increased to the peak of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. It actually increased again. It directly climbed to the early stage of the 12th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Of course, this was only the increase in strength, not the increase in cultivation. At this time, Chen Songxiong had already destroyed all of the attacks that Ling Xiao had released before. These are all boring tricks. Extremely boring. Now, you'll be defeated. I'll definitely cripple you first. Although Chen Songxiong wasn't injured by Ling Xiao's previous attacks. However, that wretched appearance of his made him feel that he had lost face. He was actually played by a warrior from such a small town. Chen Songxiong could not accept being played by an insignificant warrior like Ling Xiao. He wanted to let Ling Xiao have a taste of his power and cruel torture. However, just as he unleashed his terrifying battle prowess and destroyed all of Ling Xiao's previous attacks, he suddenly felt an extremely powerful aura burning in front of him. What's going on? Chen Songxiong could not believe it. How could Ling Xiao's strength increase to such an extent in such a short time? Was he still human? His absolute confidence began to waver at this moment. Of course, it was only a little. His strength was still not something Ling Xiao could contend against. After using the butterfly lady's soul to raise his strength to the early stage of the 12th level of hell, Ling Xiao finally saw Chen Songxiong's true strength. This guy's cultivation should be at the middle stage of the 12th level of hell. However, his true strength was enough to climb to the peak of the 12th level of hell, because the weapon in Chen Songxiong's hand was an emperor weapon. Others could not use an emperor weapon, but Chen Songxiong could. This was mainly because of his martial soul. He was a rare dual martial soul. In addition to the lightning martial soul, he also had a sword martial soul. Warriors who used weapon martial souls could not merge and transform like those who used beast martial souls. However, they could use higher-level weapons. Moreover, Xianxia was undoubtedly a genius. The martial arts he possessed also allowed him to challenge those of a higher level. Ordinary warriors at the peak of the 12th level of hell were no match for him at all. Xianxia could not help but feel a little emotional. Fortunately, his goal was only to stall for time and create this half an hour. It was not to defeat the opponent. Otherwise, it would be a huge blow. Now, he had used all that he could except for the universe of tyrants and the bloody rat demon. Xianxia tried not to use the universe of tyrants and the bloody rat demon if he could. The former was too eye-catching. Although it was the strongest power of the Sky Tyrant martial soul. However, once he used it and others found out, he would never have a day of peace. As for the bloody rat demon, it was a self-inflicted injury. Xianxia had finally recovered to the early stage of the 11th level of hell. He really did not want to cultivate again. Although the bloody rat demon could at least raise his battle strength by 2 small realms. However, it was still not Xianxia's match. There was no point in using it. After Xianxia released the butterfly lady's soul, the bloody rat demon's blood rat demon had instantly increased its power. The germs that Xianxia had gotten rid of had come back to life, causing him a lot of trouble. At this moment, he had to use at least 30% of his power to deal with the bloody rat demon. Once, of Lingzhao's, the goddess demons. Others Ling SSS however, he did not need of it. Right now, his battle prowess had increased explosively. Naturally, he had to take advantage of this opportunity to cooperate with the bloodthirsty rat plague and attack Xianxia relentlessly, not giving him a chance to recover. There were still 2 minutes left, and he could already feel a powerful aura coming from afar. No matter who it was definitely a top expert of the dragon cult. Even Xianxia would not dare to say that he would win. Xianxia also sensed the aura and sped up. He wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. Even if he did not want him alive, he could not leave Xianxia to the dragon cult. However, the troublesome thing was that he was being suppressed by Xianxia. A pair of resplendent rainbow butterfly wings appeared behind Xiao's back. Not only was her figure graceful, but it was also a beautiful sight. Not only was his figure beautiful, but his attacks were also powerful. Xianxia was forced to retreat step by step. Damn it, it's because I underestimated my opponent. Xianxia had told himself many times not to underestimate his opponent. However, when faced with Xianxia, his arrogant personality still caused him to suffer a great loss. He still underestimated his opponent. If it was any other enemy, even if he underestimated them, he would be able to quickly turn this situation around. But facing Xianxia, he could not find a chance to reverse the situation. It was as if Xianxia had long drawn up a set of plans. Every move he executed, they were all meticulously calculated. This allowed him to remain passive and unable to use his full strength. This guy should still have some trump cards up his sleeve. I have to be careful. Xianxia had seen the battle between Xianxia and General Purple Thunder. He knew that Xiao's sudden increase in strength was completely different from the one he was using now. What kind of martial soul was this? How could it increase his battle strength so much in an instant? He did not understand and was very confused. But it was useless for him to be confused. Xiao would not give him the chance to understand. Your Highness Warring Prince, I'm sorry. Today, you can forget about taking advantage of me. And I will leave a mark of shame on your body, kill. Even though he knew that he could not defeat Xianxia right now. However, at the same time, Xiao also believed that with his current strength, he could still hurt the other party. Especially when his opponent was still unable to use his full strength. Second Heaven of Immortal Grade Martial Technique, Advent of the Black Deity, Proficient. After the life and death battle in Leidu, Xiao had not only gained fame and spirit stones. He had also improved his martial technique. The Advent of the Black Deity had been upgraded from the initial success stage to the proficient stage. Its power had become even more terrifying. It was even more terrifying than the Shadow Sword demon in the Transcendent stage. Using this move to deal with Xianxia. That would be too appropriate. At this moment, Ling Xiao held nothing back except for the universe of tyrants and the bloody rat demon. At the same time as the terrifying move was released, a sword immortal in black descended from the void. With a terrifying sword chi that could rival everything, he wanted to destroy the enemy in front of him. Crack, the sword chi tore the space and instantly arrived in front of Chen Sanxiong. This made Chen Sanxiong's brows furrow into a rope. He was too shocked. He was too depressed. He felt even more vexed. He was clearly stronger than his opponent, but he was suppressed by his opponent to the point of being unable to breathe. He had never experienced such humiliation before. Back then, in the Imperial Mystic Realm, you casually destroyed my storage ring. Perhaps in your eyes, that was just a small matter. But in my eyes, that was a humiliation to my character. Today, I will let you have a taste of what it feels like to be humiliated. As Ling Xiao spoke, he did not stop his attack. Everything was going smoothly according to his plan. He would not be complacent just because his plan was going smoothly, because he knew very well that underestimating his opponent at any time could lead to his eternal damnation. Perhaps this was the reason why the weak were less likely to underestimate their opponent than the strong. Chen Sanxiong felt the terrifying power of Ling Zhao's sword. He felt regret and fear in his heart. He could feel what his opponent's sword could do. The terrifying pressure brought by the black sword immortal actually made his body unable to move. Thunder sword. Suddenly, Chen Sanxiong roared. A crack appeared in the sky. A huge thunder sword condensed from heavenly lightning fell from the sky and pierced towards Ling Xiao. There are only 30 seconds left. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the terrifying thunder sword. The Tai Chi Eye began to analyze the power of the thunder sword. He did not want to avoid it, let alone block it. Because no matter what he did, it would give Chen Sanxiong a chance to turn the situation around. Then let's see whose body is stronger. Ling Xiao did not do anything. His sword still pierced towards Chen Sanxiong's throat with an unstoppable momentum. At the same time, the thunder sword in the sky fell towards Ling Zhao's head. Puchi, the 8 immortal sword in Ling Zhao's right hand pierced through Chen Sanxiong's right shoulder. The 8 immortal sword in his left hand pierced through the gap between Chen Sanxiong's collarbone. Chen Sanxiong let out a shocking scream. At the same time, Ling Xiao was also bombarded by the thunder sword. The terrifying thunder fell on his head, and he felt that his hair was already burnt. However, at this time, the top-notch thunder body that Chen Sanxiong looked down on played a key role. Apart from a few burnt hairs, the power of thunder and lightning did negligible damage to Ling Xiao. Instead, it was the thunder sword that caused the physical damage. The sword wound pierced through Ling Xiao's body from his shoulder. Fortunately, both of them were combat experts. At the most critical moment, they avoided each other's vital points. Even so, Chen Sanxiong's injury was still more serious than Ling Zhao's. After all, his thunder sword was only a hasty attack, while Ling Zhao's attack was a charged attack. Of course, even though his injury was not light. Only his collarbone and shoulder blade were pierced. For an expert of Chen Sanxiong's level, it was not a big deal. The problem was that the physical damage was far less than the psychological and mental damage. Chen Sanxiong had never been defeated since he entered the samsara. He had outstanding talent. Since he entered the samsara, he had been greatly nurtured by the royal family. Not to mention being defeated, he had never even been injured before. But today, not only did Ling Xiao injure him, but he also left 3 wounds on his body. He felt that he had been nailed to the pillar of shame. He hadn't paid any attention to Ling Xiao when he had come here. His only worry was that the top experts of the Magic Dragon City would make a move. But now, Ling Xiao, who had appeared in the small Yuhua town after reincarnating, was clearly an insignificant fellow. He had actually injured himself. The other party's true cultivation was only at the early stage of the 11th level of hell in the Yin-Yang realm. How could he possibly calm down after seeing this? Kill, kill, kill. He didn't care about keeping Ling Xiao alive, nor did he care about torturing Ling Xiao. Before he left this place, he wanted Ling Xiao dead. Only when Ling Xiao was dead would he be able to toy with such humiliation. At this moment, Ling Xiao's attack also stopped. 30 minutes had passed. Ling Xiao had achieved his goal. He also heaved a sigh of relief. Even if he wanted to continue attacking, he wouldn't be able to use any stronger moves. Xianxia was obviously planning to launch an attack. The sword in his hand bloomed with the luster of an emperor weapon. At the same time, two martial souls appeared behind him. One was blood-red lightning, which was exactly the same as Ling Xiao's blood thunder. The other looked like a sword. When the two martial souls were released at the same time, Ling Xiao knew that Xianxia was indeed a genius. With the release of the two martial souls, the seal on the Blood Thunder Emperor sword in Xianxia's hand was also truly unsealed. It bloomed with the luster of an emperor weapon. It released the pressure of an emperor weapon. From now on, Ling Xiao, I won't look down on you, and I won't let you live. I'll tear you into pieces. Xianxia's eyes were filled with madness. He, who was born high and mighty, was injured by a lowly fellow. His noble body was pierced. Every time the pain hit him, he felt extremely humiliated. Ling Xiao looked at the Blood Thunder Emperor sword in Xianxia's hand and frowned slightly. Did he have to use the strongest power of the bloody demonic rat and the Sky Tyrant martial soul, the Sky Tyrant universe? He looked into the distance. The people of Demon Dragon City had arrived, but they were not willing to attack. Why was this so? His heart instantly sank to the bottom of the valley. It seemed that he had to find a way to escape. It was really unwise to entrust his life to others. Die, Ling Xiao. Blood Thunder Emperor sword, kill. At this moment, Xianxia roared. The sword in his hand, with the help of the two martial souls, released a huge and thick sword qi. It pierced towards Ling Xiao. The air seemed to be compressed into nothingness. The sword qi was so fast that no one had a chance to catch it. The terrifying power caused the air to explode in an instant. If it hit Ling Xiao, even if Ling Xiao did not die, he would be seriously injured. Damn, this is the power of an emperor weapon. The owner of a weapon martial soul is really enviable. Ling Xiao knew that Xianxia did not prepare any big moves in order to kill him. That was because big moves required time. Xianxia was also worried that the people of Demon Dragon City would interfere, so he directly pierced his sword. However, an emperor weapon was an emperor weapon. Coupled with the terrifying sword qi released by his martial soul, it was comparable to a second heaven of immortal grade martial technique. Boss, be careful. Xiao Jin sped up and rushed over, but the sword qi was too fast and he could not help. Don't come over. Ling Xiao shouted and his figure disappeared again. Vertical golden light technique, this was the move Ling Xiao used to save the demon dragon envoy. He used it now to avoid Xianxia's killing move. At that moment, his body completely turned into golden light and disappeared. Xianxia's sword qi hit the ground where he was just now. In an instant, a terrifying pit appeared. There was actually blood-red lightning flashing inside. Fortunately, my cultivation has increased. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to withstand it. Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly returned to Xiao Jin's side and put Xiao Jin back into the beast ring. He had the vertical golden light technique to avoid Xianxia's attack. However, Xiao Jin did not. If the opponent targeted Xiao Jin, then he would be in trouble. As for the demon dragon envoy, he did not plan to save him again. What kind of joke is this? The experts of Demon Dragon City are here and they are still hiding to watch the show. Why should he save the demon dragon envoy again? Ling Xiao avoided Xianxia's ruthless attack. This made Xianxia frown slightly. Kid, you are really surprising. Just now, you saved the demon dragon envoy with this move. I want to see how many sword qi you can dodge. He suddenly sneered and the Blood Thunder Imperial sword in his hand released an explosive energy. Suddenly, Xianxia saw Xiao Jin flying over. Xiao Jin actually flew out of the beast ring. He was going to block this terrifying attack for Ling Xiao. There wasn't much difference between a beast ring and a storage ring. They were just more suitable for living creatures to live in. As long as Xiao Jin was desperate enough, he could still rush out even without Ling Xiao's permission. After all, it was just an ordinary beast ring. There weren't many seals on it. Seeing Xiao Jin rushing over, Xianxia's lips curled into a cold smile. He actually managed to slow down the sword aura for a moment. This kind of terrifying control also showed his terrifying strength at the same time. He wanted to kill Xiao Jin in front of Ling Xiao. Because he realized that in Ling Xiao's eyes, Xiao Jin wasn't just a small battle pet. He was like a brother. He wanted to make Ling Xiao suffer. If he killed Ling Xiao directly, it would be too easy for this kid. Anyway, it would only take a moment. The people of the dragon cult didn't seem to want to make a move right away. This gave him a chance. The hundreds of dense sword auras were still more than 10 meters away from Ling Xiao, but he could already feel their terrifying sharpness. His body felt like it was being cut apart inch by inch. If I dodge, Xiao Jin will be seriously injured. I can't let him get hurt for me. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. He was closer to Xianxia, and he was faster than Xiao Jin. I'm going all out, your brother can die for you. Why can't you block the sword auras for your brother? Besides, this attack was originally aimed at you. The sword auras were getting closer and closer. The entire sky seemed to be dyed red. Ling Xiao looked at the reinforcement from the Demon Dragon City. He knew that the other party was testing him. Okay, since you want to test me, I'll prove to you that I'm qualified to be saved by you. Bloody Rat, activate. As Ling Xiao's body turned blood red, the original transformation of the Butterfly Lady's soul began to turn blood red. The transformation of the Butterfly Lady's soul didn't disappear. The Bloody Rat allowed Ling Xiao to increase his strength by 2 small realms. His strength had reached the late stage of the 12th level of the Yin-Yang realm. This strength gave him the ability to face Xianxia directly. Although he was still no match, at least he wouldn't die. However, he was well aware that the increase this time was a total of 6 minor realms. Although he had the support of the Butterfly Lady's soul. However, after he was released from the Bloody Rat state, his cultivation level would drop by 6 realms from the early stage of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm to the peak of the 9th level of the Yin-Yang realm. But he had no regrets. He couldn't watch his good brother die in front of him. He knew how powerful the other parties attack this attack. As long as he was hit, he would be crushed wood. And he didn't have a seconds, he S's to 2. At that moment, he was to protect him. Seeing this, Xianxia was obviously surprised. People like him simply did not understand what true brotherly love was. He simply did not understand why Ling Xiao dared to stand in front of Xiao Jin even though he knew he was going to die. In his eyes, this was stupidity. Stupid guy, do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Forget it, even if I kill you, your little pet won't live. He sneered, and the Blood Thunder Emperor sword in his hand burst out with even more shocking power. The hundreds of sword chi became even more dazzling. Ling Xiao's eyes were completely blood red, and he couldn't see anything else. Selfish guy, you'll never understand the sincere feelings between brothers. Also, you want to kill me? I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Ling Xiao roared. He took out 8 huge bronze coffins at the same time. Although he knew that this meant that he would have to bear a huge burden. Not only would his cultivation regress, but it would also be sealed. But at this moment, he could only do this. His opponent was too strong. He was far from being a match for him. Although he had used all kinds of methods to raise his strength to an unimaginable level, he was still no match for Xianxia. This guy was indeed a genius. A top genius, the 8 bronze coffins blocked in front of Ling Xiao, helping him to resist Xianxia's crazy attack. Idiot, even if you're using an emperor weapon, it's still not worth mentioning in front of me. A weapon martial soul isn't as simple as you think. Sword martial soul, Blood Thunder Emperor sword, combine. He roared, and the sword martial soul behind him merged into the Blood Thunder Emperor sword. Then, the light of the Blood Thunder Emperor sword became even more dazzling. The terrifying sword chi pierced through the first bronze coffin in an instant. Shatter. Boom, a terrifying explosion rang out as the bronze coffin was shattered. Then, the second bronze coffin was also pierced. Third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, 8 consecutive coffins were all shattered by this terrifying attack. However, Xianxia's attack was already weak and powerless. When it reached Ling Xiao, it lost its power. Ling Xiao's heart ached. He had accidentally obtained these 8 bronze coffins from the 5th floor of the ghost prison. He didn't expect them to be destroyed today. Chen Songxiong, one day, you'll pay me back with your Blood Thunder Emperor sword. Ling Xiao slightly adjusted his mood. At this moment, not only did he not retreat, he began to take the initiative to attack. He had already used the Bloody Devil Rat. If he didn't attack now, it would be a waste of the increased battle power. Taking advantage of the moment when Chen Songxiong's old power had just dissipated, and before the new power was generated, 8 thick chains suddenly flew out of Ling Xiao's body. These chains were still Emperor weapons. Although they were the lowest grade Emperor weapons, they still had the terrifying power of an Emperor weapon. The troublesome thing was that the consequences Ling Xiao would have to bear would be more serious. The 8 bronze coffins would seal his cultivation for 80 days. The 8 bronze chains would also seal his cultivation for 80 days. For others, 160 days might not be much. But for someone of Ling Xiao's talent, if he couldn't break through in 160 days, the consequences would be very serious. However, since Ling Xiao had used it, he wouldn't think too much. It didn't matter if it was 80 days or 160 days. At worst, he would find a way to shorten the time. The 8 chains flew out. Chen Songxiong was caught off guard and was bound by the chains. Inscriptions flickered on the 8 chains. Chen Songxiong couldn't break free for a moment. At this moment, he felt a fear that he had never felt before. He was actually forced to this extent by Ling Xiao. No, I'm Chen Songxiong. I'm the flying eagle killing god. I can't lose, myriad lightning sword chi. Break for me. He roared crazily, and countless terrifying sword chi rushed out of his body. The crazy sword chi began to tear apart the chains that sealed him. Ling Xiao frowned. At this moment, he couldn't let Chen Songxiong destroy his 8 chains. That would be a bit of a loss. He directly rushed over. He allowed the myriad thunder sword chi to pierce his body as he snatched the Blood Thunder Emperor sword from Chen Songxiong's hand. You destroyed my bronze coffin, so I want your Blood Thunder Emperor sword. No need for the future, it's mine now. Don't even think about it. The Blood Thunder Emperor sword has already merged with my soul. You can't erase my consciousness. Chen Songxiong roared as he broke another chain. Ling Xiao snatched the Blood Thunder Emperor sword and ignored Chen Songxiong's roar. With a thought, a terrifying origin spirit rushed in. In an instant, Chen Songxiong's consciousness in the Blood Thunder Emperor sword was erased. In terms of soul power, Chen Songxiong couldn't catch up to him. Puff. Chen Songxiong spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. No. Impossible. At this moment, he unleashed all of his strength and finally broke the remaining chains. However, Ling Xiao didn't feel the pain anymore. The grade of the Blood Thunder Emperor sword was much better than the bronze coffin and the chains. It was definitely worth it to snatch this thing. Die. You must die. A hoarse voice burst out from Chen Songxiong's throat. He was completely enraged, like a wounded bear. Now, you don't have the Blood Thunder Emperor sword. Can you still kill me? Ling Xiao looked at Chen Songxiong with disdain. The one who will die is you. Even Ling Xiao didn't expect that he would gain the upper hand at this moment. Without the Blood Thunder Emperor sword and the sword Martial Soul, Chen Songxiong's fighting strength was at most on par with his. Would he be afraid of him? Blood Thunder Emperor sword Martial Soul, release. Ling Xiao once had a weapon Martial Soul, but he absorbed it as energy a long time ago. At that time, he didn't know the benefits of a weapon Martial Soul. Since he had seen it today, he naturally had to use it. Not only had he stolen Chen Songxiong's Blood Thunder Emperor sword, but he had also devoured Chen Songxiong's Blood Thunder Emperor sword Martial Soul. It had become his Martial Soul. Now, he could also use common-grade Emperor weapons without any punishment. Moreover, as long as it was a sword, its power would increase greatly in his hands. This was the advantage of having a weapon martial spirit. I'll use this sword to end you. Ling Xiao raised his Blood Thunder Imperial sword and looked at Chen Songxiong coldly. Die. It was the same attack. Blood-red sword chi shot towards Chen Songxiong. Chen Songxiong's expression changed drastically. Unexpectedly, never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that he would be forced into such a dangerous situation by a cultivator whom he looked down upon and was unwilling to even look at. Ling Xiao, remember this king will come back, blood thunder, escape. Chen Xianxia also had a life-saving technique. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to escape unscathed from the dragon cult's pursuit time and time again after so many years. This blood thunder escape seemed to have the same effect as Ling Zhao's earth elemental golden light technique. It might even be stronger. Ling Xiao could only watch as Chen Xianxia disappeared before his eyes. What a pity. Ling Xiao sighed, feeling that it was a pity. However, in the eyes of others, they were incomparably shocked. Ling Xiao had actually defeated the Qin nation's #1 genius, Chen Xianxiong. He had defeated Chen Xianxiong and forced him to flee. Perhaps no one would believe it if this was told. The person who had come from Demon Dragon City to assist Ling Xiao was also incomparably shocked. He even regretted not making a move earlier. This was because he didn't expect Ling Xiao to be able to turn the tables at the last moment. This person was none other than the Dragon Cult's sect master, Chen Bai. Chen Bai was also a member of the Qin nation's royal family. However, because he had done something a few years ago, the royal family had demoted him to a commoner and exiled him here. However, this fellow had the same terrifying aptitude as Chen Xianxiong. Moreover, he had entered the cycle of reincarnation several decades earlier than Chen Xianxiong. Thus, his strength was only stronger than Chen Xianxiong's. As for how strong he was, it was unknown. In any case, Ling Xiao couldn't see through him. Chen Bai sighed. He felt somewhat helpless that Ling Xiao wasn't able to obtain his favor. In truth, he had been devoting himself to reviving the dragon cult all these years in order to overthrow the Qin nation's royal family. However, because the Thunder Emperor had injured his foundation in his early years, his cultivation had stagnated. Although this cultivation was still at the peak of the Qin nation, he probably had no hope of improving it in this lifetime. This was precisely the reason why he had been searching for someone to inherit his legacy. Ling Zhao's performance outside Thunder Capital was already very eye-catching. However, today, he still wanted to test Ling Xiao one last time. The result was that he liked this kid even more. Join the dragon cult and become my final disciple. Chen Bai came before Ling Xiao and got straight to the point. Okay. Ling Xiao was also very direct. In any case, in the mystic world, a cultivator could have more than one master. It was just like the other world in Ling Zhao's memories. The students there could have many teachers from kindergarten to university. As long as they didn't forget those who treated them well, they wouldn't be spurned. This was different from being treated like a son. Moreover, Ling Xiao could sense that Chen Bai was very strong. He could make him even stronger. In the entire Qin nation, the only person who could protect him from being killed was probably this Chen Bai. Moreover, he could see that Chen Bai was very eager to have a good disciple. With his aptitude, if he became Chen Bai's disciple, it wouldn't be long before he could learn all the skills of the dragon cult's leader. Although he was somewhat unhappy with Chen Bai. This guy had clearly arrived long ago, but was unwilling to save him. However, he wouldn't take such a small matter to heart. As long as Chen Bai truly treated him like a disciple, he would treat him like a master. Moreover, Ling Xiao came to the dragon cult this time to join the dragon cult and learn the classic martial arts of the dragon cult. With Chen Bai leading the way, it would be even better. There will be a day when this daddy will return to Thunder Capital. At that time, whether it's Chen Xianxiong, the bullshit lightning emperor, or the lightning seigneur, they will all wail at my feet. I want the entire Qin nation to become my, Ling Zhao's, territory. This was the fundamental reason why Ling Xiao wasn't willing to escape from the Qin nation. Steadily and steadily, one step at a time, nibbling away at the entire Black Tortoise continent. This was his established strategy. Of course, he wouldn't tell this to Chen Bai. This was because he didn't trust Chen Bai right now. He believed that there were no absolute good or bad people in this world. The royal family was despicable and shameless, but there were still people like Chen Kangming. The dragon cult was rumored to be evil beyond redemption, but there were definitely good people. It was actually even harder to tell if a person was good or bad. It wasn't like on TV where it was easy to label someone. Real people were very complicated. Chen Bai's reputation wasn't good. It was rumored that this guy was vicious and merciless, doing things very cruelly. However, there were also rumors that Chen Bai liked to burn, kill, and kidnap women. This made Ling Xiao somewhat suspicious. Although Chen Bai exuded an evil aura, this guy shouldn't be the kind of person who was attached to women. Ling Xiao believed in his own eyes. Of course, he still had to slowly observe the other party. As the saying goes, distance tests a horse's strength, and time reveals a person's heart. In any case, Ling Xiao wasn't a marionette. He had his own opinions. At this moment, Chen Bai was also looking at Ling Xiao. He was quite surprised. Others would despise becoming Chen Bai's disciple. They would be ridiculed, cursed, and criticized. However, Ling Xiao actually agreed without hesitation. What kind of thoughts does this kid have? Forget it, who cares? As long as he can inherit my legacy and destroy the Qin Kingdom's royal family, he can do whatever he wants. Thinking of this, Chen Bai also felt relieved. Ling Xiao was the same as him. He had a grudge against the Qin Kingdom's royal family. Moreover, his aptitude was definitely more terrifying than that war prince Chen Songxiong. He was also willing to become his disciple. There was no need to forcefully take him in as a disciple. What was there to be dissatisfied about? Good. Good. The world fears me, Chen Bai, and ridicules me, Chen Bai. However, you are willing to take me as your master. I am very happy. Over the past few days, all of your great achievements have been sent to my chopping board by my subordinates one by one. However, hearsay is false after all. Today, I saw you turn the tables in a battle that was absolutely impossible to win. You even snatched Chen Songxiong's Blood Thunder Imperial Sword. I no longer doubt your aptitude. Ha 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 ha. Chen Bai looked up to the sky and laughed heartily. Of course, he was happy. Because his cultivation was forever stagnant, there were now people within the dragon cult who were beginning to covet his position. He knew all of this, but there was nothing he could do. Without a qualified successor, even if he killed those people, the seat would belong to someone else sooner or later. It wasn't his, and it wasn't his heirs. If Master treats me with sincerity, I will treat you with sincerity. Ling Xiao knew that these words might not be appropriate, but he had to say it. He had to tell Chen Bai what kind of person he was. As expected, you're a straightforward person. That makes things easier. I'm also tired of those scheming people. Chen Bai laughed. But when you enter the dragon cult in the future, you should try to be more careful. It's true that the dragon cult belongs to me, but there will always be some people who sneak in. You have to be on guard against them. Master, don't worry. I, your disciple, will not harm others. However, if others harm me, I will definitely make them pay a terrible price. Ling Zhao's words were both an answer and a warning. Since he had taken Chen Bai as his master, he planned to respect him. Therefore, he didn't want Chen Bai to do anything bad to him and force him to kill his teacher. That was definitely not what he wanted. Moreover, Ling Xiao was actually quite grateful to Chen Bai. Although Chen Bai didn't make a move after arriving, he knew in his heart that if not for Chen Bai's arrival, Chen Bai wouldn't have been so timid when attacking. He might not have been able to turn the tables. Moreover, once the sanguine rat was used, it would consume a lot of energy. If his internal energy ran out, he would really die. Objectively speaking, Chen Bai had helped him. He wasn't an ungrateful person. He naturally knew this in his heart. Moreover, he had already removed the sanguine rat and the butterfly lady's soul. His cultivation had dropped to the peak of the Yin-Yang realm's 9th level of hell. Chen Bai was still willing to accept him as his disciple. Just this courage alone was something that ordinary people couldn't compare to. Good, since you have such thoughts, I'm relieved. Let's go, I'll take you to Demon Dragon City. On the way, I'll tell you some things about the dragon cult in detail. Oh right, the demon dragon envoy you saved, Chen Luan, is my adopted son. Your cultivation has dropped greatly. I'm afraid there will be danger, and I can't always be by your side. If you encounter any trouble, you can directly find Chen Luan. He will definitely help you. Chen Bai looked at the demon dragon envoy and said, Brother Ling, my life is given to me by you. If you have any trouble in the future, feel free to find me. Chen Luan hurriedly said. Whether it was to repay the kindness or out of loyalty to Chen Bai, Chen Luan was willing to protect Ling Xiao. Thank you, big brother Chen Luan. Ling Xiao cupped his hands to express his gratitude. Indeed, with his current strength, if he went to the dragon cult, he would definitely be bullied. After all, any sect was like this. If you were weak, you would be bullied. Unless you had a big backer. Master, aren't you going to ask me why my cultivation suddenly increased greatly and why it dropped greatly now? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Although I want to know, if you don't want to tell me, I won't force you. Everyone has their own secrets that they don't want to talk about, and I'm the same. When you want to tell me, we'll talk about it. I'll only ask you one thing, do you need my help? Chen Bai smiled and said. Since he had already decided to take Ling Xiao as his successor to inherit his legacy, he would not have the slightest doubt. Even if he found out that he was cheated in the end, he deserved it. But now, he would not doubt Ling Xiao at all. As the saying goes, don't doubt people you use, and don't use people you doubt. It was the same when choosing a disciple. If he did not trust Ling Xiao, he would not choose Ling Xiao. Actually, what attracted him to Ling Xiao wasn't just his outstanding aptitude. In fact, it was also that touching brotherly love. Xiao Jin could die for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao could also come for Xiao Jin, even at the cost of his life. Would such a person betray his own master? Chen Bai did not believe it. There really are some things that I need your help with, master. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I have a pill formula that can shorten the time of the cultivation seal. But in this pill formula, one of the medicinal herbs needed must be the demonic beast crystal core of a blood sandal giant python with the strength of a 1-star 12 levels of hell. But with my current strength, it's simply impossible to get it. If you have time, master, can you help me? Small matter, I'll help you. A blood sandal giant python with the strength of a 1-star 12 levels of hell was actually not easy to deal with. Even Chen Bai did not have full confidence that he could kill it. But since his disciple mentioned it, and he also had a certain degree of confidence, he naturally had to give it a try. If you are not willing to do things for your disciple, then why should your disciple do things for you? Thank you, master. Chen Bai's straightforwardness made Ling Xiao have a good impression of him. A person's good impression of another person, and even feelings, did not come out of nowhere. Ha ha ha, what are you thanking me for? You are my disciple, so I should help you. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. Although there are many geniuses in my dragon cult, there is not a single one like Chen Xianxia. This has put our dragon cult at a disadvantage in the competition with the Qin Kingdom's royal family. All these years, Master has been looking for someone who can do his best to teach me all the martial arts. But only today did I find you. That bastard Chen Xianxia won't be discouraged by this failure. I know that kid too. I even thought of forcefully taking him as my disciple. However, that kid is too vicious and greedy. He obtained the Blood Thunder Emperor sword and learned my Blood Thunder escape. However, he helped his father, the Thunder Emperor, to injure me. If it wasn't for my good luck, I would have died today. At this point, Chen Bai let out a heavy sigh. The reason why I'm telling you this is to tell you that you mustn't slack off just because you were lucky enough to turn the tables this time. I understand. Ling Xiao nodded. He didn't know much about the dragon cult, but Chen Xianxia was indeed powerful. Especially after this failure, he believed that Chen Xianxia would improve even further. Geniuses were geniuses not only because of their outstanding aptitude. It was also because they could become stronger after experiencing failure. Chen Xianxia's life had been too smooth in the past. He had never experienced failure. If he could survive this setback, he would become even more terrifying. Therefore, Ling Xiao couldn't slack off. Once he slacked off, he would be the unlucky one the next time he met Chen Xianxia. On the way back to the demonic dragon city, Chen Bai told Ling Xiao more about Chen Xianxia. It seemed that Chen Bai was still holding a grudge against Chen Xianxia for deceiving him and betraying him. As I said, that kid's Blood Thunder Emperor sword was given to him by me. Since you've already obtained it, it's yours. However, I still want to tell you something. There's another treasure in the Qin Kingdom's royal family. Although it's also a common grade emperor weapon, it's one of the best in its grade. It's much better than the Blood Thunder Emperor sword. There's actually a weapon better than the Blood Thunder Emperor sword? Will Chen Xianxia get it? Ling Xiao said with a frown. He originally thought that snatching Chen Sanxiong's Blood Thunder Emperor sword was equivalent to breaking that guy's fangs. However, it seemed that things weren't as simple as he thought. Of course there is. That weapon is called the Imperial Heaven Sword, and it has always been enshrined in the depths of the royal capital. Only the Thunder Emperor had used it once to deal with me. After that, he had never used it again. I believe that Chen Sanxiong will definitely obtain this sword. After all, he is the most outstanding genius of the Qin Kingdom's royal family in so many years. Chen Bai sighed, once he obtains the Imperial Heaven Sword, it will be difficult for you to fight him with the Blood Thunder Emperor sword unless you are stronger than him. The dragon cult doesn't have a weapon that can go against the Imperial Heaven Sword? Ling Xiao asked. Yes. However, only the sect leader had the qualifications to be equipped with it. It's the only weapon in the state of Chen that can contend against the Imperial Heaven Sword. It's a demonic sword called the Demonic Dragon Sword. Demon Dragon Sword? Ling Xiao thought that even his Black Immortal Sword and Black Demon Sword would not be able to contend against this Demon Dragon Sword. If he could obtain the Demonic Dragon Sword, he would not lose to Chen Sanxiong in terms of weapons. Let's not talk about whether he could use it first. However, he had to obtain such a treasure that could be used as a trump card. Master, what should I do if I want to obtain the Demonic Dragon Sword? Ling Xiao asked. Chen Bai sighed and said, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. When I founded the dragon cult, it was with the help of the Demonic Dragon Sword that I succeeded. However, the Demonic Dragon Sword returned to the Demonic Dragon Mountain on its own. The Demonic Dragon Mountain is majestic and extremely dangerous. Even if I want to obtain this sword, it is almost impossible. However, if an outstanding disciple can obtain the Demonic Dragon Sword's recognition, they will have a chance to obtain it. How do I do it? Ling Xiao asked directly. It's very simple. First, you have to become an upper disciple of the dragon cult. Chen Bai answered, the dragon cult's disciples are divided into 3 levels, lower, middle, and upper. The lower disciples' cultivation is below the 9th level of hell of the Yin Yang realm. The strongest disciples' cultivation is about the same as your current cultivation. The middle disciples' cultivation is between the 10th level of hell of the Yin Yang realm to the middle of the 11th level of hell of the Yin Yang realm. As for the upper disciples, their cultivation is above the late stage of the 11th level of hell of the Yin Yang realm. If you want to become an upper disciple, just becoming my last disciple is not enough. You have to reach that cultivation level, even if it's me, I cannot be biased. That's not a problem. Ling Xiao nodded. For him, reaching the peak of the 11th level of hell of the Yin Yang realm was not a problem. As long as Chen Bai could help him obtain the giant python's demon core, he could start refining pills and remove the seal on his cultivation. Don't be in a hurry to agree. You have to understand that even if you become an upper disciple, you have to become the strongest upper disciple to go to the Demonic Dragon Mountain. Among all the upper disciples, there are a few who have outstanding aptitudes. Although they may not be as good as Chen Sanxiong, they are still outstanding. 3 of them have reached the peak of the 11th level of hell of the Yin Yang realm. One of them is in seclusion. If he succeeds, he will break through to the 12th level of hell of the Yin Yang realm. At that time, you will be even less of a match for him. Master, do you want to look at cultivation level or combat strength? Ling Xiao asked. As long as you become an upper disciple, everything will naturally depend on combat strength. There is only one spot to go to the Demonic Dragon Mountain, and it will be decided through combat. Chen Bai said. Then there's no problem. Ling Xiao could almost defeat Chen Sanxiong, let alone those who were weaker than him. Although his cultivation level had dropped greatly, it was only temporary. No problem? You're that confident? Chen Bai smiled. As long as Master can help me get rid of the giant python's demon core, I guarantee that my cultivation will reach the requirements of an upper disciple in less than a month. Ling Xiao said confidently. There's no need to rush. You still have plenty of time. There are still 100 days until the Demonic Dragon Mountain selection. As long as you can reach the requirements in these 100 days, it'll be enough. Chen Bai smiled. Chen Bai didn't feel anything strange about Ling Xiao's confidence. He had witnessed the battle between Ling Xiao and Chen Sanxiong with his own eyes. This kid's strength left a deep impression on him. He definitely wouldn't believe it if others said that he could reach the 11th level of hell of the Yin-Yang realm in 100 days. But he believed what Ling Xiao said. 100 days, it'll be more than enough. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, he would sometimes control the speed of his breakthroughs in order to stabilize his cultivation in each realm. If he accelerated his breakthrough, he believed that he could reach the 11th level of hell of the first level of hell in a month. But the cultivation obtained in that way would leave behind hidden dangers. It was better to give himself enough time. The demonic dragon city is just ahead. You still have time to regret it. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're my last disciple. If you think so, you're wrong. Although the dragon cult was founded by me, my control over this sect is getting weaker and weaker. Now the dragon cult has 2 vice-sect leaders and 3 sect elders, all of whom are coveting my position. It just so happens that their disciples are more outstanding than my disciples. I only accepted Xianxia, but he betrayed me and caused me to be seriously injured for a long time. This gave these guys an opportunity to take advantage of. Once you join the dragon cult, you will have to face their open and covert attacks. If you are afraid, give up now. I can let you become an ordinary dragon cult disciple. Chen Bai looked at the majestic demon dragon city not far away and said earnestly. That's not necessary. Ling Xiao directly waved his hand and said, as far as I know, generally martial artists who call themselves demons do things more directly and use strength to determine seniority. As long as I am stronger than them, it's fine, right? Anyway, I have experienced this kind of thing many times. There has never been success without failure. Whoever wants to deal with me, just come. Since I have agreed to become your disciple, I will naturally inherit your hatred and kindness. Well said. Chen Bai had been betrayed before, so he valued the loyalty of a disciple more than anything else. This was also the reason why he had been unable to accept a disciple. Now, Ling Xiao had met his requirements, and Ling Xiao's aptitude was absolutely extraordinary. He was very glad that he was able to find such an outstanding disciple in his lifetime. This meant that Chen Bai's luck had not been used up. Since you are not willing to give up, then at this moment, I will officially accept you as my last disciple. Remember, you're the second disciple I've taken in, the other one, you know, is Chen Sanxiong, but he used a fake name, so it's not worth mentioning. In addition, I have a few foster children. Chen Luan is the most outstanding one, but he is a little old and far from being comparable to those geniuses. The other foster children are not as strong as him, so naturally they can't be compared to the most outstanding among the upper disciples. So, once you become an upper disciple, it will be more difficult to get help. Chen Luan and the others can only help you to become a middle disciple. That's enough. Ling Xiao said with a smile. When he first entered the 8 Immortals Mountain, he had also received help from a noble. However, not long after, he was the one helping others. He was well aware of Chen Bai's current situation. He was the leader of the dragon cult, the #1 expert in the Chen nation, someone that even the Thunder Monarch feared. But within the dragon cult, because they didn't have a good successor, they couldn't be happy. His disciples had betrayed him, and his foster children had failed to live up to his expectations. Although he had once used his authority as the sect master to give his adopted sons and daughters some better resources, he had never done so before. He had also done that kind of thing. However, the dragon cult was still a large sect. In addition, the 2 vice-sect masters and the 3 clan elders were in cahoots, so he had to consider the consequences. Naturally, he couldn't meddle too much in the affairs of his disciples. Otherwise, the dragon cult would be at war with each other. Ling Xiao, you have to remember one thing. Master can provide you with the resources you need. After all, Master is the sect master of the dragon cult, so I still have this privilege. However, as long as it doesn't involve life and death, Master generally won't interfere in the fights between disciples. Do you understand? Chen Bai stopped. He felt that there were some things that he had to make clear to Ling Xiao in advance. I understand. Once Master takes action, the 3 clan elders and the 2 vice-sect masters will definitely not agree. They will also take action. This way, the dragon cult's internal strife will give the Chen nation's royal family a chance. Ling Xiao nodded. As expected, you can be taught. Master is really liking you more and more. Chen Baiyi laughed loudly and said, how about this? You go to Demonic Dragon City with Chen Luan first. Master will help you get the huge python's demon core. After saying that, he actually turned and left. Perhaps because he was too happy, Ling Xiao wanted to call out to him, but he couldn't make a sound. Ever since I followed foster father, this is the first time I've seen him so happy. Chen Luan said with gratification, I can see that foster father really thinks highly of you. As for other things, I won't say them. I just hope that you can truly cherish the relationship between master and disciple. Don't be like Chen Songxiong, who disappointed people. Big brother Chen Luan, don't worry. As long as master is good to me, I, Ling Xiao, am a person who knows how to repay kindness. Ling Xiao nodded heavily. Alright, let's go. I'll take you to Demonic Dragon City. Chen Luan was very happy to hear Ling Xiao's words. Then, he led Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin to the gate of Demonic Dragon City. The Demonic Dragon City that the dragon cult built here gave off an aura that was completely different from Thunder City. It seemed that every corner of the city was so ferocious. It really felt like a demonic sect. Above the 4 gates of Demonic Dragon City, there were ferocious demonic dragon statues. With Ling Xiao's eyesight, he naturally knew that those statues were not ordinary. They contained endless mysterious formations. Although they might not be as powerful as the 10 Extremes formation, it wouldn't be easy for someone to break in. Roar. At this moment, the roar of a demonic beast was suddenly heard. It attracted the attention of many people outside Demonic Dragon City. Ling Xiao also looked over and saw that it was a giant bear with pure white fur. There was a young girl sitting on the head of the giant bear. She was about 15 or 16 years old. The girl was wearing a white dress, and she was as beautiful as a little princess. Good heavens, that's a snow bear at the early stage of the 1-star 10 levels of hell. This girl can ride such a demonic beast. Her strength must be extraordinary. She must be a disciple of the dragon cult, right? Those who spoke were all citizens of Demonic Dragon City. Don't think that the dragon cult is a tiger's den. In fact, the dragon cult was based in Demonic Dragon City. The structure of Demonic Dragon City was similar to that of Thunder City. Aside from the Demonic Dragon Palace where the dragon cult members lived, there were still many idle people. Now, there were merchants and warriors who came to Demonic Dragon City to watch the show. These people looked at the girl with envy. After all, it was not easy to become a disciple of the dragon cult. Lu Su, you're back. Just as everyone's eyes were focused on the girl, another person came from afar. This person was riding a demonic beast with the strength of the 1-star 10 levels hell. It was just a ferocious tiger. It was said that as long as one became a disciple of the dragon cult, they would be given a mount. This was the worst mount. However, for a disciple of the middle rank, it was the worst mount. For others, it was simply a luxury. One had to know that a demonic beast with the strength of the 1-star 10 levels hell was even stronger than a warrior with the cultivation of the 1-star 10 levels hell. A warrior with such strength would be considered an absolute powerhouse anywhere in the Qin nation. How could people not be jealous of someone who could ride such a beast? The dragon cult is indeed worthy of being a power that can contend with the Qin nation's royal family. It does have some weight. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao was even more satisfied with his choice of coming to Demonic Dragon City. Brother Ling, you must be joking. If you release your battle pet, they'll all have to look up to it. Chen Luan shook his head and smiled bitterly. He was naturally talking about Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin's cultivation was currently at the middle stage of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. With such terrifying strength, it only needed one claw to kill those so-called powerful demonic beasts. Big brother Chen Luan, don't misunderstand. Xiao Jin is my good brother, not some battle pet. Moreover, I came to the dragon cult to improve my strength, not to compete. There's no need for that. Ling Xiao said with a smile. It was just a humble remark, but unfortunately, it was heard by the girl riding the white bear, Lu Su. Lu Su looked at Ling Xiao and Chen Luan with disdain, and said sarcastically, Senior brother Chen Luan, where did you get such a piece of trash? Is our cult master going to adopt another child? It's a pity that these pieces of trash are all useless. Ha ha ha, Sister Lu Su, you've hit the nail on the head. If we want to talk about who makes the most of the jokes in the dragon cult, we'll have to look at the cult master's adopted children. Oh, right, recently he seems to have taken in a brother called Dark Knight Formless. Unfortunately, he's even more trash. His cultivation is simply unsightly. He's even worse than us inferior disciples. The man riding the tiger next to him laughed heartily. He laughed very complacently. Xianxia didn't care about their words at all. After all, there were too many idiots in this world. If you got angry with every idiot, you'd die of anger. However, when he heard the name Dark Knight Formless, he couldn't help but be stunned. Big brother Chen Luan, did Dark Knight Formless escape from the 8 Immortal City? Xianxia hurriedly asked Chen Luan. That's right. He once had some connections with the cult master. When he came to the demonic dragon city, he was almost dead. However, he kept shouting for us to protect someone. Unfortunately, he couldn't speak clearly at that time, so we didn't understand. Until now, he's still unconscious and can only live on spirit stones every day. Sigh, how pitiful. Chen Luan sighed. Xianxia sighed in his heart, because he knew that the person High Formless wanted the dragon cult leader to save should be him. Previously, he was still puzzled as to why Black Knight Formless did not appear after he had taken over the 8 Immortals County. Now, he understood that his benefactor, who had done him a great favor, was still unconscious at this moment. Big brother Chen Luan, can you bring me to him? Xianxia said anxiously. Hee, indeed, birds of a feather flock together. Trash likes to find trash. The young man said with a smile. Xiao's face was a little gloomy. However, he was worried about Dark Knight's safety, so he didn't bother with that guy. Senior brother Zhenquan, why waste your breath on a piece of trash? Let's go. We still have an important mission to complete in the city. Lu Su felt that she had met a taciturn person today. It was very boring. Initially, he had wanted to find fault with Xianxia, but from the looks of it, there was no reason for him to do so. Chen Luan's face was a little ugly. He didn't expect that even these middle disciples wouldn't give him face. It seemed that the prestige of his adoptive father, Chen Bai, in the demon-dragon religion seemed to be declining. Especially in the process of attacking the Thunder City this time, his foster father personally went out, but he didn't gain any benefits, and all kinds of rumors spread in the demon-dragon religion. Originally, only the upper disciples dared to be disrespectful to him and Chen Bai's foster children. He didn't expect that even the middle disciples would dare to do so now. If it wasn't for his foster father Chen Bai's order to not have internal strife, he would have already taught these two a lesson. He took a deep breath and looked at Xianxia. You want to see High Formless? I'll take you there. He walked straight toward the city gate. However, the guards at the city gate stopped them. I'm Demon Dragon Envoy Chen Luan. Chen Luan took out his waist token and said. Demon Dragon Envoy, please come in. The guards looked at the token and didn't make things difficult for him. However, when it was Xiao's turn, several guards stopped him. You can't enter without a token or a Demon Dragon card. He came with me. He's the cult master's new disciple. Let him in immediately. Chen Luan frowned. When the guards heard this, they immediately wanted to let him in. However, a voice came from inside at this time. Funny, you said he's the cult master's new disciple, so he's the cult master's new disciple? What proof do you have? The owner of the voice was wearing a black armor, which was also the dragon cult's theme color. This person didn't look old, but he wasn't weak. He should be one of the stronger middle disciples. Otherwise, he wouldn't be qualified to shout here. Lu Yan. Chen Luan frowned. This Lu Yan was the grandson of the third sect elder. How could he encounter such trouble? Senior brother Chen, I'm sorry. I'm just following the rules. Please don't make things difficult for me. Lu Yan looked at Chen Luan. Although his words were polite, there was a hint of ridicule in his eyes. It seems that the cult master of the dragon cult isn't that scary in the eyes of these disciples. A mere middle disciple, a trash existence, dares to question the demon dragon envoy. Are you suspecting the cult master? Without waiting for Chen Luan to speak, Xianxia said loudly. Chen Bai was his master now. Someone didn't give his master face and even humiliated his benefactor, He Wuxing. He was tolerant enough. However, sometimes, tolerance wasn't the only way. He had to show these people how powerful he was. How dare you talk to senior brother Lu Yan like that? Zhongquan jumped and cursed. You're the one who's being presumptuous. I'm the dragon cult's cult master, Chen Bai's last disciple. Who do you think you are to talk to me like that? Ling Xiao looked at Zhongquan with a cold face. He had already given this kid face and didn't say anything. However, this kid still dared to pick on him. It seemed that if a tiger didn't show its might, it would be treated as a sick cat. Zhongquan, you heard it. This kid doesn't seem to be afraid of you at all. As a middle disciple, are you willing to be insulted by him like that? The young martial artist called Lu. Yan looked at Zhongquan indifferently and said. He didn't seem to be interested in dealing with Ling Xiao. Because in his eyes, Ling Xiao was a piece of trash. He didn't have the slightest interest. Of course, this was because he didn't know Ling Xiao's name and didn't know Ling Xiao's identity. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous. Don't worry, senior brother Lu Yan. Your position is high and you can't be bothered to argue with this kid. However, I can't stand this kid's insult. Daring to speak so rudely to me is the same as speaking rudely to the 3 sect elders. It's disrespectful to the dragon cult. I'll definitely let him know what it means to be afraid. At this point, Zhongquan suddenly leaned forward and jumped off the tiger. Then, he raised his palm and slapped towards Ling Xiao's face. This slap wasn't small. One could faintly hear the whistling of the wind. Zhongquan's body swayed slightly as he took a step forward. He raised his palm. Then, he suddenly whipped it toward Ling Xiao. It carried an extremely fierce wind. It did not seem like a slap. Instead, it seemed like he wanted to send Ling Xiao flying. It was to show off his powerful strength. Seeing this, Ling Xiao sneered in disdain. He did not make a move, but the electric current on his body suddenly shot out and condensed into an arm in the air. It blocked Zhongquan's palm as fast as lightning. Zhongquan's hand instantly felt numbness and pain, and he couldn't swing it anymore. That's right. Ling Xiao's cultivation level had decreased, but his other aspects did not. His body was terrifyingly strong, and his strength was far beyond that of ordinary people. And the even more terrifying power of heaven earth. These were all at the early stage of the 11th level of hell in yin-yang transformation. If there was a decrease, it was only the power of his martial arts technique and the total amount of his inner energy. Did some people really think that Ling Xiao was easy to bully now? Ah! Zhongquan could not help but scream when he felt the pain in his arm. He grimaced in pain, and his expression was very ugly. He was quite surprised. This kid who looked like a good-for-nothing could actually control lightning? However, do you think you can avoid this slap by doing this? What an insignificant skill. Zhongquan was even more annoyed that he had suffered a loss. In an instant, his aura exploded. Wisps of cold air appeared all over his body. It was like the aura of the coldest winter, about to freeze everything around him into ice. With a roar, he actually shot out an ice arrow from his mouth, directly piercing towards Ling Xiao's face. What a vicious martial arts technique. When everyone saw the situation, they knew that Ling Xiao was in trouble. After all, they were only about 30 centimeters apart. Zhongquan had also suddenly attacked. How could Ling Xiao block it? However, Ling Xiao's cold smile did not change. Suddenly, a gush of hot magma gushed out of his body. The magma turned into a huge palm and blasted toward the ice arrow. The speed was so fast that many people couldn't even see it clearly. The powerful magma hand easily melted the ice arrow, and with an unstoppable momentum, it blasted towards Zhongquan. Ling Xiao did not have the habit of being bullied. Since the other party had already made a move, he would not endure the humiliation like Chen Luan. He wanted to fight back. Seeing the giant magma hand approaching, a trace of panic appeared on Zhongquan's face. However, he was still a disciple of the dragon cult, so he reacted accordingly. In order to resist the lava hand, he had no choice but to take a step back and give up on slapping Ling Xiao. Then, he clenched his hands into fists. Ice appeared on his fists, forming a fierce tiger that looked like an ice sculpture. It rushed towards Ling Xiao's lava beast to block it. A terrifying heat wave instantly hit him. The ferocious tiger fist force, which was like an ice sculpture, actually emitted wisps of white gas. Xianxia cried bitterly in his heart. How could he miscalculate when he casually picked on a piece of trash? This brat in front of him was clearly not so easy to deal with. He wanted to withdraw his hand, but at this time, he had no choice but to fight back. However, at this time, he saw Ling Xiao's palm gently raised and then slapped towards his face. He was shocked and shouted, "Thief, how dare you!" As he spoke, he did not care about his face. He stomped his feet and was about to retreat. At this moment, he was already at a complete disadvantage. If he were to be slapped by his opponent again, he would really lose all his face. However, his speed was no match for Ling Xiao's. He took 4 steps back, but the distance between them did not increase at all. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap was heard. At that moment, everyone outside the demonic dragon city was stunned. Including the arrogant and despotic Xianxia. He was actually slapped, and it was so easily slapped on his face, he could not believe it. He was the one who wanted to slap Ling Xiao. How did it become him being slapped by Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao's strength was not small. This slap directly made Xianxia spin several times on the spot. The blood-red palm print on his face was very obvious. A sharp pain came, but this was not the most depressing thing for Xianxia. What he was most upset about was that his dignity was completely destroyed by this slap. The pain on his body was still bearable. However, the pain of his dignity could not be healed. With so many people watching, he simply wanted to find a hole to hide in. You! How dare you hit me? Xianxia still did not understand until now that Ling Xiao actually dared to hit him. He was a middle disciple of the dragon cult, his eyes were blood-red, clearly showing incomparable anger. However, he did not dare to fight back because he was already afraid of Ling Xiao. Are you an idiot? Previously, you spoke rudely to me. I was too busy with other things and could not be bothered to argue with a petty person like you. However, you actually wanted to hit me. So what if I hit you? As the only last disciple of the cult master, my status is much higher than yours. Not to mention hitting you, even if I kill you, I'm afraid there won't be a problem. Ling Xiao found it funny. He even dared to kill those people from the Qin nation's royal family. A mere middle disciple of the dragon cult was nothing in front of him. He actually dared to say that he dared not hit him. How could he say such idiotic words? Was he naive or really stupid? Get lost. You'd better not block in front of me again. Otherwise, I'll let your blood splatter for 5 steps. As he spoke, Ling Xiao directly flew up and kicked. The speed and strength were much more powerful than the previous slap. With a loud bang, Xianxia was kicked out and slammed heavily into the city wall. Hearing the sound of Xianxia's body colliding with the city wall, everyone's hearts could not help but tremble. They thought to themselves, this kid is ruthless. Could he really be the last disciple of the dragon cult's cult master, Chen Bai? How dare you? The young girl, Lu Su, who was with Xianxia, immediately flew into a rage when she saw her companion being beaten. She actually shouted loudly and urged the giant bear under her to attack Ling Xiao. There was a cold glint brewing in Ling Xiao's eyes. Stop. At this moment, Chen Luan stood out and blocked in front of Lu Su. He said coldly, I've already said that this is the cult master's new last disciple. Hitting him is disrespectful to the cult master. Lu Su, do you still want to continue? Chen Luan, let's not get involved in a dispute between middle disciples. Our dragon cult's rules clearly state that private fights are allowed. Only those who can survive in such an environment can be considered a true powerhouse. Lu Yan suddenly attacked Chen Luan. Although his cultivation was not as high as Chen Luan's, it was only a small realm difference. Therefore, Chen Luan had no choice but to face his attack seriously. Big brother Chen Luan, don't worry about me. Ling Xiao's voice sounded in Chen Luan's ears. Chen Luan sighed helplessly. Be careful. After saying that, Chen Luan rushed towards Lu Yan. In order to prevent Lu Yan from attacking Ling Xiao, his choice was quite wise. Just as Chen Luan stepped aside, Lu Su ordered the white bear to charge over. That huge body standing in front of Ling Xiao was like a giant. And Ling Xiao was just a small dwarf. Sister Lu Su, let me help you. Xianxia, who was beaten up by Ling Xiao to the point that he couldn't get up, was filled with resentment. At this moment, he didn't care about the cult leader. He only had one thought, and that was to kill Ling Xiao. He couldn't move himself, so he controlled the fierce tiger to pounce on Ling Xiao. One in front and one behind, two demonic beasts with the combat strength of the early stage of the 11th level of hell. In addition, Lu Su's cultivation was not weaker than the two demonic beasts. In everyone's opinion, Ling Xiao's situation was very bad. You're courting death. A sinister cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. Then, his hand suddenly shook. Everyone could only see two sharp blood-red lights flashing in the void before disappearing. Then, the two demonic beasts fell into a pool of blood. They could only breathe out, not in. Lu Su was directly thrown off by the white bear. She looked at Ling Xiao with incomparable horror. She didn't see clearly what had happened just now. However, she could feel how terrifying that sharp sword chi was. So this guy is a swordsman. What a terrifying sword chi, what a fast sword light. This time, the dragon cult leader has probably picked up a treasure. Although this kid's cultivation isn't strong now, he's definitely a peerless genius to be able to challenge those of a higher level. Even if he's not stronger than the warring prince Xianxia, he's definitely stronger than the others. Waves of exclamations came from the crowd. Ling Xiao's performance greatly satisfied their curiosity and expectations. Sometimes, people like to lean towards the weak. However, Ling Xiao, this weakling, seemed to be pretending. You! Lu Su and Xianxia shouted at the same time. Their expressions were extremely terrified. You'd better keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, you two will be the ones to die next time. Ling Xiao coldly glanced at the two of them. After he spoke, both Lu Su and Xianxia shut their mouths. Although he was furious, he couldn't hide the fear in his eyes. They were arrogant and rude, but because they were weaker than others, and because they were afraid of death, they were timid. I thought the disciples of the three great elders would be very powerful, but now it seems that they are just trash who can't withstand the test. You keep saying that others are trash. Now you've been taught a lesson, right? Seeing Ling Xiao defeat Xianxia and Lu Su, Chen felt the anger in her heart dissipate. She couldn't help but mock him. Xianxia and Lu Su both wanted to slap Ling Xiao. However, they were easily defeated by Ling Xiao. He didn't even dare to say a word. This was a total loss of face. Humph, you two pieces of trash. Why aren't you scramming to the side? You're really making our sect master proud. Lu Yan had already stopped fighting with Chen Luan. His face was a little pale. Lu Su was his cousin, and Xianxia was his grandfather's disciple. However, today's performance was really unsatisfactory. In the past, they were the ones suppressing the sect master's faction. Now, it seemed that the sect master was suppressing them. Trash who only knows how to hide behind others and instigate others. You were the one who asked Xianxia to slap me, right? Suddenly, Ling Xiao looked at Lu Yan. His eyes were filled with disdain and sarcasm. Lu Yan's self-righteous look was really disgusting. Hearing this, the surrounding discussions instantly stopped. Even Chen Luan looked at Ling Xiao in shock. She smiled bitterly in her heart. Was this guy provoking Lu Yan? Lu Yan was not like Xianxia and Lu Su, those two trash. He was a top existence among the middle disciples. Chen Luan was worried for Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao had turned the tables and defeated the warring prince, Xianxia. However, for some reason, his cultivation had dropped to the peak of the 9th level of hell. It was absolutely impossible to win against Lu Yan with this cultivation. The gap was too big. Kid, are you courting death? If I were to make a move, would you still be so arrogant? The reason why Lu Yan wasn't willing to make a move personally was that he was cunning enough. He already believed that Ling Xiao was the last disciple of the dragon cult sect master, Chen Bai. Even if he had enough strength to make Ling Xiao kneel and beg for mercy, he didn't dare to make a move easily. Because once he made a move, it was very likely that it would cause trouble. Xianxia and Lu Su, those two idiots, didn't understand, but he was very clear. I've already experienced your eloquence. It's indeed very powerful. But as for your ability, hee hee. Ling Xiao looked at Jin Quan and Lu Su with contempt. His eyes were filled with sarcasm. Trash, have you thought about the consequences of angering me? Lu Yan was really angry. Previously, he could still calmly think about the consequences of making a move. But now, he felt that he couldn't hold it in anymore. This Ling Xiao really knew how to make people angry. Idiot, then have you thought about the consequences of calling me trash? Ling Xiao took a step forward, past Chen Luan, and stood in front of Lu Yan. A powerful aura surged from his body as if he was going to start a fight with Lu Yan. Lu Yan narrowed his eyes and suddenly laughed out loud. Trash, what right do you have to make me make a move? I was born noble. I was originally a noble of the Qin nation. Now, I'm the grandson of the dragon cult's third sect elder. When I reincarnated, I was 21 years old and raised my cultivation to the peak of the 10th level of hell. Regardless of background, or talent, or my current strength, I'm stronger than you. Tell me a reason. You trash, what right do you have to be so arrogant in front of me? If it weren't for Chen Luan, do you think you would still be standing there now? Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. Haha, so this is the so-called genius? When I reincarnated, I was only in a remote town like Yuhua town. I couldn't get any good cultivation resources. But I relied on my own efforts. When I reincarnated, my cultivation far surpassed yours at the age of 17. I even defeated the warring prince Xianxia. In front of me, you're not even trash. You're just a fart. Ling Xiao stood there with an imposing aura. Many people couldn't help but praise him. This person's personality was really similar to the dragon cult sect master, Chen Bai, when he was young. He was like an incomparably sharp peerless demon sword. No one dared to rashly touch his edge. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, it was as if a pot had exploded outside demonic Dragon City. It instantly became lively. No way, he said he defeated the warring prince Xianxia? Is that possible? Could he be that Ling Xiao who's been making a name for himself recently? No wonder the sect master accepted him as his last disciple. So it's him. Fortunately, they're from the same sect. Otherwise, Jin Quan and Lu Su might have lost their lives. I heard that Ling Xiao is now ranked first on the Volcano Evil list. He's ranked higher than the cult master because of his actions in Thunder City. But I didn't expect him to defeat Xianxia. Jin Quan and Lu Su's faces turned pale. All kinds of rumors about Ling Xiao had already spread in the dragon cult. And this Ling Xiao's battle record had shocked countless disciples of the dragon cult. Now, this person was standing in front of them, but he was their enemy. Impossible. You're just bragging. Even if you're Ling Xiao, I don't believe you can defeat Xianxia. Lu Yan suddenly yelled. He's not bragging. I saw the whole process. If it weren't for him, I would have been killed by Xianxia. The cult master also saw the shocking scene of Ling Xiao overturning Xianxia. Otherwise, why do you think the cult master would choose him as his last disciple? Chen Luan looked at Lu Yan and said sarcastically, "You're used to being a tyrant. Today, you know that there's always someone better, right? Humph, who would believe your words? What proof do you have?" Lu Yan naturally didn't want to believe Chen Luan's words. He coldly snorted and said, "I say, senior brother Chen, you don't have to make up such a ridiculous reason for him, right?" Boom, suddenly, a blood-red sword appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. You want proof? Blood Thunder Imperial Sword, do you recognize it? Ling Xiao looked at Lu Yan with contempt. He looked down on this kind of trash who only knew how to fight among themselves. If you have the ability, go fight with the Qin Kingdom's royal family, fight with your enemy. That's right, that's really the Blood Thunder Imperial Sword. Exclamations broke out from the crowd. I've seen Xianxia use this sword before. It's exactly the same, and there's no difference in the aura. In this world, it's impossible for two swords to be exactly the same. I've seen it too. What a guy. Did this Ling Xiao really defeat Xianxia? Then his cultivation on the surface should be fake, right? Definitely. There are some black-bellied martial artists in this world who like to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. Maybe he is one of them. Everyone was discussing animatedly. They had already praised Ling Xiao to the heavens. At this moment, even Lu Yan no longer dared to make a move against Ling Xiao. Even if the leader of the dragon cult, Bai, did not care about this matter, he had no confidence in defeating Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, this fellow, was much stronger than he had imagined. Don't worry, I won't bully you because you're no match for me. Ling Xiao looked at Lu Yan's fearful appearance and could not help sneering coldly as he said, but you were disrespectful to me, so I still have to punish you slightly. If you can defeat my little friend Xiao Jin, then today's matter will be written off. He gently stroked Little Gold's head. Xiao Jin let out 2 chirps. This caused Lu Yan's face to turn ashen to the extreme. You dare to insult me like this? Even if you're stronger than me, you can't use a bird to mock me. He felt that he had been looked down upon and insulted. No. You misunderstood. If Xiao Jin were to make a move, I'm afraid you wouldn't even be able to block a single move, so don't feel that you're being looked down upon. On the contrary, I value you very much. Ling Xiao shook his finger and said with a smile. Although he could not kill people the moment he arrived, he could give these guys a show of strength and let them know that he, Ling Xiao, was not someone to be trifled with. This way, he could prevent some people from finding trouble with him. Only then would he have more time to cultivate. Then I'll kill him first. I'll let you understand that I, Lu Yan, am not to be insulted. Lu Yan roared angrily and released his martial spirit behind him. It was actually a dark green snake. The snake spat out its tongue and released an incomparably evil aura. So it's a snake martial spirit. I've seen a few people with it. One of my friends also has a snake martial spirit, but he's much better than you. Ling Xiao looked at Lu Yan's martial spirit and said with a faint smile, even if you use your martial spirit, it's useless. In front of Xiao Jin, it's just an insignificant little bug. Xiao Jin, don't be too ruthless. Just teach him a lesson. After all, we're from the same sect. Ling Xiao said softly. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Jin suddenly turned into a golden light and pounced towards Lu Yan. It did not even change back to the round shape of a huge golden crow. It was just a palm-sized bird. You're courting death. Lu Yan sneered. Ling Xiao actually looked down on him so much and actually used such a palm-sized bird to deal with him. This made him feel as if his heart was about to explode from the flames of anger. He didn't just want to kill Xiao Jin. He wanted Xiao Jin to die an ugly death. Suddenly, he punched out. This fist was like a giant python spiraling forward, releasing a terrifying pressure like a giant beast. But at that moment, Lu Yan suddenly shuddered. It was not because of the cold. It was because of extreme fear. He felt the terrifying aura released by the palm-sized bird that could destroy the world. That aura seemed to be able to completely melt his entire body, leaving no trace behind. He even had the illusion that his body was being burned crazily in the raging fire. And he could only scream, unable to resist at all. No, how is this possible? I'm actually not a match for this bird. It turns out that I'm not even as good as a beast, and I still want to defeat its master. At this moment, Lu Yan fell into an incomparable feeling of despair and defeat. Facing the attack of the golden bird, he completely lost the courage to resist. Because no matter how he resisted, it seemed that he could not avoid death in the end. This kind of feeling, although it took a long time to describe, actually happened in an instant. The surrounding people did not feel anything, and even felt that it was a little funny. They really did not understand why Ling Xiao sent a golden bird to deal with Lu Yan. But at this moment, Lu Yan had already felt the burning pain. It was as if his fist had been thrown into a terrifying inferno. He could feel his skin being burned, and his bones being melted. Ah! He burst out an earth-shattering scream. But in the eyes of the bystanders, they did not quite understand. Because the golden bird did not attack Lu Yan, but stopped about a foot in front of Lu Yan, flapping its wings. Lu Yan held his head and screamed in pain. Because of excessive fear, he actually had hallucinations, and because of the terrifying pressure released by Xiao Jin, he fell into a state of chaos. I didn't expect that you're more useless than I thought, Xiao Jin, come back. Ling Xiao waved his hand, and Xiao Jin flew back to his shoulder. And at this time Lu Yan also recovered from the chaos, but the first thing he heard was, being scared by my little friend to the point of being unable to distinguish between illusion and reality, a martial artist like you is really laughable. Aristocrat, Grandmaster's grandson, outstanding talent, stronger than me, don't you think that your words have become the biggest joke in the world? At this moment, the people who had looked down on Ling Xiao with arrogant eyes and insulted Ling Xiao with vicious words did not feel good. Whether it was Lu Yan, Xin Quan, Lu Su, or the other disciples of the elders' camp, they all lowered their heads. They said that Ling Xiao was trash and wanted to see Ling Xiao make a fool of himself. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao defeated Xin Quan and Lu Su. Lu Yan was so scared that he was hallucinating. He was still trembling in fear. If Ling Xiao was trash, then what were they? Were they worse than trash? Brother Chen Luan, I heard that the elders' disciples are all outstanding. But now, it seems that is not the case. Ling Xiao said lightly. Even the three elders were being sarcastic. Shut up. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, a terrifying aura suddenly came from the demonic dragon city. An old man broke through the air and appeared above the city gate. Chen Luan hurriedly stood in front of Ling Xiao and said in a low voice, "This is the third elder. His strength is about the same as the Qin Kingdom's royal families. General Purple Thunder. You are definitely no match for him now. Don't fight him head-on." Ling Xiao did not answer. Whether or not he would fight him head-on would depend on the other party's attitude. He had even killed General Purple Thunder. This third elder was actually not that scary. With his and Xiao Jin's combined strength, it was not impossible to kill this guy. Seeing the third elder come in person, all the discussions immediately quieted down. Although the third elder's strength was the weakest of the three elders, in the eyes of others, he was still unattainable. Even the upper disciples had to give him some face, let alone the middle disciples. The third elder looked coldly at Ling Xiao, then at Lu Yan. Trash, how did I teach you? At the crucial moment, you were scared to death by a beast. His words did not leave any face for Lu Yan. Raise your head like a man. Don't lower your head. Lu Yan raised his head and looked at the third sect elder with fear and trepidation. This was his grandfather, and at the same time, his teacher. Today, he was scared to death by a bird in front of so many people. Not only did he embarrass himself, but he also embarrassed his grandfather. Grandfather. Lu Yan did not dare to look directly at the third elder. He could only lower his head and call out. Shut up. You still have the face to call me grandfather? We don't have trash like you in our family. The third elder coldly snorted. Obviously, compared to Ling Xiao's words, he was more concerned about Lu Yan being frightened to such an extent. Grandfather, you're right. Grandson has indeed brought shame to our ancestors. No matter what the third elder said, Lu Yan did not dare to talk back. Humiliated? Without a firm martial artist's heart, no matter how strong one's talent was, no matter how good your martial skills are, when you encounter a setback, you will only know how to fear and not move forward. You will never rise again. However, people with strong hearts have the heart of a powerhouse. They are fearless. This kind of person is the one who can truly achieve great things in the martial way. It doesn't matter if you lose, no one is an ever victorious general. Victory and defeat are common in the martial family. The key is to learn from failure and become stronger. Do you understand? After all, he was his grandfather. After a blow, his voice was so loud that even the deaf could hear. Hearing these words, Lu Yan's chaotic heart instantly calmed down. Yes, losing did not mean death. As long as he was alive, there was still a chance. Grandfather, I understand. I won't do this again. Lu Yan took a deep breath, bent his waist to 90 degrees, and solemnly bowed to his grandfather. It's good that you understand. Stand by the side. Your matter is settled, but this brat's matter is not. Who gave him the guts to slander my dragon cult's elder? The third elder looked at Ling Xiao. His powerful aura pounced on Ling Xiao like a ferocious beast. He wanted to let Ling Xiao have a taste of the enormous pressure his grandson had endured. He wanted to make Ling Xiao hallucinate and feel embarrassed. Unfortunately, from the beginning, this idea was not going to be realized. Ling Xiao's cultivation level had dropped, but his state of mind had not. His aura was even stronger than the third elder's. However, Ling Xiao had to admit that the third elder was indeed somewhat awe-inspiring. With just a few words, he was able to restore Lu Yan's mind and make him stronger. He was saved from sinking into the quagmire. This was definitely not something that an ordinary person could do. Brat, I'm asking you. How dare you trespass into the demonic dragon city? The third elder stared at Ling Xiao. He was a little surprised that his powerful aura could not make this brat submit. This made him very dissatisfied. Thus, his voice rose a few notches. Ling Xiao found it funny. Trespassing into the demonic dragon city? Did this old thing really think that the demonic dragon envoy, Chen Luan, did not exist? Trespassing? This was really a case of if you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Third elder, this person is the cult leader's new disciple. I personally brought him here, so he is not trespassing. Chen Luan also frowned. Shut up, you're just a demonic dragon envoy. You have no right to speak here. Perhaps the third elder was used to being arrogant, but he did not give Chen Luan any face at all. One had to know that in terms of cultivation level, Chen Luan was actually on par with the third elder. Of course, in terms of combat strength, the gap between Chen Luan and the third elder was quite big. This was a matter of experience. Even so, the third elder did not give Chen Luan any face. This was obviously not giving face to the dragon cult's cult leader, Chen Bai. As the saying goes, before you beat a dog, you have to look at its master. Chen Luan was Chen Bai's adopted son. Boy, this old man is asking you a question. Why did you trespass into the demonic dragon city? You even injured my dragon cult's disciple. Do you really think that my dragon cult has no one? Ignoring Chen Luan, the third elder looked at Ling Xiao and questioned him in a very manic tone. Hearing this, the martial artists who belonged to the Elders faction and the Vice sect secretly became friendly. Although the Elders faction and the Vice sect were two factions, they were actually only united to fight against the cult leader's faction. After all, although the cult leader's disciple did not make any progress, his cultivation level was too high. If they did not join forces, it would be impossible. When the martial artists of these two factions saw that Ling Xiao was going to be unlucky, they were so happy that they almost wanted to dance. On the other hand, the disciples of the cult leader's faction were very unhappy. The third elder was clearly trying to confuse right and wrong. He wanted to find an excuse to deal with Ling Xiao. This was not even giving face to the cult leader. They could not help much. They could only hope that Chen Luan would be able to fight the third elder for a while. Ling Xiao looked at the third elder. He had thought that he was someone important, but he did not expect him to be a pile of shit. It was really smelly. Ling Xiao sneered and said, Third elder? I've long heard that the elders are all arrogant and domineering. They don't take the disciples of the sect master seriously. Even the sect master himself doesn't take them seriously. I thought it was just a rumor and couldn't be taken seriously. Now it seems that it's true. I've said more than once that I'm the sect master's new disciple. Even the demon dragon envoy Chen Luan can testify. How dare you twist the truth and accuse me of trespassing in the demon dragon city? I'd like to ask, what are your intentions? Do you want to rebel? Do you want to replace the sect master? How dare you? Ling Xiao's words obviously hit the third elder's sore spot. He naturally couldn't let Ling Xiao continue. You said you're the sect master's last disciple, but I'm the elder of the dragon cult. Let's not talk about the fact that you don't look like a good person. So what if you're the sect master's last disciple? Even the sect master has to give me some face, let alone you. Kneel down now and admit your mistake, and I'll let you go alive. Hee hee, what a big tone. It's indeed a world where strength is respected. Without strength, even if you have reason, you'll be unreasonable. And those who are strong can call a deer a horse, distort the truth, and even create something out of nothing to accuse others of wrongdoing. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. Although he had encountered many things before, he had confirmed this fact time and time again. He always hoped that this world would not be so realistic and despairing. Unfortunately, things didn't go as he wished. The third elder in front of him obviously wouldn't reason with him at all. Perhaps he had already been nearby. But he didn't show up because he thought that Lu Yan could easily deal with Ling Xiao. Even if Ling Xiao was killed, he wouldn't say a word. He wouldn't even show his face. But now, Ling Xiao was just scaring Lu Yan and didn't even hurt him. This old thing actually came out to accuse him of trespassing in the demon dragon city and harming a dragon cult disciple. This was really a big accusation. He was simply looking for trouble. How preposterous. Third Elder, you've gone too far. I think I need to remind you that the dragon cult belongs to the sect leader, not you. Don't forget your place. He is the last disciple personally selected by the sect master. You actually want him to kneel down and apologize. You even want him to scram. Aren't you afraid that the sect master will blame you if he finds out? Chen Luan really couldn't listen to it anymore. He was already used to being insulted, so he didn't feel anything. However, the third elder's words were getting more and more ridiculous. It was obvious that he was not even giving face to the supreme headmaster. How could he tolerate this? This old man told you to shut up. Don't you understand? Not to mention that the sect master is not here. Even if the sect master was here, this old man would still dare to teach you a lesson in front of him. Do you believe me? The third elder was extremely overbearing. Chen Luan still wanted to say something but was stopped by Ling Xiao. Big brother Chen Luan, there's no need to reason with him. This old thing clearly doesn't even put my master in his eyes. If we push them too far, they might just kill both of us. When he said this, Ling Xiao's tone was somewhat provocative. He believed that although the third elder seemed impudent, he definitely wouldn't dare to kill him. Otherwise, it would be the same as declaring war on Qianbai. Before they completely controlled the dragon cult, the elders and vice-elders wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Don't worry, this old man won't kill you. However, I will cripple your cultivation. When you become a cripple, I'd like to see if the sect master will still protect you. The third elder's eyes revealed a cruel expression. It was as if he was saying that it was as easy as killing a chicken. He didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. Crippling Ling Xiao was just a show for Qianbai. He wanted to test Qianbai's bottom line. He knew that Ling Xiao's talent was outstanding. Because of this, he wanted to eliminate this scourge as soon as possible. Otherwise, with this kid's help, Qianbai's power would increase greatly. At that time, it would be even more difficult for them to suppress the sect master faction. In any case, the current Ling Xiao was too weak. As long as he wanted to, he could casually crush this kid to death. Not only would this suppress Ling Xiao, but it would also weaken the sect master faction's power. Why not? Cripple my cultivation? What a domineering way of saying it. I'd like to see how you're going to cripple me. Ling Xiao's expression turned cold and indifferent. The dragon cult was indeed worthy of being a dragon cult. This way of doing things was indeed like a devil. This third elder was simply too domineering. He killed and crippled people as he pleased without considering the consequences. He also didn't care about the feelings of others. So what if you're talented? So what if you've had a brilliant experience? You're not one of my people. If you refuse to submit to me, you must pay the price. Either I kill you, or I destroy you. It really lived up to the saying, those who obey me prosper, those who resist me perish. Therefore, the weak in the mystic world were all very miserable. Especially those ordinary people. They were like ants on the road. Perhaps one day, if they encountered a powerhouse in a bad mood, thousands of them would die. Sometimes, those powerhouses even killed these ordinary people, but they didn't feel anything at all. Fortunately, Ling Xiao wasn't an ordinary person. On the contrary, he was very strong. Moreover, he had a powerful brother called Xiao Jin. He also had a powerful consummate skill that defied the heavens. It wouldn't be that easy for the third elder to cripple him. Ha ha ha, Lu Laosan, who are you trying to cripple? Should I give up my position as sect master to you? Suddenly, a loud laughter came from afar. Amidst the laughter, the third elder's face turned pale, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Qianbai had returned. As soon as he appeared, he gave the third elder a show of strength. He actually injured him with just his internal force. When they saw Qianbai, the crowd suddenly boiled over. The sect master of the dragon cult, Qianbai, was the person who single-handedly created the dragon cult. He was also known as the strongest martial artist in the state of Qin. How could such a person not make people sigh in admiration? How could people not admire him? Of course, at the same time, these people began to confirm that Ling Xiao wasn't lying. He really had caught the eye of sect master Qianbai and was going to be taken in as his last disciple. Sigh, he really is the real Ling Xiao. The sect master wants to nurture him into a powerhouse who can fight against Xianxia. It seems so. Although Ling Xiao might have defeated Xianxia, it should be just an accident. If they meet again, it won't be so easy. So he needs the sect master's help, and the sect master just happens to need someone to clean up the sect for him. Everyone was very surprised. Especially Jing Quan, Lu Su, and Lu Yan, who had mocked Ling Xiao before. Their expressions weren't very good. They had repeatedly said that Ling Xiao couldn't be the last disciple of sect master Qianbai. My good disciple, I've let you suffer. It seems that some people really think that I've turned from a fierce tiger into a cat after not acting out for so many years. Qianbai looked at Ling Xiao and said with a smile, you rest assured, the grievances that you've suffered, master will seek justice for you. Did you hear that? Lu Laosan, apologize to my obedient disciple. Don't force my hand. Qianbai looked coldly at the third elder. He had already decided in his heart that he would do whatever it took to cultivate this disciple. At the very least, this disciple would not be bullied when he joined the sect. Hearing that, everyone was shocked. They could not believe what they had just heard. The sect leader wanted the third elder to apologize for Ling Xiao. That was simply unbelievable. Ling Xiao was very calm about that. As the sect leader's disciple, he had to have some privileges. He could not be bullied by the elders the moment he arrived. Qianbai wanted to teach the elders and vice sect a lesson by killing the chicken to warn the monkey. Sect leader. The third elder's face was gloomy. He looked at Qianbai with some unwillingness in his eyes. You still know that I'm the sect leader? Qianbai looked coldly at the third elder and said, do you want to apologize yourself, or do you want me to do it? The third elder's old face was so red that it looked like it was going to bleed. However, he could feel that Qianbai was really angry today. If he did not apologize, he would have to bear the wrath of the sect leader. Gritting his teeth, he looked at Ling Xiao and said casually, I'm sorry. I was rude just now. You call that an apology? Don't be perfunctory. Be more sincere. Qianbai frowned. He was very dissatisfied with the third elder's casual attitude. A terrifying aura instantly enveloped the third elder, causing him to tremble violently. The onlookers were even more surprised. This Ling Xiao was truly impressive to be able to make the sect leader go to such lengths for him. It seemed that Ling Xiao's talent was really outstanding. Otherwise, why would the sect leader treat him like this? After all, the third elder was a noble in the past. He had worked hard with Qianbai until now. He had a very high status in the dragon cult. Now, Qianbai actually wanted him to apologize to Ling Xiao. This was truly inconceivable. Sect leader. This old man is still the third elder of the dragon cult. Even if I didn't contribute anything to the dragon cult, I still worked hard. You can't treat me like this. The third sect elder gritted his teeth and said with an ugly expression. Humph, it's because I've been too arrogant, that's why you're so arrogant. You even dare to humiliate my last disciple. Don't you know what it means to be a last disciple? Slapping his face is the same as slapping my face. The first rule of the dragon cult was that those who humiliated the cult leader would die. I'm not going to kill you. I'm just asking you to apologize. Don't tell me that I've wronged you. Qianbai snorted coldly, not giving the third clan elder any face. In the past, because he didn't have a good successor, he felt that he didn't have much to aspire to, so he was somewhat accommodating to the elders and vice sect. This led to the sect master's sect being bullied too much. But now that he had Ling Xiao, he had a new aspiration. Since the third sect elder dared to provoke him, he had no choice but to use the third sect elder as a tool to deal with him. The third sect elder could feel Qianbai's cold killing intent, and his body trembled violently. Although he was unwilling and humiliated, he could only look at Ling Xiao and bow respectfully. My apologies, this old man wasn't fair enough and bullied the weak. I hope young hero won't take it to heart. This time, at least on the surface, his attitude was very sincere. The third sect elder bowed to Ling Xiao. Qianbai then looked at Ling Xiao and asked, Good disciple, what do you think? If you're not satisfied, I can make him pay a bigger price. Forget it. It's good enough that the sect elder bowed to me. I, Ling Xiao, am not the kind of person who doesn't show mercy. I just hope that this kind of thing won't happen again. Today's matter will be written off. What could Ling Xiao do? He couldn't let Chen Bai kill the third sect elder, right? If that happened, the dragon cult would really start to fight among themselves. Anyway, the third sect elder didn't do anything to him, so this matter was dropped. Not to mention, he was anxious to see his benefactor. He Wuxing didn't have the heart to do so. Good. Since you're satisfied, that's good. Here's the Python's demon core you wanted. I brought it for you. Chen Bai took out a demon core that shone with a red light. There was a faint smell of sandalwood on it. Yes, this is it. Thank you, Master. Ling Xiao was very grateful. If it wasn't for Chen Bai, he wouldn't have been able to get this level of demon core. With this item, his sealed 160 days of cultivation could be completely undone. This was the benefit of having a backer. Let's go. Follow me into the demonic dragon city. Chen Bai led Ling Xiao and Chen Luan into the demonic dragon city. The internal structure of the demonic dragon city wasn't much different from the Thunder City. Only the demonic palace in the central area looked somewhat sinister and terrifying. The overall shape of the palace was actually like an angry demon, which was quite symbolic. Inside, they found that it was actually a place of birds and flowers. It wasn't as sinister and terrifying as the outside. Perhaps it was because the things that happened outside had already spread inside. When Chen Bai and the other two walked on the road, the people were all respectful. They either knelt down or bowed to salute. After they walked away, they began to talk about Ling Xiao. Is he Ling Xiao? What a handsome young man. Handsome my ass. He's not even as handsome as me. It's just that rumor has it that he defeated General Purple Thunder. I don't know if it's true or not. It must be true about General Purple Thunder. Several demonic dragon envoys saw it. The most unbelievable thing is that he actually defeated the warring prince Chen Songxiong and even snatched his Blood Thunder Imperial sword. TSK. I heard that the sect leader is going to accept this kid as his disciple. Just now outside the city, he even forced the third sect elder to apologize to this new disciple. The sect leader hasn't shown his power for a long time. This time, I'm afraid he's really going to reorganize the dragon cult. Everyone was discussing and speculating. However, they didn't quite understand Ling Zhao's cultivation. This guy looks like he's only at the peak of the 9th level of hell. How could he defeat General Purple Thunder? That's right. This is also what I don't understand. You should know that he easily defeated Jing Quan and Lu Su outside the city. It's really unbelievable. His pet is also very powerful. It actually scared Lu Yen to the point that he almost peed his pants. Ha ha ha. No wonder the third sect elder flipped out. This is too embarrassing. Hearing such discussions, Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Wherever there were people, there would be fights. In this world, there were no existences that had transcended the mortal world. Even his master, Chen Bai, was an ordinary person. However, Ling Xiao liked ordinary people. Only ordinary people had emotions and desires and could be truly trusted. Moreover, in a place like the dragon cult, although the martial artists outside had some misunderstandings about him, Chen Bai glanced at Ling Xiao when they arrived at the grand hall of the demon palace. Yi Wuxing is currently undergoing treatment and shouldn't be disturbed. Bear with it for a while. I'll introduce you to the upper echelons of the sect. After that, it'll be easier for you to do whatever you want. Otherwise, without a proper status, it'll be difficult for you to do anything. I'll listen to Master's instructions. Ling Xiao knew that some things couldn't be rushed. Although he was worried about Yi Wuxing, he still had to bear with it when it was necessary. Okay. Chen Luan, go and inform the 2 vice sect masters, 3 sect elders, 9 elders, and the 13 highest-ranking demon dragon envoys. Including the branch leaders in Demon Dragon City, they'll all come here. Father will announce that I've accepted Ling Xiao as my disciple in front of them. Chen Bai looked at Chen Luan and said, Yes, Godfather. Chen Luan accepted the order and left. Chen Bai let Ling Xiao sit beside him and warned, Disciple, although Master suppressed the third sect elder for you today, I'm afraid you'll have a hard time in the future. You can ignore the others for now, but the 3 sect elders and the 2 vice sect masters are all important figures in the sect. Under normal circumstances, they won't provoke Master. Master also won't provoke them and maintains a delicate balance. But today, Master broke this balance for you, so they'll definitely do something. You must be careful. Bear with it. After all, Master can't protect you all the time. Master, what are the cultivation levels of those 5 people? Ling Xiao didn't reply to Chen Bai. Instead, he asked. You've seen the 3rd sect elder. His strength is about the same as General Purple Thunder. The 2nd sect elder's strength is about the same as the Thunder Severed Elder. The 1st sect elder is about the same as the Thunder Monarch. They're both very powerful. As for the 2 vice sect masters, they're experts in the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm. Even the 5 elders behind the Chen nation might not be able to defeat them. Once the 5 of them join forces, Master will have a headache. Under normal circumstances, Master won't touch them easily. Chen Bai replied. If that's the case, what if they don't agree with Master's plan to accept disciples? Ling Xiao asked. I'm the leader of the dragon cult after all. Although I sometimes give in to them in order to maintain balance, I've already made my decision on this matter. How can I allow them to interfere? Chen Bai coldly snorted and said, You can rest assured. Even if they target you, they can only do things according to the rules. They won't dare to act recklessly. Ling Xiao understood what he meant. Even if the 3 sect elders and the 2 vice sect leaders wanted to deal with him, they wouldn't dare to do it openly. However, they would definitely make use of some things to deal with him behind his back. However, what did he have to fear? Since someone wanted to play with him, he would play with them. In any case, he was most afraid of not having a worthy opponent. The more opponents he had, the faster his cultivation would improve. This was definitely a good thing for him, not a bad thing at all. Before long, most of the people that Chen Bai had gathered had already arrived. Only the 2 vice sect leaders and the 3 sect elders had yet to arrive. Ling Xiao knew that they were pressuring Chen Bai. He noticed that his master Chen Bai's expression wasn't very good. He reckoned that someone was going to be unlucky later. Anyone who dared to provoke Chen Bai at this time was really asking for a beating. The people who came all looked curiously at Ling Xiao, who was sitting beside Chen Bai. They were puzzled. Chen Bai was the sect leader, and he actually allowed Ling Xiao to sit on the same level as him. Did this mean that Ling Xiao had already been selected by Chen Bai as the future sect leader of the dragon cult? Wasn't this a little too fast? These people didn't dare to say anything. They were all discussing in private through soul telepathy. This is the rumored Ling Xiao that even King Chen couldn't deal with? His cultivation doesn't seem to be strong. Maybe he's hiding his strength. After all, he defeated General Purple Thunder. I'm afraid we can't see through him. Is the sect leader really going to accept him as a disciple? Of course, otherwise he wouldn't have gathered us. The sect leader hasn't found any good disciples for so many years. Now that he's met this treasure, he should hurry up and seize it. I'm afraid that the 3 sect elders won't give face to the sect leader later. If this little guy makes a fool of himself in front of everyone, the sect leader will be embarrassed. I don't think so. Since this little guy can defeat General Purple Thunder, he must be special. The 3 sect elders are very strong, but they don't dare to fight in front of the sect leader. It must be the pressure of momentum. This little guy should be able to hold on. Whether he can hold on or not, we'll know later. After a long time, the 3 sect elders finally arrived. Chen Bai's eyes were filled with coldness. He knew that he had indulged his subordinates too much over the years, which led to their disrespect. The 3 sect elders probably thought that Chen Bai was not as brave as he used to be. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the 3 sect elders. Ling Xiao knew the 3rd sect elder. He was about 50 years old, short and fat, and there was a fierce light on his face, as if he would kill anyone who owed him money. As for the 2nd sect elder, he was very handsome. It was said that he was in his 60s after reincarnating. However, he looked like he was only in his 30s, and he was a typical gigolo. There was another rumor that Ling Xiao heard from Chen Luan. The 2nd sect elder was a womanizer when he was young, and he was still the same now. With his handsome face, he had cheated many women in the Jianghu. He was really a demon, and it was despicable. The first sect elder was actually a woman, and a middle-aged woman at that. Her swaying body gave her quite a bit of charm. It could be seen that she was also a femme fatale when she was young, who had seduced many good men and women. This person's aura was very deep, and Ling Xiao could not see through it at all. Moreover, this woman had a demonic aura. She was probably not human, but a real demon. The three of you are really arrogant. It seems that even I, as the sect leader, can't invite you. Chen Bai suddenly said coldly. The three sect elders were about to sit down when they heard this. Their faces turned cold. In the past, Chen Bai would never have done this. However, today, Chen Bai had flipped out. What was he doing? Was it because of Ling Xiao? The second sect elder suddenly looked at Chen Bai and said, "Sect leader, what are you doing? Are you blaming me?" The first sect elder also said coldly, "I heard that sect leader forced third brother to apologize to that kid. As his elder sister, I have to seek justice for him. Sect leader, you must hand that kid over to us today. Are you threatening me?" The corner of Chen Bai's mouth curled up into a sneer. "Whatever you think, sect leader." The first sect elder smiled faintly. "Is that so?" Chen Bai's body suddenly flashed. Chen Bai returned to his seat as if he hadn't moved at all. As for the three clan elders, each of them had a bright red palm print on their faces. "Sect leader, you." The three elders didn't look too good. They were very shocked. All this while, they thought that their strength was close to Chen Bai's level, even if it wasn't. Especially the first elder, he even thought that he could fight on par with Chen Bai. But this slap had completely destroyed their confidence. Chen Bai was too strong. It was so easy to leave 3 slaps on their faces. This terrifying strength was too shocking. These 3 slaps are to tell you who the real master of the dragon cult is. Don't forget it. Sitting there, Chen Bai stared coldly at the 3 elders and said. The situation was very awkward. The 3 elders were completely embarrassed, but they didn't dare to say anything. It was very embarrassing. At this moment, a man and a woman suddenly appeared. It was a man and a woman. The man was handsome and carefree, and he had some of Chen Bai's style. The woman was extraordinary. Although she wasn't as beautiful as the Moon Lady, she was also a peerless beauty. These 2 people were the 2 vice sect leaders of the dragon cult. They were also Chen Bai's sworn siblings. That woman was once Chen Bai's true love, but she was later stolen by that man. Chen Bai was in so much pain that he wanted to die. But he was too emotional. Besides, he wasn't married to that woman, so he didn't do anything. He just silently endured the pain of his heart being torn. He licked his wounds alone. Big brother, I think these 3 elders were just confused for a moment. They wouldn't dare to disrespect you. After the man arrived, he said with a smile. Judging from his appearance, this person was indeed more outstanding than Chen Bai. Even his strength didn't seem to be much worse than Chen Bai's. But it seemed a little difficult to steal someone's love with just that. That's right, big brother. Just spare them. We're all family. Don't fight among yourselves. The woman walked to Chen Bai's side and exhaled a fragrant breath as she spoke. Her personality seemed to be somewhat cold, but her concern for Chen Bai did not seem to be fake. This made Ling Xiao somewhat unable to see through. She clearly cared about Chen Bai, and her eyes were full of love. How could she be with another man and make Chen Bai suffer? Ling Xiao felt a headache coming on. When it came to matters of the heart, he could never see through it. Forget it, I won't think too much about it. At this moment, Chen Bai's emotions seemed to fluctuate slightly. It could be seen that he still loved that woman deeply. At this time, he had to try his best to control his emotions and not let himself lose control. Since the 2 vice sect leaders have interceded, I will spare you today. However, I hope that you will remember who is in charge of the dragon cult. Have a seat. Chen Bai did not intend to do anything to the 3 sect leaders. He only wanted to scare them off. Now that he had achieved his goal, there was no need to continue. Then, he said to Ling Xiao, these 2 are my brother and sister. Phoenix in the Cloud and Xiaomuyu are also the 2 vice sect leaders of the dragon cult. Chenbai's attitude towards the two sworn siblings was as good as ever. Wait, big brother, what did you say? You want to take this kid as your disciple? Phoenix in the Cloud suddenly frowned and looked at Chenbai. That's right. I haven't taken in a disciple for many years. However, I like this kid very much. This time, I brought him back to take him in as my disciple. Chenbai nodded and said. Hearing this, the crowd began to discuss among themselves. Although they should not stop the sect leader from taking in a disciple, this was too sudden. Moreover, if he wanted to take in a disciple, then so be it. Why did he make it so grand and gather all the higher-ups? Big brother, your joke is not funny at all. Although this young man looks smart, his cultivation is only at the peak of the 9th level of hell of the Yin-Yang realm. With such a cultivation, he would only be an inferior disciple in our dragon cult. Aren't you afraid that the other disciples will be unhappy if you take him in as your last disciple? Phoenix in the Cloud frowned and said. Obviously, he had heard of Ling Xiao's prowess and was afraid that Chenbai would really take in an outstanding disciple. This would be a very unstable factor in his plan. He had to try his best to avoid it. Big brother, do you look like you're joking? Chenbai used to talk about brotherhood, but now, he felt that he should fight for something for himself. His woman was already taken by his brother. Why couldn't he take in a disciple? Phoenix in the Cloud's doubts made him very unhappy, and his face gradually darkened. However, Phoenix in the Cloud did not seem to care about Chenbai's unhappiness. He smiled and said, I've heard of this young man, Ling Xiao. He's really good. However, he's not a disciple of the dragon cult. Moreover, his aptitude is really unflattering. If Big Brother wants to take in a disciple, I can give my disciple to you. Enough. I've already made up my mind. There's no need to say anything more. If you two still treat me as your sect leader, then sit down. Chenbai's voice was already filled with dense killing intent. Phoenix in the Cloud sighed in his heart. He knew that it was impossible to forcefully dissuade him. However, what could a mere Ling Xiao do even if he became the sect leader's last disciple? He would have to suffer a lot in the future. He sneered in his heart and sat down. My good disciple, come and greet the higher-ups. Especially my sworn brother and sister, and the 3 elders. They're all meritorious people of the dragon cult. You must show them enough respect in the future. Chenbai naturally knew how to say such polite words. Ling Xiao stood up and saluted the 2 vice sect leaders, the 3 sect elders, and all the higher-ups. Junior is not talented, but Master has taken a fancy to me and accepted me as a disciple. I hope that seniors will take care of me in the future. After he finished speaking, he sat down. The situation was very clear now. Most of the higher-ups were neutral. They had no ill intentions towards him, but they did not have good intentions either. The 3 elders and the 2 deputy sect leaders obviously did not like him. Judging from his attitude, they did not want to talk to him. Since that was the case, why should he be polite to them? Alright, from today onwards, Ling Xiao is my closed-door disciple. All of you should know how to treat him, right? Now, let's adjourn. The reason Chenbai had gathered so many people was to give Ling Xiao a proper status. This was to prevent people from saying that they didn't know and purposely causing trouble for Ling Xiao. Sect leader, there's something I don't understand. May I ask? The first elder suddenly stood up and said. What is it? Chenbai frowned. He thought that the first elder had already been intimidated by him. Now that he spoke again, it was most likely Phoenix in the Cloud who asked him to do so. Fine, ask away. He did not accept Ling Xiao as his disciple because there was no dirty deal. He was not afraid of people asking. Sect leader, this person said that his name is Ling Xiao. But from what I know, Ling Xiao has been in the limelight recently. Is this kid really Ling Xiao? The first elder questioned that Ling Xiao first killed the 8th prince of the state of Chen, Ji-Hyun of Silla, then, he used the 10-terminal formation to kill the 4 commanders of the Sky Thunder Legion. The most shocking and inconceivable thing was that he went to the Thunder capital alone, killed the demon envoy of the Demon Shadow sect, destroyed the Volcano Pavilion, and killed the 2 Tower Lords. He even killed General Blue Thunder, and the strongest General Purple Thunder. He wiped out 3 of the 8 great clans of the state of Chen. All of these things were simply inconceivable. However, many of them were things that people had witnessed with their own eyes. Especially when Ling Xiao destroyed the volcano pavilion, destroyed the 3 great clans, and killed General Purple Thunder. The demon dragon envoy of our dragon cult was also present. How could such a heroic figure be such an ignorant brat, that General Purple Thunder's cultivation was comparable to my third brother's? Sect Master, are you insisting that this brat can defeat my third brother? Others also had such doubts, but they did not directly voice them like the first elder. Clearly, Ling Zhao's cultivation was only at the peak of the 9th level of the Yinyang realm. How could he have done such a thing, unless the Ling Xiao in front of them was not the real Ling Xiao, but someone else in disguise? So you're saying that you're doubting the seat's judgment? Chen Bai coldly asked. This subordinate does not dare, but Sect Master did take Chen Songxiong as a disciple. At that time, Chen Songxiong used another alias. The first elder said that he did not dare, but he was indeed doubting. Haha, this seat also told you that even if he wasn't that Ling Xiao, this seat would still take him as a disciple. What are you going to do about it? Chen Bai coldly sneered. He really is an imposter. Hearing Chen Bai's words, everyone seemed to be relieved. They were unwilling to believe that this person with mediocre cultivation was the hero in their hearts. After all, Ling Xiao was the idol of many people in the dragon cult. Your subordinate doesn't dare to do anything. I just want to clarify things. The first elder heaved a sigh of relief. Now that he knew that Ling Xiao wasn't the real Ling Xiao, he wasn't as worried as before. Is it clear now? Chen Bai asked. Understood. Since you're clear about it, you may leave. I don't wish for anyone to continue dwelling on this issue. Chen Bai said indifferently. Although his words were unpleasant to hear, they were what most people thought. Yes. We will take our leave now. The 3 sect elders and many of the higher-ups left, including the 2 vice-sect leaders. Only Ling Xiao, Chen Bai, and Chen Luan were left. Godfather, you clearly know that he is the real Ling Xiao. Why don't you explain yourself? After everyone left, Chen Luan asked impatiently. Master, you're doing this to protect me. Ling Xiao said, if those people knew that I was the real Ling Xiao, I'm afraid that they would kill me regardless of the consequences because I would become their biggest threat. Now that they think I'm an imposter, they won't target me as much as before. Although they will still cause trouble for me, I can handle this kind of trouble. Once my cultivation becomes stronger, even if they know the truth, they can't do anything to me. Ha ha ha, as expected of Ling Xiao. You're really smart. Chen Bai laughed and said, yes, that's what I was thinking. I hope that you can concentrate on cultivating instead of dealing with troublesome matters every day. In fact, with your strength, as long as you're not the third elder or the upper disciples, you should have no problem staying alive, right? Yes, of course. Ling Xiao nodded and said. Well, the matter here is over. Go and see your benefactor, the night is formless. Chen Bai stood up and led Ling Xiao to the medical hall of the Demon Dragon Palace. On the way, a martial artist hurriedly chased after them. It wasn't any of the higher-ups from the previous meeting. Sect Master, Demon Dragon Envoy. What's the matter? Chen Luan asked. Demon Dragon Envoy, the Sect Master's new disciple wants to be registered. This disciple thought that he was Ling Xiao, so I already registered him. However, the third elder just said that this person is an imposter. This, although that person said that, there was a hint of mockery in his expression as he looked at Ling Xiao. How shameless of him to impersonate a hero. You're right. My real name is not Ling Xiao. It's Elder Zhong's father. You can write it that way. Ling Xiao said lightly. Elder Zhong's father? What a strange name. The martial artist didn't react for a while. He muttered the name and turned to leave. Chen Bai didn't stop him. He planned to wait until Ling Xiao was truly recognized by everyone in the dragon cult before registering him. At that time, Ling Xiao could officially take over the dragon cult. If he forcibly registered now, many people would not be convinced. The martial artist in charge of registration returned to the place where he worked. The third elder was still waiting. What's his name? The third elder asked. Reporting to the third elder, that person said that he's Elder Zhong's father. Well, Elder Zong's father. Well? Bastard. The third elder suddenly stood up and slapped the martial artist. Idiot, you don't even know that you've been fooled. At this time, the martial artist suddenly came to his senses. Third elder, that brat is really bad. He actually dared to offend the three elders. We must teach him a lesson. The martial artist in charge of registration was also one of the three elders. Now that he was slapped by the third elder, he vented all his anger on Ling Xiao. Teach him a lesson? Then I'll give you a chance to atone for your mistake. I heard that brat has a good relationship with Dark Knight Formless. You should take advantage of the quiet night and give Dark Knight Formless a quick death, so that he won't always live in pain. I want to see what kind of expression that brat will have when Dark Knight Formless dies. Daring to insult us three elders, he must be tired of living. The third elder sneered. This subordinate obeys. Remember, Mo-san, do this beautifully. Don't let anyone find out, otherwise you'll be in trouble. The third elder said coldly. Don't worry, third elder. If you want me to kill that brat, I might not dare. But killing Dark Knight Formless is not a problem. I have people in the medical hall. Mo-san nodded. Then it's fine. At this time, Ling Xiao, Chen Bai, and Chen Luan had already arrived at the medical hall. The treatment for Dark Knight Formless had already ended. Ling Xiao looked at the unconscious Dark Knight Formless lying on the bed and sighed in his heart. Back at the Eight Immortal Mountain, if not for Dark Knight Formless, he would have been chased out. Dark Knight Formless was a great favor to him, so he naturally had to wake him up. He walked forward, grabbed Dark Knight Formless' hand, and released a strand of soul power. What's going on? Chen Bai knew something was wrong when he saw Ling Xiao's pale face. The Hill Master has been poisoned. It's a very vicious poison that can make him unconscious forever and then slowly die. Fortunately, I came early. Otherwise, if I came 2 or 3 months later, even the gods wouldn't be able to save him. Ling Xiao's face was very ugly. What? Chen Bai revealed a shocked expression. Someone actually dared to poison my friend. Although his strength was outstanding, he didn't know anything about pharmacology. Therefore, it was impossible for him to see that Yi Yezi was poisoned. It can't be wrong. This poison is called shadowless poison. It's colorless and odorless, and it won't kill him immediately. That's why you thought that the Hill Master was unconscious because of his injuries. Ling Xiao really wanted to kill someone now. However, if he wanted to kill someone, he would have to find the person who poisoned him first. Not long after, the pharmacists, nurses, and nurses all arrived. Why is there one missing? Chen Luan frowned. He was the demon dragon envoy and was very familiar with the people in the medical hall. Therefore, he could tell at a glance that one person was missing. However, the missing person was Yi Yezi's nurse, which was even more strange. He told Ling Xiao and Chen Bai about the situation. Chen Bai immediately ordered a search for the nurse. This was the Demon Dragon City, Chen Bai's territory. No one could escape. During the search, Chen Luan was in charge of interrogating the pharmacists, nurses, and nurses. He was very good at this kind of thing anyway. Ling Xiao began to treat Yi Yezi's injuries and detoxify him. After about half an hour, Ling Xiao's face showed a relaxed expression. Yi Yezi's body, which had been motionless, finally reacted. The Hill Master's body is too weak. Although the poison has been detoxified, he still needs to recuperate. Can I trouble Master to arrange a safe place for me to take care of him? Other than Chen Bai and Chen Luan, he didn't trust anyone else here. Therefore, it was absolutely necessary for Dark Knight Formless to stay in a place where only he could go. No problem. My Demon Dragon City may not have many things, but it has plenty of secret rooms. When the dragon cult was first established, I spent a lot of effort to avoid the pursuit of the Chen nation's royal family. Chen Bai said proudly. Thinking back to those bitter days back then, he still felt that it was quite interesting. Thank you, Master. Ling Xiao had already made up his mind. He wanted Xiao Jin to take care of and protect Dark Knight. In any case, Xiao Jin couldn't cultivate right now. The only way to increase its strength was to devour heat sources. This was something he could help Little Gold obtain. Taking care of and protecting Dark Knight Formless would not be a problem. Although he was still unable to transform into a human form, his little claws were still very nimble. Ling Xiao, Godfather, someone just reported that the body of the female doctor has been found, and she died not long ago. In addition, I've already interrogated those people, but they don't seem to know anything. I don't think they're lying, because I tortured her. Just as Ling Xiao and Chen Baiyu were talking, Chen Luan walked over and reported. It seems that someone has a guilty conscience. Ling Xiao smiled coldly. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing as soon as he arrived in Demon Dragon City. He hadn't found the culprit yet, but it didn't matter. As long as this person was still in the dragon cult, he didn't believe that this person wouldn't reveal his fox tail. As for the results of Chen Luan's interrogation, he didn't doubt it at all. The person who poisoned Dark Knight Formless naturally wouldn't reveal his identity. In fact, there wasn't much difference whether he was tortured or not. Master, I suddenly thought of something. Don't arrange a secret room. Just arrange an ordinary residence for me. Otherwise, how can I give others a chance? Ling Xiao wanted to fish, but once he entered the secret room, he was afraid that even the fish wouldn't be able to enter. You have to think carefully. That might be dangerous. Chen Baiyu reminded. Master, don't worry. After all, this is Demon Dragon City. The real big shots won't make a move. They'll only send some small fries. And these small fries will think that I'm a fake Ling Xiao, so they'll be easy to bully. That's why they're the easiest to deal with. When the big shots can't hold back and make a move, don't I still have you, Master? Ling Xiao smiled. That's true. Then I'll give you the Demon Air Hall, near the cult leader's hall. That's where the successor of the cult leader should live. It's the closest to where I live. Chen Baiyu pondered for a moment before saying. Thank you, Master. Then, the three of them brought Dark Knight Formless to the Demon Air Hall. After sitting down, Chen Baiyu said, Disciple, I know you're worried about Brother Dark Knight. But you should understand that after coming to the Dragon Cult, raising your cultivation and status is the most important thing. You should really want to obtain the supreme techniques of the Dragon Cult. I'm not afraid to tell you that the Dragon Cult does indeed have 4 supreme techniques. And each of them has reached the 3rd heaven of the immortal grade. In the state of Chen, a martial art at the 3rd heaven of the immortal grade is the top martial art. Hearing Chen Bai's words, Ling Xiao's heart suddenly heated up. The 4 supreme techniques. Just hearing the name was enough to make one excited. Of course, he didn't forget his purpose in coming to the Dragon Cult. Of course, he didn't regret saving Dark Knight Formless. He also didn't regret healing Dark Knight Formless. However, he naturally hoped to obtain the 4 supreme martial arts. This point also didn't change. Master, what's the story behind the 4 supreme techniques of the Dragon Cult? Ling Xiao asked. Since Dark Knight Formless' life was no longer in danger, he could rest assured and make plans for himself. Some of the 4 supreme techniques were taken from the royal family of the state of Chen. Some were snatched from other sections. Some were obtained from secret realms. All in all, it wasn't easy to obtain all of them, and it's even harder to cultivate them. You should understand that ordinary people only have the right to cultivate the 3rd heaven of the immortal grade after reaching the 1st cycle of the Yin-Yang realm and the 12 levels of hell. And in the Dragon Cult, only the upper disciples have the right to come in contact with the 4 supreme techniques. So even if you're my disciple, I can't help you get in through the back door. Of course, other than the 4 supreme techniques, there's no problem with anything else. Chen Bai's words were naturally to tell Ling Xiao the key to increasing his cultivation and status. Ling Xiao had just joined the Dragon Cult and was only a lower disciple. That's not a problem. Master, tell me first, what are the 4 supreme techniques? Ling Xiao wasn't worried about increasing his cultivation and status. He had absolute confidence in himself. Okay, since you're so confident, I'll tell you. Since Chen Bai had chosen to take Ling Xiao as his disciple, he naturally wouldn't hide anything. Up until now, no one had learned all of the 4 supreme techniques of the Dragon Cult. On the path of martial arts, there are usually 4 types of martial arts that accompany one. They are movement techniques, offensive martial arts, defensive martial arts, and auxiliary martial arts. The 4 supreme martial arts happen to be these 4 types. Chen Bai paused and looked at Ling Xiao before continuing. Let's talk about movement techniques first. The movement technique of the four supreme martial arts is called Demonic Dragon's Phantom. Using the Demonic Dragon's Phantom allows the warrior to be as elusive as a demonic dragon. During a battle, the demonic dragon's head can be seen but its tail can't be seen. Even a warrior with a higher cultivation might not be able to capture your true body. The requirements for this movement technique are relatively low. Normally, the requirement is to reach the 12th level of hell in the yin-yang realm. But in reality, as long as one has enough talent, aptitude, and comprehension, one can cultivate it after reaching the 11th level of hell in the yin-yang realm. Demonic Dragon's Phantom? I just happen to need this movement technique. My 1,000-mile wolf can't keep up with my cultivation anymore. Ling Xiao thought about it. He made the right choice in coming to the dragon cult. Otherwise, how could he have come into contact with such martial arts? Next, the auxiliary martial arts is called Demonic Dragon's Possession. Demonic Dragon's Possession is a martial art that can increase one's combat strength in battle. When using it, one can summon a demonic dragon to possess their body. Although their appearance won't change, their combat strength will increase exponentially. Inner strength, defense, strength, and speed will all increase. At the first level of heaven, the increase will be doubled. At the second level of heaven, the increase will be doubled. At the third level of heaven, the increase will be quadrupled. It's really powerful. The difficulty of cultivating this is higher than the demonic dragon's phantom. But for a genius warrior, it should be possible to cultivate it after reaching the peak of the 11th level of hell in the yin-yang realm. The last two supreme martial arts are more difficult. One must reach the 12th level of hell in the yin-yang realm and the first level of hell in order to cultivate them. Also, you need special tools. Special tools? Ling Xiao frowned. That's right. The last two martial arts are contained within the demon dragon sword. Only by obtaining the demon dragon sword can you cultivate them. The offensive martial skill was the demonic dragon scripture. After obtaining this set of martial skills, one could modify it according to the offensive methods one was good at. Then, he extended the demonic dragon sword art, demonic dragon saber art, and so on. The defensive martial skill is the imperial celestial dragon body. This defensive martial skill was brought from the royal family of the Chen nation by your master. It is also sealed in the demon dragon sword. That would truly be a slap to the face of the Chen nation's royal family. That was because even the Thunder Emperor was unable to successfully learn this martial technique. I don't have it either, so you can only know the specific effects after you succeed in cultivating it. At this point, Chen Bai cast a hopeful look at Ling Xiao. He believed that with Ling Xiao's aptitude, he would definitely be able to accomplish what he had never accomplished before. It was a slap to the face of the Qin Kingdom's royal family. Master, don't worry. I won't let you down. Ling Xiao didn't want to disappoint Chen Bai. Similarly, he didn't want to disappoint those who had high hopes for him. Although the pressure was great. The greater the pressure, the greater the motivation for him. Good. Since you have such thoughts, then it's easy. Today, the Dragon Cult is holding an assessment for the promotion of a lower disciple to a middle disciple. With your strength, it shouldn't be a problem. Do you want to participate? Chen Bai asked. Of course. Ling Xiao nodded. With such an opportunity, he naturally had to seize it. However, I have to remind you that you offended the 3 elders before. The 3rd elder is in charge of the assessment for the promotion of a lower disciple to a middle disciple. He will definitely cause trouble for you. You must be careful. Chen Bai reminded him. I know, Master. I, Ling Xiao, am not a pushover who can be bullied by anyone. If they really want to deal with me, then I will definitely make them as disappointed as those idiots from the Chen nation's royal family. Ling Xiao sneered. Although he still hadn't found out who poisoned Invisible Knight. Ling Xiao already had a suspect. The person who poisoned him must have a grudge against Chen Bai. If it wasn't the 2 vice sect masters, then it must be the 3 elders. He didn't have any evidence now, so he couldn't speak carelessly. However, he believed that these people would sooner or later reveal their fox tail. The way to expose them as soon as possible was to keep getting stronger and make them feel threatened. The promotion of a lower disciple to a middle disciple was only the first step. Chen Bai personally led Ling Xiao to the assessment site. The assessment site was in the Demon Dragon City. Because it was considered a grand event of the dragon cult, it attracted a lot of attention. Almost all the warriors in the Demon Dragon City came to watch the show. At this moment, the Demon Dragon City's square could be said to be a sea of people. The huge square was actually crowded. If it weren't for the fact that Chen Bai and Ling Xiao's movement techniques weren't weak, it would be difficult to squeeze through these people. At this time, the selection was nearing its end. The reason why the third elder was able to reach the Demon Dragon City so quickly was because he was not far from the city gate. Anyway, it didn't matter whether he was present or not. His subordinates were enough to maintain the situation. Fortunately, there's still time. Chen Bai saw that the middle disciple selection wasn't over yet, so he led Ling Xiao to the third elder. Lu Laosan, my disciple also wants to participate in the selection. Is there still time? Lu Laosan's words were not a negotiation. Although he used a questioning tone, it was actually an order. The third elder didn't want to agree, but when he thought of Chen Bai's terrifying strength, he suddenly lost his confidence. If the sect master says there's still time, then there's still time. However, now that the selection is in the final battle, all the battles are basically over. Why don't you just let Ling Xiao directly advance? Anyway, you're the sect master. You have this privilege. The third elder's words were more or less sarcastic. Humph, do you think I'm like the three of you who like to play favoritism? Chen Bai coldly snorted and said, who has the best result in this selection? The third elder didn't understand why Chen Bai asked such a question, but he still answered, the 13th prince has the best result. The 13th prince? Hearing this, Ling Xiao was stunned. He remembered that the 13th prince had once come to the 8 Immortals City to preside over the selection of the Arcana Academy disciples. However, the 13th prince had always been against him and almost killed him. Later, Jihyun of Silla captured the 13th prince alive and wanted to bring him back to Thunder City, but he was snatched away by the people of the dragon cult. He didn't expect that the 13th prince would become a disciple of the dragon cult. Oh? The one that Phoenix in the Cloud wants to cultivate to be a puppet king? Chen Bai laughed. That's right. This kid's talent isn't bad, but he's a bit lazy. After our training, he has already reached the early stage of the 10th level of hell in a short time. The 13th prince has been working hard ever since he became my disciple. Plus, he's good at some powerful martial techniques. Soon, he stood out among the lower disciples. This time, he won't have any problem becoming a middle disciple. The third sect elder said proudly. It was as if he was mocking Chen Bai. Look at Vice Sect Master Phoenix in the Cloud's eyes, and look at the disciple you chose. This is the difference. He's the one. Chen Bai said with a smile, let Ling Xiao fight the 13th prince. If Ling Xiao wins, both of them will become middle disciples. What do you think? Are you sure? The third sect elder said with a smile, Sect Master, you have to think carefully. Although I know what happened outside the demonic dragon city, it's just the result of Jing Quan and Lu Su underestimating the enemy. It's not this fake. This Ling Xiao is very strong. What if he is injured by the 13th prince? What should we do then? It doesn't matter. As long as he doesn't die. Chen Bai waved his hand and said, our dragon cult has always had this rule. If we don't suffer some losses, how can we grow? If we keep protecting ourselves like those idiots in the royal family, we won't be able to fight against the royal family of the Qin kingdom. Okay. Since Sect Master says so, I'll do as you say. The third sect elder was secretly delighted. In fact, the 13th prince's cultivation had already broken through to the middle stage of the 10th level of hell. He said that the early stage was just to numb Chen Bai and Ling Xiao. Chen Bai agreed to this duel, which finally gave him a chance to deal with Ling Xiao. Brat, how dare you make fun of me and humiliate my grandson? You'll make a fool of yourself today. The third sect elder sneered. He called the 13th prince over and told him about the duel. The 13th prince was, of course, very happy. Ling Xiao made him lose face in the 8 Immortals County. At that time, he almost killed Ling Xiao, but his second brother, Ji Hyun of Silla, Chen Kanglin, stopped him. But today, the opportunity came again. Even if he couldn't kill Ling Xiao, he had to cripple him. Remember, as long as you don't kill him, you can beat him however you want. The third sect elder reminded. Don't worry, Elder Zong. I know what to do. If it weren't for Elder Zong, I'm afraid I would still be trapped in the royal prison. The 13th prince stared at Ling Xiao, wishing that the battle would start right away. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He naturally understood Chen Bai's intentions. He wanted him to become a middle disciple openly and not let others gossip about him. At the same time, it was also a sign of trust in him. He couldn't disappoint his master. After the rest of the selections were over, the third elder announced the duel between Ling Xiao and the 13th prince. The crowd went wild. The name Ling Xiao had recently become a hot topic within the dragon cult. He had become the idol of almost every dragon cult disciple. But it was rumored that the sect leader had recently accepted a disciple who had the same name as Ling Xiao, the one who killed General Purple Thunder. This impostor, after being slandered and exaggerated by the three elders, became a public enemy. Even the disciples of the sect leader were disdainful of the impostor Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was very calm in the face of these disdainful and hateful gazes. These people didn't hate him. Instead, they respected him too much, which was why they hated the impostor. It was actually very simple to resolve this misunderstanding. When he became an upper disciple, everything would be clear. So he wasn't worried, nor did he resent these people. The only people he was unhappy with were the three elders. They were already so old, and they were also people of high status in the dragon cult. How could they not have any sense of shame? To deal with a small fry like him, they had to resort to such despicable slander. What a joke. Humph, an impostor is an impostor. That day outside the city, we underestimated him and gave him the upper hand. Chen Luan must have secretly helped him. How could he have won against the 13th prince? Many middle disciples had appeared in the crowd to watch. Among them were Jin Quan and Lu Su, who had been humiliated by Ling Xiao. The person who spoke was Jin Quan. Although he had been frightened by Ling Xiao outside the city that day, the hatred he had for Ling Xiao had not diminished at all. After the third elder's advice, he understood that it wasn't that Ling Xiao was too strong, but that he had underestimated him too much. If he had lost to the real Ling Xiao, it would have been fine. But he had actually lost to the impostor Ling Xiao. This was simply a great humiliation. He looks quite handsome, but it's a pity that he doesn't even dare to say his real name. He even used Ling Xiao's name. This kind of person is a useless piece of trash. Lu Su said coldly from the side. The girls who were with him also nodded. In a world like the mystic world, martial arts were respected. Of course, it was easy to attract people's attention with good looks, but more importantly, it was actually strength. A powerful man would never lack the favor of women. Don't count on it. He can't win. The 13th prince has the royal family's secret technique. Although he was our enemy in the past, he is still a noble. And his cultivation is much higher than Ling Xiao's. Ling Xiao is just a lowly person from Yuhua town. How can he win? Moreover, don't forget that the 13th prince is the champion of this year's lower disciple promotion competition. Could it be that some people think that Ling Xiao is stronger than all the lower disciples of the dragon cult? Jun Quan added, seeming to make a lot of sense. Many people nodded. However, the faces of Chen Bai's adopted sons and daughters did not look good. I really don't know why foster father values this person so much. I really hope he doesn't embarrass foster father. Otherwise, we won't be able to survive in the dragon cult. Almost every one of Chen Bai's adopted sons and daughters had been bullied by the three elders' disciples. Therefore, they were really depressed and worried. They hoped that Ling Xiao would win, but they did not have much confidence. Don't worry, he will definitely win. A voice came from behind them. Everyone looked back and found that it was their most admired big brother, Chen Luan. Big brother. Don't worry, this guy is stronger than your big brother. Although his cultivation has dropped a lot due to some reasons, I still believe in his combat strength. Chen Luan believed in Ling Xiao because he knew that Ling Xiao was not a fake, because he had personally witnessed the miracle that Ling Xiao had created. On the stage, Ling Xiao and the 13th prince faced each other, each standing on one side. "You didn't expect us to meet again, did you?" Under everyone's gaze, the 13th prince fiercely slammed the heavy saber in his hand on the stage. The entire stage seemed to be struck by lightning and thunder, constantly shaking. "I didn't expect it." Ling Xiao nodded. He also felt that it was very interesting to meet the 13th prince here. It was really unexpected. When he was in the 8 Immortal City, many people thought that Ji-hyun of Silla had saved him. But he was very clear. Ji-hyun of Silla had saved the 13th prince. If things had continued to develop, the 13th prince would have died. There was no doubt about that. He was very happy to be able to meet this person again today. Because the battle that he did not complete back then could finally be realized today. "You are not worthy of being the sect leader's disciple." The 13th prince saw Ling Xiao's indifferent expression and was immediately enraged. He directly mocked. "If I'm not worthy, do you think you are?" Ling Xiao could not help but feel a little amused. Whether he was worthy or not, Chen Bai knew best. Was there a need for these small fries to judge him? However, it seemed that although many people felt that Chen Bai's control over the dragon cult was getting weaker and weaker, they also hoped to become Chen Bai's disciple. This kind of contradictory feeling was probably the portrayal of these people's deepest feelings. "Of course I'm more worthy than you." The 13th prince coldly pointed the long sword in his hand. He held the 1,000-pound sword in one hand and said to Ling Xiao, "Today, I will completely defeat you in front of the sect leader. I will let the sect leader see that you are not worthy of being his last disciple. You are not even worthy of being a disciple of the dragon cult. You are only worthy of being a piece of trash." "Is that so? Then I want to see how much you have improved after not seeing you for so long." Ling Xiao smiled. It seemed that he had to make an example out of the 13th prince today. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble in the future. Even if he defeated the 13th prince, it would not stop everyone from finding trouble with him. But it would still scare some people away. No matter what, the 13th prince was still the top among the lower disciples. He raised his hand and directly took out the 8 Immortal sword. The tip of the sword was pointed at the 13th prince. The sword vibrated slightly and in an instant, a sharp sword chi cut through the void, creating a sound of wind breaking. It rushed towards the 13th prince. "In order to prevent an overconfident challenger like you from appearing, I can only let you lose in a more direct and miserable manner today." Ling Xiao smiled. He already had a plan in mind. "Humph, you want to make an example out of me? What a joke." The 13th prince snorted coldly and said, "I heard that you obtained my 14th brother's Blood Thunder Imperial sword. You might as well take it out. Otherwise, you won't have any chance. Suppressing you with weapons is too boring. This 8 Immortal sword is enough." Ling Xiao said indifferently, "If I use the Blood Thunder Imperial sword, I'm afraid that even if I defeat you, you won't be convinced. You are simply courting death." The 13th prince felt that he was being looked down upon and was a little annoyed. Ling Xiao stopped talking nonsense with him. Instead, he looked at the rostrum and asked, "Can this duel start now?" "Of course, we can start any time." The 3rd clan elder nodded and laughed in his heart, arrogant and conceited kid. "I was worried that the 13th prince would be in trouble after you used the Blood Thunder Imperial sword. Since you've given up on your greatest advantage, there's no longer any suspense in this battle. Be careful, kid." The 13th prince intended to strike first to gain the upper hand. Immediately after, the Thunder Martial Soul appeared behind his back. He waved the long saber in his hand and stomped on the ground. His body suddenly leaned forward. On the long saber, a terrifying saber chi broke through the air. As it flew, a roar could be heard. The target of this saber chi was naturally Ling Xiao. "Good. Kill that imposter. Defeat him. Let him know how powerful we are." Seeing the 13th prince's attack, the surrounding people shouted crazily. Most of the people here hoped that Ling Xiao would be defeated. This was because they felt that Ling Xiao was an imposter and that he had tarnished the name of the hero in their hearts. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao faced the 13th prince's attack and stood there steadily. He had no intention of dodging at all. He quietly looked at the incoming saber qi and gently shook the long sword in his hand. A sharp sword qi began to condense. He needed to prove himself, because he had become Qianbai's closed-door disciple. There would naturally be many people who would hate him because of this. If he wanted to avoid endless trouble, he had to win this duel cleanly. He could not be sloppy. Only by winning would he be able to intimidate most of the people who wanted to cause trouble for him. Moreover, Qianbai had treated him well. He had to do something for Qianbai. Now that he was facing a mere lower disciple, he naturally wanted to win in an overwhelming manner. He wanted to let everyone in the dragon cult know that Qianbai was not blind to have chosen him as his last disciple. Instead, he had true talent that could make countless people blush with shame. He wanted to let everyone know that Qianbai had a good eye. Only in this way would Qianbai's position in the dragon cult be more stable. If Qianbai's position was stable, then it would be easier for him to mingle. In order to do this, what he needed was an absolutely crushing victory without any suspense. If he could win in one move, then he would not use a second move. If he could win in two moves, then he would not use a third move. He had to use his own performance to repay Qianbai's trust and expectations. He wanted Qianbai to put all his efforts into nurturing him, and not be distracted by anything else. Although these thoughts were many, in reality, they only lasted for a moment. Ling Zhao's mouth held a trace of a smile. Looking at the smile on Ling Zhao's face, the surrounding people all had the same thought. This guy was really arrogant. Yes, in the face of a strong opponent's attack, he actually did not move and could still maintain that indifferent smile. But he was really arrogant, as if the opponent's attack had no meaning to him. Seeing this scene, the 13th prince was even more annoyed. He had originally been looking forward to defeating Ling Xiao and making a fool of Ling Xiao in front of everyone. But Ling Xiao looked down on him. Fine, since that's the case, I'll first cripple your cultivation, then slowly torture you. Thinking of this, not only did the sword in his hand not weaken the attack, but it also released an even more terrifying aura. The huge sword aura instantly became even bigger. Then, it fiercely attacked Ling Xiao, as if it wanted to cut Ling Xiao in half. At that moment, the sword aura had already reached Ling Xiao's waist. Many of the timid spectators were so scared that they screamed and covered their eyes. As for Qianbai's foster children, except for Chen Luan, all of them lowered their heads. It seemed that this time, Ling Xiao was going to embarrass his foster father again. After all, there was no way he could defeat the disciples of the 3 elders and the 2 deputy leaders. The 3rd elder also showed a proud expression, looking at Ling Xiao gloatingly. From time to time, he secretly glanced at Qianbai, hoping to see disappointment or even despair on Qianbai's face. However, Qianbai's face was calm. Looking at Qianbai's calm expression, the 3rd elder sneered in his heart, keep pretending, keep pretending. Wait till your so-called last disciple is crippled, you won't be so calm anymore. Under everyone's complicated gazes, Yi Zichen looked at Yi Zichen. The 13th prince's terrifying saber qi had already arrived in front of Ling Xiao like a bolt of lightning. In the next moment, Ling Xiao might be split into 2, cut in half at the waist. While most people were waiting for this exciting scene to happen, something strange happened. The saber energy that was about to touch Ling Xiao's clothes suddenly stopped. It was as if the air had frozen, and the saber energy had also become stiff. Everyone looked at the saber energy in shock. They saw a hand. A hand that was shining with yellow light. It was this hand that had blocked the ferocious saber qi as easily as taking out a piece of paper. The demonic dragon city square was dead silent. In the next moment, the square was in an uproar. They were sure that the hand belonged to the impostor. Ling Xiao still maintained his calm smile and looked at the 13th prince, who was in shock, and said, "With your attack power, I don't even need to use my sword. Maybe I overestimated you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Xiao's figure suddenly disappeared. Although he did not learn the demonic dragon's phantom, his 1,000-mile wolf still caught the 13th prince off guard. The 13th prince realized that he could not sense Ling Xiao's aura. At that moment, he was extremely frightened, and panic appeared on his face. Suddenly, a sword light pierced out from a strange angle. The sword light was like a phantom, and it instantly turned from 1 to 10. The sword light was as fast as lightning, and it shot towards the 13th prince's body. Of course, every sword light avoided his vital points. After all, this was the middle disciple's selection, not a life and death battle. Ling Xiao knew how to control the situation. At this moment, the 13th prince did not completely lose his mind. After all, his cultivation was not weak. Although his battle experience and aura were not as good as Ling Xiao's, his cultivation and martial skills were not bad either. While quickly retreating to avoid Ling Xiao's terrifying sword shadow, the long blade in his hand also began to swing. The long saber formed streaks of lightning saber shadows around his body. These saber shadows gradually formed an impenetrable defense. After the defense was formed, the 13th prince began to prepare for a counterattack. The saber was raised to the sky and then slashed down fiercely. The countless saber shadows in the sky finally merged into one. Then, lightning flashed and the air exploded. He slashed at Ling Xiao. Thunderous explosion, ninefold blade. With a furious roar, the terrifying saber chi completely exploded above Ling Xiao's head. A terrifying aura began to spread in all directions. Many people felt this terrifying aura and couldn't help but be surprised. No wonder he's the most outstanding among the inferior disciples. His attack is so powerful that even a warrior at the second level of hell in Yin Yang realm can't block it. Yes, Ling Xiao thought he could turn the tables. I'm afraid he'll be smashed to pieces by this move. But if he dies, the 13th prince will be punished too. What are you afraid of? With the protection of the three elders, Ling Xiao's death is nothing. He's just an imposter anyway. Didn't you see how the hierarch's foster children were bullied, but he didn't protect them? Why did I hear that the hierarch didn't protect them because he was too disappointed in those foster children? Those people didn't even dare to resist. Why would the hierarch do it? In the midst of this discussion, Ling Xiao ushered in the breakthrough he had been waiting for. Before coming here, he had already swallowed the demon core of the giant python and refined it into a seal-breaking pill in his body. However, in order to fully exert the power of this pill, he needed an external force to stimulate it. This time, the 13th prince's attack was very powerful. Ling Xiao did not block it. He allowed the power to pour into his body through the top of his head and hit the seal-breaking pill. The pill's power was instantly released. At the same time, Ling Xiao's sealed cultivation was also completely released. The potential in his body was huge. How difficult could it be for him to break through the early stage of the 10th level of the Yin Yang realm? When Ling Xiao's cultivation base had reached this level, the 13th prince had become a complete piece of trash in his eyes. He was not even qualified to help him cultivate. Facing the 13th prince, Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Since you helped me break through, I won't cripple your cultivation. But I hope you won't provoke me again in the future." With that, he shook the long sword in his hand and released a pitch-black sword chi. The martial techniques of the Qin Kingdom's royal family may be very powerful, but unfortunately, you didn't learn the essence. I can even defeat your 14th brother. You're not even worth mentioning to me. With that, he stabbed out with his long sword. At the same time, the 13th prince's long sword slashed out again. The collision between the sword and the long sword caused a terrifying energy vibration. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, the long saber was sent flying and then stabbed into the ring. Before the 13th prince realized what had happened, Ling Xiao raised his foot and kicked him in the stomach. The 13th prince spat out blood and was sent flying. He rubbed against the arena and finally fell out of it. At this moment, the square fell into a dead silence again. Everyone looked at the 13th prince who had fallen out of the arena. At this moment, the 13th prince's clothes were almost completely torn to pieces by the sword chi, leaving only the inner armor he wore. It was not enough to completely embarrass him. Even so, he was still in a very sorry state. He was almost unconscious. He looked up at the sky in a daze. No one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, everyone's feelings were very complicated. Some people were thinking, is that person really the fake Ling Xiao? However, the terrifying combat power he displayed did not match his cultivation. It was very similar to the legendary Ling Xiao. Some people were thinking, fortunately, we didn't force our way out. Otherwise, we would be the ones in a very sorry state. Some people were thinking, the sect leader has taken in a good disciple this time. Whether it's the fake or the real Ling Xiao, we've profited. However, they did not know how long this genius could live. Would the 3 sect elders and 2 deputy sect leaders allow him to exist? After the dust settled, Ling Xiao put away his long sword. Then, he turned around and looked at the rostrum. At this moment, there was not a speck of dust on him, and not a single trace of blood stained his clothes. There was not even a wrinkle on his clothes. It was as if he had not gone through any battle at all. Compared to the 13th prince's sorry state, the difference was like heaven and earth. At this moment, as long as one was not an idiot, one should know how strong Ling Xiao was. Ling Xiao defeated the 13th prince with one move. At this moment, everyone could see that Ling Xiao was far stronger than the 13th prince. The 13th prince's real cultivation was at the middle stage of the 10th level of hell. Did Ling Xiao also hide his cultivation? This caused many people to be extremely puzzled. But there was no doubt that Ling Xiao had changed many people's opinion of him. He's too strong. Among the onlookers, the ones who were most surprised were Chen Bai's foster children. Perhaps they had lost confidence after being suppressed for so long. From the very beginning, they had never thought that Ling Xiao could win. However, they had no choice but to believe what they were seeing. The 13th prince did not hide his strength. His last move was almost the strongest battle strength of the middle stage of the 10th level of hell. But he was still defeated so easily. He was defeated by Ling Xiao with one move. Perhaps this time, their sect master, their foster father, had really received a good disciple. The 3rd sect leader's face darkened. Ling Xiao won. Furthermore, he had defeated the 13th prince in the most domineering and direct confrontation. The 13th prince was trained by the vice sect leader, Phoenix in the Cloud, to be the puppet king. Now he was easily defeated by Ling Xiao. It would be hard for him to have confidence in the future. Damn it. Ling Xiao not only embarrassed him, but also ruined the vice sect leader's plan. No wonder the sect leader thinks so highly of him. He does have some skills. But even so, he can't be the real Ling Xiao. The 3rd elder still believed that the things that the real Ling Xiao had done were definitely not something that the imposter in front of him could have done. He did not want to admit that the young hero he used to admire was the annoying guy in front of him. Despicable guy. In the crowd, Lu Yan showed a ferocious look. Today, he came to see Ling Xiao make a fool of himself. He did not expect to see Ling Xiao advance and become a middle disciple. This really pissed him off. Zheng Quan and Lu Su lowered their heads. The battle prowess Ling Xiao displayed today had already far surpassed the two of them. Thinking back to how they had been defeated because they had underestimated their opponent, their faces flushed red and they felt their cheeks burning. 3rd elder, shouldn't you announce that I've been promoted to a middle disciple? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Of course, no problem. No matter how unwilling the 3rd elder was, he still had to agree. After all, this was something that he had discussed with sect leader Chen Bai and announced in public. Since Ling Xiao had defeated the 13th prince, he definitely had the qualifications to become a middle disciple of the dragon cult. Thank you, but I still want to ask, after becoming a middle disciple, how can I become an upper disciple? Ling Xiao could not wait to obtain the qualifications to become an upper disciple, and he also needed to constantly fight to restore his cultivation. Therefore, if he had the chance, he would definitely challenge more people. You still want to become an upper disciple? With your current cultivation? The 3rd elder asked in astonishment. Not only was he surprised, even Chen Bai was stunned. He did not expect Ling Xiao to be so anxious. My cultivation is not very good, but since I've already become a middle disciple, I should be qualified to become an upper disciple, right? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Well, then I'll tell you. If you want to become an upper disciple, you must first go through a selection and become a substitute upper disciple. If you really want to participate, this old man can add your name. However, this selection will begin tomorrow and the battles will be even more dangerous. The opponent you will face will not be the trash 13th prince. It is very likely that you will encounter an expert on the level of Lu Yan. Do you really want to do this? The 3rd elder asked with a gloomy face. Since Ling Xiao wanted to court death, why couldn't he create a good opportunity for him to court death? Substitute upper disciple? Although I can't directly be promoted, it should be a necessary step. Okay, I'm willing to participate. Ling Xiao nodded. Disciple, you have to think carefully. A middle disciple is not a lower disciple. Among the middle disciples, their strength ranges from the early stage of the 10th level of hell to the middle stage of the 11th level of hell. If you encounter a martial artist of the 10th level of hell, you may be able to resist, but if you encounter a martial artist of the 11th level of hell, you will lose without a doubt. Moreover, the rules of our dragon cult are very cruel. Once you are crippled, although you can still recover, it will take months or even a year to recover. This is too disadvantageous for you. Qianbai advised anxiously. Master, I know you care about me, but give your disciple a little more confidence. Ling Xiao blinked and smiled. Moreover, I really need this kind of training. My cultivation method is not the same as ordinary people's. Seeing Ling Xiao's expression, Qianbai was stunned for a moment, then sighed and said, forget it. Master introduces the disciples, and cultivation depends on the individual. Master agrees. But you must be careful. To be honest, Qianbai did not know much about Ling Xiao. Even if he was the leader of the dragon cult, even if he had read a lot of information about Ling Xiao. But Ling Xiao was still a mystery in his eyes. A mystery that could not be solved. Therefore, he also wanted to see what kind of surprise Ling Xiao could give him. He shouldn't be a reckless person. Qianbai thought. Okay, since the leader has agreed and you are willing, then from tomorrow onwards, you can participate in the substitute upper disciple selection. The location is still here, but your opponent will not be a lower disciple, but a middle disciple. The third sect elder's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he said eerily. Okay. Ling Xiao nodded, then turned and left with Qianbai. Suddenly, he felt a cold gaze on him, and there was a strong sense of resentment in that gaze. At first, Ling Xiao thought it was Lu Yan, Xin Quan, or Lu Su. But when he turned his head to look, he found that it was a very unfamiliar face. That person was dressed in black, and there was a strong sense of hostility between his eyebrows. Who is this guy? Does he have a grudge against me? But he is quite powerful. I feel that his cultivation should be at the top among the middle disciples. Ling Xiao frowned. It was not a good thing to be targeted by such an expert. Although he was not afraid, with his current cultivation, he was definitely not a match for the other party. It was not a good thing to be targeted by such a person. That person is called Yin Shan. Ling Xiao could sense that someone was looking at him, and so could Qianbai. In order to let Ling Xiao prepare, Qianbai briefly told Ling Xiao about this person. This Yin Shan is one of the top among the middle disciples. What does the Yin mountain targeting me have to do with you, master? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Qianbai sighed and smiled bitterly. This child wanted to be my disciple before, but I rejected him when I saw that his aptitude was not as good as Chen Songxiong's. I also said that I would not take any more disciples. Now that I suddenly took you in, he did not dare to blame me, but transferred his anger to you. No wonder, this is really an unexpected disaster. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. Are you scared? Qianbai asked. Scared? Not to that extent, but it will be a little troublesome to encounter such an enemy so soon. Let's go, master. Today's selection is over, and I still have to prepare for tomorrow's selection. I don't have time to worry about these things. Ling Xiao smiled. Since he wanted to become an upper disciple, he would encounter them sooner or later. It was just that he was targeted earlier. Okay. Qianbai nodded, and the two of them walked away again. After returning to the Demon Prince Hall, Ling Xiao began to cultivate. His cultivation had just broken through, and he still needed to consolidate it through cultivation. In the dead of night, the bright moonlight poured down from the sky like a pool of clear water. The Demon Prince Hall was quiet. Other than Ling Xiao, Little Jean, and Yi Wuxing, there were only a few servants who were yawning. After a busy day, they were tired. At this time, the hall was very quiet. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed under the moonlight, as fast as a ghost, and in an instant, it was already on the beam of the Demon Prince Hall. Then, it looked coldly at one of the rooms. In that room, there was a faint aura constantly being released, and it should be someone cultivating. Your vigilance is so bad. I might as well kill you now, so as not to waste time. The black shadow smiled coldly and was about to fly into the room. Suddenly, a wolf shadow darted out, and in an instant, it was in front of him. It landed steadily on the beam of the room, and then turned into a human shape. The black shadow frowned. It was obvious that he had underestimated the person in the room. Get the hell out of the dragon cult. The black figure stared at the person in front of him and said coldly. Although he was a little surprised, the other party's strength was still incomparable to his. Therefore, he was not nervous at all. Instead, his voice was filled with incomparable arrogance and indifference. Was he going to be this arrogant again? Hearing this, Xianxia smiled faintly. Under the moonlight, his cold and handsome face released an aura of disdain. You? Xianxia knew the other party. It was Xianxia who had been watching him today. His strength was indeed very strong, but so what? He had seen many such people and was never afraid of them. Xianxia's originally cold eyes suddenly shot out a light that resembled a demonic beast's. He didn't say anything, but the shadow of a pitch-black mountain appeared behind him. The shadows rose and fell continuously, giving off a gloomy and oppressive feeling. Within his body, there was an overwhelming pressure that attacked Xianxia, as if there was a huge mountain behind him. It's actually the Yin Mountain martial spirit? It's quite special. Xianxia frowned. He really felt that it was a little strange. He had seen many martial spirits, but such a martial spirit was still very rare. Yin Mountain was not an ordinary mountain. It was said that it was the entrance to hell. Therefore, the Yin Mountain martial spirit not only released the terrifying pressure of the mountain, but also the gloomy aura of hell, which made people feel very uncomfortable. Thinking of this, Xianxia suddenly became excited. A blood-red sword martial spirit appeared behind him, and the Blood Thunder Emperor sword appeared in his hand. Facing Xianxia, he had no fear, but he did not dare to underestimate him. Blood Thunder Emperor sword? As the rumors say, the sect leader defeated Xianxia and gave you the credit. He even gave you the Blood Thunder Emperor sword. It really makes people jealous. However, the weak are not qualified to become the sect leader's disciple. If you don't want to leave, only death awaits you. Xianxia finally spoke when he saw the Blood Thunder Emperor sword. The moment he finished speaking, his body suddenly turned into a pitch-black shadow, piercing through the darkness and shooting towards Xianxia like lightning. Under the moonlight, Xianxia's terrifying attack caused the Yin Mountain martial spirit behind him to stir up a violent wind. The scene was very shocking. The terrifying shadow was constantly magnified in Xianxia's eyes. Xianxia took a deep breath, and his body gradually transformed into the terrifying Tyrant Blood Demonic Dragon Beast Spirit. Only the Tyrant Blood Demonic Dragon Beast was more suitable for the Blood Thunder Emperor sword. It could also unleash the power of the Blood Thunder Emperor sword to the extreme. Everyone stop. An angry roar pierced through the void. Xianxia's attack came to an abrupt end. Xianxia also withdrew the Blood Thunder Emperor sword. Today's battle was unlikely to continue. A person stood in the middle of them. Under the moonlight, his face was very clear. It was the demon dragon envoy, Qianluan. Qianluan turned his head to look at Xianxia and said coldly, Xianxia, this is the demon prince's great hall. What do you want? Xianxia glanced at Qianluan indifferently, cupped his hands and said, Greetings, demon dragon envoy. Actually, it's nothing. I just want to compare notes with the famous Xianxia. I don't mean any harm. Actually, demon dragon envoy, you don't have to worry. If he is the real Xianxia and can defeat General Purple Thunder, how can he not even block one of my attacks? Tomorrow is the substitute selection, and he will have to fight with me sooner or later. Is it possible that Your Excellency Demon Dragon Envoy still wants to protect him? Shut up. Qianluan shouted sternly, do you really think I don't know what you want to do? Considering that you once served the hierarch, I won't do anything to you today. If you continue to cause trouble here, don't blame me for being impolite. His foster father, Qianbai, gave him the most important task at the moment, which was to protect Xianxia. With Xiao's current identity, he would definitely be viewed as an enemy by many people. If there was no one to protect him, there would definitely be problems. Hearing Qianluan's words, Xianxia's face became even uglier. In his opinion, he and Qianluan had known each other for a long time. Even if they weren't friends, they had a good relationship. But today, Qianluan actually bluntly reprimanded him for Ling Xiao. This made the ball of anger in his heart burn even more vigorously. Why? All the benefits were taken away by this impostor, those things should have belonged to him. Ling Xiao, if you are still a man, don't hide behind Qianluan. That will only make you look like a coward. Yinshan wanted to suppress his anger, but it was like a volcanic eruption, becoming more and more vigorous. He furiously looked at Ling Xiao and roared. He hoped that Ling Xiao was an ignorant fool. That way, Qianluan wouldn't have the qualifications to stop them from fighting. The dragon cult was different from other sections. Private battles were allowed, and there was no need to make an agreement or report. As long as both sides agreed, they could fight anywhere. Impudent. Yinshan, are you relying on the protection of the first sect elder to look down on me, the demon dragon envoy? Qianluan was also furious. Perhaps it was due to Ling Xiao's influence, but he no longer wanted to continue being so oppressed after living such a life. That kind of life was really not easy. An extremely terrifying aura erupted from his body. With his cultivation base, killing Yinshan was as easy as flipping his hand. Big brother Qianluan, I'll settle this myself. A voice sounded indifferently under the night sky. Qianluan was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Ling Xiao. Are you sure? I'm very sure. Ling Xiao chuckled and said, let me do it. Such an opponent is very rare. Qianluan hesitated for a moment before nodding and said, all right, since you said so, I'll listen to you. This is also my foster father's order. Although he did not know where Ling Xiao's confidence came from. Since Ling Xiao had brought it up, as a man, he could not stop a duel between men. Ling Xiao looked at Yinshan again and attacked with the Blood Thunder Imperial Sword again. He smiled and said, since we're going to fight, how about we have a life and death duel today, no one will regret it if you die. He wanted to force himself into a dead end. Only by putting himself in a dead end could he recover his cultivation base faster. He did not have time to wait because he believed that Xianxia would not give him so much time. While he was recovering his cultivation base, Xianxia might be improving his cultivation base. The longer the time, the greater the gap between the two of them. Therefore, Ling Xiao wanted to create a battle environment with no way out for himself. This way, he would have a way to recover faster. Of course, since there was no way out, there was the danger of death. However, it was better than waiting to be killed by Xianxia. He had already done the most precise analysis of the danger level in these two aspects. If you want to die, I'll definitely fulfill your wish. Yinshan was stunned for a moment, then immediately revealed an excited smile. He really didn't expect that Ling Xiao would actually take the initiative to propose a life and death duel with him. Originally, he wanted to bring it up, but he was afraid that Ling Xiao would reject him out of fear, so he didn't say it. Now that the other party had given him such a great gift, what reason did he have to not accept it? Furthermore, when he saw how protective Qianluan was of Ling Xiao, he was extremely displeased. In terms of talent, cultivation, and loyalty, which part of him was inferior to Ling Xiao? But why was it like this? He refused to accept this. Just as Ling Xiao was about to engage in a deathmatch with Yinshan, a beam of golden light shot out from the Devil Air Hall. That was Xiao Jin's signal. Someone had snuck into the Devil Prince's great hall in an attempt to harm Dark Knight. In an instant, Ling Xiao calmed down. He looked coldly at Yinshan and said, if anything happens to the Mountain Lord, I will definitely kill you. In his opinion, Yinshan was definitely together with the person who had infiltrated the Fiend's Son's hall. Even if they didn't communicate previously, they were definitely accomplices. This was because the timing of Yinshan's arrival and that person's arrival was too coincidental. He never believed that there would be such a coincidence in the world. If you're afraid, then so be it. Don't make so many excuses. Yinshan said coldly. Excuses? The upper substitute selection will begin tomorrow. The two of us will meet sooner or later. If you want a life and death duel, I'll accompany you to the end. Ling Xiao didn't want to continue talking nonsense with Yinshan. He turned around and headed towards where He Yezi was. Ling Xiao, I really hope that you won't be eliminated so soon. Tomorrow, you will face Lu Yan and defeat him. It will be quite difficult for you. Don't fall in the ring like a piece of trash. That will make me feel ashamed. I actually lost to a piece of trash like you in the competition for the qualifications to become the sect master's disciple. Looking at Ling Xiao who was leaving, Xianxia said coldly. Whoosh. Suddenly, the sound of air being torn apart was heard. A terrifying force pierced through the air, smashing the moonlight and ruthlessly stabbing towards Xianxia's glabella. Sensing the terrifying force, Xianxia was stunned for a moment. However, it was only for an instant. Then, he raised his hand and released a strong wind that collided with the attack. At this moment, he realized that the thing that flew towards him was actually a leaf. However, the leaf was like a sharp blade that cut through his attack before it was shattered. Xianxia, instead of complaining like a resentful woman, why don't you defeat me in the selection competition? That way, you'll show that you're capable. Don't you think you're an idiot for talking so much? If you want to prove that you're more suitable to be the sect master's disciple than me, you'd better show me the real deal. Chen Luan had already gone to help little Jean, so Ling Xiao had the time to talk nonsense with Xianxia. If you lose, will you voluntarily leave the dragon cult? Xianxia said coldly. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have the strength. Ling Xiao said this and turned to leave. Standing alone in the cold night wind, Xianxia took a deep breath and then clenched his fists tightly. A fake dares to look down on me. Fine, since you want to compete with me, then I'll defeat you fair and square in the selection competition. I'll show the sect master that you're inferior to me and that you're not qualified to be his disciple. Xianxia gritted his teeth and turned to leave. He came to the room where Nightfall Formless was placed. Ling Xiao saw a person lying on the ground. Little Jean and Chen Luan were standing beside him. That person had already committed suicide. It was obvious that when he came here, he had already decided not to expose the person behind him. Ling Xiao sneered and walked over to grab the person. Soul assimilation. A person had just died and their soul had not left their body, so soul assimilation was still effective. A moment later, he said coldly, as expected, it's the third sect elder's doing. He first let this trash ambush the sect master in the middle of the night, then let Xianxia provoke me at this time and lure me away. In this way, they could have succeeded. It's a pity that they miscalculated little Jin's strength, otherwise, they would have succeeded. Boss, what should we do next? Little Jean asked. Don't make a fuss. It's not the time to deal with the third sect elder yet. Let's endure for now. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and said, when I recover my cultivation, it will be the third sect elder's death. Chen Luan looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. He thought that Ling Xiao was a reckless person who did things his own way. He did not expect Ling Xiao to know how to endure. Don't be so surprised, brother Chen Luan. I'm not an idiot. If I still provoke an opponent I know I can't defeat, that's not courage, it's courting death. Ling Xiao smiled helplessly and said, let's call it a day. Brother Chen Luan, you should go back and have a good rest. Since we already know who the mastermind is, I'll have to decorate the Fiend Air Hall properly. Previously, he wanted to bait, so he did not set up a formation in the Fiend Air Hall, which allowed the assassin to sneak in. The next day, the demonic Dragon City Square was already packed with people. Compared to the middle disciple selection, the substitute upper disciple selection was even more eye-catching. Ling Xiao had also arrived early. Although he did not know who his opponent was, he was eager for the selection to start as soon as possible. For others, it might be better to cultivate in seclusion, but for him, continuous battles would help him recover and improve his cultivation. Disciple, I have something to tell you. If you can get into the top 3 of the substitute upper disciple selection, you must get it. Chen Bai suddenly said. Why? What's the difference? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Of course it's different. There are a total of 10 substitute upper disciple selection, but only the top 3 are qualified to go to the Dragon Cult's Demonic Book Hall. Chen Bai smiled. Demonic Book Hall? Is it a place where martial arts classics are kept? Ling Xiao asked. Yes, it's that kind of place. In fact, the martial artists who participate in the substitute upper disciple selection all have the idea of entering the Demonic Book Hall. It's just that some have the ability and some don't. Chen Bai smiled and explained, don't you want to get the 4 supreme martial arts of the Dragon Cult, as long as you can get the first place of the substitute upper disciple selection, you'll be qualified to get the Magic Dragon's Phantom. If you get the second or third place, you'll get a second heaven of divine grade martial arts. Oh? Ling Xiao could not help but smile when he heard this. He could get the Magic Dragon's Phantom in advance. This was very meaningful to him. The Magic Dragon's Phantom was a third heaven of divine grade martial arts. It would be more useful to learn it earlier. It should be known that most of the first transformation Yin Yang Realm level 11 Hell were only good at the first heaven of divine grade martial arts. Only a few geniuses could get the second heaven of divine grade martial arts. If Ling Xiao could master the third heaven of divine grade martial arts, he would be one step ahead of the others. That's great. Master, your words are too timely. Don't worry, I'll work hard. I'll definitely strive to get first place. Although Ling Xiao was also interested in a second heaven divine grade martial art, since there was a better one, he naturally had to choose a better one. With your current cultivation, I'm afraid it'll still be somewhat difficult, unless you can continuously increase your cultivation in battle and return to your original realm. Once you recover, there are only 3 or 4 people who can truly pose a threat to you. However, they were all middle disciples of Yin Mountain and were not easy to deal with. At this stage, it's already very difficult for you to meet Lu Yan. I hope you don't meet him. As Chen Bai, of course, he hoped that his disciple could perform better in the selection. That way, he would be able to look good. But Ling Xiao thought differently from him. He really wanted to meet a stronger opponent. Soon, the selection competition began. There were quite a number of people participating in the substitute upper position selection. There were at least 1,000 people. However, compared to the tens of thousands of middle disciples, it was still very little. Among these 1,000 people, Ling Xiao's cultivation on the surface was naturally the lowest. Martial artists like Xing Quan and Lu Su did not dare to participate in this kind of selection. Because not only would they not gain any benefits in battle, but they would also wear down their confidence. Therefore, among the martial artists participating in this selection, the weakest cultivation was at the late stage of the 10th level of Hell. Of course, they had to exclude Ling Xiao. This guy was an exception. Ling Xiao did not even bother to watch the battles before him. He sat there and silently circulated the potential in his body, preparing to charge forward. This way, once he fought, the chances of his cultivation breaking through would be higher. After a full 2 hours, Ling Xiao finally heard his name. In the next selection, Lu Yan will go against Ling Xiao. Hearing this, he slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, almost everyone's eyes were on him. Among these gazes, most of them did not have good intentions. It was as if they were all waiting to see Ling Xiao make a fool of himself. Chen Luan laughed bitterly and said, "Brother Ling, you can't lose. These people are all waiting to see you make a fool of yourself. They know that Lu Yan is a martial artist at the peak of the 10th level of Yin Yang Realm. He is definitely not someone that the 13th prince can compare to. His strength, even when compared to the other middle disciples, was considered to be above average. Moreover, because he is the grandson of the 3rd sect elder, he has a very powerful treasure on him. It is said that it can absorb the opponent's chi and blood. Taking it out at a critical moment will make the opponent feel very uncomfortable. A treasure that can absorb chi and blood?" Hearing this, Ling Xiao laughed in his heart. "That's good. I want to see if your treasure is more powerful or if my bloodthirsty plague is more powerful. However, you better be able to last until I use the bloodthirsty plague. Otherwise, it will be too disappointing. Who knows, the demonic dragon blood curse might take care of you." Ling Xiao did not know to what extent he could perform against Lu Yan. Because his cultivation could break through at any time. As long as he broke through, the difficulty of dealing with Lu Yan would be greatly reduced. He would not even need to use his sun god's ability. Disciple, work hard. Try your best to display your strongest strength. Let that old fellow, the 3rd sect elder, see that I, Chen Bai's disciple, am not just for show. Chen Bai himself was very strong, but his adopted son and daughter were not that strong. The feeling of being suppressed by others was not good at all. I probably won't lose. However, I have no control over the battle situation. Ling Xiao sighed. Who asked him to go crazy? Even he was afraid of himself. He stood up, turned into the shadow of a wolf, and instantly arrived on the arena. His graceful figure caused many female disciples of the dragon cult to cry out in surprise. However, his foundation was still too shallow. Their cries of surprise were quickly suppressed by an even louder cheer. That was because Lu Yan had entered the arena. Lu Yan really knew how to show off. He purposely spun a few beautiful circles in the air before landing gracefully. Dressed in white, he really did look like an elegant young master. In his hand, he was holding a fan. At a glance, this fan was not an ordinary item. It was a divine-grade spirit weapon. It was of the same grade as Ling Xiao's 8 immortal swords. The moment he landed on the ground, a tsunami of crazy cheers erupted from the crowd. It could be heard that most of the people in the dragon cult still hoped that Lu Yan, the elegant young master, could defeat Ling Xiao, the impostor. If you can't even pass Lu Yan, what right do you have to compete with me for the qualification of being the sect master's disciple? To be honest, I really hope that you win. However, I really don't see any hope of you winning. Lu Yan is not trash like 13. After the third sect elder's guidance, he is about to break through to the 11th level of hell. Against him, you have no chance of winning. I want to see what right a trash like you has to compete with me. Shan, it seems like you hate that kid? Beside Shan sat a beautiful girl. She was wearing a fiery red dress and was very eye-catching. This girl looked young, but the aura she released seemed to be even more terrifying than Shan. He's not worthy to be the sect leader's disciple. Shan said coldly. Hee, I hate him too. This guy actually dared to use my idol's name. I must beat him up until he changes his name. The girl giggled. Shan frowned. He was absolutely fearful of the girl beside him. This girl was one of the direct disciples of the first sect elder. In just a month's time, she went from a lower disciple to the strongest middle disciple. Needless to say, her talent was a little abnormal. If someone dared to snatch or talk about what she had set her eyes on, she would retaliate with all her might until she beat the other party until they gave in. Therefore, this girl's name seemed to have been forgotten by others. Everyone called her the Red Witch. The Red Witch seemed to like this name very much. So much so that everyone called her that now. Perhaps her real name could only be hidden in the dragon cult's book. The two of us meet again. In the arena, Lu Yan looked at Ling Xiao with a smile. You won't be able to smile in a while. Ling Xiao said indifferently, speaking of which, I have to thank the third sect elder. He didn't hesitate to cheat to arrange you as my opponent. Do you want me to be your stepping stone to get rid of your inner demons and soar again? Unfortunately, you will only be my stepping stone. Arrogant. This was not the first time Lu Yan confronted Ling Xiao. Last time, he felt that Ling Xiao was very arrogant. This time, this feeling was even more obvious. Hee, whatever you say. If I don't defeat you, how can I get first place? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. What did you say? Lu Yan was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed wildly. Did I hear wrongly? Even I don't dare to say that I can successfully advance to the upper substitute. As for the top 3, there's no hope. You trash, you actually want to get first place? Can you please be a little more humble? Then I'm sorry. I don't like to be modest. The greater the power, the greater the desire. Why must I be modest? Ling Xiao said coldly. Alright, then I'll beat you until you're humble. Lu Yan's face was fuming with anger. Clearly, he was greatly angered by Ling Xiao. Alright, enough talking. Let the battle begin. The head of the third sect announced the start of the match from the referee's seat. Senior brother Lu Yan, don't give face to that impostor. Defeat him and show him the might of our dragon cult. That's right. Not everyone has the right to look down on us. As soon as the third elder's voice fell, a burst of cheers came from the audience. These shouts were mostly from male disciples. This was because after Ling Xiao came to the dragon cult, not only did he become Chen Bai's last disciple, but because of his outstanding appearance and outstanding performance, he was deeply loved by the girls. Although there were some girls who resented him for using the name Ling Xiao. But even in the mystic world, there were times when looks mattered. Moreover, not only was Ling Xiao handsome, but he was also very strong. Yesterday, Ling Xiao had easily defeated the 13th prince, which had won the popularity of many female disciples. Although these popularity could not suppress the loud shouts of the male disciples. But it was still quite enviable. Why is this kid so popular with the girls? How long has it been since he came to the dragon cult? Chen Luan could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Big brother, you don't understand. Someone like Ling Xiao, who is handsome and strong, is the easiest to be liked. One of Chen Bai's adopted daughters said as if she was infatuated. I've lost to you guys. Chen Luan shook his head helplessly. But he also hoped that Ling Xiao could win. Only when Ling Xiao defeated Lu Yan could he let those who doubted and looked down on him know how strong he was. Although Ling Xiao could hear those shouts, he did not care. In his eyes, there was only Lu Yan. This battle was too important to him. Not only did he have to win, but he also had to successfully break through. Otherwise, he would not be able to achieve his goal. In order to successfully break through, he did not want to defeat his opponent too quickly. Therefore, he waved his hand and what appeared was not the 8 immortal swords or the Blood Thunder Emperor sword, but the white jade flying dragon sword. It was an immortal-grade spiritual weapon. With the white jade flying dragon sword in hand, a sharp sword aura suddenly rose from Ling Xiao's body, as if it was going to pierce the sky. Please, senior brother Lu Yan. Ling Xiao said lightly. Feeling the sharp sword aura rising from Ling Xiao, Lu Yan frowned slightly. His originally frivolous expression instantly turned serious. He waved the cold iron fan in his hand and a vigorous aura burst out from his body. Looks like you're stronger than yesterday. Interesting. But you're still not my match. Lu Yan did not want to lose, so he had to go all out. Suddenly, a willow tree appeared behind him. Willow martial soul. There did not seem to be anything special about it. But as his opponent, Ling Xiao could feel that each willow branch was like a sharp weapon. It could easily pierce through the enemy's body. This martial soul was not easy to deal with. At that moment, both inside and outside the arena became quiet. As if they knew that there would be an exciting battle, everyone began to pay attention to the battle itself, unwilling to miss any details. In the arena, 2 auras with completely different styles confronted each other in the sky. A sharp sword aura. It was filled with vigorous energy. Suddenly, the 2 auras became heated. They became excited. Then, everyone felt their vision blur. The 2 figures who were paying close attention in the arena suddenly left their original positions and rushed toward each other. Boom, in just a moment, the 2 weapons exploded in the middle of the arena. The terrifying force spread out, forming a series of sonic booms. In the audience, many people could only see 2 blurred figures constantly flying in the arena. As for which figure was Ling Xiao and which one was Lu Yan, they could only be identified by color. Lu Yan was a white figure. Ling Xiao was a blue figure wrapped in thunder and lightning. The 2 figures constantly collided with each other. The terrifying impact caused cracks to appear on the originally intact arena. Fortunately, the arena had a powerful repair function. Otherwise, the arena would be completely destroyed before the battle ended. In the arena, Ling Xiao did not meet force with force at the beginning because his cultivation was not as good as Lu Yan's. Relying on his excellent body movement, he wandered around Lu Yan and occasionally stabbed with his sword, which made Lu Yan very uncomfortable. Lu Yan's attacks, on the other hand, were basically large-scale attacks. His speed was not as fast as Ling Xiao, so he could only do this. However, relying on his vigorous internal force, he was not afraid of consumption. In the field, the 2 figures flickered like 2 rays of light intertwining together. Streams of energy gushed out from the 2's weapons like waterfalls and then collided with each other. The terrifying energy ripples that spread out made the surrounding martial artists feel a huge pressure. This guy is so fast, like a ghost. I can't even touch his clothes. The cold iron fan in his hand kept waving, and every time, there would be dozens of streams of energy shooting out, each with a sharp killing intent, attacking Ling Xiao from different angles. However, no matter how hard Lu Yan tried, Ling Xiao's ghostly figure would always be able to dodge at the most critical moment, and even launch a counterattack. That sharp sword chi like a poisonous snake made him not dare to be careless. As the battle continued, the expression of underestimating the enemy on Lu Yan's face had completely disappeared. Even his relaxed state of mind became solemn and serious. The strength that Ling Xiao displayed was enough for him to go all out. I won't underestimate you anymore, not even the slightest bit. Lu Yan muttered to himself, and the speed of the cold iron fan in his hand suddenly increased. Not only that, every time he attacked, there would be a red light wrapped around the energy. As long as this red light was released, it would make Ling Xiao feel his qi and blood surging, and it was very uncomfortable. This must be his magic treasure. Ling Xiao secretly guessed. It was indeed difficult to deal with. The closer he got, the more troublesome it was. It seemed that this guy was really going to be serious. Just as he was thinking, Lu Yan's valiant attack suddenly came. Countless willow branches wrapped in a terrifying red light pierced towards Ling Xiao's head. Spirit commandeering lightning light shield. At the critical moment, Ling Xiao hurriedly retreated, and at the same time, he used the first level of the immortal grade defensive martial skill. Although this defensive martial skill was obtained when he was in the 8 Immortal City, it was very rare even among the middle disciples of the dragon cult. After all, defensive martial skills were even rarer than offensive martial skills. Boom! The terrifying attack blasted on the spirit commandeering lightning light shield. Although most of the energy was blocked, that blood-red light passed through the spirit commandeering lightning light shield and enveloped Ling Xiao's entire body. In this blood-red light, Ling Xiao looked like he could not resist at all. However, those with discerning eyes noticed that Ling Xiao's body seemed to be wrapped in a layer of blood-red armor, like a demonic dragon. It quickly covered him completely. Tyrant Blood Demonic Dragon Martial Soul Transformation. At the same time, the Tyrant Blood Demonic Dragon swallowed the blood-red light. This light entered Ling Xiao's body and madly stirred up his blood and qi, attempting to cause his blood and qi to explode and die. However, this terrifying external energy triggered the resistance of the energy hidden in Ling Xiao's cells. A tremendous amount of potential energy gushed out from his cells, encompassing the Royal Heaven Queen of Earth's powers and pressing out toward the blood-red energy. A terrifying battle unfolded within Ling Xiao's body. After a short while, Ling Xiao felt that a certain barrier in his body had been opened. His cultivation had recovered by another level. He had reached the middle stage of the 10th level of hell. This kind of breakthrough was even easier than yesterday. After all, he was going to break through a major realm yesterday, but today, he was only going to break through a small realm. Ling Xiao, who had broken through in an instant, had a tenfold increase in his combat strength. His internal energy surged like a flood. His speed also increased by a lot. At this moment, Ling Xiao turned defense into attack. He pulled open the spirit commandeering lightning light shield and suddenly stabbed out. The Shadow Sword Demon appeared and stabbed at Lu Yan's throat. Lu Yan reacted quickly and hurriedly blocked with the cold iron fan in his hand. It was only because the cold iron fan was of a higher grade than the white jade flying dragon sword in Ling Xiao's hand that it was hard to say. Although this sword did not pierce through the cold iron fan, it produced a terrifying impact that sent Lu Yan flying dozens of steps away. If the arena was not big enough, Lu Yan would have fallen off. Lu Yan rolled on the ground a few times in a sorry state before standing up. Seeing that Ling Xiao did not chase after him, he was a little shocked and a little angry. Because Ling Xiao's face was full of laughter, a mocking smile. The stormlight confrontation just now stopped in an instant. Everyone saw this scene in the arena. Lu Yan was actually rolling on the ground and almost fell off the arena. What was going on? You broke through again? Freak! Lu Yan could clearly feel that Ling Xiao's combat strength had increased a lot. Previously, he could be evenly matched with his opponent and even had a slight advantage. But after Ling Xiao broke through, he was completely suppressed. Even the magic treasure given to him by the third sect did not have any effect on Ling Xiao. At this moment, he did not look very good. Lu Yan, don't hold back. Since Ling Xiao is so strong, you don't have to be afraid of killing him. Use that. The third sect elder suddenly said loudly. Grandson understands. Lu Yan stood up in a sorry state and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He said coldly, Ling Xiao, you will regret it. Just now, you should have taken advantage of me underestimating my opponent and defeated me. You won't be able to resist what I'm going to use next. You will definitely lose miserably. No need to talk nonsense. Just attack. If I'm afraid of you, I'm not Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at Lu Yan and said coldly. If he did not want to see what other trump cards Lu Yan had that could help him recover his cultivation again, he would have already attacked him. He had already defeated this fellow a long time ago. How could he have the time to listen to this fellow's nonsense? Don't be too proud. I'll tell you the truth. What I'm best at is not close combat. It's a special doppelganger battle technique. I once obtained a powerful martial skill in the Qin Kingdom's capital, called Heavenly Thunder Doppelganger. As he spoke, Lu Yan's aura suddenly erupted. Then, hundreds of doppelgangers appeared around him. The most peculiar thing was that the willow martial spirit could actually infuse each doppelganger with a special wedding. It made these doppelgangers even stronger. They almost had half of Lu Yan's strength. However, Ling Xiao had a strange expression on his face when he saw this scene. Are you sure this is what you're best at? Ling Xiao asked, are you sure you're not playing with me? Humph, you think doppelgangers are useless, but you're wrong. Each of my 100 doppelgangers has half of my strength. In addition to the uniqueness of my willow martial spirit, they can take root in the earth and continuously absorb the power of the earth. Thus, my doppelgangers can be used repeatedly. Lu Yan snorted coldly. So what? Ling Xiao asked back. So what? My modified Heavenly Thunder Doppelganger has once injured an elite of the first transformation's 11th level of hell. Lu Yan wanted to see fear, uneasiness, and panic on Ling Xiao's face. However, he realized in despair that Ling Xiao might not have any fear cells at all. But now, there was a hint of anger on his face. Are you playing with me? I'm so looking forward to seeing you, and you're using this to fool me? Ling Xiao was really angry. He thought Lu Yan's trump card was very powerful. In the end, it was just the same as Ji Hyun of Scylla's trump card, but slightly modified. Absorb the power of the earth, I control the earth of the Emperor Heaven. Why would I let you absorb this earth? I'm not joking. I don't have time to joke with you. You don't know how powerful my doppelganger is. Lu Yan couldn't accept Ling Xiao's expression. What did he mean? Did he think that his move was too weak? Shut up. It's really shameful that I have such high expectations of you. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. All of a sudden, 8 Heavenly Thunder Guards formed by Heavenly Thunder appeared beside him. Each Heavenly Thunder Guards had 80% of his combat strength. They could completely crush Lu Yan's so-called doppelganger. He had used this move against Ji Hyun of Scylla before. Heavenly Thunder Guards was the advanced martial art of Heavenly Thunder Doppelganger. The moment he used it, many warriors with good eyesight were stunned. Even Lu Yan was completely dumbfounded. He had practiced Heavenly Thunder Doppelganger before, so he naturally knew how terrifying Heavenly Thunder Guards were. No wonder Ling Xiao looked down on his trump card. He knew Heavenly Thunder Guards of a higher level. Why would he be afraid of him? There were also waves of exclamations in the stands. I heard that the real Ling Xiao knows Heavenly Thunder Guards. Could it be that he's the real one and not a fake one? The 3 sect elders are slandering him? Oh my god, I can't believe that this guy knows such a powerful move. What an impressive move. Voices of discussion rose and fell one after another, causing the 3 elders' expressions to turn ugly. They used to think that Ling Xiao was a fake, but at this moment, they finally had to believe that this was the real Ling Xiao. Otherwise, how could there be a move like the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard, but they couldn't accept it. The young hero that they had secretly admired had now become Qinbai's disciple. Humph. Who cares if he's real or not? In any case, there's clearly something wrong with his current cultivation. He's probably been heavily injured in battle, and that's why he's like this. We have to deal with him as soon as possible. The first elder snorted coldly. That's right. Those who follow me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. Although I admired him before, he should never have become Qinbai's disciple. The second elder nodded in agreement. As the sect leader, Qinbai was also staring at Ling Xiao with mixed emotions. He didn't know all of Ling Xiao's trump cards. This was because Ling Xiao had never revealed all his trump cards in front of outsiders. Sometimes, he even suspected that if this disciple of his used all his trump cards, even the upper disciples might not be able to gain an advantage in front of him. Among the middle disciples, Lu Yan was already above average. His aptitude was also considered very good. It was a pity that he had met Ling Xiao. He could only become this freak's experience bag. The talent that this ordinary kid from Yuhua town possessed was probably unrivaled by anyone. On the other side, Yin Shan's face was a little gloomy when he saw Ling Xiao display the Heavenly Thunder Guards. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to have such a powerful move. This should be a martial art of the second heaven of the immortal grade. Even in the dragon cult, only the upper disciples could cultivate a martial art of the second heaven of the immortal grade. This was going to be difficult to deal with. Hee, Yin Shan, are you afraid? It's just a secondary skill of the second heaven of the immortal grade. Don't forget, Lu Yan's Heavenly Thunder doppelganger was easily broken by you. Ling Xiao only has 8 Heavenly Thunder Guards. You just have to avoid them and directly attack Ling Xiao's body. Generally, martial artists who are good at this kind of special martial art are relatively weak in close combat. The Red Witch said with a smile. Yin Shan frowned and said, is it really that easy? If he's the real Ling Xiao, his close combat ability won't be too weak. Red Witch, I know you think highly of yourself, but this Ling Xiao is definitely not simple. Looks like I have to stop underestimating him. You're right, but that Ling Xiao's cultivation is too weak. Don't tell me you're afraid of a martial artist of that level. As long as you defeat him, although sect leader Chen Bai might not choose you to be his last disciple, Ling Xiao probably won't be able to stay here anymore. At that time, you'll have vented your anger. That's right. Whether he has such a martial art or not, I'll definitely defeat him. Yin Shan's originally perplexed expression instantly regained its clarity. He looked at Ling Xiao in the arena. I hope you can defeat Lu Yan. Otherwise, wouldn't my cautiousness become a joke? I'm going to completely defeat you in front of the sect leader. I want you to never have the face to stay in the dragon cult. Come on, Ling Xiao. Let me see how strong the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard that you're so proud of is. How dare you mock me like this? On the arena, Lu Yan finally gradually recovered his calm, suppressing the rage in his heart that soared to the sky. He believed that as long as he defeated Ling Xiao, then Ling Xiao's mockery of him would become self-mockery. He didn't dare to say anything else, but this modified Heavenly Thunder Divine Clone was a move that he, Lu Yan, was proud of. It's better for you to attack. Otherwise, you won't have a second chance to attack. Ling Xiao looked at Lu Yan indifferently. His mood gradually calmed down. Although Lu Yan's Heavenly Thunder Divine Clone disappointed him, as long as he devoured these 100 Heavenly Thunder Divine Clones, his cultivation should break through again and recover to a higher realm. This was not a bad result. As you wish. Lu Yan was originally a little worried that Ling Xiao would use his rapid speed to deal with his real body. But now, it seemed that Ling Xiao didn't have such thoughts at all. Whether he didn't think of it or not, it was extremely beneficial to him anyway. He waved his hands and the 100 Heavenly Thunder Divine Clones madly pounced on Ling Xiao. Almost the entire arena was filled with sky blue Divine Clones. It's time to end this. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and waved his hand. 8 Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards rushed out. Although they were at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers. But the 8 Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards were like tigers in a flock of sheep and began a crazy slaughter. Every time a Heavenly Thunder Divine Clone was destroyed, the energy would flow into Ling Xiao's body and break through the next cultivation barrier. After all, it was just restoring his cultivation, so Ling Xiao's current cultivation speed was probably faster than before. When there were only a dozen or so Heavenly Thunder Divine Clones left, Ling Xiao's cultivation finally broke through again. He recovered to the late stage of the 10th level of Hell in Yin Yang Realm. At this time, Lu Yan was in a state of extreme confusion. He didn't understand why his Heavenly Thunder Divine Clones couldn't be restored and why he couldn't draw the power of the earth from the ground. He could only watch as all his clones were completely destroyed. I lost. With his Heavenly Thunder Divine Clones completely destroyed, Lu Yan had no way to turn the tables. Lu Yan knelt on the ground and looked at the ground with confused eyes. Originally, after the Third Elder's advice, he had recovered from the shadow of defeat. But today, Ling Xiao had once again sent him into a bottomless abyss. He was unable to extricate himself from the abyss of defeat. Judges, shouldn't you announce the result? After waiting for a long time, Ling Xiao looked at the judges and asked coldly. The third elder's face was ashen, but he had to respond. Lu Yan had admitted defeat, so the battle naturally had to be declared over. This round, Ling Xiao wins. Boom. As the third elder's announcement rang out, the entire square burst into cheers like a volcanic eruption. Ling Xiao had used his own strength to prove himself. He had turned the rumors of him being an imposter into a complete joke. Countless people who hated Ling Xiao for using this name had become his fans at this moment. Perhaps after this battle, Ling Xiao had truly established his foundation in the dragon cult. He was no longer an imposter, but a true young hero in many people's hearts. Those who had doubts about sect leader Chen Baiyi's judgment had also completely let go of their doubts. Although the sect leader had misjudged people before, and the adopted son and daughter he had chosen were not outstanding. But this time, he had made the right choice. Putting away the white jade flying dragon sword, Ling Xiao did not even look at Lu Yan as he turned and walked back to his seat. At this moment, countless blazing lights stared at him. No longer hatred, but admiration. Before Ling Xiao could return to his seat, a group of youthful and lively beautiful girls suddenly appeared in front of him. These beautiful girls were all female disciples of the dragon cult, and all of them were very attractive. When they saw Ling Xiao return, their eyes were shining with heart-shaped lights. All kinds of fragrances kept floating towards Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao was really overwhelmed. That's enough, Ling Xiao has just finished the battle and is still tired, can you let him rest? Chen Luan stood up like a flower protector and blocked the group of beautiful girls, giving Ling Xiao some peace. To be liked by so many female disciples, although it was not a bad thing, Ling Xiao's biggest headache was these voices. When he was in the Celestial Empire, he seemed to have encountered similar things, and every time, he would run away. The dignified Celestial Emperor was actually afraid of the pursuit of girls, it was really funny. But there was no way. Ling Xiao was not afraid of strong opponents, but he was afraid of these. Good disciple, do you want me to help you find one? You've always been single, how can you not have a woman to accompany you? Chen Baiyi also joked. Master, don't make fun of me. Moreover, I already have someone I love in my heart, and it will never change in this life. Ling Xiao thought of Yufeng Hua, and wondered how she was now. After returning to the Eternal Life Palace, would she be fine? When he thought of the love in his heart, his determination became even stronger. If he was not strong enough, he would not even have the ability to pursue his love. With his current cultivation, if he wanted to go to the Eternal Life Palace, he would probably be killed on the way, and he would not be able to see Yufeng Hua. Collecting his emotions, Ling Xiao entered a meditative state again. He had just broken through 2 levels, and although it was just to recover his cultivation, he still had to settle down. At this moment, the battle in the field was still ongoing. However, after the battle between Ling Xiao and Lu Yan, it seemed that the following battles did not arouse everyone's interest. In fact, Ling Xiao had fought many battles, but his opponents were basically defeated in a single move, and the battle was extremely boring. This did not make the audience feel satisfied at all. The opponents of Yin Mountain and the Red Witch basically all gave up. However, they did not fight with Ling Xiao in the end. Obviously, in order to protect the outstanding warriors, in the following arrangements, the top 10 middle disciples were not allowed to fight. In the end, through these battles, 30 candidates were selected. The selection had already lasted for 3 days. Ling Xiao's cultivation had quietly advanced to the peak of the first transformation of the 10th level of Hell, and his energy was almost completely full. However, he now needed a challenging battle. Ordinary opponents were no longer able to stimulate him to break through. And this opportunity came very quickly. Only 10 people were needed for the upper substitute, but now there were 30 people left, which meant that there should be more battles to be fought. On the 4th day, the 30 people who survived the selection came to a larger field. This was the wasteland outside the Devil Dragon City. On the wasteland, there were only weeds that were a foot long, and nothing else. Even the demonic beasts were all driven away. This huge field, which covered an area of more than 1,000 acres, was the venue for the final battle. And on this day, countless people poured into this wasteland. Not only were there middle disciples, but there were also a few upper disciples. They were all here to enjoy this battle. In fact, most people knew what to do in this last battle, because this was how the selection of the upper substitute had been done in the past. The 30 people would all be thrown on this wasteland, and then a certain area would be drawn. Within this area, a big chaotic battle would begin. They would be ranked according to the order of elimination. For example, the last person to be eliminated would be the first. And so on. In the previous selection, Ling Xiao, Yin Mountain, and the Red Witch had all displayed very powerful combat strength. In addition to the 3 of them, there were 7 other people who performed exceptionally well. Their cultivation had all reached the 11th level of hell. As a result, these 10 people became the focus of everyone's hearts. Especially Ling Xiao, whose cultivation was not as good as the other 9 people, and for some reason, he seemed to be madly envied by many opponents. Whether it was the identity of the last disciple of the cult master, or the glory of being pursued by the female disciples of the dragon cult. All of these made Ling Xiao the target of public criticism. Ling Xiao even suspected that this so-called big chaotic battle would become a battle between him and 30 people. However, even in the most troublesome situation, his real opponents were actually only a dozen or so. The rest were not a problem, because those guys might not even be able to defeat his Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards. When Ling Xiao, Chen Bai, and Chen Luan arrived at the wasteland together, they found that the surroundings were so tightly packed that not even a drop of water could trickle through. There was not even a path to enter. Fortunately, the organization of the dragon cult was not bad. They specially opened up a path for the contestants to enter, so he could enter and sit on the seat that was prepared in advance. However, the clamorous cheers in front of him, as well as the constant discussion, still made Ling Xiao a little shocked. The power of the dragon cult was really not small. The more people there were, the more it showed how much attention this battle was receiving. Suddenly, an even louder cheer came from the direction of the passageway. Ling Xiao looked back and saw Yin Shan walking towards him. He looked at Yin Shan. Yin Shan was also looking at him. "You're finished." Yin Shan's lips did not move, but he used soul telepathy to provoke Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao just smiled at his provocation and could not be bothered to respond. It was useless to say anything to an idiot like him. Only by ruthlessly defeating him and letting him understand your strength would he truly fear you. When all 30 contestants appeared on the scene, the third elder finally began to announce the rules of this battle. In the past, the final battle was always in the form of a chaotic battle, which is also the style of our dragon cult. This year is no exception. Because only this battle style can truly reflect a martial artist's ability to adapt to the changing situation in a real battle. After all, a one-on-one battle is very rare in a real battle. The third elder's words confirmed Ling Xiao's speculation. "Ling Xiao, you have to be careful. These 30 people are all disciples of the 3 patriarchs and the 2 vice-patriarchs. They will definitely eliminate you first." Chen Luan reminded him. "Don't worry, I already have a strategy." Ling Xiao smiled. Since he had already guessed this would happen, he naturally had a countermeasure. "Everyone, enter the arena," the third elder said loudly. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, 30 figures instantly stepped onto the wasteland. There is only one rule, and that is to eliminate your opponents. You can choose to form an alliance, or you can choose to avoid battle. In short, in this wasteland, you can choose any method you can think of to stay until the end. Do you all understand? Understood. 30 people shouted in unison on the wasteland. Good, since you all understand, this old man will not waste any more time. The final battle of the substitute upper position selection begins. As soon as the third elder's voice fell, there was no chaotic situation on the battlefield. Of the 30 people, 29 of them had communicated with each other in advance. Their consensus was that Ling Xiao should be eliminated first, and then each of them would get the last 10 spots based on their own abilities. Ling Xiao was surrounded by these 29 people, but his face revealed an indifferent smile. "What? You can't wait anymore?" Ling Xiao smiled as he looked at Yin Shan. Among them, Yin Shan's hostility toward him was naturally the greatest. "Humph, you can only blame yourself for being too showy and disrespecting the 3 elders, so today, you should just obediently fall down." Yin Shan snorted coldly. "Hee hee, didn't you say you wanted to fight me one-on-one? Why don't you keep your word now?" Ling Xiao asked with a smile. "Are you trying to goad me?" "Unfortunately, I won't be fooled. There's no need for me to deal with someone like you." Once you defeat them, I'll fight you fair and square. Xianxia smiled and sat down with the Red Witch and a few other stronger warriors to chat and drink tea. Isn't this too unfair? Chen Luan frowned and looked at Chen Bai. It doesn't matter whether it's fair or not. You have to know that often, outstanding geniuses have the most advantage when they're fighting against many. If Ling Xiao can't solve today's problem, then he'll stop here. Chen Bai shook his head. He was looking forward to what Ling Xiao would do next. Facing so many opponents, did Ling Xiao really have a way to deal with them? To be honest, he wasn't sure. However, when he thought about how Ling Xiao could kill the 8th prince, Ji Hyun of Silla, General Purple Thunder, and other experts, and how he could turn the tables against the peerless genius Chen Songxiong, he was shocked. He shouldn't be at his wits' end, right? The audience was also very curious about what Ling Xiao would do. In their opinion, no matter what Ling Xiao did, he would probably be eliminated as soon as possible. However, if it ended like that, it would be too boring. If he's the real Ling Xiao, he won't lose. That's right, the real Ling Xiao is an undefeated young hero. His battle with Lu Yan didn't completely prove his strength. Today is the real test for him. In the midst of the discussion, Ling Xiao suddenly stretched his arms and legs, then turned to the disciples surrounding him and said, "If you didn't provoke me, you could have gone down a bit later." It's said that in this selection, if you're eliminated a bit later, you can get more rewards. Even if you can't enter the demonic book hall, you can still get other rewards. Unfortunately, I'm afraid you won't get them. As he spoke, his body began to change. In the blink of an eye, he had turned into a purple thunderbolt warrior. The ferocious and terrifying armor covered his entire body, revealing only his 2 sharp eyes. Don't be afraid of him, it's just a bluff. Go! Someone in the crowd shouted, and nearly 20 people rushed at Ling Xiao at the same time. They didn't have any brilliant strategy and were fighting for themselves. This made Ling Xiao feel even more ridiculous. He spat out 4 words, Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards. The moment the voice sounded, 32 Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards appeared around him at the same time. And one of the leaders actually had the same fighting strength as him. Perhaps other than not having the magic treasure in his hands, they were on par with him in all other aspects. These were the transformative Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards, and also the benefits that Ling Xiao obtained after the battle with Chen Songxiong. It was just that he hadn't used it yet. Today, it happened to be useful. Under the Purple Thunderbolt form, the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard's fighting strength would be stronger, which was the reason why he transformed. What's going on? As Ling Xiao released the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards on the rostrum, the 3 elders were so shocked that they stood up. Chen Bai was even more ecstatic. Freak! A real world-shocking freak, except for the senior martial artist who created the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards. No one has ever been able to cultivate this set of martial arts to the transformative realm. He actually did it. This is simply incredible. Once again, Chen Bai gave himself full marks for his choice. Fortunately, he had made up his mind. Otherwise, where could he find such a good disciple? The moment the 32 Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards appeared, the situation on the field had completely changed. Among the 32 Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards, one of them had the same fighting strength as Ling Xiao. The other 31 had 90% of his fighting strength. Among these people, except for 7 or 8 of them, the rest were not as powerful as his Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards. On the battlefield, screams sounded again and again. Those martial artists who rushed at Ling Xiao were knocked out of the wilderness one by one. They wouldn't die. After all, the rules of the competition required them. But if they didn't lie in bed for a month or half a month, it was impossible for them to get up. Xianxia and the Red Witch were dumbfounded when they saw the scene. When Xianxia, the Red Witch, and the others came back to their senses, they wanted to change their original plan and join the battle. There were only 8 people left on the field. One of them was Ling Xiao. The other 7 were the strongest among the middle disciples, including Xianxia and the Red Witch. Among them, Xianxia and the Red Witch were the strongest. It was almost impossible for Ling Xiao's Heavenly Thunder Guards to defeat them. However, Ling Xiao did not plan to do so. You guys trap those 6 guys. I'll fight Xianxia. Ling Xiao waved his hand. 32 Heavenly Thunder Guards surrounded 6 of them. Only Xianxia was isolated. How about it, Xianxia? Didn't you desperately want to defeat me in front of everyone and make a fool of me? I'm giving you such a chance now. I'm afraid you won't dare. Xiao could feel that his cultivation was on the verge of a breakthrough. Right now, he really needed to fight a powerful opponent like Xianxia. The Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard should be your strongest move. Don't think that you can do whatever you want with it. Today, I'll let you understand this completely. As he spoke, a cold wind whistled. Behind Xianxia, a continuous shadow of Yin Mountain appeared. It was gloomy and majestic. In his hand, there was a huge mountain-splitting axe. The Yin Mountain martial spirit and this immortal-grade spiritual weapon mountain-splitting axe were a perfect match. A black gust of wind circled around the mountain-splitting axe like a poisonous dragon. Then, Xianxia roared and jumped up. The huge mountain-splitting axe carried the majestic aura of Yin Mountain and smashed toward Xiao. Boom! The huge axe was like a mountain, but it was blocked by a long sword that looked like it was carved out of white jade. However, this terrifying power smashed Xiao's legs into the ground. Xiao's arm began to tremble slightly. What a domineering power, but it's just right. Xiao could feel that with this attack, the gate of cultivation had opened a crack. However, Xianxia did not have such a feeling. He didn't know why Xiao wanted to fight him alone. After his attack was blocked, his expression was still gloomy and cold. With a flick of his arm, the huge mountain-splitting axe slid past the blade of the sword and chopped towards Xiao's head. He was really good at seizing opportunities. At this moment, Xiao's legs were stuck in the ground, and he couldn't move freely. It was impossible for him to escape with his movement skills, so he could only meet force with force. He believed that in terms of strength, he could definitely suppress Xiao. The giant axe, which was accompanied by a whistling chilly wind, made a strange hissing sound as it split the air. It was as if the elements in the air were directly split apart by this terrible giant axe, letting out a mournful cry. Xiao naturally wouldn't underestimate a person whose cultivation was stronger than his and who had rich combat experience. Yin Mountain was not Luyan. Although Xiao looked down on this guy's character, he had to admit that this guy was very strong. At the very least, he was a very difficult opponent for him at this stage. The howling, ghost-like axe shadow rapidly enlarged in Xiao's pitch-black pupils. Suddenly, the long sword in Xiao's hand trembled. The white jade flying dragon sword in his hand seemed to turn into a flood dragon, stabbing out at a very strange angle. The sword, which was condensed with terrifying sword chi, directly and accurately pierced the huge mountain-splitting axe. They collided again. The terrifying roar shook many people's eardrums to the point of hurting. After blocking Xianxia's attack, Xiao's body suddenly shot out from the ground. Along with the change of direction of the long sword in his hand, he delicately stabbed at Xianxia's throat. The long sword whistled, and the sword chi was sharp. The sound of the sonic boom was like the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves. The sharp sword chi caused Xianxia to frown. He was obviously fighting in a big way, and the giant axe in his hand was not agile enough. Once Xiao blocked and counterattacked, it would be very troublesome. He originally thought that he could continue to suppress Xiao, and after a few moves, he would be able to defeat Xiao. But now, it seemed that it would not be so easy. He did not know until they fought, but once they fought, he truly understood how terrifying Xiao's strength was. At this moment, he had no choice but to dodge. The chilly wind whistled under his feet, and his body suddenly seemed to turn into a gust of ghostly wind. In an instant, he dodged Xiao's sword tip and dodged 4 or 5 meters to the side. Not only was his speed fast, but his body movement was also very strange. I forgot to tell you, my Xian martial soul can not only give me terrifying strength, but it can also give me ghostly abilities. You can even let me obtain a movement technique that is as ethereal as a ghost. No matter which aspect it is, you can't compare to me. After dodging Xiao's sword, Xian sneered, looking very proud. Idiot, you're only at the middle stage of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm, and you still want to dodge my attack. I really don't know what you're so proud of. Xiao looked at Xian with disdain. No wonder the cult leader is unwilling to accept you as a disciple. Even I don't like you, let alone the cult leader. Damn it, how dare you humiliate me like this? Good. Good. I wanted to give you a chance to show off, but now it seems that there's no need for that. I'll completely defeat you in front of the left, right, and middle disciples of the dragon cult, as well as many higher-ups. I'll make sure that your stinky mouth will never be able to speak again. Xianxia held the huge mountain-splitting axe in his hand with one hand and pointed it at Ling Xiao as he roared furiously. I'm sorry, I really didn't see that you had that kind of ability. Ling Xiao said indifferently, your martial soul is indeed very powerful, but unfortunately, you didn't truly unleash its power. Bullshit, you have no right to talk about my martial soul. Xianxia roared and grabbed the axe with both hands. Then, his body began to spin on the spot. As his body spun faster and faster, the huge mountain-splitting axe actually formed an arc of terrifyingly sharp air blade around his body. The whistling wind and ferocious force were constantly released, shattering all the surrounding weeds. Even the boulders on the ground were easily destroyed. What a violent power, and it seems that the faster the spinning speed, the greater the power. Ling Xiao frowned. At this moment, in his eyes, Xianxia's entire body seemed to have turned into a crazy demonic wind that could destroy everything. Around his body, a terrifying black tornado was constantly forming. It seems that this guy should be completely enraged. This move should belong to the first level of the immortal grade martial skill, and it has already reached the transformation realm. This kid is indeed a genius. While analyzing his opponent's attack, Ling Xiao was not idle either. Although meeting force with force was the stupidest way to attack, but Ling Xiao still planned to do so. Because Xianxia's powerful attack was just the right opportunity for him. As long as he met force with force, his cultivation might break through in that instant. Behind Ling Xiao, a black figure gradually took shape. That figure was like a demon, with a cold and cruel appearance. The sword in his hand also became more and more fierce as the figure took shape. Ling Xiao, today I will tell you who is qualified to be the sect master's last disciple, who is the true genius. The terrifying howling of the cold wind became louder and louder. The speed of Mountain's rotation seemed to have reached a certain limit. Die. His voice was filled with incomparable malice and coldness. Xianxia had already discussed with the first sect elder. Today, he would take Ling Xiao's life in this battle. Even if the sect master investigated later, he would definitely not kill him for a dead person. After all, the sect master was interested in Ling Xiao's talent, not that person. If Ling Xiao was killed by him, it proved that Ling Xiao was inferior to him. Then, what reason would the sect master have to avenge Ling Xiao? Mountain's deadly storm. Xianxia let out a cold shout. As his body rapidly spun towards Ling Xiao, the huge and terrifying tornado had almost occupied an area of dozens of meters in diameter. Wherever it passed, not a single blade of grass grew, and the ground was also cut into a mess. Then, people saw the terrifying storm completely enveloping Ling Xiao. Smoke and dust filled the sky, and the wind whistled. No one could see what was happening clearly. The terrifying storm had created a huge pit that was 3 to 4 meters deep on the ground. Most of the onlookers swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Such a terrifying attack, not to mention Ling Xiao, even if a warrior with a cultivation stronger than Xianxia was hit, he would probably be seriously injured even if he did not die, right? People stared nervously at the gradually dissipating storm. They could not see any figure, and they could not even feel a person's aura. There was only a violent force roaring crazily. It was as if Ling Xiao had been turned into dust under this attack. Mountain's rotation finally gradually stopped. The huge mountain-splitting axe supported the ground, and a tired expression appeared on his face. Sweat dripped down from his forehead. It was obvious that this attack had consumed a great deal of his energy. However, he didn't care. As long as he could destroy Ling Xiao, he didn't care about anything else. His deadly tempest was his strongest move. He was at the first sky of immortal grade. In the past, he had used this move to kill a martial artist from the Qin Kingdom's royal family, who was at the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Therefore, he was absolutely confident that even if Ling Xiao could challenge someone of a higher level, he would still be able to defeat him. However, his cultivation was only at the peak of the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm. How could he survive this attack? Thinking of this, although he was tired, his face still showed an excited expression. Yin Mountain stopped rotating. The storm also quickly dissipated. Countless people turned their attention to the center of the storm. This was because they really wanted to know if the young hero Ling Xiao, who had recently risen to fame, was really that powerful. Could he really contend against a powerhouse like Yin Shan? Boom, the storm suddenly dispersed. It didn't seem to have dissipated naturally. Instead, it seemed to have been directly shattered by someone. A sword was raised high. It pointed to the sky. The sharp sword chi blocked all the storm outside. Just now, Ling Xiao used the first sky of immortal grade martial skill, Dark Sword Demon. However, it wasn't used to attack. It was used to defend. He succeeded. Not only did the Dark Sword Demon block Yin Shan's attack, but it also completely tore the terrifying storm apart. In the center of the storm, a figure with purple lightning flashing all over his body stood proudly with a faint sneer at the corner of his mouth. However, no one noticed the gate of hell that flashed in the sky. That was the moment the gate of hell opened. However, because of the storm, many people ignored it. That's right, Ling Xiao broke through again. This was all thanks to Yin Shan's fierce attack. If this attack wasn't powerful enough, Ling Xiao definitely wouldn't be able to break through. Now, his cultivation had basically recovered to the level he reached when he fought with Chen Sanxiong. The early stage of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. With this cultivation, if he used all his trump cards, he could even defeat a martial artist at the peak of the 11th level. Of course, it would be troublesome to deal with a martial artist at the early stage of the 12th level of the hell. However, as long as he used the Butterfly Lady's soul and the Bloody Rat Demon, he could still defeat them. However, Ling Xiao didn't want to use the Bloody Rat Demon so easily. The regression of his cultivation gave him a headache. This move was better left for when there was no other way. Seeing that Ling Xiao was safe and sound, other than his clothes being a little messy, there was no trace of injury. Yin Shan's eyes were filled with disbelief. And he had a feeling that Ling Xiao, who was standing in front of him at this moment, had become stronger than before. He couldn't even fight back. Is it fun? Ling Xiao raised his head slightly, looked at Yin Shan with a faint smile, and asked casually. Fun? This guy actually thought that the ultimate move that I painstakingly used was fun? Damn it, Yin Shan held the mountain-splitting axe tightly in his hand. His anger continued to condense in his body. However, at this moment, he didn't attack impulsively. This was because he had keenly discovered just how tyrannical Ling Xiao's strength was. You've had your fun. Now, it's my turn. Ling Xiao had just broken through and wanted to find an opponent to test his skills. The feeling of having one's cultivation base restored was truly amazing. What did you say? Yin Shan didn't understand what Ling Xiao meant. Suddenly, in his eyes, the figure wrapped in purple lightning suddenly approached. Retreat, Yin Shan made a wise choice. He faced Ling Xiao and used the Yin Wind to quickly retreat. However, no matter how wise his choice was, it couldn't change the fact that Ling Xiao's strength had far surpassed his at this moment. Ling Xiao, whose strength had increased, had also increased his speed. Although Yin Shan had already retreated in advance, he had only retreated less than 2 meters when he realized that the tip of Ling Xiao's sword had already touched his clothes. At that moment, he felt a chill that he had never felt before. He waved the huge mountain-splitting axe, wanting to block Ling Xiao's sword. Don't be so afraid. I won't kill you. I also want to have some fun. Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded in Yin Shan's ears. It made him feel even more terrified. At this moment, he didn't want to continue fighting back. He put away the huge axe, and his body became more agile. With the wind under his feet, he turned his body again and quickly got away from Ling Xiao. Moreover, he suddenly dodged to the side. In the past, when he used this kind of special skill, even the Red Witch couldn't do anything to him. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao could keep up with him. However, this confidence only lasted for a moment. This was because he realized that he had moved, and he had moved a distance of 4 to 5 meters. No matter how Yin Shan dodged, Ling Xiao's sword was always pressed against his clothes. Ling Xiao's face was still facing him. It was as if the two of them were moving at the same speed at the same time. His hair stood on end. This was the only feeling Yin Shan had at this moment. You wanted to kill me just now, didn't you? Don't worry, I won't kill you, but I will torture you well. The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a cold smile. Then, the white jade flying dragon sword in his hand pierced out. The terrifying sword shadow stabbed at different parts of Yin Shan's body like a storm. Every sword strike drew blood, but every sword strike didn't seem to be fatal. Every sword stab would cause Yin Shan to let out a shrill scream. Bastard! You can't humiliate me like this. Waves of stabbing pain came from all over his body. It made Yin Shan feel a humiliation that he had never felt before. He kept adjusting his body in an attempt to avoid Ling Xiao's sword qi. But it was useless. No matter what method he used, Ling Xiao followed him closely like a maggot. And every time, he could stab him. What he didn't know was that at this moment, in Ling Xiao's eyes, although he wasn't stationary, his speed was as slow as an ordinary person's. With such speed, he couldn't avoid any of Ling Xiao's attacks at all. All of Yin Mountain's dodging had been rendered useless. It was pointless. Yin Shan wanted to counterattack, but he didn't even have the chance to swing his heavy mountain-splitting axe. His hands and arms were already covered in sword marks. His two arms could barely move. At this moment, Ling Xiao was constantly adapting to his new cultivation level in the battle. Once he had fully adapted to it, Yin Mountain would be completely eliminated. In the eyes of everyone, Yin Shan, who was still majestic and domineering just now. But all of a sudden, he became a puppet that could only be attacked. The situation was simply miserable beyond compare. This was the most extreme change in the sky and the earth. As a result, many people still couldn't believe that what they saw was reality. They thought that they had some strange illusion. Is this true? The Great Yin Mountain was actually beaten up so badly by Ling Xiao? Hallucination. It must be a hallucination. Aya, why is it so painful? Could it be real? I don't want to be enemies with this guy. Xun Quan and Lu Su trembled. Seeing Ling Xiao today, they suddenly felt that they were really too lucky. Because his strength was not very good, he did not choose to continue to be enemies with Ling Xiao. Otherwise, they would have been the ones being abused today. Good lad, as expected of this Seat's disciple. This ferocity, this strength, these are all top-notch talents. Chen Bai did not expect that Ling Xiao's cultivation would recover so quickly. It had only been 5 days, but he had already recovered to his former strength. It seemed that Ling Xiao's cultivation method was different from that of ordinary people. Time to end this. Now, the opponents on the field could no longer affect Ling Xiao's cultivation in the slightest. Continuing to fight would only be a waste of time. Therefore, a ruthless look flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. The last sword cut off Yin Mountain's right arm, then kicked Yin Mountain out of the field. This is the price you have to pay for trying to kill me just now. I won't kill you, but don't think about recovering your arm. Soul stealing. Every organ and every tissue in the human body was controlled by a soul. Once the soul was stolen, it was basically impossible to grow it again. If the soul was not stolen, Yin Mountain's arm might grow back in a few days. That would be too boring. This guy is so ruthless. The first elder's face revealed an angry expression. If he's not ruthless, how can he be a disciple of the dragon cult? Chen Bai sneered. Speaking of ruthlessness, Yin Mountain seems to have wanted to kill Ling Xiao just now. Ling Xiao is already very benevolent not to kill him. The first elder's face was ugly, but he had to admit that Chen Bai was right. He could not find a reason for Ling Xiao to break the rules. At this time, Ling Xiao also looked at the remaining opponents on the field. He recalled all the Heavenly Thunder Guards. He looked at the remaining 3 people. Because before he defeated Yin Mountain, 3 people were killed by the Heavenly Thunder Guards. As for the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards, only 5 of them were left. Leave the field on your own. Don't make me attack. Ling Xiao said lightly. If it was before, he would still treat the Red Witch as a strong opponent. But after his cultivation breakthrough, the Red Witch was just an ordinary opponent in his eyes. That's impossible. One of them said sternly. However, before he finished speaking, a sword light sent him out of the battlefield. Not only that, but this sword light also made him taste the price of disobedience. Although it was not as bad as Yin Mountain, he would have to rest in bed for at least a month or two. "You're too overbearing," another person said. What greeted him was the same as the previous person. "That's right. I'm overbearing. So what? When you tried to join forces to fight me just now, why didn't you think about whether I could take it? Now you think I'm overbearing. That's ridiculous. You're the only one left, Red Witch. Admit defeat or fight?" Ling Xiao looked at the Red Witch indifferently and asked. "Since you know that I'm the Red Witch, you should know that it's impossible for me to surrender. And I won't be defeated by you as easily as they were." Pfft. The Red Witch still did not finish her words. Although she was proud and discovered Ling Xiao's attack, she was still inevitably sent out of the field by Ling Xiao's sword. So long-winded. Only Ling Xiao was left in the field. He put away the white jade flying dragon sword and took a deep breath. Then, he looked at the referee's seat and said, "This boring battle is over, right?" To him, apart from the battle with Yin Mountain that was a little interesting, the other battles didn't have much meaning at all. So he felt very bored. He wanted to end it as soon as possible. Next, he would head to the demonic book hall to obtain the demonic dragon's phantom. He believed that after obtaining that movement skill, his strength would improve further. Now, he was first in the upper disciple substitute. Next, he would become a real upper disciple. "Ling Xiao, you'd better not be too arrogant. You should know that there's always someone better than you. If you're too arrogant, you'll be at a disadvantage one day." The third sect elder saw that all of his people were eliminated by Ling Xiao alone, so he was naturally unhappy. He wanted to use a chicken feather as an arrow to warn Ling Xiao. However, he was simply asking for humiliation. "Arrogant? When your disciples humiliated my master's adopted son and daughter, did you think of being arrogant? According to what you said, they just suffered retribution." Ling Xiao smiled coldly and said, "And I'm really sorry. I, Ling Xiao, was born with this kind of personality." Hearing Ling Xiao's provocation, the third sect elder's expression turned ugly. If he accepted the challenge, he would be bullying the weak. Even if he won, it would be dishonorable. If he lost, it would be even more troublesome. But if he didn't accept the challenge, would he really allow this brat to be so arrogant? Alright, third sect elder, there will be plenty of opportunities to deal with him. Isn't he going to the demonic book hall next? At this moment, the first sect elder spoke. There were too many people here, and it would be too ugly to lose. However, if they were in the demonic book hall, where there were fewer people, it wouldn't matter if they lost. I'll listen to Big Sister. The third sect elder took a deep breath, and then announced loudly, Ling Xiao, the Red Witch, and the other 8 people have obtained the qualifications to be promoted. Among them, Ling Xiao can go to the demonic book hall. As soon as he finished speaking, the wasteland resounded with thunderous cheers. Amidst the thunderous sound, the entire wasteland rumbled as if an earthquake had occurred. Countless people began to shout, looking at the proud youth in the wasteland. Ling Xiao had used his own strength to prove that he was worthy of this name. It also proved who was the strongest among the middle disciples. It also proved that Ling Xiao was absolutely qualified to become Qianbai's last disciple. Originally, Qianbai would have to spend some time to resolve the unwillingness in the hearts of the dragon cult disciples. However, Ling Xiao's victory this time made everything logical. The reason why things could go so smoothly was because of his strength. In this mystic world where martial arts were respected, only strength could be the most convincing thing. Hearing the frenzied cheers and looking at Ling Xiao standing there, who else but him could do it? Yin Shan and the Red Witch's expressions were very ugly. At this moment, Yin Shan's right arm was already crippled. The anger in his heart was surging and burning. He wanted revenge. He wanted revenge no matter what. Ling Xiao, just you wait. One day, I will let you know that I, Yin Shan, am definitely not easy to bully. I will make you pay the price in blood. These words were said in his heart, but he suddenly noticed Ling Xiao's cold gaze looking over. He understood that gaze. It was a warning. But he wasn't afraid, he couldn't be afraid, the physical pain from this failure was secondary. The psychological blow was the most serious. Ever since he came to the dragon cult, apart from not being accepted as a last disciple by sect leader Qianbai. As for everything else, it was completely smooth sailing. Among all the middle disciples, he was definitely one of the best, an influential figure. No matter where he went, he would attract envious and worshipful gazes. But today, he had been completely destroyed by Ling Zhao's unreasonable strength. The pride of the past also fell apart at this moment. Perhaps from today onwards, Yin Mountain would no longer be able to raise his head among the middle disciples. His past worship would become ridicule. People were people. For someone as prideful as him, this was simply unacceptable. He had thought about suicide. But he was unwilling. How could he die like this? Before he died, he must let Ling Xiao taste the same pain. Definitely, in fact, the more proud a person was, the more they were regarded as a genius, the more fragile they were. The higher they climbed, the worse they fell. This was the kind of person who would fall. Once they failed, they would have very extreme thoughts. They couldn't bear the huge difference. They would either be unable to recover from the setback or become mentally twisted. Yin Shan was the latter. Compared to him, the Red Witch's behavior was a little strange. His originally unsightly expression instantly turned bright red. There was a fiery glow in his eyes. It was as hot as her martial soul. Ling Xiao. Since you defeated me, you have to take responsibility. The Red Witch was that kind of woman. She had an attribute called cheap. The stronger a man was, the more she liked him. This time, she was mercilessly defeated by Ling Xiao. Not only did she not hate Ling Xiao at all, but she also fell madly in love with Ling Xiao. Of course, at this time, Ling Xiao didn't have time to care about what those two people were thinking. He only knew that now that he had become the first candidate disciple, he was qualified to enter the demonic book hall and obtain the demonic dragon's phantom. Walking out of the field, he directly found Chen Bai. Master, now I'm qualified to go to the demonic book hall? Ling Xiao didn't have time to rest because he knew that he had to hurry. On the road of martial arts, if you didn't advance, you would fall behind. In the distant capital of the Chen Kingdom, there was a young man who was not inferior to him and was also working hard. He was working hard to kill him. How could he dare to slack off? Okay. Let's get that thing first, in case there are more problems. Chen Bai nodded and then took Ling Xiao to the demonic book hall. When the three elders saw this, they didn't care about the injured Yin Shan. They casually asked people to send Yin Shan to the medical hall and then went to the demonic book hall. No matter what, they had to stop Ling Xiao from obtaining any supreme martial arts. The current Ling Xiao was already strong enough. If he were to obtain that supreme martial art, how would they be able to suppress him? Ling Xiao obviously didn't understand the three elders' thoughts. He followed Chen Bai and soon arrived in front of a heavily guarded hall. The demonic book hall was filled with a strange and eerie aura. As expected of the dragon cult's library. It indeed smelled like a demon. The number of guards in the demonic book hall was probably the highest after the cult leader's hall. And the quality was also very high. The strongest guard leader here had reached the late stage of the 11th level of hell of the Yin-Yang realm. The other leaders were also at the early or middle stage of the 11th level of hell. Even the ordinary guards were at the 10th level of hell. They were probably the backbone of the dragon cult's disciples. From this, it could be seen how important this place was. I won't introduce the demonic book hall. Since you're a reincarnation realm martial artist, you naturally know what's in the sect's library. Although the names are different, each sect's library is more or less the same. The only difference is the strength of the martial arts and the number of them. Our dragon cult's demonic book hall has 100,000 martial arts, from the early gold grade to the third heaven of the immortal grade. Most of these martial arts were snatched from outside, so it's not too much to call us the dragon cult. Chen Bai was a carefree person. Ordinary people wouldn't admit that they were demons, but he didn't care. The wars between countries are also plundering. If this is a demon, then this world has probably been taken over by demons. Ling Xiao said lightly. Kid, you're really to my liking. Ha ha ha, let's go. I'll take you in. The martial arts you want are in the deepest part of the demonic book hall. Chen Bai laughed and walked into the demonic book hall. Ling Xiao was Chen Bai's last disciple and the first place of the substitute for the upper position. The guards of the demonic book hall would not stop him. However, trouble was always hard to guard against. Just as the two of them were about to step into the demonic book hall, a voice came from behind. "Leader, please wait." The voice was gentle and seductive. Without looking, he knew it was the middle-aged first elder. Ling Xiao frowned. He had already obtained the first place of the substitute for the upper position. He had the opportunity to enter the demonic book hall and obtain the supreme martial arts technique. What else did the first elder want? What's more, all three elders were here. This bunch of fellows really didn't give him a good time. "The three of us pay our respects to the leader." Although the three elders had long regarded Qianbai as an opponent, they still had to be polite on the surface. Before they completely fell out with Qianbai, they still had to pretend to be subservient. "What are the three of you doing here? Do you have something important to report?" Qianbai stared at the three elders with an unpleasant expression. If Ling Xiao could guess it, he could naturally guess it as well. The appearance of these three old guys meant that nothing good was going to happen. "Sect leader, we are here for the Magic Dragon's Phantom Movement technique," the first elder said. "What? What do you mean? Are you not going to give the demonic dragon's phantom to Ling Xiao?" Qianbai's voice was filled with a hint of coldness. Ling Xiao had already obtained the first place of the substitute for the upper position in front of so many people. If these three old guys still dared to stop him, he would not be polite. Although they could already hear the dissatisfaction in Qianbai's voice. The first elder still braced himself and said, "Leader, the rules cannot be abolished. According to the rules of our dragon cult, even if you are the first place of the substitute for the upper position, to obtain the demonic dragon's phantom, you have to display the combat power of the advanced stage of the yin-yang first transformation state." Ling Xiao's combat power was obviously not enough. I would like to suggest that Ling Xiao give up the demonic dragon's phantom for the time being. Anyway, there are many second sky of immortal grade martial arts in our demonic book hall. He can choose any of them. When your disciple became the #1 substitute for the upper position, you didn't mention such a rule. Do you know the consequences of making things difficult for me? Qianbai snorted coldly. Apparently, he was already a little angry. Normally, I don't want to argue with you, but don't go overboard. Do you really think I'm an idiot? Your subordinates dare not. The first elder, second elder, and third elder all knelt on the ground. If you don't dare, then scram. Qianbai shouted sternly. Your subordinates' loyalty to the dragon cult can be proven by the heavens and earth. It wasn't aimed at Ling Xiao, but the rules couldn't be broken. Sect Master, you can wait until his combat strength reaches the required level before imparting the supreme martial art to him. We naturally won't stop you. The three elders were obviously going to remonstrate with death. Just like how they didn't want to completely fall out with Qianbai, Qianbai didn't want to completely fall out with them either. The dragon cult still needed to coexist harmoniously among the three factions. Otherwise, the dragon cult would probably fall apart in an instant. The three elders saw this point, which was why they dared to remonstrate with death. They were sure that Qianbai wouldn't dare to kill them. Sect Master, please think of the dragon cult's big picture and defend the dragon cult's fairness and justice. At this moment, a lot of people suddenly rushed over. These people were the three elder subordinates or disciples. There were actually more than 1,000 people. They all knelt there, seemingly respectful to Qianbai, but in fact, they were threatening him. Good. Very good. Are you trying to force me? Qianbai's face was extremely gloomy and ugly. His murderous aura was boiling in his body, ready to explode at any time. What if I insist on imparting the demonic dragon's phantom to Ling Xiao today? Qianbai's voice was full of murderous intent. The dragon cult was built by him. Although his control was not as strong as it used to be, he was still the sect master. However, he was still the sect master after all. The actions of these people truly infuriated him. And he wasn't afraid of anyone. His strength was enough to take on the three elders and 2 vice-sect masters. This was the reason why he could do whatever he wanted. If sect master insists, we won't dare to do anything. But a sect master thought about it, if you break the rules, then in the future, can we also freely impart the supreme martial art to our disciples? If that's the case, what's the use of the demonic codex hall's rules? In any case, the first sect elder had decided to confront Qianbai today. Of course, she didn't dare to do anything, because she knew that she wasn't Qinbai's opponent. But righteousness was on her side. If Qinbai insisted on messing around, then even if Ling Xiao obtained the demonic dragon's phantom, the final winner would still be them. Because Qinbai would completely lose the hearts of the people. At that time, Qinbai wouldn't be far from being impeached as the sect master. Ling Xiao stood at the side and watched these people's performance coldly, finding it very funny. Absolute loyalty was written all over their faces. Everyone said that the big picture was more important, as if they were all doing it for the sake of the dragon cult. However, only they themselves knew what was going on in their minds. Sure enough, where there were people, there would be no lack of flies and dogs. Qinbai frowned. Although he knew that the other party was unreasonable, he was in a dilemma. If he left, his authority as the sect master would only weaken. If he forced his way in, his authority as the sect master would also seriously decline, and the sect would probably not accept him. He was indeed very strong, but if all the sect members united to impeach him, he wouldn't be able to turn the tide. Perhaps because he wanted to strike while the iron was hot, the second elder changed his usual smiling face and started to cry. Sect master. You must think twice. If you are so biased just because Ling Xiao is your direct disciple, then the foundation that you worked so hard to build will be destroyed in a day. You are the founder of the dragon cult. But the rules of the dragon cult were also set by you. You once said that no matter who it was, they must abide by the rules, including you. You have done very well in the past, and the sect members have a lot of respect for you. But are you going to break your promise and slap yourself for a mere Ling Xiao? Aren't you afraid that the sect members who worship and respect you will be disappointed? His ultimate performance attracted the approval of many people. More and more people gathered here, and all of them knelt down. Qinbai's face had turned ashen. In terms of ability to fan the flames, he really couldn't compare to these three elders. Qinbai took a deep breath. He decided to do as he pleased. In Qinbai's heart, Ling Xiao was indispensable. As long as Ling Xiao grew up, then he, Qinbai, would not regret it. Even if the dragon cult was disbanded because of this, he could still rebuild it. Threatening me? I won't let you succeed. You don't want to get up? Fine, then kneel here. Kneel for as long as you want. After understanding the logic behind it, Qinbai sneered. He was the leader of the dragon cult and the founder of the dragon cult. How could he be threatened by this group of people? Hearing Qinbai's words, the three elders were stunned. They really didn't expect that Qinbai would go to this extent for Ling Xiao. But at the same time, they were also ecstatic. After this, Qinbai would definitely be finished. There was no doubt about this. Qinbai, this guy, had made the most foolish decision. At this time, Ling Xiao was somewhat moved by Qinbai's decision. But he couldn't let Qinbai do this. He didn't want the dragon cult that Qinbai had painstakingly built to be destroyed because of him. The key was that he couldn't let these despicable people have their way. He stood up and said to Qinbai with a smile, Master, it's better to leave this matter to your disciple. You? Qinbai was stunned for a moment, then nodded. All right, since you have this intention, I'll let you deal with this matter. Thank you, Master. Ling Xiao cupped his hands, then looked at the kneeling crowd and said coldly, Do you know what you're doing? Everyone was stunned for a moment, not understanding Ling Xiao's meaning. Threatening the leader is a capital offense in the dragon cult. My Shizhuan is magnanimous and benevolent. For the sake of the dragon cult, he is unwilling to bicker with you. That's why you rascals think you can do whatever you want. Ling Xiao said coldly, If I were the cult master, all of you would have to die. If they didn't even care about the dignity of the sect leader, then they could rebel at any time. What's the point of having such a traitor? Ling Xiao, don't slander us. We didn't coerce the cult leader. We were just describing the pros and cons. The sect leader was bewitched by a villain like you, that's why he did something that went against the sect's rules. The first elder furrowed his brows and shouted. She couldn't let Ling Xiao continue. This brat's mouth was too sharp, just like a knife. If he continued talking, those who were kneeling down with them would probably leave in fear. Breaking the rules? Well said. Then let me ask the first sect elder, what exactly did the sect leader violate? Ling Xiao stared at the first sect elder and asked. don't you understand? Your combat strength can't even reach the late stage of the 11th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang transformation, yet the cult leader insisted on letting you obtain the demonic dragon's phantom. This is a violation of the sect's rules. The second sect elder rushed to shout. Ridiculous. You dare to question the cult leader's actions based on your own conjectures? How audacious! Who gave you the courage? Are you trying to rebel? Xianxia suddenly said coldly, you said that my combat strength isn't up to par. What's the basis for that? Just based on the touch of your lips, do you think you can speak as you please? Do you know that slandering the cult leader is a capital offense? You're slandering us. The third sect elder roared. They realized that Xianxia had only said a few words, and they, who were righteous and reasonable, had become unreasonable. And they had even committed a capital offense. The most important point was whether Xianxia had the combat strength of the late stage of the 11th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang transformation. If he did, then everything Xianxia said would become the truth. If he didn't, then they had nothing to fear. It seems that the three sect elders seem to understand what I mean. Xianxia smiled and pointed at the third sect elder. He should be a martial artist at the late stage of the 11th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang transformation. In terms of combat strength, I'm afraid he's stronger than ordinary martial artists at this level. Then this matter is simple. I wonder if the three sect elders dare to make a bet with me. Boy, what qualifications do you have to make a bet with us? The first sect elder shouted sternly. Why isn't he qualified? What Xianxia said today represents my opinion. Qianbai realized that in terms of eloquence, Xianxia could be his master. Therefore, he decided to let Xianxia handle this matter. Sect leader. The first sect elder gritted his teeth. Since the sect leader said so, then he naturally has the qualifications. What kind of bet do you want to make? It's very simple. I will fight with the third sect elder. If I lose, I will leave the dragon cult and never step foot in here again. If the third sect elder loses, it will prove that you are guilty of framing the sect leader. At that time, everyone kneeling here will die. Xianxia said coldly. This was his personality. If he was Qianbai, he would never let go of someone who dared to defy his authority because of the so-called big picture. Because such a person would sooner or later be a disaster if left alive. You're crazy. Everyone here is a meritorious member of the dragon cult. The first sect elder said sternly. Scared? Fine, then don't compete. But if anyone dares to say that the sect leader is biased in the future, that will be a capital offense. Xianxia looked at the first sect elder with disdain. Regardless of whether the other party competed or not, today was his and Qianbai's victory. If they competed, he was confident that he could defeat the third sect elder. Then these people would never be able to wash away their crimes. As for whether Qianbai would kill them later, that would depend on Qianbai himself. If he killed them, it would weaken the power of the three sect elders and the two vice-sect leaders. If he didn't kill them, it would increase his prestige as the sect leader. Both were benefits. If the other party didn't compete, then today's matter would become that the three sect elders were being unreasonable and had ulterior motives. At that time, the sect leader wouldn't suffer any losses, and Xianxia would be able to smoothly obtain the martial arts he wanted. On the other hand, the three sect elders would lose their prestige. Therefore, no matter what, this game was completely reversed. Of course, the key problem was that other than him, no one else believed that he could defeat the third sect elder. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, the three sect elders made the most reasonable choice. Kid, you're the one who said it. If you can't defeat my third brother, then get out of the dragon cult. The first sect elder looked coldly at Xianxia and said. Now, all the problems were back to square one. The root of all this was the problem of Xiao's combat strength. Of course. Xiao said calmly. Although I don't know where you get your confidence and calmness, you're going to lose today. The third sect elder had been stopped by the first sect elder at the preliminaries, so he couldn't fight with Xiao, but he was very unhappy. In his opinion, Xiao was just a kid. What was there to be afraid of? The third elder believed that as long as he made a move, Xiao would definitely lose. However, as a sect elder, bullying the weak would definitely make him a laughingstock. Now, the first elder had agreed to this battle. And Qianbai had no choice but to agree. Therefore, this battle was unavoidable. He suddenly felt a little excited. No one knows the result until we fight. Ling Xiao said lightly. Sect Master, let's be frank. The one who provoked me is your disciple. If I win, you can't say that I'm bullying the weak. The third elder looked at Qianbai and said. I've said it before. What Ling Xiao said today represents what I mean. Qianbai said lightly. He was going all out now, betting on Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao lost, he would resign from his position as the dragon cult's leader and focus on guiding Ling Xiao's cultivation. In his eyes, anyway. Ling Xiao alone was comparable to the entire dragon cult. If he wanted to successfully take revenge on the Qin kingdom's royal family, he had to rely on Ling Xiao. Well, since the sect master said so, I'm relieved. The third elder laughed in his heart. Ling Xiao dared to provoke him, so it was reasonable for him to kill him by accident. From today onwards, Ling Xiao would no longer exist in this world. What an idiotic smile. Are you proud? Ling Xiao saw the smug smile on the third elder's face and couldn't help but say lightly. As he spoke, he had already unsheathed his long sword. However, this time, he didn't use the white jade flying dragon sword, but the blood thunder imperial sword. The third elder was very strong. He couldn't let his guard down. When he killed General Purple Thunder, he used the sanguinary rat move. But today, with the blood thunder imperial sword, he didn't want to use that move anymore. The after effects were too severe. As the blood thunder Empyrean sword came out of its shell, an invisible sword aura instantly burst out. This blood-red longsword was actually making clanging sounds as if it was eager to drink blood. The blood thunder imperial sword is indeed a good sword. It's a pity that it's wasted in your hands. The third sect elder said coldly. At the same time, a powerful aura burst out. He did not intend to hold back. The strength of a rank 1 Yin-Yang Realm's 11th level of hell was fully unleashed. After all, he was only facing an ignorant child, a youngster that he looked down on. If the battle went on for too long, even if he won in the end, he would probably be ridiculed by others. Therefore, he wanted to end the battle quickly. Are you going to make a move? The people kneeling on the ground all stood up to make room for Ling Xiao and the third Grand Elder. They were still very interested in this battle. After all, one of them was a famous young hero, the number 1 villain on the evilest list. The other was the third elder of the dragon cult, the infamous great devil of the state of Qin. The battle between the two was quite dramatic. Of course, more importantly, this battle was related to their life and death. They could not ignore it. The third Grand Elder looked at Ling Xiao contemptuously and said, Kid, you're lucky to be defeated by me. You won't feel ashamed if word gets out. You talk too much. Let's do it. Ling Xiao naturally would not underestimate the third Grand Elder. However, he would not lose to him in terms of aura. When the Blood Thunder Imperial Sword was unsheathed, he entered the Tyrant Blood Demonic Dragon Martial Soul Transformation state. Under this beast soul transformation, the power of the Blood Thunder Imperial Sword would be even more vivid. Since you're so eager to make a fool of yourself, I'll fulfill your wish. What the third Grand Elder did not say was that Ling Xiao's death was imminent. Suddenly, a weapon appeared in his hand. It was a judge's pen made of cold iron. This weapon was only a divine spiritual weapon, comparable to Ling Xiao's 8 immortal sword, but not as good as the Blood Thunder Imperial Sword. However, he did not care. His cultivation was much higher than Ling Xiao's. In addition, he had rich combat experience and superb martial arts techniques. He was not afraid of Ling Xiao at all. No matter how strong a weapon was, it would not be able to unleash its full power in the hands of a weak person. Judge's court, I sentence you to death. Kill. Following the third Grand Elder's cold shout, the judge's pen pointed in the void, and then a strange death word appeared in the void. Then, the third Grand Elder pointed the judge's pen again, and the word blasted toward Ling Xiao. What kind of strange martial arts is this? Ling Xiao had never seen such an attack before. To be honest, he was a little caught off guard. However, he quickly regained his composure. Although the martial arts in the world were complicated, they were still the same after all. Although the opponent's attack was strange, it would only be effective when it hit someone. Thinking of this, he shook the Blood Thunder Imperial Sword in his hand. Then, a blood-red ripple broke through the air. This move was not strong. It was only a top-tier jade martial arts technique, the Ghost Emperor Battle. Ling Zhao's purpose was to test the power of the Third Grand Elder's attack. Pfft! When the blood-red sword chi touched the death word, it exploded instantly, as if it had encountered an extremely terrifying explosion. How strange! This death word contains such a terrifying power of death and the power of the underworld. The Third Grand Elder is really something. Ling Zhao's body flashed and instantly turned into several wolf shadows, darting in all directions and then merging into one. The moment he retreated, the death word exploded on the ground where he was standing. He clearly saw that the ground had turned black. It was the black color of decay. It was as if it had been corroded by something. It's not poison. It's a special kind of willpower, the power of death from the underworld. It can kill anything, including sword chi, earth, and of course, human bodies. Ling Xiao stood more than 10 meters away from the Third Grand Elder. He was vigilant and carefully analyzed with the Tai Chi eye. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. The Third Grand Elder's attack surprised him. Because he had never seen it before, it was difficult for him to deal with. Oh? Not bad, you actually managed to dodge this old man's attack. But can you dodge my next attack? The Third Grand Elder sneered and then pointed his judge pen more than 10 times. More than 10 death words flew out at the same time and attacked Ling Xiao, almost sealing off all of Ling Zhao's escape routes. If I can't dodge it completely, I'll just counterattack. Dark Shadow Martial Art, Dark Shadow Sword Demon. Ling Xiao was not the kind of person who only knew how to defend and not counterattack. He knew very well that no matter how strong one's defense was, as time passed, mistakes would inevitably occur. So the best way was to counterattack after defending, so that the enemy would not be able to act according to his own rhythm. The sword martial spirit behind him bloomed with a bright red light. The tyrannical blood demon dragon on Ling Zhao's back flapped its blood-red wings and in an instant, his speed increased dramatically. The originally pitch-black sword demon had now turned blood-red. As the Blood Thunder Emperor sword merged with the Blood Thunder, it charged toward the Third Elder. Boom, the sword demon exploded. The blood-red sword light and the death word perished together. Haha, you're just a kid. Too inexperienced. Amidst his laughter, the Third Elder had already arrived above Ling Zhao's head. His speed was not inferior to Ling Zhao's at all. In fact, it seemed that he was even faster. Kill. The judge's brush pointed again and pierced toward Ling Zhao's head from above. With this stroke, dozens of death words instantly appeared in the void. The violent power of death was as if the god of the underworld had personally descended. Not to mention Ling Xiao, even a warrior at the peak of the 11th level of hell would not be able to get away with it. Facing such an attack, it was almost impossible to not be at a disadvantage. Unfortunately, although Ling Zhao's cultivation was not at the peak of the 11th level of hell. But he was Ling Xiao, the one and only Ling Xiao. His combat skills were stronger than anyone else's, and his calculations in battle could be said to be flawless. He could make himself without any weaknesses. No matter what kind of attack he faced, he had his own way of dealing with it. At that moment, his sword essence suddenly rose and his murderous aura soared to the sky. It seemed that even the god of the underworld felt afraid. The Blood Thunder Emperor sword pierced toward the sky. This stroke was still the Shadow Sword Demon. But it was obvious that its size and lethality were stronger than the previous stroke. With an unparalleled sharp sword essence, it was going to completely tear apart the power of death. Boom, the power of death collided with Ling Zhao's sword essence. Waves of terrifying shockwaves spread out wildly. It even contained a strong soul power. If this was not the demonic book hall and there were no defensive formations, the surrounding buildings would have been completely destroyed. His sword intent is actually so strong. How strong must his spiritual strength be in order to condense it, and why do I feel that there is a special energy in his stroke? But even I can't see it clearly. Chen Bai was even more surprised. The battle prowess that Ling Xiao displayed really broadened his horizons. His sword moves were so precise that they were no different from his movements, And he always grasped the power of his moves perfectly. Even he couldn't do it. The most terrifying thing was the special energy contained in Ling Xiao's sword qi. Although Chen Bai didn't know what it was, he knew that it was very strong. Could it be profound energy? Chen Bai shook his head casually and said, "Impossible. It is said that only the warriors of the immortal court can comprehend the profound energy." How could he? Even if Chen Bai racked his brains, he could not have imagined that Ling Xiao had the help of a sovereign personage. He had already comprehended the shadow profound and the light profound. The reason why he could challenge those above his level was closely related to the profound energy. It's time to end this. 3 rounds to defeat you, even this old man feels that it's a bit too much. In front of the demonic book hall, the third sect elder smiled. Wisps of black gas were emitted from his body. If one looked carefully, they would find that there were strange inscriptions on the black gas. Those inscriptions were all the same word, death. The most terrifying thing was that he had also released his martial soul. The willow martial soul was actually black. In an instant, it merged with the black death qi and enveloped the entire battlefield. Ling Xiao was like a trapped beast, completely trapped by the cage formed by the countless willow branches and the black death qi. Is it really going to end like this? Chen Bai stared at the battlefield. He didn't know what method Ling Xiao would use to resolve the current predicament. However, he believed that Ling Xiao was not an easy opponent to deal with. If he could be defeated so easily, the Chen Kingdom's royal family wouldn't have such a headache. From the information he had investigated, everyone who looked down on Ling Xiao had failed in the end. And they had failed miserably. The cage formed by the willow branches and the black death qi was constantly shrinking. Inside, Ling Xiao could clearly feel that this place was like a small hell. It was as if it was completely isolated from the outside world. And the death qi in this small hell was completely controlled by the third sect elder. It was under his control. If someone was trapped here and couldn't escape in a short time, they would probably face a dead end. Boom boom boom, Ling Xiao's face was still calm, but the blood thunder imperial sword in his hand was very violent. The blood-red sword qi was like a storm as it pierced toward the cage. However, this cage seemed to have the power of the earth provided by the willow martial soul. It was able to quickly heal after being shattered. And such a scattered attack had almost no effect on the cage. At most, it could only slow down the speed of the cage's shrinking. He knew that such an attack was useless. Ling Xiao stopped in an instant. He took a deep breath and then put away the blood thunder imperial sword. The black immortal sword and black demon sword that he had sealed for a long time appeared at the same time. 2 swords. 2 moves, shadow sword demon, transformative stage, the black line descended, complete stage, under the dual wielding, the 2 sword moves were executed at the same time. In mid-air, the black immortal and sword demon merged into one and exploded with a terrifying power. They directly tore a hole in the cage and rushed out. That hole, due to Ling Xiao's attack, naturally slackened the power of thunder and lava. Although it was still healing, the speed was much slower. What trick is this? 2 moves can be executed at the same time? Is this possible? It was already very difficult for an ordinary warrior to execute a move. This was because the condensation of the move required the perfect combination of spirit and inner strength. But Ling Xiao was able to execute 2 different sword moves at the same time with both hands. Moreover, these 2 sword moves could be fused together after being released, erupting with an incomparably shocking power. Although the third sect elder was very surprised, he definitely didn't want Ling Xiao to escape from that hole. The magistrate's brush in his hand continued to release the power of death, trying to seal the crack completely. Thunderstorm art. Lava storm. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't stay idle either. Since the power of lightning and the power of lava had an effect on this cage, he would naturally not be idle. He simply executed the 2 secret techniques consecutively. As long as the hole didn't completely heal, he had a chance to turn the tables. Kid, since you've gone in, don't think about coming out again. The third sect elder roared and spat out. A black crystal core was spat out from his mouth. Inside the crystal core, black gas lingered. It seemed that the death qi was even denser. The death qi spewed above the hole. It began to accelerate Gale's recovery. This speed was definitely faster than Ling Xiao's destructive speed. Ha 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 ha, Ling Xiao, go to hell, death cage, trap and kill. The third elder put away the judgment pen and clenched his fists tightly, causing the cage to shrink rapidly. At this moment, he had no intention of sparing Ling Xiao's life. After all, it was Ling Xiao who had initiated the challenge. Even if he accidentally killed Ling Xiao, Chen Bai couldn't punish him. After all, offending one's superiors was a great disrespect. Unless Chen Bai no longer wanted to be the sect leader and wanted to destroy the demon dragon religion, otherwise, even if the third sect elder killed Ling Xiao, he would still be alive and well. Rumble, terrifying rumbles continued to ring out. The death cage shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Inside the cage, a frenzied storm of death was trying to kill Ling Xiao. It wanted to tear Ling Xiao to shreds. At this moment, even an ordinary martial artist at the peak of the 11th level of hell would be killed here if they didn't have any special life-saving techniques. This was the third elder's strongest technique. It was also the key to his qualification to become the third elder. Seeing this, Chen Bai was a little anxious. If it weren't for the fact that he could still feel Ling Xiao's weak life force, he really would have attacked. On the other hand, the first elder and the second elder revealed complacent sneers. All of this was Ling Xiao's own fault. Did he really think that the elders of the dragon cult were pushovers? The third elder didn't even fear General Purple Thunder. Wouldn't killing Ling Xiao be a piece of cake for him? At this moment, they seemed to have forgotten that General Purple Thunder had been killed by Ling Xiao. Inside the death cage, Ling Xiao used the lightning shield to protect himself. His Tai Chi eye sped up, analyzing the real weakness of the death cage. That's right. The reason why the death cage is so unbreakable is because it contains the third elder's death energy, the will of the underworld god. If he wanted to completely destroy the cage of death, he would have to destroy the power of death and the will of the infernal deity. Looks like I'll have to use my heavenly tyrant martial spirit. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao no longer intended to hold back. In any case, the death cage was an independent space. Even the third sect elder had no idea what was going on inside. The tyrant martial spirit appeared behind him. The tyrannical will was unleashed without restraint. Previously, even when facing Chen Songxiong, Ling Xiao had tried his best to restrain himself and not release universe of tyrants. Tyrannical will. Because at that time, there was really no way to hide. But today was different. With the help of the third elder and the terrifying will of the underworld god, he could not only release the sky tyrant martial soul to fight back. It could also unleash the potential hidden in the cells as much as possible. His cultivation would not stop advancing just because he had recovered. If he wanted to become stronger, his cultivation had to continue making breakthroughs. This was a crisis, but it was also an opportunity. Boom, along with the release of the tyrannical martial spirit. With Ling Xiao as the center, a ball of terrifying willpower soared into the sky. This violent tyrannical will could not pierce through the death cage or tear it to shreds. But it could completely suppress the will of the underworld god. In terms of soul power, Ling Xiao was not bragging, but in the entire Qin nation, there was probably no one who could compete with him. The third sect elder was even worse. He was not the controller of the death cage. But he was the destroyer of the death cage. He was an alien, he was the god of destruction. He was a terrifying existence that even the will of the underworld god in the death cage could not rest in peace. Oh no, my will of the underworld god. A trace of blood suddenly flowed from the corner of the third sect elder's mouth. With the will of the underworld god broken, his spiritual sea was also damaged. For a moment, he was actually injured. Although it was not serious, the blow to his heart was very serious. After all, the death cage was his ultimate move. Even General Purple Thunder didn't dare enter his cage of death. His second brother and eldest sister were also very afraid of it. How did this despicable Ling Xiao do it, just as he was feeling puzzled? Ling Xiao withdrew the domineering will. The potential in his cells condensed into his soaring sword qi, and once again tore the death cage apart. The death cage relied on the will of the underworld god to become unbreakable. Now that the will of the underworld god had been destroyed by the domineering will, the death cage was just an ordinary attack. How could it block Ling Xiao's powerful attack? The soaring sword qi shot out from the death cage and pierced toward the third sect elder with lightning speed. Block it. Although the third sect elder was surprised, he was still a veteran and would not be as useless as his disciples. Under such circumstances, he still stretched out his magistrate's pen and drew a shield surrounded by black chi in front of him. Boom! The sword chi hit the shield, and the shield shattered instantly. This was an attack that Xianxia had unleashed with the hidden energy in his body. Although it was the same move as the Shadow Sword Demon, it was more powerful than before. In addition, his cultivation was already close to the energy of the early 10th level of the 11th level of Hell. Naturally, his combat strength was constantly increasing. The sword chi shattered the shield and then heavily pierced the third sect elder's elemental energy shield. Although it did not pierce through, the terrifying impact sent the third sect elder flying. The third sect elder could not control his body at this time. He crashed into the wall of the demonic book hall and fell down. Pfft! He spat out another mouthful of blood. Although the sword had already consumed a lot of power after shattering the shield, it was still able to withstand the attack. It could not completely penetrate the third sect elder's defense. But the power it brought was still not small. The third sect elder was still spitting out blood. He was afraid that Xianxia would pursue him, so he suddenly got up from the ground. His hair was disheveled and he looked very embarrassed. However, his eyes were filled with hatred. He wanted to defeat Xianxia in 1 or 2 moves and show off his powerful strength as the third sect elder. But he did not expect that he would be sent flying by Xianxia and spit out blood at this moment. He had lost all face in front of everyone. The murderous intent in his heart grew stronger. Good boy, I've really underestimated you. Although I don't know what secrets you're hiding, being able to break my death cage is truly admirable. The third sect elder pretended that he still had a trump card, but only he knew that the death cage was his strongest move. If he wanted to defeat Xianxia, he could only rely on his own strength. It was absolutely impossible to defeat him in a short time. But the third sect elder did not have that kind of extravagant hope. Being able to defeat Xianxia was his current goal. Third sect elder, can you admit my combat strength now? Xianxia looked at the third sect elder and said calmly. The combat strength of the 11th level of Hell is not just this. With a cold snort, the third sect elder suddenly stepped on the ground with his right foot and rushed toward Xianxia in an instant. The judgment pen in his hand pointed again. Judgment of Death, Ghost Strike. The third elder launched his attack, and a huge shadow of the judgment pen descended from the sky. The pen released hundreds of black threads, trying to wrap Xianxia in it again. Anyone could see that each of the black threads was extremely sharp. If they were cut, they would be beheaded on the spot. Three-headed lava hound beast soul transformation, scorching hell, lava storm. Xianxia did not use the blood thunder almighty sword, and he had put away the black deity and black demon swords. He changed his form, and a scorching aura instantly rose in the entire field. At that moment, the power of the lava storm reached its peak. It then blasted towards the hundreds of black threads. A terrifying explosion sounded, and the black threads were burned in the scorching hell. Kill! Xianxia roared, and the lava storm passed through the black threads and rushed towards the third elder. At this moment, even though his cultivation had yet to break through, he could already feel it. His counterattack had to start from this moment. Get lost. The third elder looked serious. He was actually attacked by Xianxia. His old face did not look good. With a roar, he raised his right hand, and a ghost hand condensed from a mass of black gas blocked the lava storm. Although the ghost hand was burned to ashes, the power of the lava storm disappeared in an instant. The third elder was not satisfied with blocking Xianxia's attack. He wanted to attack, he wanted to make Xianxia tired of defending himself. God of Death Curse. He spat out 4 words, and then countless small black characters shot out from his eyes. These characters formed a terrifying storm. It was as if the god of death had stepped out of hell. Danger! Xianxia frowned. He did not expect the third elder to have such a powerful move at this time. However, he did not intend to dodge. He could feel that this so-called god of death curse was not a martial technique, but a secret soul technique. A secret soul technique targeted the soul. The third elder was trying to destroy his spiritual sea. This was the first time Ling Xiao had encountered a secret soul technique attack since he came to the Black Tortoise continent. To be honest, he was a little surprised. However, apart from being surprised, he was also furious. The third sect elder really wanted to kill him. If a person's spiritual sea was destroyed, even if their body was intact, they would become a walking corpse, which was worse than a dead person. Since that's the case, don't blame me, tyrannical martial spirit, be destroyed. The tyrannical martial spirit had always been residing in Ling Xiao's spirit sea. The boundless spirit sea was its territory and the source of its strength. A terrifying will rushed towards the underworld god-killing curse, covering the sky and covering the earth. In any case, all the attacks happened in his spirit sea, so the people outside naturally couldn't see them. They could only feel that Ling Xiao's will had suddenly become even stronger. The underworld god-killing curse was destroyed, but even more killing curse energy surged in. The third elder clearly didn't want to give Ling Xiao a chance to live. No matter how many of you come, I'll kill all of you. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with murderous indifference. The raging tyrannical martial spirit turned into a human figure in his spirit sea. The human figure was pitch black and had no face. It held a sharp sword in its hand, which destroyed the killing curse in an instant. The killing curse energy was no match for it. This was normal. Ling Xiao's soul power was dozens of times stronger than an ordinary person's. After coming to the Black Tortoise continent, in order to hide his true identity, he had not used his soul power. However, there was no doubt about the strength of his soul power. How can this kid have such a terrifying soul power? What is his martial spirit? The third elder didn't believe that Ling Xiao's martial spirit was a sword martial spirit or a beast martial spirit. He firmly believed that Ling Xiao had an origin martial spirit in his body, which could contain all other martial spirits. It was this powerful martial soul that caused his underworld god-killing curse to be completely ineffective. Moreover, releasing the underworld god-killing curse consumed a lot of soul power. The third elder felt that his spirit sea had turned upside down and was no longer calm. This was because he had used too much soul power. His soul couldn't suppress the rhythm of his martial spirit. Although the third sect elder was unwilling to accept this, he had to admit that his attack had failed once again. Not only that, but he had also almost suffered a backlash. This kid. The first elder was shocked. She knew the third elder's strength very well. Especially the underworld god-killing curse, which was a soul secret technique. Although it wasn't as powerful as the death cage, it was a special technique. However, it was a special method of attack that could catch the enemy off guard. To be honest, if she hadn't known this, she would have been at a disadvantage when facing the underworld god-killing curse. Even if she had known, she wouldn't have dared to fight it. But what was going on with Ling Xiao? This kid was only 16 or 17 years old when he reincarnated. How could he have such a powerful soul power? Was he from the soul race? That was impossible. The soul race could recognize him at a glance. Just as the first elder was puzzled, Ling Xiao had completely repelled the underworld god-killing curse. This time, it was his turn to counterattack. Earth-crossing golden light technique. Ling Xiao's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. In that instant, the third sect elder's heart was filled with terror. The earth-crossing golden light technique was even faster than the demonic dragon phantom he had seen before. How could Ling Xiao have such a terrifying movement technique? Although he was terrified, he still used all his strength to perform the demonic dragon phantom and began to dodge. The demonic dragon phantom was a movement technique of the dragon cult's 4 great supreme martial arts. This was what Ling Xiao wanted to learn. As a high-ranking member of the dragon cult, the third elder's cultivation had reached the required level. Naturally, he could also practice it. Although he had only reached a small mastery level. That ethereal movement technique allowed him to avoid his vital points. Ling Xiao's sword pierced through his arm. The pain made him grimace. If he wasn't afraid of embarrassing himself, he would have screamed out loud. What a great demonic dragon phantom. I like it even more. Although Ling Xiao had the earth-crossing golden light technique, it was a divine ability. Although it was powerful, it consumed too much energy. It could be used at a critical moment, but it couldn't be used too often. The demonic dragon phantom might not be as powerful as the earth-crossing golden light technique, but it could be used frequently. It was obviously more practical. he was determined to get it. Although he didn't manage to stab the third elder's vital points, Ling Zhao's expression didn't change at all. Because he didn't expect that sword to take the third elder's life. His real killing move was yet to come. His body instantly transformed back into the demonic tyrant blood dragon martial soul transformation. Then, bloody energy erupted. Demonic dragon blood curse. When this move was released, the third sect elder's injuries, which were originally not serious, became fatal. Blood gushed out of the wound like a fountain. That really gave everyone a fright. It's not over yet. Bloodthirsty plague. What? How does this kid know such an evil secret technique? The third elder was scared. At this moment, he was truly afraid. Whether it was the demonic dragon blood curse or the bloodthirsty plague, they were both special secret techniques that completely ignored defense. Once they came into contact with blood, the explosive power would be even more shocking. The third elder was shocked. He knew that if this continued, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, he was truly afraid. One had to know that in the history of the mystic world, there were many cases of outstanding geniuses killing cultivators with higher cultivation than them. The mystic world never lacked geniuses. There was also no lack of seniors who were used as stepping stones by geniuses. Big sister, save me. At this moment, the third elder had no other choice. After using the nether god-killing curse, he couldn't even control his own spirit sea. Facing the dual attacks of the demonic dragon blood curse and the bloodthirsty plague, he couldn't escape at all. At this moment, Ling Xiao broke through. His cultivation rose to the middle stage of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Now, he wasn't recovering his cultivation, but breaking through. After wasting a few days, he was finally back on track. Speaking of which, he had to thank the third elder. The bloodthirsty plague gave him the third elder's abundant inner strength and the will of the nether god. It instantly destroyed the shackles of his cultivation. After breaking through to the middle stage, his strength was still increasing. At this moment, Ling Zhao's combat strength had surpassed the third elder's. Enough. Seeing that the third elder's life was in danger, the second elder had no choice but to intervene. He used the method of attacking Wei to save Zhao. The sharp dagger in his hand was aimed at Ling Zhao's vital point. It seemed that the second elder wanted to kill Ling Xiao directly. Shameless bastard. With a shout, the second elder's attack came to an abrupt stop. Chen Bai made his move. He didn't use any fancy moves. His figure flashed slightly, and then he sent out a slap. The second patriarch was sent flying by the force of the blow. He then crashed into the third elder. The two elders were like two rotten eggs, slamming into the wall. When they fell, their bodies were covered in stains and blood. Ling Xiao knew that Chen Bai was killing two birds with one stone. On one hand, he saved Ling Xiao and taught the second elder a lesson. On the other hand, he wanted to prevent Ling Xiao from killing the third elder. No matter what, the third elder was a high-ranking member of the dragon cult. If Ling Xiao killed him in front of so many people, it would attract trouble. He was doing this for Ling Xiao and for the sake of the demon dragon cult. This was the difference between him and Ling Xiao. If it were Ling Xiao, the third and second elders would have been dead by now. However, no matter what, the scene in front of them made the onlookers reveal expressions of disbelief. The scene was silent. No one would have thought that Ling Xiao would not only be able to block the third elder's powerful and mysterious attacks, but he would also be able to block them. He even almost killed the third elder in the end. If it wasn't for sect leader Chen Bai, the third elder's life would be gone. Of course, the reputation of the third sect elder was now completely gone. He was defeated by Ling Xiao and had to rely on the second elder's sneak attack on Ling Xiao to save him. If news of this got out, the three elders' status in the dragon cult would drop to the lowest point. Ling Xiao withdrew his beast soul transformation and stood there quietly, looking coldly at the group of dumbfounded people. Just now, these people followed the three elders and knelt down, saying that he didn't have the combat strength of a Yin-Yang transformation stage 11 hell. They said that Chen Bai gave him the magic dragon's phantom movement technique because of favoritism. These people even used their own lives to make a bet. This time, they were done for. Many people directly collapsed to the ground. In the past, Qianbai didn't have a good reason to kill them. But today, they gave this reason to Qianbai with both hands. The evils they brought on themselves were the hardest to bear. Haha, as the second elder, you really made the dragon cult proud. You sneak attacked a disciple who just joined the sect. You are really great, and you, third elder, are you convinced of your defeat? Your pride and arrogance from before was really laughable. Think about it. I even killed General Purple Thunder. Do you think you, the third sect elder, are stronger than General Purple Thunder? Could it be that you still think that the reports from your subordinates are false, or do you still think that I, Ling Xiao, am an imposter? Ling Xiao looked at the two elders who couldn't get up from the ground with contempt, his face full of mockery. He said coldly, "Now, do you still think that I haven't reached the level to cultivate the magic dragon's phantom?" The second elder's face was ugly, but he couldn't refute. His sneak attack on Ling Xiao was seen by everyone. This was something that could not be washed away no matter what. The second elder's face was even uglier. Originally, he wanted to teach Ling Xiao a lesson and wanted to end the battle in the shortest time possible. In the end, not only did he fail to take care of Ling Xiao, but he also made a fool of himself. Even though he was very unwilling. He was very unwilling to admit his defeat. But now, facing Ling Xiao, he didn't have the slightest bit of fighting power. He was defeated, and thoroughly defeated. He thought his attack was strange enough, but he didn't expect Ling Xiao's attack to be 10 times more strange and 10 times more terrifying. It seems that this kid should be the famous Ling Xiao now. There's no mistake about it. It didn't matter if it was that domineering aura, or that unbelievably terrifying strength. It was almost exactly the same as the legendary existence. Damn it, such a good disciple was taken by Qianbai. From now on, the three elders would have a hard time in the dragon cult. Third elder, I'm asking you a question. Has my fighting power reached the late stage of the 11th level of hell? Ling Xiao's voice sounded again. No need to ask him. This is already an ironclad fact. If anyone dares to doubt your fighting power in the future, I'll be the first to not let him off. Qianbai recovered from the shock. He snorted coldly, and on the surface, he was very angry. It was directed at the third and second elders. But in his heart, he was extremely ecstatic. Of course, this was because of Ling Xiao. To be honest, even he didn't expect Ling Xiao to be able to force the third elder to such an extent. He had originally thought that Ling Xiao would be able to fight to a draw with the third sect elder. This would also prove Ling Xiao's fighting power. But now, it seemed that he had underestimated his disciple. This kid's fighting power was simply unparalleled and amazing. Now there was another problem. Not only was the third elder defeated, but it also confirmed what Ling Xiao said before. These people framed cult master Qianbai, saying that Qianbai was biased and unjust. From the looks of it now, it was completely unfounded and a bunch of nonsense. In the dragon cult, this was a capital offense. Not to mention the dragon cult, it was also a capital offense in the Qin kingdom's royal family. Ling Xiao looked at Qianbai with a smile and said, "Cult master, how to deal with these people is up to you." This disciple won't interrupt. After all, he was only Qianbai's disciple. As the dragon cult's cult master, Qianbai must have his own considerations. Whether it was killing or sparing, this time, Qianbai had the moral and righteous high ground. No matter what, it was the three elders who were heartless and unjust. Qianbai was also very good at dealing with people. He already had a plan for who to kill and who to let go. With a single move, more than 20 people were killed on the spot. These 20 people were the three elders' loyal followers. It was not the first time they had offended him. Previously, he could not find a suitable reason. Now that the reason was here, of course he would not be merciful. Otherwise, others would really think that he was the dragon cult's cult master for nothing. Qianbai did not kill the remaining 60 or 70 people. Instead, he said indifferently, "The fault this time is all because of the three elders, and their loyal followers who made things difficult for us. Although you are guilty of blind obedience, your crime does not warrant death. I will spare your death this time, but if you do it again in the future, you will be killed without mercy." He put all the blame on the three elders and their loyal followers, letting these people feel his magnanimity as the cult master. they all knelt down to thank him. Then they all retreated. From then on, their impression of the three elders fell to the freezing point. They would naturally be more respectful to Qianbai, the cult master. Not only because Qianbai was strong enough, but also because Qianbai spared them. Now, it's your turn, all of you can be considered trusted subordinates of the dragon cult. Today, you disrespected the cult leader. How should you be punished? Qianbai asked coldly as he looked at the three elders. This subordinate knows his mistake. It's this subordinate's fault for not disciplining him well enough, causing third brother to be impulsive and offend the sect master. The first sect elder was indeed a cunning old fox. Even though she was a woman, her foresight was not bad at all. Knowing that the situation was hopeless, there was no point in holding on any longer. He didn't want to fall out with Qianbai on the spot. Because that way, Qianbai alone could take the lives of the three of them. At least you know what's good for you. Forget it. Since you've contributed to the dragon cult, I won't pursue today's matter any further. But even if there is a first and second time, there is no third and fourth time. If such a thing happens again in the future, I will not let it go easily. Qianbai said coldly, however, while the death penalty can be avoided, the punishment cannot be forgiven. The third sect elder was old and unbearable. He was no match for my last disciple, Ling Xiao. During the competition, he even disregarded the dragon cult's reputation and tried to kill Ling Xiao. The second sect elder was even more shameless and tried to sneak up on Ling Xiao. These two people are no longer qualified to continue being the dragon cult's elders. Do you accept this? The first sect elder's expression was extremely awkward. She really wanted to turn the tables, but she knew very well that without the support of the two vice-sect masters, the three of them would not be able to deal with Qianbai. So she could only accept it. No, I don't accept this. The first sect elder accepted her fate. But the third sect elder was not convinced. He struggled to stand up and roared, "Sect master, Ling Xiao's combat strength is not as strong as you think. This brat was just pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, so this subordinate underestimated him. This subordinate is unwilling to accept this loss, please give this subordinate 7 days. After 7 days, this subordinate will recover and defeat him." Hearing this, the first sect elder's face turned pale. She knew that the third sect elder was finished. Even if you're not a sect elder, you're still an elder. Your status is still higher than the average disciple. Take it slow. Once Qianbai's rule is overthrown, you can do whatever you want. But you just can't accept it. You want to prove that Ling Xiao is inferior to you. Are you targeting Ling Xiao? You're targeting sect master Qianbai, you're courting death. Master, you're benevolent and righteous. You want to spare that old thing's life, but he insists on taking your life. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Do you want this disciple to serve you and get rid of this old thing? No need. Qianbai said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, the third sect elder's head was cut off. He held the third sect elder's head high and said coldly, "Do you really think that I'm afraid of trouble if I don't do anything? Killing you is as easy as slaughtering dogs and chickens." Third sect elder. The second sect elder and the first sect elder were furious when they saw this. They did not expect Qianbai to really kill them. This time, Qianbai's personality seemed to have changed completely when he brought Ling Xiao back. In fact, they did not know that Qianbai had been patient in the past because he did not have a good successor. Instead of occupying the position of sect master, he would rather give it away. After all, Phoenix in the Cloud and Xiaomuyu were very strong. However, it was different this time. With Ling Xiao, Qianbai also had a target. It was impossible for him to be as patient as before. Are you not convinced? Qianbai tossed the head of the third patriarch to the side. The ferocious power of the demon sect's hierarch was finally exposed. The first sect elder lowered his head and did not dare to speak. The second sect elder gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. They did not want to be sacrificed under Qianbai's furious attack. Big brother, what you've done this time is a little too much. You don't have to do this for Ling Xiao. At this moment, a voice with a needle hidden in cotton sounded. The voice was soft and did not have any masculinity, but the words were very sinister. Phoenix in the Cloud. Qianbai stared at the man who was slowly walking toward him. He was handsome and had outstanding looks. He was definitely one of the top 10 handsome men in the Qin nation. This was his sworn brother. He was also the man who took away the woman he loved. You're weird and you're neither a man nor a woman. Although you're my brother, you stabbed me in the back and took away my woman. What right do you have to criticize the sect master? Chen Bai seemed to feel inferior in front of Phoenix in the cloud. After all, he and Xiaomuyu had already reached the point where they were talking about marriage. They had already pledged their lives to each other. She suddenly threw herself into the arms of Phoenix in the cloud. Chen Bai had always thought that he had lost to Phoenix in the cloud in terms of charm. He could not raise his head in front of Phoenix in the cloud. So when he saw Phoenix in the cloud walking toward him, Chen Bai did not say anything. Ling Xiao could not hold it in anymore and scolded. How dare you, a mere middle disciple, insult the deputy sect master? The second sect elder scolded. Perhaps because he saw Phoenix in the cloud, the second sect elder felt that he had a backer and became bolder. You're the one who's bold. He's just a deputy sect master, how dare he criticize the sect master? Moreover, the fact that you framed the sect master is true, and he dares to say that the sect master went overboard. I really wonder who's in charge of the dragon cult. Ling Xiao was not afraid of the second sect elder. The second sect elder was slightly stronger than the third sect elder. However, he had made another breakthrough in his cultivation. Naturally, he was not afraid of him. As for Phoenix in the cloud, he was a big threat to him. However, with Chen Bai around, Phoenix in the cloud could not do anything to him. Don't try to sow discord there. I have a good relationship with Big Brother. Phoenix in the cloud frowned. He was also very afraid of Ling Xiao's mouth. Enough, second brother. I know very well whether Ling Xiao is trying to sow discord or not. You don't have to say any more. Today, I will not kill the two of them because of you. However, you better remember this. I have already given you the woman. Don't even think about taking the dragon cult away from me. Chen Bai was awakened by Ling Xiao's words. Thinking about it carefully, he had already lost the love of his life. Was he going to let someone else take away the sect that he had founded? No, absolutely not. He was laying all his cards on the table with Phoenix in the cloud. My good disciple, let's go. It's time to cultivate the magical dragon's phantom. Chen Bai knew very well that Ling Xiao becoming stronger was the key to turning the situation around. If Phoenix in the cloud and Xiaomuyu joined forces, he might not be able to win. Only by letting Ling Xiao continue to become stronger could he truly take back control of the dragon cult. Big brother, you are exaggerating. Phoenix in the cloud still looked calm. He looked at Chen Bai and said, Big brother wants to let Ling Xiao learn the magical dragon's phantom. I think it is very inappropriate. Why is it inappropriate? Ling Xiao has already proven his strength. He is absolutely qualified to cultivate this supreme martial art. Chen Bai frowned. He knew that Phoenix in the cloud's appearance was definitely not a good thing. Don't be angry, big brother. Little brother only has good intentions. You should know that if a martial artist's cultivation hasn't reached the peak of the first revolution's 11th level of hell, then the duration of the magic dragon's phantom movement technique cannot exceed a month. With his aptitude, it was impossible for him to comprehend this movement technique within a month's time. You know best that there are no specific written records of immortal-grade martial arts. It only embodies a type of martial Tao. Only when one's comprehension was high enough and their cultivation reached a certain level would it be easier for them to comprehend it. There wasn't enough time. The third elder's cultivation had reached the late stage of the 11th level of hell, and he had the privilege of being an elder. Even so, he had only been able to comprehend the demonic dragon's phantom in 3 months. No matter how good Ling Xiao's aptitude is, it's impossible for him to be 3 times better than the third elder. What do you mean? Chen Bai frowned. What I mean is that there's no need to rush. Let Ling Xiao cultivate step by step. Let him cultivate those second heaven immortal grade martial arts first. When his cultivation reaches the peak of the 11th level of hell of the first revolution's yin-yang realm, he will have half a month's time. Then, he will have half a year to comprehend the demonic dragon's phantom. Wouldn't the success rate be higher? Phoenix in the cloud said slowly. If one didn't know this person well, they would have thought that he had good intentions after hearing his words. Chen Bai had yet to speak when Ling Xiao beat him to it. This disciple appreciates Vice Sect Master's good intentions. But there's no need for that. I'm different from some trash. 1 month's time is more than enough. Kid, don't joke around. You want to comprehend the demonic dragon's phantom in a month's time? Do you think that the supreme martial arts are just for show? Phoenix in the Cloud said coldly. That's right. That's a third heaven immortal grade martial art, and it's one of the top third heaven immortal grade martial arts. Do you really think that you can be so arrogant just because you accidentally defeated my third brother? The second sect elder also said loudly. Kid, you seem to be better at bragging than anyone else. The first sect elder mocked. It's ridiculous that all of you are talking to yourselves. Anyway, I'll send the demonic dragon's phantom back to the demonic codex hall in a month's time. If I can't learn it, you should be happy, right? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Kid, do you mean what you say? Phoenix in the Cloud asked. The reason why he did that was because he didn't want Chen Bai to use the sect master's privilege to give Ling Xiao more time to cultivate. In fact, the sect master had this privilege. But now, after being provoked by him, Chen Bai couldn't use it even if he wanted to. He thought that his evil plan had succeeded, but he didn't know that for Ling Xiao, spending a month to comprehend a martial art was a waste of time. It wouldn't take that long at all. At most, he would be able to comprehend this movement technique in 3 or 4 days. He had seen a third heaven immortal grade martial art before. He still had the last move of his shadow martial art, which was a third heaven immortal grade martial art. I won't be like some people who talk like a fart. Ling Xiao looked at Phoenix in the Cloud and said calmly. He was really disgusted by this guy who was neither a man nor a woman. Hee, if that's the case, then I won't say anything. I just hope that you won't regret it. Phoenix in the Cloud smiled, then looked at Chen Bai and said, the disciple that Big Brother chose is quite talented. He's about the same as my and Muyu's disciples. It's a pity that his personality is too different. He's arrogant and won't be of much use. You don't have the right to criticize my disciple. Chen Bai said calmly. He didn't want to dwell on this matter too much. But Ling Xiao's thoughts were different from his. Ling Xiao didn't want to be bullied like this. What did he mean by saying that he wasn't as good as their disciple? What a joke. The vice sect leader's disciple must be a peerless genius. I wonder if I have the chance to fight with him? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. You don't have that qualification. Although you're the first substitute for the upper disciple, you're still a substitute. You're not even an upper disciple. If you want to fight with them, you have to at least become an upper disciple. At that time, there will naturally be opportunities. Just 1 month later, the upper disciple will get a chance to train in the Demon Sea Ghost Cave. The Demon Sea Ghost Cave was originally an inland sea. Later, something fell from the sky and caused the Demon Sea to instantly dry up. Since then, a ghost cave has appeared. In the ghost cave, there's a strong scarlet sun force that's very beneficial for cultivation. If you can become an upper disciple, I actually want to see if you can use the demonic dragon phantom to stand out in the Demon Sea Ghost Cave's trial. Demon Sea Ghost Cave, when Ling Xiao heard this name, he immediately had a strong interest. He had long heard that the dragon cult had such a secret realm. The thing that fell inside was very likely to be an extreme young object. If he could get it, it might be of great benefit to his and Xiao Jin's cultivation. Okay. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao smiled and said, the 2 vice sect leaders' disciple had better be prepared. Otherwise, if you're easily defeated by me, you'll lose face for the 2 of you. You want to defeat them? You'll have to defeat me first. A sudden voice sounded, and a black shadow quickly fell from the eaves. As he flew, he left behind a series of afterimages. Demonic shadow. Master, I'm back. As soon as I arrived, I heard that an arrogant fellow defeated my third master. I'd like to see who he is. Moing stood there with his messy hair draped over his shoulders. His black robe made him look like a ghost. Moing? The third-ranked disciple of the dragon cult and the eldest disciple of the first sect elder? Mo Ying's information instantly appeared in Ling Xiao's mind. He had done a lot of homework in order to survive in the dragon cult. At the very least, he knew who was in the top 3 among the upper disciples. This fellow's cultivation should have reached the peak of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. He's even more terrifying than the Lightning Seigneur. It seems that the younger generation of the dragon cult isn't any weaker than the Qin Kingdom's royal family. You're Ling Xiao, right? You killed my third master. You're quite capable. Do you have the guts to fight with me? I can give you 10 moves. Moing looked at Ling Xiao coldly, although he couldn't tell what kind of feelings he had for the third sect elder. Although the third sect elder didn't seem to have any feelings for him, his hostility toward Ling Xiao was real. Sorry, I don't have the time to fight with you one by one. If you want to fight with me, let's do it in a month. Although Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of Moing, it was meaningless to fight him now. Moreover, he had just fought a tough battle with the third sect elder. He had expended a lot of energy. If they fought now, he would be at a disadvantage. A month? Moing frowned. He didn't know what a month was. The first sect elder laughed. This boy said he can comprehend the demonic dragon's phantom in a month. Ridiculous. It took me 2 months to comprehend the demonic dragon's phantom, and you said you can comprehend it in a month? Do you really think you're Chen Sanxiong? Moing sneered. Chen Sanxiong is nothing. He's just a loser. You look very powerful, but you're so afraid of Chen Sanxiong. How funny. Ling Xiao mocked. Humph, brat, I'll give you 1 month. After 1 month, we'll fight to the death. How about it? Moing said eerily. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Just don't lose and act shamelessly like your third master, don't be like your second master and shamelessly sneak attack others. 1 month later, Ling Xiao had successfully cultivated the demonic dragon's phantom. Naturally, he needed to find someone to spar with. Since the demon shadow wanted to be his training partner, why wouldn't he be willing? Alright, I'll see how you die then. With that, the demonic shadow turned and left. This guy was really arrogant. News of what happened here today would soon spread throughout the dragon cult. Ling Xiao's victory over the third elder was simply explosive news. From now on, no one would doubt his identity. It was even more impossible for those rascals to easily find trouble with him. If they really wanted to find him, it would probably only be those upper disciples. However, when Ling Xiao announced that he would be able to comprehend the demonic dragon's phantom in a month, many people felt that he was getting carried away. Defeating the third elder was indeed amazing. However, the demonic dragon's phantom was the supreme martial art of the dragon cult. No one had ever been able to comprehend it in a month. Even the 2 most outstanding genius disciples of the demon dragon religion took nearly 2 months to do so. Therefore, most people felt that Ling Xiao was getting a little carried away. Phoenix in the Cloud, the first elder, and the second elder also left. Anyway, it was impossible to stop Chen Bai from taking Ling Xiao to learn the demonic dragon's phantom. It was better to look forward to the battle between Ling Xiao and the demon shadow in a month. Of course, in this 1 month, they would not let Ling Xiao cultivate steadily as he wished. Although they were very confident in the demon shadow. Phoenix in the Cloud had always been unscrupulous in doing things and strived for perfection. Of course, this was a matter for the future. At this time, Chen Bai was a little worried. He was worried that Ling Xiao was bragging too much. Disciple, it's not that I don't trust you, but you haven't even seen the demonic dragon's phantom. It's too risky to say that you can comprehend it in a month. Chen Bai said with a frown. Master, you worry too much. The direct disciples of the 2 vice sect leaders can comprehend it in a month and a half. With my talent, if I can't be faster than them, it would be too embarrassing. Do you think I'm just talking nonsense? That's not the case. Ling Xiao shook his head. He knew that Chen Bai still didn't believe him. But it didn't matter. The truth would soon reveal everything. After entering the demonic book hall, Ling Xiao obtained a crystal that glowed like a pebble. On the surface of the crystal, there were faint shining inscriptions. This was the medium of most immortal-grade martial arts. Immortal-grade martial arts were only a kind of Tao, a kind of origin. As for what kind of martial arts one could comprehend, it all depended on the cultivator. So even though there were 7 or 8 people in the dragon cult who knew the demonic dragon's phantom, they were all different. Ling Xiao's demonic dragon's phantom was naturally the most unique demonic dragon's phantom. There was no doubt about that. In the following month, Ling Xiao's goal was very clear. That was to comprehend the demonic dragon's phantom and strengthen it. At the same time, he would continue to improve his cultivation. Cultivation was the foundation. Martial arts were only supplementary. Ling Xiao wouldn't forget that. He believed that during this period, someone would come looking for trouble with him. But it just so happened that he was worried that no one would come to fight him while he was cultivating. After obtaining the demonic dragon's phantom, Ling Xiao returned to the demon child hall and began to comprehend it. Comprehending the demonic dragon's phantom was not difficult for him at all. He had the Sky Tyrant martial spirit and the supplementary ability of the Tai Chi Eye. He only used one day to comprehend the demonic dragon's phantom that would take others more than a month, or even a few months. Since he had just comprehended it, it could only be considered as a beginner. He was still unable to use it. If he wanted to use it, he would have to practice it countless times. However, although the demon child hall was big, the space was limited. He decided to go outside and find a place to practice this skill. Of course, in order to keep it a secret, he naturally hoped to avoid everyone. He didn't even plan to tell Chen Bai about this. Comprehending a third heaven immortal grade martial art in one day. If this were to spread out, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Of course, comprehending the demonic dragon's phantom was only the first step. Of course, it was also the most difficult step. After this step, the next step was to repeatedly practice it. Although there were many failures in the beginning, as time passed, he would naturally become proficient. Since Ling Xiao had passed the most difficult step, he naturally didn't have to worry about what would happen next. After arriving at the barren mountains outside the demonic dragon city, Ling Xiao stayed there for 3 days. During these 3 days, the demonic beasts in the barren mountains were very unlucky. In order to cultivate the demonic dragon's phantom, Ling Xiao specifically picked demonic beasts that were fast to fight. In the beginning, those demonic beasts could still touch him. However, on the 3rd day, the demonic beasts saw Ling Xiao was basically an illusion. With the help of the unlucky beasts in the mountain, Ling Xiao cultivated the demonic dragon phantom to lesser mastery. The lesser mastery of the demonic dragon phantom had reached a practical level. Although it was only at lesser mastery, it was more useful than Ling Xiao's 1,000-mile wolf. Moreover, Ling Xiao integrated the 1,000-mile wolf into the demonic dragon phantom during his meditation. Originally, the demonic dragon phantom only had 1 move, but now it had 9 moves. This was the difference between his comprehension and the comprehension of others. And from the beginning, the lesser mastery of the demonic dragon phantom had 9 moves. After that, as the demonic dragon phantom continued to improve, although the changes would not increase, the effect would become stronger. After practicing all 9 moves, Ling Xiao returned to the demonic dragon city. Although he was cultivating outside, Ling Xiao was still worried about Dark Knight Formless. Xiao Jin was strong enough that even if he encountered an upper disciple, he would not be afraid. However, Dark Knight Formless was injured and his strength was not very good. If someone really wanted to trouble him, it would be a headache. Therefore, Ling Xiao planned to wait for Dark Knight Formless to recover and send him back to the 8 Immortals County. That was his territory and was protected by the 10 Extremes formation. It was much safer than the dragon cult. This time, when he came to the city gate, the guards were a little afraid of Ling Xiao. They did not even dare to look at him directly, let alone stop him. Ling Xiao stood out in the battle of the upper disciple candidates and defeated the 3rd elder. This made him famous in the dragon cult. No one dared to suspect that he was an impostor. These guards did not dare to. Ling Xiao was not the kind of person who liked to make things difficult for others, so if others did not provoke him, he would not provoke others. However, as soon as he stepped into the city, the guards outside the city began to discuss in hushed voices. They probably thought that Ling Xiao could not hear them. This guy only left the demonic dragon city for 3 days and came back. Do you think he can master the demonic dragon phantom? How is it possible? Not to mention 3 days, even if it's 30 days, it's impossible to succeed. But he did say that he would succeed in cultivating it within a month. Could it be that he was bragging? He must be bragging. I heard that he said that before he even watched Mystic Dragon's Phantom. He must have gotten carried away. Doesn't that mean he will leave the Demon Dragon City in a month? Leave? Hee, let's see if he can survive this month. After killing the third sect elder and offending vice sect leader Yun, it won't be easy for him to survive. These guards were quite clear about the matters of the Demon Dragon religion. They knew very well that those who had offended vice leader Yun would quietly disappear within a few days. Therefore, they thought that Ling Xiao had left Demon Dragon City to hide. Who would have thought that he would return in just 3 days? Ling Xiao scoffed at such comments. These people initially suspected that he was the real Ling Xiao, but he proved himself with his strength. Now, these people suspected that he wouldn't be able to cultivate Mystic Dragon's Phantom within a month. Very soon, he would let these idiots who looked down on others know what a true genius was. He sneered and walked quickly to the Demon Air Hall. Something happened. Ling Xiao saw Chen Luan as soon as he arrived at the Demon Air Hall. He sharply noticed that Xiao Jin's aura was nowhere to be found in the Demon Air Hall. Chen Luan's anxious voice also made him feel a trace of unease. What happened? Ling Xiao asked with a frown. Xiao Jin was captured by vice sect leader Yun and sold to the Beast Arena in Demon Dragon City. Chen Luan was a little embarrassed when he said this. He was no match for Phoenix in the Cloud. 2 days ago, Chen Bai left the dragon cult because of an urgent matter. In the end, he could only watch as Xiao Jin was captured. There was nothing he could do. Beast Arena. Hearing these 3 words, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a cold light. Xiao Jin was his brother. Others didn't know, but he knew it very well. What was Phoenix in the Cloud trying to do? Was he trying to disturb his cultivation? That Beast Arena was founded by the second sect leader. Chen Luan reminded him. Brother Chen Luan, please stay here and take care of the sect leader. I'll be back soon. Ling Xiao couldn't just watch his good brother get trapped in the Beast Arena. He had to rescue him. Even if he knew it was a trap, he had to go. And that Phoenix in the Cloud. Just wait. I just hated you before, but now, you've done something that's courting death. I'll make sure you die as you wish. You're not familiar with the place. I'll ask Chen Yan to take you there. Chen Luan said, Chen Yan is the sect leader's adopted daughter. She admires you very much. All right. Ling Xiao nodded. The demonic dragon city was huge. It wouldn't be easy for him to find the Beast Arena in such a short time. After getting Ling Xiao's confirmation, Chen Luan contacted Chen Yan with a voice transmission talisman and asked her to wait outside the demonic air hall. Chen Yan naturally agreed happily. Ling Xiao, you have to be careful. Now that the sect leader isn't here, those guys are eyeing you covetously. They really have the guts to take advantage of this opportunity to kill you. After Chen Luan and Chen Yan finished talking, Chen Luan warned Ling Xiao again. Hurting my brother is touching my reverse scale. The second sect leader and this Beast Arena don't exist anymore. A murderous look appeared on Ling Xiao's face. Now that he had successfully cultivated the demonic dragon Phantom, his actual combat strength had improved a lot even though his cultivation level hadn't increased. After bidding farewell to Chen Luan, he stepped out of the demonic air hall, but he didn't see Chen Yan. After waiting for a while, Chen Yan still didn't come. Ling Xiao was anxious, so he didn't plan to wait any longer. He walked towards the center of the city. Anyway, the Beast Arena should be quite famous. He should be able to find out the exact location by asking anyone. What's going on over there? After walking less than a mile out of the demonic air hall, Ling Xiao found a group of people surrounding the city. He didn't know what they were doing there. Everyone was curious. He opened his Tai Chi eye and looked through the crowd. However, he was surprised to find that there was a person in the middle of the circle. It was a girl who was only 17 or 18 years old. The girl's hair had been shaved bald, and there was a collar around her neck with a rope behind it. There was a person sitting on the girl's back, shouting loudly as if he was riding a horse. This person was Jin Quan, whom Ling Xiao met when he first came to the demonic dragon city. Ling Xiao was a warm-hearted person to begin with. He couldn't stand seeing the weak being bullied. When he saw Jin Quan again, he was even more disgusted. Anyway, it was just a small matter. He felt that he could save this girl. Xianxia pulled the rope in his hand and shouted excitedly. He was so angry at Ling Xiao that he didn't dare to find trouble with Ling Xiao. Instead, he vented his anger on someone else. The girl he was riding on was Chen Bai's adopted daughter, Chen Yan. Chen Yan's strength was actually a little stronger than Xianxia's, but they had more people, so they defeated Chen Yan in a few moves. Bullying Chen Bai's adopted daughter like this greatly satisfied the ugly desire in his heart. Just as he was enjoying himself, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. "Who's so rude? Can't you see that I'm having fun?" Xianxia was so angry that he directly slapped the person behind him. In the end, before his slap landed, he felt a burning pain on his face. Then, his whole body flew out. He got up from the ground in horror and raised his head to look at the person who hit him. Ling Xiao. Xianxia's face instantly turned deathly pale. However, on second thought, the sect leader was not in the dragon cult. What right did Ling Xiao have to be so arrogant in front of him? His face immediately turned livid. Ling Xiao was bending over at this time, untying the girl's collar and throwing it away. Then, he threw his coat to the girl. "Thank you, brother Ling Xiao." Chen Yan was still a little shaken up. Even though he was used to being bullied, it was rare for something like today to happen. Fortunately, Ling Xiao appeared. Otherwise, she didn't know what would have happened. "You're welcome. I just can't stand the ugly behavior of some people." Although Ling Xiao understood the cruelty and reality of this world, he was unwilling to abandon his hot-bloodedness. When he was young, his grandfather, Hong Qi, taught him that people could become cruel and fierce, but people were not beasts. He must maintain his original heart and not completely fall. Ling Xiao did that. He could kill an enemy by hook or by crook. An enemy could kill tens of thousands of people in an instant. However, he would also save a pitiful person who was being bullied. This was him. Although he was cruel, he did not lack warmth. "Ling Xiao, the sect leader is not in the sect now. How dare you hit me? Do you want to die?" Xianxia was sent flying by a slap in front of so many people, so he was definitely unhappy about it. In addition, he felt that now that Ling Xiao did not have a backer, he would definitely not dare to be as arrogant as before, so he got a little carried away. "Get lost. I don't want to see a beast in human clothing like you." Ling Xiao was in a hurry to save Xiao Jin, so after saving the girl, he planned to leave. He was not in the mood to bicker with Xianxia. However, his actions made Xianxia mistakenly think that he was afraid. "Hee, Ling Xiao, why are you so proud of yourself? Your little pet was caught by the vice sect leader to be sold. I reckon that it was killed by the other demonic beasts in the beast fighting arena. It's you, quickly put down Chen Yan. I'm definitely going to play with this woman today." Xianxia sneered coldly. "Chen? You're Chen?" Ling Xiao looked at the girl beside him and asked. "Yes, big brother Chen Luan asked me to lead the way," Chen Yan said excitedly. She, who was panicking before, felt a sense of security that she had never felt before by Ling Xiao's side. Even when the sect leader, Chen Bai, was around, she did not feel this way. "What do you plan to do with Xianxia?" Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Chen Yan met Xianxia in order to help him, although there was no direct connection between the two matters. But there was indeed a connection. He planned to avenge Chen Yan. "No need, brother Ling Xiao. The sect leader is not here now, so we'd better not offend him easily. Otherwise, there will be no end to this matter. Although Xianxia is not a good guy, his brother is one of the 3 famous upper disciples, Moing," Chen Yan reminded. She did not want Ling Xiao to get into trouble because of her. "Humph, as expected of brothers, you're really the same." Ling Xiao snorted coldly and then said, "Then I'll have to trouble you, Sister Yan." There would be plenty of opportunities to deal with Xianxia. Right now, saving Xiao Jin was more important. He took Chen Yan and was about to go to the beast fighting arena. However, the more he acted like this, the more arrogant Xianxia became. He actually called out to his friends and asked them to surround Ling Xiao. He said arrogantly, "Ling Xiao, this woman is mine. You'd better get lost and don't interfere in my affairs. She's the sect leader's adopted daughter. Have you thought about the consequences?" Ling Xiao asked coldly. Consequences? Consequences my ass. Not to mention the sect leader's adopted daughter, I've even played with the sect leader's daughter. And I even killed her. So what? The sect leader still didn't do anything to me. Xianxia was too proud and said something that he should not have said. Xianxia, what nonsense are you talking about? Didn't the sect leader ask you to keep this a secret forever? Someone next to him hurriedly shouted. What are you afraid of? Anyway, the dragon cult will soon belong to the vice sect leader. Even if Qinbai really comes back, what can he do to me? I still want to play with his adopted daughter in front of that old thing, ha 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 ha. Xianxia laughed loudly and said, I've kept this matter in my heart for a long time. If I don't say it out loud, I'll be really unhappy. You're really a beast in human clothing. Forget it, Qinbai is my master. A master for a day is a father for life, he treats me well, so I'll teach you a lesson on his behalf. As for how you're going to die, let's wait for him to come back. As soon as his voice fell, Ling Xiao's figure flashed and he was already in front of Xianxia. Then, he raised his hand and a cold light flashed. Xianxia suddenly felt that his crotch had become much cooler. Following that, an intense stinging pain assaulted him. You actually. The pain made it impossible for Xianxia to finish what he wanted to say. Seeing this scene, there were already people who quietly slipped away to find Moing. Ling Xiao looked at Xianxia contemptuously and said, without this thing, I'll see how you scourge women in the future. Following that, a ball of flame appeared in his hand, thoroughly burning that thing on the ground clean. No dash. Xianxia was really unable to accept such a thing. This was even more unacceptable to him than death. He lived for sensual pleasures, and what he loved the most was women. But now, he became a eunuch. How was he going to live in the future? The pain coupled with anxiety and anger attacking his heart, Xianxia fell to the ground facing the sky, completely fainting. Chen Yan looked at this scene blankly. Although the scene was a bit savage, she was incomparably happy in her heart. How many times had she wanted to cripple Xianxia's plaything, but she did not dare and did not have that ability. Xianxia's elder brother, Moing, was too strong. Even the sect master, Qinbai, would not easily punish Moing for the sake of the sect's future too. Therefore, this idea could only be hidden in the depths of her heart. Until today, Ling Xiao actually did it for her. Furthermore, it was so straightforward and neat. Moing is here. Suddenly, no idea who shouted. They saw a black shadow appear in front of Ling Xiao, beside Xianxia. You did it? The demon shadow was even more enraged when he saw his younger brother being killed than when he saw the third elder being killed. He stared coldly at Ling Xiao as if he was about to attack at any moment. Speak. Did you do it? That's right. I did it. What are you going to do about it? Ling Xiao looked at the demon shadow. If he hadn't learned the magic dragon's phantom, he might have felt a little pressured facing this guy. However, after he had comprehended the magic dragon's phantom to small mastery, the threat of the demonic shadow was no longer as great as before. Even if it was still difficult for him to win, he was no longer afraid. The demon shadow's face darkened when he heard Ling Xiao's words. It was as dark as the bottom of a black iron pot. He suddenly released a strong murderous aura and took a step forward. His murderous aura pounced on Ling Xiao like a demon. If you can't give me a reasonable explanation today, don't even think about leaving here alive. A martial soul appeared behind the demon shadow. Ling Xiao felt that this martial soul was very similar to the third elder's underworld deity killing curse. The martial soul looked ferocious and terrifying. A reasonable explanation? Haha, as the elder brother, you didn't discipline your younger brother well. You let him humiliate the sect leader's adopted daughter on the street. The death of the sect leader's daughter is directly related to him. I haven't even settled the score with you yet, and you dare to criticize me. Today, I merely destroyed his family jewels. When Cult Master returns, I really don't know how miserable his death will be. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. What a joke. Do you really think that the dragon cult is under Qinbai's control? I'll tell you the truth. No matter what my younger brother says or does, he has to go through the elders' discussion before he can be convicted. You can't punish him however you want. the demon shadow said coldly. I did it. What are you going to do about it? Ling Xiao sneered. Everyone knew that the elders and the vice sect leader were protecting Xinquan. In the end, Chen Bai had to rely on his own strength to deal with Xinquan. So today, Ling Xiao was just the beginning. I can kill you. Moing said eerily. Although he had an appointment with Ling Xiao, there were only 20 days left until then. But at this moment, he really wanted to make a move. You can try. Ling Xiao's expression remained indifferent. He had just learned the demonic dragon's phantom, so he really wanted to try it out and see how powerful it was. He stared at Ling Xiao for a long time. In the end, Moing suppressed his anger. Before he was sure that he could kill Chen Bai, he would not act rashly. Moreover, what Ling Xiao did today was indeed reasonable. Chen Bai could totally defend Ling Xiao if they really discussed it. If he killed Ling Xiao today, there was no guarantee that Chen Bai would not go crazy. It just so happened that vice sect leader Yun had already set up a death trap for Ling Xiao and let Ling Xiao fall into it. There was no need for him to be anxious. You won't live for long anyway. Don't forget the agreement between the two of us. Moing snorted coldly and picked up the unconscious Xinquan. If he went to find someone to treat Xinquan now, perhaps he could be cured. He could not afford to delay. Take care, I won't send you off. Ling Xiao frowned as he watched Moing leave. Moing did not make a move, but it made him feel a deeper sense of danger. This trip to the beast fighting arena was probably a huge trap. Someone wanted to take his life there. However, his good brother was in trouble. Even if it was a mountain of swords and a sea of fire, he had to give it a try. Sister Yan, let's go. Ling Xiao called out to Chen Yan and then left. Those disciples who bullied Chen Yan with Xinquan finally breathed a sigh of relief at this time. Why do I feel that senior brother Moing is also somewhat afraid of this Ling Xiao? Nonsense, you still don't know that Ling Xiao's pet little gold was sold to the beast fighting arena by the vice sect leader. Guess, with that kid's temper, what do you think he'll do? Of course he'll go and snatch it. I quite admire him for this. Admire? He's just a boorish fellow. This time, he's dead for sure. The reason why Moing didn't touch him is probably because he doesn't want to ruin the vice sect leader's plan. In that case, the vice sect leader is going to make a move? Shoo, lower your voice. Everyone discussed animatedly. They all felt that Ling Xiao had no way out and was dead for sure. It was very abnormal for sect leader Chen Bai to leave the dragon cult at this time. This might also be another conspiracy. While they were discussing, in a restaurant not far away, a man and two women were drinking wine and eating dishes. They had a panoramic view of everything that had happened just now. One of the girls was the Red Witch, one of the disciples of the first sect elder. As for the other man and woman, they were somewhat unfamiliar. However, both of them were less than 20 years old. The man was handsome and elegant, while the woman was beautiful and dignified. At a glance, they were quite powerful. Because of the Red Witch's personality, she was actually very respectful to these two people. Wow, so domineering. So mighty. I love this guy to death. The Red Witch held her face and said excitedly. Little Red, don't be infatuated. Be careful not to be deceived by the impostor. The man was dressed in an elegant scholar's outfit. He looked somewhat similar to Phoenix in the Cloud. He drank a cup of wine and said indifferently. No way, senior brother Yunlan. How can he be an impostor? Look at him, he can even defeat the third sect elder. How can an impostor be so powerful? The Red Witch shook her head and said. That's right, he's Ling Xiao. The other girl was dressed differently from the Red Witch. Her light yellow dress made her look very graceful and luxurious. Her pretty face matched the dress very well. Sister Muqing, have you seen him before? The Red Witch asked excitedly. Yes, I met him once when I was out on a mission. Muqing nodded and said. Hearing this, Yunlan's face suddenly became gloomy. Muqing, I've never heard you mention such a thing before. Yunlan had always regarded Muqing as his woman. Because Phoenix in the Cloud had personally promised him that Muqing would be his sooner or later. In this way, they could be even closer. Because Mu Qing was Xiao Muyu's personal disciple. He was Phoenix in the Cloud's personal disciple. What's the difference between saying it and not saying it? Little Red, can you accompany me to the animal fighting arena? Mu Qing suddenly stood up and said. Sure, Sister Mu Qing. I'm going to see what Ling Xiao is doing in the animal fighting arena. The Red Witch said excitedly. Then, the two girls left the restaurant and headed for the animal fighting arena. Crack! The sound of a wine glass shattering sounded behind them. Yunlan's expression became extremely ferocious. Mu Qing, you're my woman. You'll always be my woman, you can't escape from my grasp. Do you want to help that trash Ling Xiao? It's useless. As long as it's someone that master wants to kill, he has never failed. In front of the tall and majestic city walls, Ling Xiao could even hear waves of deafening cheers coming from behind the high walls. The bestial battle arena was a place where humans and beasts fought. It was a place where beasts fought each other. This place was filled with danger and crisis. Although his brother Xiao Jin was powerful, it was hard to guarantee that there would not be stronger people among the challengers. Therefore, he had to rescue Xiao Jin as soon as possible. As for that Phoenix in the Cloud, just wait, he would kill that guy sooner or later. His reverse scale was something that could not be touched. If he did, he would die. Ling Xiao. Just as Ling Xiao was about to step into the bestial battle arena, he suddenly heard a voice. He turned around and saw that the Red Witch had brought an unfamiliar girl over. However, this unfamiliar girl gave him a feeling of déjà vu, but he did not know where he had seen her before. This girl was wearing a light yellow dress. Although she was not as beautiful as the Moon Maiden, she was not inferior to Lin Ruoxian at all. If I'm not wrong, you should be Miss Mu Qing. In the demonic dragon religion, such a young girl with such a cultivation, I'm afraid there's no one else other than you. Ling Xiao immediately deduced this person's identity. Although young Master Ling can guess my identity, you seem to have forgotten that we have met before. Mu Qing seemed a little disappointed as she sighed. Sorry, I've been a little busy recently. Ling Xiao also felt that Mu Qing was very familiar, but he just could not remember where he had seen her before. It doesn't matter. It's nothing important. To you, perhaps it's just a trivial matter. However, to me, it's an enormous matter. Mu Qing smiled and said, I'm here today for no other reason than to remind you not to go to the bestial battle arena. It's a trap. I know. You know, and you still want to go? Mu Qing asked in surprise. If your brother or sister were in danger, what would you do? Would you abandon them to protect yourself? Ling Xiao asked in return. It seems that Xiao Jin is very important to you. I understand, I'll go with you. Mu Qing said. I'm here for the Devil Dragon Sword, as well as the two absolute arts within it. You and I are competitors. Of the four supreme martial arts of the dragon cult, the demonic dragon's phantom and demonic dragon's possession could be learned as long as one's cultivation base and status reached a certain level. Cultivators were not limited to one person. However, the two ultimate skills of the demon dragon sword could only be successfully comprehended by those who were recognized by the demon dragon sword. In the entire dragon cult, there was no one else other than cult leader Chen Bai. If I get the demon dragon sword, you'll lose your chance. Don't you think it's a pity? Ling Xiao asked. Of course it's a pity, but no matter how powerful the martial arts are, it's not more important than saving your life. Mu Qing said indifferently, I won't fight with you, but other than me, whether it's Mo Ying or Yun Lan, none of them will let you get that thing so easily. In fact, in order to stop you, Vice Sect Master Yun might even personally take action. Vice Sect Master Xiao Muyu won't take action? In fact, Ling Xiao had always been very curious. When he first saw Xiao Muyu, he felt that Xiao Muyu was not the kind of woman who would abandon her lover. He had always been confused as to why she would abandon Chen Bai and choose Phoenix in the Cloud. These days, he had also carefully observed that Xiao Muyu and Phoenix in the Cloud did not seem to be in cahoots. In fact, they seemed to be at odds. Therefore, he was really curious. Don't worry. Master will never help Phoenix in the Cloud do anything. You don't have to worry about that. Mu Qing sighed. What happened? He was naturally asking about the matter between Phoenix in the Cloud and Xiao Muyu. It's not good for me to talk about the elders' matters. If you have the chance, you can ask my master personally. She's not doing well now. Mu Qing sighed as he spoke. Let's not talk about those unhappy things. Why don't we go in? The Red Witch rubbed her fists and said, Ling Xiao, don't worry. If you encounter any trouble, I'll definitely stand on your side. Ling Xiao felt a little helpless when it came to the Red Witch. However, since she had no ill intentions, he did not care. Chen Yan, you can go back first. Go to my Devil Sun Hall. When you're there, as long as you don't come out, no one can do anything to you. Ling Xiao did not want Chen Yan to take the risk. After all, Chen Yan's strength was really too weak. However, he was worried that Mo Ying would cause trouble for Chen Yan, so he let Chen Yan stay in the Devil Sun Hall temporarily. Not only could he protect her, but he could also let her take care of Dark Knight Formless. It was the best of both worlds. Okay. Chen Yan did not reject Ling Xiao's good intentions because she knew that even if she entered the beast fighting arena, she would only be a burden. Then I'll go. After Chen Yan left, Ling Xiao, Mu Qing, and the Red Witch walked toward the entrance of the beast fighting arena. Thank you for your hard work. The Red Witch casually threw 2 middle-grade spirit stones to the guards outside the beast fighting arena. This seemed to be the unspoken rule of the beast fighting arena. Therefore, Ling Xiao did not say anything. After all, he was not the one who gave the money. After the guards received the spirit stones, they immediately made way. Ling Xiao followed Mu Qing and the Red Witch and stepped into this very famous place in the demonic dragon city. The moment they stepped through the door, earth-shattering shouts rushed over like a roaring flood. What entered their eyes was actually all people. The densely packed crowd seemed to have unsealed all the enthusiasm in their bodies here. They roared and shouted to their heart's content. This is simply comparable to the scene of the substitute selection. It's really lively. Ling Xiao said in surprise. Don't be surprised. The beast fighting arena is the most prosperous and lively place in the demonic dragon city. It's much more prosperous than the market in the demonic dragon city. Do you think this is just a gladiator? In fact, it's not. When Mu Qing said this, she suddenly stopped. It seemed that there were some words that she could not say. On the other hand, the Red Witch did not care about this. She giggled and said, Ling Xiao, you should know that there are beasts in this world who can take human form. And some beasts, once they take human form, will always make themselves very perfect. No matter if it's a man or a woman, they are all devastatingly beautiful. So, this place provides some kind of service. Speaking of this, the Red Witch winked at Ling Xiao and did not continue. Some things could only be understood but not explained. It's really perverted. Ling Xiao shook his head. Was it really necessary for this kind of place to exist? If beasts could take human form, it meant that they had basically gained intelligence. In fact, they were no different from humans. It was actually so degraded. However, thinking about it carefully, humans could even drive their own women to do such things. So what if they were beasts? He sighed helplessly. This world never lacked darkness and evil. It was just that many people were unwilling to admit it. By the way, Ling Xiao, there's also a special trading area in the beast fighting arena. Over there, the goods were demonic beasts that were used to fight or serve as servants. If you like them, you can get them as long as you pay a sufficient price. I'm not interested in those. Let's go straight to the beast fighting coliseum. Ling Xiao said indifferently. All right. The Red Witch knew that Ling Xiao was eager to save people. So, she walked straight to the beast fighting coliseum that was filled with people. As she walked, she introduced, you know that in order to improve your strength, martial artists need to keep fighting. When people fight with each other, sometimes they have to stop at a certain point, so it's difficult to face danger directly. This beast fighting coliseum has become the best place for training. In our dragon cult, many martial artists will use this as a good place to hone their combat skills. Those monsters are extremely fierce and will definitely not show mercy. So, in this kind of battle, you can really improve your combat skills. Of course, there are many benefits, but it's also very dangerous here. Some martial artists overestimate themselves and challenge monsters that are much stronger than them. In the end, they can't avoid becoming food in the stomach of the monsters. is death legal here? Ling Xiao asked. Of course. This place was opened by the first sect elder. Vice sect leader Yun also has shares. As long as you enter the beast fighting coliseum to challenge the monsters, it's equivalent to signing a life and death contract. Life or death, it's your choice. The Red Witch answered. As they spoke, the three of them had already arrived at the spectator stand of the beast fighting coliseum. The dense crowd and the continuous cheers that sounded like thunder made Ling Xiao feel that this scene was really comparable to the previous substitute selection. There must be more than 100,000 people here. Ling Xiao sighed. That's right. In the beast fighting coliseum, there are a total of 200,000 spectators. Basically, it's full. The Red Witch answered. Hearing the Red Witch's words, Ling Xiao's gaze passed through the gap of the corridor and looked forward. This beast fighting coliseum was no different from the one Ling Xiao had seen before. It was just a little bigger. There was a deep valley below. The lowest point of the spectator stand was about 10 meters away. There was only one entrance to the deep valley. A huge iron gate blocked it. It seemed that there were 7 or 8 iron gates. The monsters entered the arena from there. As for the challengers, once they entered the arena, they could go down the stairs. Once the fight begins, it will be a fight to the death. Ling Xiao, you are a Samsara warrior, so you should have encountered similar places before. Unless one of them is killed, the battle will not stop. The Red Witch lamented. Because of this, many of the dragon cult's disciples have died here. But it still couldn't stop their enthusiasm. This was because battling with the demonic beasts here would not only allow them to hone their martial skills, but they would also be able to obtain spirit stones as a reward. If you can become the weekly champion, or even the monthly champion, or even the annual champion, you will be rewarded with special items in addition to spirit stones. Forget it. If it were any other time, I would come here to play. But today, you know why I'm here. Ling Xiao was most worried about Xiao Jin. He didn't know how Xiao Jin was doing right now, and whether or not he was safe. Stay here for now. If you trust me, then wait. I've already sent people to investigate. We'll soon know where your pet Xiao Jin is. Mu Qing said. I believe you. Ling Xiao was not an impulsive person. He knew that even if he wanted to make a scene here, he had to find Xiao Jin first. Otherwise, if others used Xiao Jin to threaten him, he would have to hold back. Well, since you trust me, then sit down first. Although this is a trap, I'll try my best to protect you. After all, you saved my life. Mu Qing paid enough spirit stones, so she obtained the privilege of sitting in the front row. According to the rules of the beast fighting arena, no matter what your status was, you had to pay spirit stones to come here. Even Mu Qing was no exception. However, there were still benefits to having a high status. For example, the Red Witch was the disciple of the first sect elder, and Mu Qing was the disciple of vice sect master Xiao Muyu. Therefore, they naturally received a lot of care, and no one dared to snatch their seats. As for Ling Xiao, although many people looked down on him, it didn't change the fact that he was the last disciple of sect master Chen Bai, and had once defeated the third sect elder. The three of them had just sat down. The battle had already ended. This time, the demon beast won. It was a huge black tiger that was tearing at the body of a warrior. In front of more than 100,000 people, it ate the warrior alive. This scene was really cruel. However, what welcomed it was the wild cheers of the crowd. No one felt that there was anything wrong with it. It seemed that the demon sect was indeed the demon sect. Although the sect master of the dragon cult, Chen Bai, was a good person, the dragon cult's ferocity and viciousness were not fake. Of course, in Ling Zhao's opinion, this kind of thing would be done by the high and mighty royal family of the Chen kingdom, let alone the demon sect. It was even more excessive and cruel than this. If this was considered a demon, then the royal family, and the people in high positions were the real demons. Senior sister Mu Qing, you're our senior brother Yunlan's woman. How can you lower yourself to be with such a wild man? Suddenly, a very discordant voice sounded behind them. Ling Xiao, Mu Qing, and the Red Witch all turned their heads. Only then did they realize that there was a young man in a brocade robe sitting behind them. This person's strength was not ordinary, but his arrogant face made people feel very uncomfortable. And you, Red Witch, don't forget that you're the disciple of the first sect elder. How can you be with that guy? An upper disciple? Ling Xiao could see that this person's cultivation had reached the late stage of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Therefore, he judged that he was definitely an upper disciple. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't dare to speak to Mu Qing and the Red Witch like this. He's one of Vice Sect Master Yunlan's disciples. He's also known as one of the 10 demon sons of the dragon cult. His name is Yunlan. Mu Qing's expression was very calm as she explained to Ling Xiao. What's the 10 demon sons? Aren't only the successors of the sect master qualified to be called demon sons? Ling Xiao asked curiously. That's what it is. They're just 10 guys who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. However, these 10 people are led by Yunlan. They're all upper disciples and are very powerful. Mo Ying is also one of them. However, Mo Ying's ranking is second only to Yunlan. This Yunlan is relatively weak. He's only ranked 10th. Mu Qing explained. How dare he speak to you like that? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. It's all because senior sister Mu Qing indulges these guys too much. Senior sister Mu Qing is probably the person in the dragon cult who doesn't look like a demon at all. Sigh, she's a bit like Vice Sect Master Xiaomuyu. The Red Witch said indignantly, in addition, that Yunlan is Yunlan's cousin. That's why he's so arrogant. I see. Ling Xiao nodded. Since Mu Qing didn't care, why should he care? Hee, that wild man must be Ling Xiao. I've heard of him. You're here for that beast of a brother of yours, aren't you? Yunlan's words were very unpleasant. What wild man? What beast? They were all insults. However, because Ling Xiao had to wait for Xiao Jin's news, he was too lazy to argue with him for the time being and ignored this idiot. Unexpectedly, Yunlan really didn't know what was good for him. Seeing that Ling Xiao was ignoring him, he sneered and said, I heard that you want to challenge Mo Ying and say that you want to learn the magic dragon's phantom in a month, haha, please don't die before that happens. In the dragon cult, there are many people waiting to see you make a fool of yourself. Ling Xiao still didn't look back. See him make a fool of himself, he was afraid that the one who would be laughed at would be Mo Ying, not to mention a month, he had already learned the magic dragon's phantom. It was just that others didn't know. Ignoring him was actually the best counterattack to this kind of idiot. An upper disciple had a high status. In addition, Yunlan was one of Phoenix in the Cloud's personal disciples. Therefore, he had always been very arrogant, condescending, and self-righteous. In his eyes, as long as he spoke, others had to bow their heads and listen obediently. At the very least, they couldn't ignore him. However, Ling Xiao completely ignored him. This made Yunlan's mocking smile instantly stiffen on his face. His gaze also became gloomy. You dog. Are you deaf? How dare you not answer me? Yunlan stood up angrily and roared at Ling Xiao. The Red Witch looked at Ling Xiao curiously but found that Ling Yan's eyes were still staring at the iron gate. Ling Xiao was wondering if his good brother Xiao Jin was behind this iron gate. His silence completely enraged Yunlan, making him a little mad. Yunlan began to fly into a rage and released a cold murderous aura. Why was he angry? Because many people around him were looking at him. He was actually ignored by a newcomer. Did he still want face? Shut up. Suddenly, Mu Qing stood up, turned around to look at Yunlan, and shouted in a stern voice, Idiot, don't you feel like a mad dog that bites everyone it sees? Do you believe that I will cut off your tongue? In many people's minds, Mu Qing was a gentle and refined girl who didn't fit in with the dragon cult. But they seemed to have overlooked one thing. The reason why Mu Qing didn't get angry was because she was more tolerant. When something went beyond her tolerance level, she could be more brutal than anyone else. Yunlan was stunned. His expression was extremely awkward. His breathing also became rapid. Mu Qing actually dared to call him a dog, no one had ever dared to do this before. What? Did I scold you wrongly? You are not only a mad dog, but also a stupid dog. Since she had already started cursing, Mu Qing did not give Yunlan any face. Her face was full of mockery, and the sarcasm in her words was very obvious. Ling Xiao was able to defeat the third elder, and he wasn't afraid of Mo Ying's provocation. Could it be that you think you're stronger than the third elder? Or stronger than Mo Ying? What a joke. It's fine if you shout a few times, but you actually want others to respond to you. In front of him, who do you think you are? Mu Qing had never been so emotional for a man before. But today, she did. To be honest, although Ling Xiao had objectively saved her life, that saving grace was not enough for her to protect Ling Xiao like this. It could only be said that in her heart, other feelings had arisen. Yun Luan's expression was ferocious to the extreme. He stared at Mu Qing and said word by word, "Do you know what it means to insult me? I am the disciple of Vice sect leader Yun, and also Yun Lan's cousin, and one of the 10 devil sons. Idiot, I am also the disciple of Vice sect leader Xiao Muyu, and one of the 3 genius disciples of the dragon cult. Ling Xiao is the last disciple of the sect leader. What do you have to be proud of?" Mu Qing looked at Yun Luan coldly and said, "Don't think that I won't dare to touch you just because you are Yun Lan's cousin. If you keep talking, I'll cut off your tongue and feed it to the turtles, you self-righteous piece of trash. You think you can rely on the fame of Yun Lan and Phoenix in the cloud to intimidate others? Do you really think you're something? You think you're a fierce tiger, but in the eyes of others, you're nothing more than a dog." Mu Qing's words were very unpleasant to hear. However, they also reminded Yun Luan of the kind of person he was facing. Yun Luan's mind was in complete chaos. It was at this point that a heaven-shaking roar could be heard coming from within the arena. An enormous draconic beast stepped through the iron gates and into the arena. Riding on the draconic beast was a middle-aged man, who appeared to be quite strong. Apparently, that draconic roar had come from none other than this draconic beast. I can't believe it's a draconic beast. It's said that draconic beasts like that are born with the power of a single star and 10 levels of hell. They can even reach the life-seizing level. That's right. This draconic beast is at the peak of the 1st star and the 11th level of hell. It won't be easy to deal with. Although many of the spectators were terrified of the draconic beast, they were also very excited. After all, draconic beasts had incredibly tough shells, and could use Earth-type secret magics. They were incredibly strong. If they could get their hands on one of these draconic beasts as a mount, it would be a huge help to them. But it's still too strong. Other than a handful of geniuses, who would dare to fight a draconic beast like this? If there is, it's going to be very exciting. Yun Luan and Mu Qing should be strong enough to do that. Don't forget, there's still Ling Xiao. He defeated the third elder. I didn't see him defeat the third sect lord with my own eyes. But judging from the level of his cultivation base, I don't think he has the guts to fight Yun Luan or Mu Qing. Everyone was talking about the draconic beast, and clearly, they were afraid of it. Everyone who was familiar with the draconic beast knew that it had already eaten quite a few challengers. If I keep winning, will Little Gold be released? Ling Xiao asked. Hearing this, Mu Qing was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "Probably. Those guys can't wait to see you and Little Gold kill each other. Maybe you don't have to win all the time. As long as you kill this Earth Dragon beast, Little Gold might be released." "That's a good idea. Then I'll kill this draconic beast." Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with determination. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man riding the draconic beast announced, "It has the combat strength of the advanced stage of the 11th level of hell, and it has already won 99 matches in a row. In other words, 99 martial artists have died under its claws." Hearing that, the spectators were in a mess. They knew very well what it meant to win 99 matches in a row. Whoever went up to fight this draconic beast would be courting death. "Ling Xiao, you'd better think about it. Although your idea is good, this draconic beast is too strong. If it really unleashes its full power, even a martial artist at the peak of the 11th level of the Yin Yang realm in the first rotation wouldn't be able to fight it. Don't worry, Miss Mu. I'll be careful." Ling Xiao looked at the earthly dragon beast and activated his Tai Chi Eye. He planned to take a good look at the earthly dragon beast before he started the challenge. Only by knowing himself and his enemy would he be able to avoid losing his life due to carelessness during the battle. If a martial artist at the later stage of level 11 of Hell in Yin Yang realm challenges the earthly dragon beast, he will be rewarded with 10,000 medium spiritual stones. If a martial artist below the later stage of Yin Yang realm challenges the earthly dragon beast, he will be rewarded with 100,000 medium spiritual stones. I'm sure everyone here knows that 10,000 medium spiritual stones are equivalent to 1 million lower spiritual stones. But in fact, no one would be willing to exchange medium spiritual stones for lower spiritual stones unless they're really short of money. The middle-aged man's voice sounded slowly, full of temptation. Of course, the temptation came from the generous reward. Damn, 100,000 medium spiritual stones. That's more tempting than 10 million lower spiritual stones. That's right. Martial artists at level 11 of Hell in Yin Yang realm usually have a few hundred medium spiritual stones, or at most a few thousand. If he really wins, he'll be rich. Haha, he needs to be alive to spend it. Haven't you heard that 99 people have already died under the claws of the earthly dragon beast? Everyone knew what 100,000 medium spiritual stones meant. But the problem was, who would dare to bet with their lives if they weren't confident at all? The current Ling Xiao had to consume a large amount of mid-grade spirit stones to cultivate. It would be a waste if he didn't take the 100,000 medium spiritual stones. Moreover, he could make the other party release Xiao Jin. This was killing two birds with one stone, so he naturally had to do it. Thinking of this, he stood up and said loudly, "I'll challenge the earthly dragon beast." His voice was very loud and clear. Although the beast battle arena was rather chaotic and noisy, his voice was still heard by almost everyone. Attracted by the voice, everyone turned to look at Ling Xiao. It's him, it's that arrogant guy, he wants to challenge the earthly dragon beast. Most of the people here knew Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao had just joined the dragon cult, and he had directly participated in the selection for the promotion of an inferior disciple to an intermediate disciple, as well as the promotion of an intermediate disciple to an advanced disciple. Furthermore, in these two selections, he had consecutively defeated the 13th prince, Lu Yan, Yin Shan, and the Red Witch. Especially in the selection for the upper substitute position, he fought against 29 people alone and still won. This left a deep impression on them. However, even though Ling Xiao was strong, these cultivators were not weak either. Some of their cultivations were even stronger than Ling Xiao's. However, they still didn't dare to take their lives lightly. Unless his chances of winning were over 60% to 70%. Even so, 99 of them had died in the battle, which meant that the earthly dragon beast's actual combat power might be stronger than what was shown on the surface. Ling Xiao was merely a martial artist in the middle stage of the 11th level of the Yin Yang realm. How could he defeat the earth dragon beast? One had to know that even martial artists of the same cultivation level did not dare to challenge him easily. Otherwise, the bestial battle arena would not give out such a generous reward. Seeing Ling Xiao stand up, Yun Luan and his gang of scoundrels, who were originally depressed and angry, actually felt better. Hee, this idiot. I was still thinking about how to deal with him, but now he's courting death. It's a pity. I wanted to see how senior brother Mo Ying would torture this kid. I'm afraid I won't have the chance. I'm afraid he's gone crazy from poverty. 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones is not a small amount, but only a poor man like him would risk his life for these spirit stones. The upper disciples discussed animatedly. In short, they did not think highly of Ling Xiao. They felt that if Ling Xiao fought, he would be courting death. At this moment, Ling Xiao finally turned to look at Yun Luan and the others. Finally, his gaze locked onto Yun Luan. Without a doubt, Yun Luan was the leader of these people, and they all listened to him. Honorable upper disciple, since you're so powerful, why don't we go down and have a competition? No need to be responsible for life and death. Ling Xiao's voice was still so loud and clear, still full of confidence. Just now, Yun Luan and the rest's voices were very loud, as if they were afraid that others could not hear. Because they wanted to deliberately insult Ling Xiao. And at this time, Ling Xiao's words, those people also heard it. This difficult problem was kicked to Yun Luan by Ling Xiao. Yun Luan's expression was somewhat awkward. Gritting his teeth, he said, "This is the beast fighting arena, not the ring." Although that was what he said, the fact that he said such words showed that he was a coward. Because the beast fighting arena never stipulated that martial artists were not allowed to fight. A coward, I gave you a chance to teach me a lesson, but you don't dare to accept it, apart from barking wildly like a dog, what capabilities do you have to be cocky there? Ling Xiao's words were filled with thick sarcasm. This made Yun Luan's face become flushed red. It made him wish that he could immediately find a hole in the ground to burrow into. Feeling the mocking and disdainful gazes thrown at him from all around, he was even more embarrassed, humiliated, and angry. But he really did not dare to fight Ling Xiao one-on-one in public. Because he was afraid of death. The matter of Ling Xiao defeating the third sect elder was not fake. You're simply asking to be humiliated. Mu Qing laughed softly without turning her head. What 10 devil sons, it's just a title to boast about himself, extremely boring. At this time, the Red Witch also clapped her hands excitedly and said, "Wow, you're indeed the man I admire. Ling Xiao, you're too domineering, too powerful." To be honest, she did not dare to talk back to Yun Luan. But today, with Ling Xiao and Mu Qing around, she was not afraid of Yun Luan at all. Compared to Ling Xiao, Yun Luan was just like a clown. At this time, Ling Xiao did not care about Yun Luan, who was in an extremely awkward situation, and directly jumped into the arena. A distance of 10 meters was not dangerous to him at all. "Are you ready?" the middle-aged man asked. "Yes, I'm ready." Ling Xiao nodded. The middle-aged man immediately retreated to the arena. Then, from a distance, he chanted a spell and undid the seal on the earthly dragon beast. The moment the seal was undone, all the audience felt a gust of terrifying dragon force coming toward them. Some of the weaker guys were even stunned by the dragon force on the spot. They all felt the same way. Ling Xiao, who bore the brunt of the dragon force, felt the horror of the dragon force even more. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. But he did not faint, and he did not even take a step back. There was a cold murderous aura gradually released from his body. Roar! The earthly dragon beast seemed to feel Ling Xiao's murderous aura and roared at him. Obviously, it was a threat and also a threat. Although this earthly dragon beast did not have spiritual intelligence, it still had basic intelligence. The earthly dragon beast knew that it could only continue to live if it killed this young man. Once it won 100 battles in a row, it would be able to rest for a year. During this period, it would no longer have to be on tenterhooks. That was definitely a blessing for it. Therefore, it had to defeat this young man. Its sharp dragon eyes widened and shot out a terrifying light. The earthly dragon beast did not attack immediately. Instead, it moved slowly around Ling Xiao, as if it was looking for Ling Xiao's weakness. Ling Xiao stood there without even turning his body. He had already taken out the 8 immortal sword. A monster was a monster. Although it was powerful, it was not as smart as a human martial artist. Its combat skills could only rely on its instincts. Therefore, it was much easier to deal with it than to deal with the third sect elder. Ling Xiao only needed to use the 8 immortal sword. He did not need to use the Blood Thunder Overlord sword, Black Immortal sword, or Black Demon sword. Humph, what a show-off. In the stands, Yun Luan snorted coldly, as if to show how capable he was or to cover up his embarrassment. However, what happened next made him even more embarrassed. The earthly dragon beast circled behind Ling Xiao and sped up all of a sudden. It leaped up and tried to grab Ling Xiao's back. This instantaneous speed was absolutely comparable to Ling Xiao's wolf traversing 1,000 miles movement technique. That kid is dead meat. I told you so. Yun Luan was still yelling, making himself the center of attention for the audience. However, Ling Xiao released a sword at this moment. A terrifying killing intent surged out in an instant and approached the earthly dragon beast's body. Shadow, sword demon. A sword demon appeared in an instant. The earthly dragon beast, which had already leaped into the air, suddenly turned back. It was even further away from Ling Xiao. The earthly dragon beast felt threatened by the terrifying murderous aura and sword aura. Therefore, it gave up its attack midway. Yun Luan's words came to an abrupt end. The excited expression on his face instantly froze. He, who was the center of attention, was now a fool in everyone's eyes. Damn it, how could this be? How could this be? Why did that idiotic earth dragon beast retreat? Yun Luan even felt like dying. He sat down awkwardly and didn't dare to make any more noise. Even if his master was Vice Sect Leader Yun couldn't afford to lose face like this. On the field, Ling Xiao could not help but squint his eyes and smile when he saw that his sword had stabbed into the ground. No wonder you were able to kill 99 warriors. Moreover, among these warriors, there was one who had a higher cultivation than you. With that brain of yours, I'm afraid you're about to become a spirit. Ling Xiao now understood that what stood in front of him was not just a demonic beast. Instead, it was a demonic beast whose intelligence was infinitely close to that of a human. He was only one step away from gaining sentience. Roar. The earthly dragon beast let out an even more ferocious roar. As it roared, its entire body was wrapped in a layer of earthy yellow light as if it was wearing armor. This should be the Earth-type secret technique you're most proficient in, right? Interesting. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. He also transformed into the beast soul of the three-headed lava hound. Magma had a restraining effect on the Earth-type secret technique. It could turn the armor made of Earth-type elements into magma. After transforming, he withdrew the 8 immortal swords. In this transformed state, he wanted to fight the earthly dragon beast at close range. Only when his fists hit his flesh would he be able to improve his cultivation. Seeing the transformation of Ling Xiao's body, the earthly dragon beast was unwilling to wait any longer. It leaped up again and pounced on Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao didn't retreat in the face of its attack. Instead, he let out a roar and charged forward. He didn't use any sword moves. Ling Xiao's magma-covered palms met the earthly dragon beast's sharp claws. Lunatic. Seeing this, the warriors on the spectator stand were stunned. He abandoned his sword and used his palms to fight the earthly dragon beast. Is there something wrong with him? Yes, there's something wrong with him. He's too complacent. He's dead meat now. People thought that Ling Xiao was too complacent. Did he think he could win just because he forced the earthly dragon beast to retreat with one sword move? How could he use such a method to fight the ferocious monster? He was simply courting death. They watched this scene coldly. Most of them hoped to see Ling Xiao being torn to pieces by the earthly dragon beast's claws. Only the Red Witch and Mu Qing were nervous. Perhaps they were confused because they were too concerned. Finally, the palms and the sharp claws collided. Many people imagined that Ling Xiao would be torn to pieces, but it didn't happen. What they saw was the fleshy palm easily blocking the sharp claws. Not only that, but what shocked them even more was, the earthly dragon beast seemed to have suffered great injuries and let out a shrill cry. What happened? How could he hurt the earthly dragon beast in a head-on collision? What's this guy's body made of? People looked at the battle in the field in amazement, not knowing what to say. Ling Xiao had displayed his valiant and unexpected battle prowess time and time again. This caused many people to feel a burning sensation on their faces, as if they had been slapped several times in the face. At this time, it was better to just shut up and avoid causing trouble for himself. Ling Xiao had taken the initiative and wouldn't let the earthly dragon beast retreat easily. His body suddenly crashed into the earthly dragon beast's abdomen. At that moment, everyone saw hot magma burning on his body. The earthly dragon beast tried to avoid it. However, Ling Xiao's speed was simply too fast. Roar. Another shrill cry was heard. The air was filled with the smell of burnt fur. I get it. It's the power of lava. His beast soul transformation should be a three-headed lava hound. With the help of the top-level lava combat body, he's covered in a layer of power of lava. It's the perfect counter to the earthly dragon beast. The earthly dragon beast was burned. That's why it let out such a shrill cry. There were still people in the crowd who understood. After watching for a long time, they finally knew why the earthly dragon beast was so miserable. 99 battles. Those martial artists tried their best to find a way to break the earthly dragon beast's defense but failed. However, Ling shouted it so casually in front of everyone. It was really enviable. The key isn't the power of lava. In fact, someone used the same method in the past but failed. The key is this kid's strength. He's so strong. It seems that the rumor that he defeated the third sect elder is true. The people in the crowd continued to explain so that everyone knew how terrifying Ling Xiao was. At this time, Yun Luan and the others were in a terrible mood. Their faces were gloomy and their eyes were flickering. Because of fear and anger. Ling Zhao's strength was completely different from what they imagined. I thought he would only rely on his sharp blade to win. I didn't expect him to be so terrifying even without a sword. Yun Wan's heart was trembling. If he had agreed to fight Ling Xiao to the death, what would the consequences be now? Just the thought of it was terrifying. He kept saying that Ling Xiao was a good-for-nothing who was here to die. However, he now realized how ridiculous he was. Ling Xiao's attainments in martial arts were much higher than his. Even if his cultivation was not as good as his, he was definitely not someone he could contend with. The corner of his eyes kept twitching. He saw the truth, but he was unwilling to believe it. However, Ling Xiao did not care about this idiot's reaction. All his thoughts were on the ferocious earthly dragon beast in front of him. The lava power could restrain the earth armor and injure the earthly dragon beast. However, it was really difficult to get rid of this guy like this. However, Ling Xiao had to do this. Because what he wanted was a weak earthly dragon beast. The Tyrant blood demonic dragon had to be upgraded. Otherwise, it would be useless in the future. One of the two reasons Ling Xiao challenged this earthly dragon beast was to let the Tyrant blood demonic dragon devour this earthly dragon beast. In this way, he could upgrade the Tyrant blood demonic dragon's beast soul. Each of his punches landed squarely on the earthly dragon beasts. Although it was not very kind, this was a battle of life and death. He could not afford to have any sympathy. After more than 10 minutes, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped attacking. The earthly dragon beast was lying on the ground and was dying. Your soul will continue to live in my beast soul. After saying that, a Tyrant blood demonic dragon appeared behind Ling Xiao. It opened its bloody mouth and sucked. The earthly dragon beast's beast soul was sucked in. Ling Xiao actually sat down cross-legged in the arena in front of everyone and began to cultivate. He wanted the earthly dragon beast's beast soul and the Tyrant blood demonic dragon's beast soul to merge perfectly. At that moment, everyone's eyes seemed to be frozen. A moment later, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Not only did he beat the earthly dragon beast to the point that it couldn't fight back, but he even wanted to devour the earthly dragon beast's soul. Stop. The middle-aged man seemed to have realized something. He suddenly jumped down from the stand to stop Ling Xiao from devouring the earthly dragon beast's beast soul. At this time, Ling Xiao's devouring was at a critical moment. If he could successfully stop it, not only would he make Ling Xiao's previous efforts go to waste, he might even injure Ling Xiao. There was a cold and cruel smile on the man's face. He didn't seem to want to stop Ling Xiao from devouring the earthly dragon beast's soul. Instead, he wanted to kill Ling Xiao. However, at this moment, a beautiful light yellow figure appeared in front of him. You can't touch him. Mu Qing looked at the middle-aged man and said indifferently. But he is breaking the rules of my beast fighting coliseum. The middle-aged man was somewhat fearful of Mu Qing. Rules? As far as I know, the rules of the beast fighting coliseum state that the corpse belongs to the beast fighting coliseum. But it doesn't say that the beast soul belongs to the beast fighting coliseum. Mu Qing said indifferently. You are twisting words and forcing logic. The middle-aged man said with a gloomy face, Mu Qing, don't forget that this is the territory of the first elder and vice leader Yan shares. Do you want to mess around? Rules are rules. How can you say that I am twisting words and forcing logic? You can only blame yourselves for not thinking that someone could absorb a beast soul like this. Mu Qing sneered. When the middle-aged man was about to fly into a rage again, Ling Xiao opened his eyes and stood up slowly. The grade of the Tyrant blood demonic dragon beast's soul had finally become 1 star with 12 levels of hell. In this way, the Tyrant blood demonic dragon beast's soul, which was originally only useful in the battle, could also increase Ling Xiao's combat strength. Not only that, after fusing with the earthly dragon beast's soul, Ling Xiao's cultivation was only 1 step away from the late stage of the 11 levels of hell. Now that the energy had been accumulated, all he needed was a burst of power to stimulate him. I've swallowed the earthly dragon beast's soul, so I don't want the reward. Ling Xiao glanced at the middle-aged man, then turned around and jumped back onto the spectator stand. Mu Qing also followed him back to his seat. The middle-aged man didn't care about the earthly dragon beast's soul in the first place. He just wanted to seize the opportunity to kill Ling Xiao. Now that there was no chance, he naturally wouldn't pursue this matter any further. After ordering his subordinates to carry the earthly dragon beast's body away, the middle-aged man looked coldly at Ling Xiao. Next, I will make you suffer. These words were naturally muttered in his heart, but he didn't say it out loud. He turned around and walked into the huge iron gate to lead the other demonic beast. After a while, the iron gate opened again. The middle-aged man stood on top of a demonic bird and flew into the arena. At that moment, Ling Xiao suddenly stood up. He couldn't be wrong, that was Xiao Jin. However, at this moment, Xiao Jin had already been tortured enough. Basically, it was covered in wounds. Although it didn't hurt its core, one could imagine the pain and psychological torture that the wounds on its body caused Xiao Jin. There was only killing intent in Xiao Jin's eyes. However, this killing intent seemed to be numb, as if it had been hit by someone's illusion. Illusion was also a kind of secret technique. Only warriors with extremely powerful soul power could use it. It could make a target listen to you or live in the illusion you created. Ling Xiao didn't know what Xiao Jin was seeing, but he knew in his heart that Xiao Jin must be in great pain. In that instant, Ling Xiao's body released a terrifying aura that seemed to come from the depths of hell. Mu Qing and the Red Witch, who were sitting beside him, were so scared that their faces turned pale. Is that Xiao Jin? I almost couldn't recognize it. It was actually tortured to such a state. I'm afraid it can't even use half of its strength. Mu Qing's face was also pale. If her friend was tortured to such a state, she would definitely be furious. Therefore, she understood Ling Xiao's actions very well. Xiao Jin, the Beast, is the latest beast that our arena got. Its strength should be at the middle stage of the 11th level of hell in the first rotation of the Yin-Yang realm. As long as a warrior below this level kills it, they will be rewarded with 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones. This reward was obviously higher than the previous Earth Dragon beast. Ling Xiao understood what these guys wanted to do. They wanted to force him to make a move. If he didn't, Xiao Jin would die under the cruel attacks. It would die in front of him. I'll challenge it. Yun Luan immediately stood up and looked at Ling Xiao provocatively. Of course, he knew that Xiao Jin was Ling Xiao's battle pet. However, he still wanted to do this because he wanted to take revenge on Ling Xiao. He couldn't defeat Ling Xiao, but dealing with a demonic beast that was already half-crippled was still a piece of cake. Do you want to make a move? Mu Qing asked Ling Xiao. Don't make a move yet. Xiao Jin is under the control of the illusion. I need to break the illusion on his body first. Help me keep an eye on him. If Xiao Jin's life is in danger, it won't be too late to make a move. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he closed his eyes. His source spirit flew out from his head and floated into the arena. If he couldn't break the illusion on Xiao Jin, then even if he saved Xiao Jin, he would be in big trouble. So Ling Xiao had to be calm now. Coward. Seeing that Ling Xiao didn't react, Yun Luan was even more proud. He jumped into the arena and looked at the middle-aged man. Alright, you can break the seal now. Young Master Yun Luan, are you sure you want to challenge this guy? Although this beast is half-crippled, there is a terrifying energy in his body. It's not easy to deal with. The middle-aged man reminded him. It could be seen that the middle-aged man knew Yun Luan and knew that he was Yun Lan's cousin and Phoenix in the Cloud's disciple. He couldn't bear the consequences of Yun Luan being killed. Don't talk nonsense, hurry up. Yun Luan waved his hand and said. Alright, since it's like this, then this subordinate will follow your orders. In the stands, Mu Qing looked at Ling Xiao and said, you better hurry up, otherwise Xiao Jin will be in trouble. Why? Although Ling Xiao's source spirit flew out, he still had the Sky Tyrant martial spirit to control his body. He could still talk to Mu Qing. Yun Luan's strength is definitely not Xiao Jin's opponent. Even if Xiao Jin is half-crippled, he still has a terrifying skill. Yun Luan won't be able to take advantage of him. It's not that reason. Mu Qing shook his head and said, you know, Vice Sect Leader Yun has shares in this place. In fact, the second and first elders are just watching over the place for Vice Sect Leader Yun. The real boss here is Vice Sect Leader Yun. Could it be that they dare to cheat? Ling Xiao said with a frown. If that's the case, then he will have to make a move first. Cheating is too normal. The rules of the Beast Fighting Coliseum are only set for others. How could their own people abide by them? Moreover, if the middle-aged man is cheating, there are not many people who can see through it. Even if they can see it, there's no evidence to prove it. In the end, it'll be left unsettled. Got it. I'll do it as soon as possible. Ling Xiao no longer spoke and focused all his energy on dispelling the illusion. He absolutely believed Mu Qing's words. With the shamelessness of this group of people, what could they not do? At this moment, Yun Luan was already standing in front of Xiao Jin. She raised her head arrogantly and looked down at the wounded Xiao Jin with disdain. However, at the instant when the seal was opened, a voice rang out. Xiao Jin's body suddenly emitted a vicious aura, a murderous aura that made people tremble. The large golden bird, which seemed to be half dead, had a pair of sharp eyes that made people feel cold all over. Chaotic Cloud was so scared that he took a step back. His originally arrogant head could no longer be held up so high. Chirp. Suddenly, a voice colder than death came from Xiao Jin's mouth. In that instant, he dashed out, his huge body pouncing towards Yun Luan. Although it was under the illusion, Xiao Jin's purpose in being placed in the arena was to fight. Like all the other demonic beasts, he could only save his own life by killing the opponent in front of him. Xiao Jin was transformed by Ling Yan. He had absolute human intelligence. Even the other demonic beasts knew this. How could he not know? So fast. Seeing Xiao Jin pounce towards him, Chaotic Cloud was frightened. He waved his hand and a sword appeared in his hand. The weapon he used was the same as Ling Zhao's. They were both swords. However, it was just a formality. In the demon-dragon religion, the reason why many martial artists used swords was actually because of the demon-dragon sword. Therefore, regardless of whether it was suitable for them to use swords, they used them in the end. Boom! Xiao Jin's claw slammed onto the sharp sword. Then, Chaotic Cloud's body was sent flying like a piece of trash. He crashed heavily into the wall behind him. Blood flowed from his mouth. He was arrogant, but because of a moment of carelessness, the half-dead Xiao Jin took him down first. Chaotic Cloud was both furious and terrified. Suddenly, a white cloud appeared behind him. That was his martial spirit. The cloud martial spirit was a very special martial spirit. If it was not developed well, it would be useless. It could not compare to other martial spirits at all. However, if it was developed well, it would definitely not be worse than any natural martial spirit. Float. With a loud shout from Chaotic Cloud's mouth, his body floated up like a cloud. The wind blew and he was instantly several meters away. Xiao Jin's second attack hit the wall directly and did not hit Chaotic Cloud. However, it still scared Chaotic Cloud so much that he broke out in cold sweat. This Chaotic Cloud is worthy of being one of the 10 Devil Sons. Although he brags too much, his development of the cloud martial spirit is quite good. It's a pity that with this kind of talent, not to mention compared to him, even compared to Ling Yan before he became Xiao Jin, he has no advantage. Although Ling Zhao's eyes were closed, his source spirit was always by Xiao Jin's side. While helping Xiao Jin get rid of the illusion, he also tried his best to help Xiao Jin when possible. Xiao Jin seemed to have gone crazy. He did not feel any of Chaotic Cloud's actions. He locked onto Chaotic Cloud's position and rose into the air again. He flapped his wings and a blazing feeling attacked Chaotic Cloud. Damn, didn't you say that he was already half crippled? Why does this guy still look so fierce? Chaotic Cloud could not believe that he had already used his martial spirit. How could this bird make him unable to fight back? I don't believe this. He was really angry. The long sword in his hand stabbed down. He wanted to fight Xiao Jin head-on. He did not believe that he could not even defeat a half-crippled animal. However, the moment the sword and Xiao Jin's claws touched, a terrifying expression appeared on Chaotic Cloud's face. The sword in his hand. That was an immortal-grade spiritual weapon. In the end, it was completely melted by the blazing light. This kind of heat instantly rose and rushed towards his arms. He was shocked and turned to run. However, that terrifying heat still burned his entire right hand. He screamed in pain and ran even faster. However, when he flew into the air, he was knocked down by a protective wall. Once a fight began in the arena, it would naturally form a thick protective wall. It was to prevent the monsters and warriors inside from leaving. It was also to prevent people from outside from interfering with the fight. This is bad. Chaotic Cloud, who had been knocked down, had completely lost his mind. He did not even know how to escape. At this very moment, Xiao Jin had already appeared near him. His sharp claws were raised once again as he clawed at his head. My life is over. Yun Luan had never thought that he would be defeated by a bird that was not even worth mentioning. Now, he was on the verge of losing his life. Xiao Jin's performance was too impressive. He was not like those monsters who could only attack based on instinct. All of his attacks seemed to be premeditated. Yun Luan was led by the nose by Xiao Jin from the beginning. Enough. Just as Yun Luan was about to die under Xiao Jin's claws, a voice suddenly came from the spectator stands. The middle-aged man who brought Xiao Jin out from behind the iron gate appeared in the arena. He was a member of the animal arena, so he could enter and leave freely. Yun Luan was injured and one of his hands was crippled. That was something that even he could not react to. However, he could not let Yun Luan lose his life. Otherwise, he would not be able to bear the consequences. Xiao Jin heard that voice and stopped abruptly. He was only one step away from killing Yun Luan, but he had to stop because of his order. This was because of the influence of the illusion. Damned illusion, why did he stop? The spectators were confused. Yun Luan, who was lying on the ground, let out a long sigh. He was almost killed by a monster. This was simply a great humiliation. Evil creature, you can leave now. This battle ends here. The middle-aged man looked at Xiao Jin coldly and said indifferently. Shameless. You really used such tricks. Didn't they say that the battle would only end when one side died? Someone in the spectator stand shouted. There were many people who came to the animal arena. They were not necessarily from the dragon cult. However, they could be allies or friends. Originally, the rules of the animal arena were there and no one had the right to violate them. When their loved ones were about to be killed, they had also requested to stop the battle. However, the owner of the animal arena did not care about it. What was going on now? Were they going to break the rules? They would not agree. Alright, since you want to continue, then let's continue. Yun Luan, who was lying on the ground with a face full of fear, suddenly had a ferocious expression on his face when he saw Xiao Jin being stopped by the middle-aged man. He suddenly stood up, took out a sword from his storage ring, and stabbed at Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin could not resist because of the middle-aged man's order. As a result, he was stabbed in the body. The sword pierced through Xiao Jin's body and blood flowed out. Ha ha ha, die, die, you beast. Chaotic Cloud laughed crazily. The long sword stirred inside Xiao Jin's body. He wanted Xiao Jin to taste the pain he had tasted before. This was an obvious violation of the rules, but the middle-aged man turned a blind eye to it, as if he didn't see anything. He was conniving. Scram. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard. Ling Zhao's killing intent soared to the sky from the stands. Many people even saw a huge shadow appear on his body. The face of the black figure could not be seen clearly, but its expression was incomparably ferocious and terrifying, as if it wanted to kill everything in front of it. Get lost? Chaotic Cloud looked at Ling Xiao with disdain and said, I'm standing here bullying it. What can you do? Lowly commoners were indeed lowly commoners. To think that they would treat demonic beasts as friends. As expected, they were all ordinary beasts. Ridiculous, this kind of beast should be tortured to death. His laughter was extremely loud, and his expression was extremely pleased. This was because he was not afraid of Ling Xiao at this moment. Not to mention that the middle-aged man beside him was powerful. He had already reached the peak of Yin Yang Realm level 11 in the first rotation and was the second elder's most capable assistant. If Ling Xiao wanted to kill him, he would definitely make a move. Just the protective barrier above the arena alone was not something Ling Xiao could break. Feeling pleased, he suddenly pulled out the sword in his hand and stabbed at Xiao Jin again. However, this time, Xiao Jin moved. It suddenly dodged Chaotic Cloud's sword and clawed at Chaotic Cloud's arm. The sharp claws instantly crippled Yun Luan's arm. Impossible. The middle-aged man frowned. Xiao Jin was controlled by the illusion and would never disobey his orders. Could it have broken the illusion? Of course, he didn't know that the reason why Ling Xiao suddenly went crazy was because Xiao Jin's illusion had been broken. Next, it was his turn. Senior, save me. Chaotic Cloud was suddenly attacked by Little Gold and had one of his arms broken. He screamed in fear. The middle-aged man nodded. In a flash, he was already in front of Chaotic Cloud, blocking Xiao Jin's attack path. Xiao Jin's attack stopped abruptly, and it pulled away from the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's strength was not something it could handle. Although the illusion had been broken, its strength could be unleashed. However, due to its serious injuries, its current strength was only 60 to 70% of its previous strength. It was impossible for it to defeat the middle-aged man. Evil creature, although I don't know how you broke the illusion, you'll still end up dead. The middle-aged man looked at Xiao Jin coldly. This sudden accident was very difficult for him to understand, but he soon calmed down. This was the arena, Deputy Sect Leader Yun's place, and he was protected by the first and second elders. Who would dare to cause trouble? It's not up to you to decide what will happen to him. Ling Xiao suddenly leaped into the air and punched the protective barrier. The furious murderous aura turned the entire beast-fighting coliseum blood red. It's useless. You can't break that protective barrier. The middle-aged man said disdainfully. Is that so? I don't think so. Boom, as Ling Xiao's voice sounded, his fist smashed hard on the protective barrier. Then, a terrifying explosion sounded. Then, crack, the protective wall was smashed like glass, and a hole appeared in it. Ling Xiao passed through the hole and jumped into the arena. You said I can't break it? Now that I've broken it, what can you do? Standing in front of Xiao Jin, Ling Xiao looked coldly at the middle-aged man in front of him. Chaotic Cloud must die. This person must die too. No one could live well after humiliating and persecuting his brother. No one could. Boss. Xiao Jin lowered his head in pain, feeling extremely guilty. He had been captured, causing Ling Xiao to fall into the trap set up by someone else. He really hated himself for being so useless. Ever since he became brothers with Ling Xiao in Yuhua town, Ling Yan received a lot of care from Ling Xiao. For him, Ling Xiao barged into the 5th level of the ghost prison and became enemies with the higher-ups of the 8 Immortal Mountain. For him, Ling Xiao even became enemies with the Chen Kingdom's royal family. For him, Ling Xiao became enemies with the higher-ups of the dragon cult. Now, it seems that the things he did for Ling Xiao were really insignificant. His heart was in pain. He didn't want Ling Xiao to be implicated by him. Silly brother. Ling Xiao gently patted Xiao Jin's head and said with a smile. You can die for me, and I can also give up everything for you. Why do we need to say such nonsense between brothers? That's right, brother, life and death brothers. In life, with such a brother, what more could one ask for? Ling Xiao was like that, Xiao Jin was like that. The middle-aged man looked at Ling Xiao coldly and took a step forward. No matter what your relationship with this beast is. He is now our beast-fighting arena's goods, you'd better leave immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Goods? Ling Xiao frowned and asked coldly. That's right. This beast has the mark of our beast-fighting arena. He belongs to our beast-fighting arena. I hope you don't become our enemy because of this beast. Otherwise, you won't have a good ending. Even if you are the last disciple of the sect leader, you won't be able to leave easily. The middle-aged man said coldly. Ridiculous. If I leave my mark on your body, then you will also be my goods? Ling Xiao asked sarcastically. His words made the middle-aged man's eyes narrow into slits. A dense murderous aura suddenly erupted. You're courting death. It's not the first time someone said that. But in the end, the one who died was not me. Ling Xiao said coldly, the one who should die is you. After saying that, Ling Xiao suddenly transformed into the Tyrant Blood Demonic Dragon Beast Soul. The Tyrant Blood Demonic Dragon Beast Soul had just advanced because it had swallowed the Earth Dragon Beast. Now, it was very beneficial to Ling Xiao. Immediately, the 8 Immortal Sword appeared in his hand. The cold blade whistled in the biting cold wind. The middle-aged man in front of him was very strong. His cultivation was even higher than the 3rd sect elder. However, in Ling Xiao's opinion, this guy's combat strength was probably not much higher than the third sect elder. The third sect elder's secret soul technique was the most terrifying. Even if his cultivation was higher than his, he might not be his opponent. Ling Xiao was sure that the person in front of him did not have that mysterious power. Humph, don't think that just because you defeated the third sect elder, you can do whatever you want in the dragon cult. To me, you're just a frog in a well. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. His body trembled slightly and his figure suddenly flashed. His body turned into a gust of wind and a bolt of lightning, instantly shattering the killing intent released by Ling Xiao. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Ling Xiao. His right hand formed into a claw and grabbed at Ling Xiao's head. Whoosh, the eight immortal sword in Ling Xiao's hand shone with a dazzling cold light as it instantly pierced towards his opponent. Cold killing intent and sharp killing intent exploded in the air. Petty tricks. The middle-aged man completely ignored Ling Xiao's sword. That pair of fleshy palms actually hit the long sword directly, and then strange sparks burst out, as ear-piercing as the sound of metal clashing. In the next instant, the middle-aged man pointed with his left hand, aiming for Ling Xiao's Shanzhong acupoint. Ling Xiao frowned and released the sprite commandeering lightning shield with his left hand. A shield flashing with lightning formed in front of him. The middle-aged man's finger pointed at the lightning shield and directly pierced through it. However, when it landed on Ling Xiao's body, it had basically lost its power. It couldn't even pierce through Ling Xiao's protective elemental energy. However, this attack made Ling Xiao understand that his opponent was very strong. Although he didn't have the mysterious secret skill of the third sect elder, his head-on combat strength was still very terrifying. Everyone in the audience could see that the difference in cultivation between Ling Xiao and this middle-aged man was too great. It was already very rare to be able to block the middle-aged man's attack. It was simply impossible for them to win. Ling Xiao, I'll help you buy time. Take little gold away. Mu Qing stood up and said loudly. However, Ling Xiao shook his head and looked at the middle-aged man with a determined gaze. Not only did he not retreat, but he also took another step forward. The sharp blade stabbed out again. He couldn't retreat. Behind him was Little Gold, his good brother. He couldn't escape either. Today, he had to make everyone understand that he would make anyone pay the price for offending and harming his brothers, a terrible price. Today, he would transform into a terrifying demon and make everyone tremble. Escape? They're the ones who should escape, not me. Ling Xiao didn't want to use the move of the bloody rat demon, but for his brother, he didn't hesitate. If it was really necessary, he wouldn't mind. However, it didn't seem necessary now. Although the middle-aged man in front of him was powerful, he still had many trump cards. The bloody rat demon was only one of them. He prepared it to deal with Phoenix in the cloud. In the arena, the cold and murderous aura formed a terrifying storm that kept spreading. The middle-aged man sneered. You want us to escape? You really think too highly of yourself. Let me tell you the truth. Today, from the moment you entered the arena, your future was decided. Only death awaits you. You're just at the middle stage of the 11th level of hell. Not to mention killing me, it would be difficult for you to even take one of my attacks. I really don't know where you get the courage to speak like that. Do you really think that I won't dare to kill you just because you're Qinbai's disciple? He probably can't even protect himself now. You really did make a move on Master. Ling Xiao felt that something was wrong from the beginning. Qinbai was staying in the dragon cult and was about to cultivate him, but he suddenly left. There were many things that made him confused. Now it seemed that Phoenix in the cloud had indeed set a trap for Qinbai. Although he didn't know what kind of trap it was, Qinbai might really be doomed. Master, you must take care. Disciple will find you after I destroy them. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. He knew that the key to him staying in the dragon cult was Qinbai. If Qinbai died, then there was no need for him to continue staying here. Senior, wouldn't it be too easy to kill an arrogant guy like Ling Xiao? At this moment, chaotic clouds once again became arrogant. With the middle-aged man backing him up, his timid mood instantly vanished into thin air. Oh? What do you think, young Master Chaotic Cloudy? The middle-aged man asked with a smile. Doesn't he like to associate with those evil beasts? Then let him stay in the form of a beast forever and become an animal in the arena. Chaotic Cloudy sneered, I believe that master will be happy to see that. Ha ha ha, young Master Chaotic Cloudy's idea is good. This kid likes beast soul transformation. And he calls those evil beasts brothers. It should be good to let him be an animal. Moreover, his killing intent is so dense and his strength is not bad. He should be able to become the star of our arena. The middle-aged man laughed very happily. He really wanted to try this kind of thing. That's right, a lowly commoner like him shouldn't climb above our heads. Chaotic Cloudy's expression was full of ridicule and cold laughter. Ling Xiao wants to kill him, Xiao Jin wants to kill him, fine, then I'll let you fend for yourselves in the beast arena. A disdainful smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face. Even now, the idiot Chaotic Cloudy still doesn't understand the situation. Very well, wait until I kill this middle-aged man, then I'll kill you. Ling Xiao's sword stabbed out again. However, it was blocked by the middle-aged man again. This time, he was sent flying by the angry middle-aged man's palm. However, he only retreated 2 meters. He forced his body to take the middle-aged man's palm. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. However, the expression on his face was still a cold smile. The middle-aged man frowned. The last thing he wanted to see was this kind of lunatic. A lunatic who was not afraid of death could do anything. Sister Muqing, why don't we go and help him? He's dying. On the stand, the Red Witch said anxiously. No, he said he could do it. Muqing shook her head and said, don't you trust him the most? Then just watch. Our mission is to block the reinforcements and not let others destroy his battle. She walked out of her seat and blocked the passage to the arena. She looked coldly at the arena guards who were about to swarm forward. Whoever dares to take another step forward will be killed without mercy. She said coldly. Muqing's name was still very intimidating. In addition, the middle-aged man obviously had the upper hand. Therefore, the guards all chose to stop and quietly wait for the situation to change. Xiao Jin looked at his boss fighting desperately and wanted to help. However, the mission Ling Xiao gave him was to heal his injuries. Take the pill and recover to your peak strength in the shortest time possible. The enemy in a while may be even stronger. This was Ling Xiao's instruction. Xiao Jin did not dare to disobey. Moreover, Ling Xiao was right. Now, facing the middle-aged man and Yun Luan, they were actually nothing. The truly powerful one might be the second elder or even the first elder. Therefore, Xiao Jin must recover as soon as possible. Otherwise, he could only watch Ling Xiao fight to the death alone. He closed his eyes and abandoned all distracting thoughts. He guided the pill to all the cells in his body. The body of a demon beast had a strong recovery ability. In addition, he had the body of the devouring demon fetus and the soul of the golden crow. His recovery ability was even more terrifying. It would not take long for him to fully recover. At that time, he could go and help his boss fight together. However, Ling Xiao's battle was still going on. He attacked again and again, but was repelled again and again. Vomiting blood, Ling Xiao was like a madman, fearless. Muqing and the Red Witch could not stand it anymore. Even the middle-aged man was frowning. In the eyes of others, he had the upper hand. However, only he himself knew best that each of his attacks had no intention of showing mercy. They were all aimed to kill Ling Xiao. Although he really wanted to turn Ling Xiao into an animal, he understood that it would be difficult to do so. That was why he was filled with killing intent. However, each attack only caused Ling Xiao to spit out a small mouthful of blood. Nothing else had changed. This lunatic was still pouncing on him again and again like a zombie that couldn't die or feel pain. Is that all you've got? What a joke. What happened to that arrogant declaration you made earlier? Didn't you want to kill me? Give me something powerful. Ling Xiao simply abandoned the sword in his hand, and only used his demonic tyrant blood dragon martial soul to face the middle-aged man. His face was covered in blood. However, his smile was extremely sinister. Ah. You forced me to do this. The middle-aged man originally thought that there was no need to use all his skills to deal with Ling Xiao. However, facing Ling Xiao, he had no choice but to do so. Even if the other party was a real zombie, he had to completely crush this guy. He clenched his hands into fists. A martial soul was released from his back. It was a fierce and domineering mastiff. Its huge body was almost comparable to a lion's. The moment the martial soul was released, the middle-aged man's strength skyrocketed. However, he did not seem to be ready to stop. Fuse. The strongest move of a beast soul was fusion. Once fused, the martial artist would erupt with several times or even more terrifying combat strength. After the martial soul fusion, the middle-aged man's body was obviously several times larger. Even his originally thin body had become muscular, as if he was a living little giant. So it's really a dog. No wonder you're guarding someone's house. Ling Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and mocked. Yes, he was provoking. He wanted his opponent to have no time to think at all. This way, his opponent would continue to follow the rhythm he wanted. Die. As expected, the middle-aged man was furious. His whole body released an explosive force. Then, his body suddenly leaned forward. He pounced at Ling Xiao at an even more terrifying speed. Boom, those sharp claws landed solidly on Ling Xiao's body. It even scratched 10 bloody holes on Ling Xiao's body. The scene was very bloody. However, this time, Ling Xiao did not take a single step back. His body leaned backwards, and the moment he was about to touch the ground, he bounced back. A mouthful of blood, together with pieces of internal organs, spurted out and sprayed on the middle-aged man's face. However, Ling Xiao's face was still smiling. And his smile was even brighter. The middle-aged man wiped the dirt on his face. He was furious and terrified to the extreme. This attack was already his strongest attack, but it still failed to kill Ling Xiao. Was this guy really human? What is he trying to do? Is he trying to scare his opponent to death? His vitality is really tenacious. I can't believe he's still alive. I think his internal organs are shattered. What a lunatic. I'd rather fight with MOing than this lunatic. He's too crazy. In the spectator stands, many martial artists were shocked by Ling Xiao's actions. They had seen people who risked their lives, but they had never seen such a desperate person. Because he had a brother behind him, he would rather take all the attacks than take advantage of the momentum of retreating to reduce the damage. With such a brother, Xiao Jin was really worth it. However, was it really worth it for Ling Xiao to do so? How was he going to end this battle? Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Ling Xiao looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. Mother ***, it's true that wealth comes from danger. The reason why he laughed was because he had broken through. The reason why he gave up the sword in his hand just now was to let his opponent's strongest attack hit him. Although it was very risky, and he might have really died. However, Ling Xiao, this lunatic, had absolute confidence in himself. He had succeeded. Not only did he not die, moreover, he had protected his brother and broken through at the same time. He was at the advanced stage of the 11th level of hell in yin-yang transformation. Although this cultivation was not as high as the middle-aged man's, it was enough for Ling Xiao. The higher the cultivation, the more difficult it was to challenge someone of a higher level. However, when Ling Xiao's cultivation was only one level away from his opponent, his actual combat strength had already surpassed his opponent. There was no doubt about that. What are you laughing at? The middle-aged man was a little terrified. To thank you for helping me break through, I'll give you a quick death. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. Then, he suddenly moved. The middle-aged man felt threatened and turned around to escape. But he still could not escape from Ling Xiao's demonic dragon's claws. Ling Xiao's demonic dragon's claws grabbed the middle-aged man's head and said in a cold voice, "You shouldn't have helped Phoenix in the cloud to torture my good brother. Die, after you die, I'll take good care of your martial spirit." A bright smile bloomed on his face. Then, the sound of a watermelon cracking could be heard. The middle-aged man's headless corpse fell to the ground. Blood started to spread. Devour. The three-headed lava hound beast soul appeared behind Ling Xiao. Then, the three heads devoured the middle-aged man's martial soul. Although Ling Xiao had the three-headed lava hound beast soul not long ago, it was not enough for him to use now. Its level was too low and needed to be upgraded. He sat there, cross-legged, and started to merge the beast souls. At this moment, the entire space fell into a dead silence. Countless people looked at the middle-aged man's headless corpse with fear. Ling Xiao, who was at the middle stage of level 11 of Hell in Yin Yang Realm, killed the middle-aged man who was at the peak of Yin Yang Realm just like that. Then, what was the purpose of the attacks that he endured at the beginning? This guy is indeed a lunatic. Mu Qing shook her head and smiled bitterly. Only she and a small number of warriors saw through Ling Xiao's motive. Of course, it was only after Ling Xiao's cultivation had broken through that they suddenly realized this. But even more people felt like they were in a dream. On the path of martial arts in Yin Yang Realm, the difference of a small level could result in a 10 times difference in combat power. Those who could challenge people of a higher level could be considered geniuses. As for Ling Xiao, the difference between him and his opponent was 2 realms. The difference in strength was so great. But he won. And it seemed like he won easily. What kind of genius was this guy? Many people did not dare to think about it. Many of them were loyal to Phoenix in the Cloud. Seeing such a genius like Ling Xiao, they naturally could not sit still. Not only is this fellow crazy, but he's also confident. He even has a defensive power that makes others jealous. People believed that if his defense wasn't strong enough, Ling Xiao would have been killed by the middle-aged man with that move. Perhaps this was the biggest reason why Ling Xiao dared to put down the sword in his hand, face his opponent head-on, and let his opponent attack him. No matter what, Ling Xiao won, and it was a surprising win. This middle-aged man was the most crucial part of Phoenix in the Cloud's plan. Now that he was dead, today's trap had become meaningless. Suddenly, Chaotic Clouds thrust his sword at Ling Xiao. He knew that if he didn't kill Ling Xiao now, he wouldn't have another chance. Furthermore, once Ling Xiao completed the fusion, he would definitely kill him. He was only 4 to 5 meters away from Ling Xiao. At this distance, even if Mu Qing wanted to stop him, it would be impossible. Die, at most, we'll die together. Chaotic Cloud saw that the tip of his sword was getting closer and closer to Ling Xiao's throat. He was nervous and excited. If he could kill this guy before he died, it would be worth it. But could he really do it? Xiao Jin's eyes suddenly opened. Boss, it's my turn to protect you. The golden light directly ignored the 10 meters of distance between them. In an instant, it arrived in front of Yun Luan and pierced through his body. Burnt wounds appeared on Yun Luan's body. He was actually split into 2. No. No. Chaotic Clouds could not accept that he was killed by the bastard that he looked down on the most. And there wasn't even a complete corpse. Well done, Xiao Jin. At this moment, Ling Xiao had also completed the fusion of his martial souls. The level of the 3-headed lava hound beast soul had also increased to the level of the Yin Yang realm's 12th level of hell. In the future, his combat power would only be stronger. Ling Xiao, how dare you kill innocent people in the bestial battle arena? Suddenly, a thunderous voice came from the spectator stand. Then, the hundreds of martial artists who were originally dressed as spectators all stood up. The owner of the roar was actually the second sect elder. And the hundreds of martial artists were all in the middle stage of the Yin Yang realm's 11th level of hell. They were the most outstanding among the middle disciples. They were also the ones who had the highest chance of becoming an upper disciple. At the same time, they were also diehard fans of Phoenix in the Cloud. Second sect elder? Ling Xiao looked at him with contempt and said, since you've been in the spectator stand all this time, you should be very clear about what happened here, right? Then why are you still talking nonsense, killing innocent people? Are these 2 scumbags innocent? How dare you speak to the sect elder like that? One of the middle disciples shouted angrily. However, Ling Xiao's gaze shut him up instantly. It was too terrifying. That was not a gaze that a human should have. That was a demon, a madman. Ling Xiao, surrender obediently. We'll lock you up and wait for the sect leader to come back to deal with you. The second sect elder was also having a headache now. Ling Xiao actually killed that person. After all, that person's strength wasn't much weaker than his. Although Deputy Sect Leader Yun had ordered for Ling Xiao's life, the problem was, who could kill Ling Xiao now? Surrender? Are you an idiot? Unless Phoenix in the Cloud personally makes a move, who can stop me? Ling Xiao looked at the second sect elder with disdain and said, you'd better get out of here obediently. Otherwise, I'll kill you too. He had just made a breakthrough in his cultivation. It could be said that no one in the Yin-Yang realm's 11th level of hell was his match. Unless the other party's cultivation had reached the Yin-Yang realm's 12th level of hell. Therefore, there were not many people in the dragon cult who could really pose a threat to him now. Boss, it was the second sect elder who tricked me into going out. He said that you were attacked by Phoenix in the cloud. I rushed out in a fit of anger and was then attacked by the two of them. Xiao Jin said angrily, if it was just Phoenix in the cloud, I could have escaped even if I couldn't defeat him. If that's the case, then he must die. Ling Xiao wanted to leave just like that. However, after hearing Xiao Jin's words, he could not let the second sect elder go. With a stomp of his foot, his figure instantly flashed and appeared in front of the second sect elder, seemingly ignoring the distance of tens of meters. The spectator's stand was instantly in chaos. The middle disciples that the second sect elder brought with him all gathered around. There were even some people who didn't know what was good for them and actually wanted to attack Ling Xiao. However, what greeted him was Xiao Jin's sharp claws. The claws tore his arm and pierced his body, killing him instantly. Ling Xiao's gaze was fixed on the second sect elder. The second elder's cultivation was not weak, and his battle prowess was not weak either. However, the scene of Ling Xiao killing that middle-aged man was simply too shocking. It made him feel inexplicable fear. Originally, the third elder had been defeated by Ling Xiao, and the second elder was already very afraid of Ling Xiao. Today, the manager of the animal fighting arena, whose cultivation and combat strength were similar to his, was also killed by Ling Xiao. He witnessed the whole process with his own eyes. Therefore, he did not have the slightest confidence in facing Ling Xiao. He could even feel his heart trembling. Stop him for me. The second elder shouted as he kept retreating. However, there were stairs behind him and he had no way out. He could not understand why things had developed to this point. This was their territory. Originally, he could do whatever he wanted here, and he could do whatever he wanted. However, Ling Xiao had blocked all his escape routes. He could only shout loudly, hoping that the guards of the animal fighting arena would stop Ling Xiao. You're really getting worse and worse. With your cultivation, you don't have to be so timid, do you? Ling Xiao looked at the second elder with disdain. When the guards heard the second elder's shout, they rushed over, trying to buy time for the second elder to escape. However, Xiao Jin, Mu Qing, and the Red Witch blocked their way. The 32 Heavenly Thunder Guards released by Ling Xiao blocked every path to the second elder. Mu Qing, you're crazy. You're the disciple of Deputy Sect Master Xiao. How can you go against Deputy Sect Master Yun, and you, Red Witch, you're the disciple of the first elder. How can you help him? The guards did not understand what was going on today. Everything had happened and they were a little caught off guard. Bastard, kill them. Kill whoever dares to stop you. What are you waiting for? The second elder shouted sternly. It was ridiculous that he did not know how terrifying Mu Qing was. Mu Qing's strength was much stronger than his. How dare these people offend Mu Qing? Even if Deputy Sect Master Yun came personally, he might not be able to defeat Mu Qing easily. This woman and Yun Lan were the two top geniuses of the dragon cult, second only to Xianxia. Mu Qing looked at the guards in front of her with disdain, as well as the middle disciples who did not know whether they were dead or alive. She said indifferently, I only know that Ling Xiao is my savior. Whoever wants to harm him, I'll kill them. Her voice was not loud, but her tone was very firm and filled with incomparable arrogance. This was the attitude that a powerhouse should have. Ling Xiao understood in his heart that unless he displayed the terrifying strength that he had displayed during his battle with Xianxia, he would definitely not be a match for Mu Qing. This woman was a friend and not an enemy. To him, this was definitely an incomparably fortunate thing. As for the second elder's face, his face was completely stiffened as if he had swallowed a rat. Of course, the guards wouldn't listen to Mu Qing. They still attacked. After all, the second elder was one of the bosses here. Even if they were to die, they would not dare to do nothing. It was a pity that the guards who rushed out first were killed by the Heavenly Thunder Guards and Xiao Jin in an instant. Now that Ling Xiao's cultivation had increased and his strength had skyrocketed, the Heavenly Thunder Guards would naturally be more powerful. Mu Qing and the Red Witch were his benefactors. He did not want the two girls to bear the infamy of rebelling. Therefore, he let the Heavenly Thunder Guards and Xiao Jin attack first. If he could not stay in the dragon cult, he could leave. However, Mu Qing and the Red Witch could not. Mu Qing and the Red Witch could also see Ling Zhao's good intentions, so they did not act rashly. Anyway, the guards could not break the defense formed by the Heavenly Thunder Guards and Xiao Jin. The second elder was in complete despair. In his despair, he became furious because there was no way out. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? His crazy aura burst out. A martial artist at the peak of Yin Yang Realm level 11 in the first rotation was very powerful once he went crazy. Unfortunately, his opponent was Ling Xiao. It was Ling Xiao who had broken through to the late stage of Yin Yang Realm. His furious roar came to an abrupt end after a while. Ling Xiao's sword was pressed against his throat. It was so easy. The second elder did not even have a chance to fight back. What a joke. You actually gave me a month to practice the magic dragon's phantom? You really don't take me seriously at all. As for that demon Shadow, he's an idiot. Does he think that if he gives me a month, he can still be my opponent? Ling Xiao sneered. Freak, freak. The second elder looked at Ling Xiao in horror. The moment he touched the tip of Ling Zhao's sword, he knew Ling Zhao's true cultivation and strength. He was completely different from the Ling Xiao he saw in front of the demonic book hall a few days ago. He was more than 10 times stronger. It's not that we're stupid. It's that you're too freakish. He smiled bitterly. In fact, if it was someone else, even Chen Songxiong, they might not have improved much in a month. But Ling Xiao, this guy, was beyond common sense. He could not be judged by common sense at all. It was a little too scary. It's too late to realize that now. Ling Xiao smiled contemptuously. You exposed your true strength so early. Aren't you afraid that Vice Sect leader Yun will kill you personally? The second elder asked coldly. He can't kill me. Ling Xiao shook his head gently and said, after killing you, I'll leave this place. But don't worry, I'll be back. I'll let Yun and the first elder accompany you in hell. You can't kill me. I'm the second elder, the elder of the dragon cult. If you kill me, even Chen Bai won't be able to protect you. The second elder's confidence was completely gone. That's true, isn't it? Ling Xiao rubbed his chin and suddenly smiled. Well, I won't kill you for now. I'll let you see how Vice Sect leader Yun and the first elder, whom you rely on, will die. However, you can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. Don't you like to make others your goods, become this beast arena's beast? I'll fulfill your wish and let you become that thing too. You. What are you trying to do? The second elder sensed that something was wrong with Ling Zhao's words. You'll find out soon enough. Ling Zhao's lips curled into a smile. I thought it was fun before, so I researched a pill that can change a person's appearance. I just haven't used it yet. It just so happens that you'll be my first test subject. No, you can't do that. If you do that to me, you won't be able to leave the beast arena. The second elder shook his head, his eyes filled with fear. If he were to become a beast, it would be more painful than death. You don't have to worry about that. Ling Xiao smiled contemptuously. I beg you, let me go. I won't target you anymore. I can give you everything you want. The second elder finally knelt on the ground. In front of everyone, he knelt on the ground. He, who usually valued his face more than anything else, actually knelt before Ling Xiao. Because he was afraid. Because he knew that if he didn't do this, he would be turned into some kind of monster by Ling Xiao and be despised by others. Do you really think I'm an idiot? Shameless people like you who turn around and change your face shamelessly, your words are like farts. If I really believe you, then there's something wrong with my brain. Ling Xiao said coldly. Good boy, eat it. You won't feel any pain. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and stuffed a pill into the second elder's mouth. Although he didn't feel any pain, the second elder still let out a shrill scream. Because he knew what was going to happen next. As the pill took effect, the second elder's body began to distort and change. In the end, he turned into a pig. A fat, big-eared demonic beast. Looks like it's going to work. Unfortunately, the side effects are too great. Your cultivation seems to be gone. The pill that Ling Xiao made while he was playing around did not meet his expectations. He originally thought that he could use this pill to temporarily enter the state of a monster. While his combat strength would increase, he wouldn't lose his cultivation. But now it seemed that he had to continue his research. Once the research was successful, it could definitely be sold for a lot of money. Humph, humph. The second elder stood there and walked around. The sound that came out of his mouth was like that of a pig. However, Ling Xiao only smiled coldly. He didn't show any sympathy or pity. For this kind of scum, no matter how he dealt with it, it wouldn't be too much. What a scary young man. What a cruel method. I'd rather die than become like that. In the beast arena, countless spectators saw this scene and were all scared witless. They could imagine that a powerful elder who could call the wind and summon the rain had become a pig. A pig with no combat strength at all. This was really too sad. Ling Xiao glanced coldly at the second elder. He was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he used Soul Catcher. This was because he wanted to know where Qianbai had gone. I see. Looks like this Qianbai really treats me well. Through the memories of the second elder, Ling Xiao knew the truth of the matter. During the 3 days he was cultivating outside, Phoenix in the Cloud used the spies in the 8 Immortal City to spread a rumor that the 10 Terminal Formation had been broken and the 8 Immortal City was in danger. Originally, this had nothing to do with Qianbai. However, Qianbai cherished his disciple, Ling Xiao, too much. Therefore, he personally went there, hoping to save as many people as possible. However, he didn't know that this was Phoenix in the Cloud's trap. Phoenix in the Cloud had actually colluded with the Qin Kingdom's royal family and set up an ambush along the way. It was said that the Thunder Emperor and the Thunder Seigneur had personally taken action to kill Qianbai. I wonder how Master is doing. Ling Xiao was a person who valued friendship and righteousness. Qianbai treated him so well. He didn't care whether the other party was the demon sect leader or not. He would definitely do his best to save Qianbai. Let's go. Since Ling Xiao already knew the truth of the matter, he didn't plan to stay any longer. Qianbai was a person who valued friendship and righteousness. He couldn't sit by and do nothing. He would do his best to help as much as he could. The middle-level disciples and guards blocking the way were intimidated by Ling Xiao's terrifying strength and made way for him. They could only watch Ling Xiao and the others leave with their heads held high. Ling Xiao was arrogant, overbearing, and condescending. He killed the manager of the bestial battle arena and crippled the second elder. However, they couldn't do anything. They could only watch him leave. Even though Ling Xiao was covered in blood and his injuries weren't light, they still didn't dare to make a move. Ling Xiao's cruel methods and ferocious fighting style made everyone feel incomparably terrified. After leaving the bestial battle arena, Ling Xiao let Mu Qing and the Red Witch leave. I can't implicate you anymore. I'm going to find the sect leader. If I can't find him, then I won't come back. So, you can't follow me? Ling Xiao persuaded the two of them. No, you must come back. Don't forget that only you can have the demon dragon sword. Mu Qing shook her head and said, it's true that I can't leave with you. Otherwise, my master will definitely be in danger. But don't worry. As long as I'm alive, Chen Luan and the others will never be bullied again. I only hate that I'm too weak. I'm sorry. The Red Witch also wanted to help, but she knew her limits. She could deal with those guards, but when they were outside, she was basically a burden to Ling Xiao. Don't be sorry. You've already done a lot for me. Ling Xiao smiled and shook his head. Then, he said to Xiao Jin, stay here and stay by the mountain master's side. Don't leave for a moment. I've set up a formation in the Devil Air Hall. As long as you don't come out, it'll take them at least 10 days to half a month to break the formation. I'll be back soon. Just as Mu Qing said, I still haven't gotten the demon dragon sword. Boss, but I want to fight side by side with you. Xiao Jin said. Protect the mountain master well. Don't distract me. That's the greatest help you can give me. Ling Xiao said very seriously, all right, there's no time to lose. Hurry up and go to the Devil Air Hall. If you're late, I'm afraid that Phoenix in the Cloud will cause trouble. He absolutely believed that once the matter of the bestial battle arena spread, Phoenix in the Cloud and the first sect elder would definitely not tolerate such humiliation. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao had to leave. If he stayed here, he wouldn't be able to live in peace. Leaving was actually a safer thing to do. After that, he sent Xiao Jin to the Devil Air Hall and then left Demon Dragon City without stopping for a moment. As expected, Phoenix in the Cloud appeared. Unfortunately, facing the formation of the Devil Air Hall, he couldn't break it in a short time. Send out a kill order. All Dragon Cult disciples, hunt down Ling Xiao. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Whoever successfully captures or kills him, I'll make him a sect elder. Anyway, Chen Baiyu wasn't here. Phoenix in the Cloud was the real ruler of the Dragon Cult. When the kill order was sent out, Ling Xiao was already dozens of miles away from Demon Dragon City. His speed was very fast. While running, he transformed into the beast form of the Jade Rabbit. Although this rabbit didn't increase his current strength at all. In terms of speed, he had an absolute advantage. A day later, he could already feel Chen Bai's weak aura. It seems like he's seriously injured. But it's good that he's not dead. Knowing that Chen Bai wasn't dead, Ling Xiao was simply too happy. He opened his Tai Chi eye and looked in that direction. That battlefield had already become a complete mess. The Thunder Monarch, the Thunder Seigneur, and dozens of Yin-Yang realm experts at the 11th level of Hell were besieging Chen Bai. This battle had already been going on for 3 days and 3 nights. The battle was still undecided. Chen Bai must have been ambushed, which was why he was injured from the beginning. Moreover, his complexion did not look good, as if he had been poisoned. It was admirable that he could fight for so long even though he was poisoned. I've gone overboard this time, Thunder Emperor, Thunder Severed Elder. Any one of them is enough to make me suffer. Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled bitterly. However, after the bitter smile, he made up his mind. Ling Xiao would not give up on saving people just because he was afraid. No matter what, he had to save Chen Bai. Otherwise, he would be living a failure. Finally, he came to a place 300 to 400 meters away from the battlefield. The two sides of the battle had also discovered him. Chen Bai became anxious. The Thunder Emperor and Thunder Severed Elder became happy. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that a pair would come after one ambush. The first and second on the abominable list will be eliminated by us today. The Thunder Severed Elder laughed loudly. Although the news of Chen Songxiong being defeated by Ling Xiao did not spread, he knew about it. Because Chen Songxiong told the Thunder Emperor himself, and the Thunder Emperor told him. He also said that he must kill Ling Xiao if he found Ling Xiao. You guys, go and kill him. The Thunder Severed Elder called out to the experts around him. Until now, he was still unwilling to believe that Ling Xiao could defeat Chen Songxiong. Therefore, those experts were both attacking and probing. He really wanted to know how strong Ling Xiao was. Get lost. I don't want you to save me. Chen Bai was anxious and shouted loudly. Damn old man, you're too unreasonable. I'm already here to save you. You don't have to do this. Besides, look at you. You're almost dead. If I don't save you, who will? Besides me, you don't have any other close friends in this world. Ling Xiao naturally knew why Chen Bai was so angry. Chen Bai did not want him to die. Because he felt that even if Chen Bai died, he would not have died in vain. But if he died, Chen Bai would have nothing left. Stinking brat, whose father are you? Although he was scolding, Chen Bai was really touched. Ling Xiao clearly knew that he was surrounded by strong enemies, yet he still dared to come and save him. Just based on this point alone, he felt that he had not accepted this disciple in vain. Master, don't worry. Since I'm here, I'm not here to throw away my life. Hold on for now. I'll go help you after I take care of these trash. Ling Xiao's smile was bright and determined. Even if the enemy was incomparably powerful, even if there was a possibility of death. But dying to save his master was worth it. Moreover, he might not necessarily die. For experts, riding the fierce black tortoise demonic beast, arrived in front of Ling Xiao. They looked down at Ling Xiao from above. Indifference, disdain. Behind them was Qianbai, who was fighting with his life on the line. Perhaps it was because of Ling Xiao's arrival that Qianbai, who was originally somewhat exhausted, burst out with the potential in his body. He actually once again fought with the Thunder Monarch and the Thunder Reverend. Ling Xiao looked at Qianbai and calculated in his heart, the key to this battle should be master. As long as his body recovers to 70 to 80% of its original strength, he can turn defeat into victory. Therefore, the most important step was to give the detoxification pill and the blood spirit pill to Qianbai as soon as possible. Ling Xiao took out the Blood Thunder Emperor sword. Behind him, the blood-red sword martial spirit released a resplendent killing intent. He walked forward and looked coldly at the four experts. Get out of the way and I won't kill you. Is he joking? But this joke is not funny at all. A boorish man, who was more than 2 meters tall and had a strong body like a small giant, let out a cold laugh. The four of them were all wearing blue armor. However, they did not wear helmets. It seemed that they did not like the feeling of their heads being covered. The guy who spoke had a small braid on his head. He had dark skin and strange tattoos on his face. One look and one could tell that he was an extremely vicious person. Bao Lui, he is the person who killed General Purple Thunder. You must not underestimate him. Another person reminded. General Purple Thunder? Hee, if we were to fight for the position of general, how could he have a share? Bao Lui sneered disdainfully. Then, he jumped down from the black tortoise and walked towards Ling Xiao. Kid, I'm afraid you don't know who we are, right? If the four of us were in Thunder City at that time, you definitely wouldn't have had the chance to run amok. Bao Lui looked at Ling Xiao, his eyes filled with dense killing intent. He seemed to be somewhat disdainful of Ling Xiao, but at the same time, he hated him so much that his teeth itched. Are you an idiot? How would I know about a bunch of nobodies like you? As Ling Xiao spoke, he continued walking forward. He was looking for an opportunity to get close to Qianbai. You dare to scold us? Bao Lui roared like a wild beast. He said angrily, you will soon know how stupid it is to scold us. The Qin nation has the Heavenly Thunder Legion. However, the elites of the Heavenly Thunder Legion are known as the Divine Thunder Guards. We are the most elite genius experts of the various great clans. We are the strongest group of people in the Qin nation. You should be proud that you are lucky enough to have us deal with you. Even if you die, it will be a glorious death. Also, let me tell you something interesting. Only the weakest of the Divine Thunder Guards will be appointed as the commander of the Heavenly Thunder Legion. Therefore, killing General Purple Thunder is actually not a big deal. Damn, the Qin nation's royal family indeed has deep foundations. No wonder they were able to dominate this continent for so many years without being destroyed. I underestimated them in the past. Although Ling Zhao's expression was still full of disdain, he was actually quite surprised. The Qin nation actually had existences like the Divine Thunder Guards. In addition to the 5 old ancestors, if the dragon cult lost Qianbai, it would really be destroyed. That idiot phoenix in the cloud actually poisoned Qianbai. Did this idiot know the consequences of Qianbai's death? Divine Thunder Guards? I've never heard of them. Are they a group of people who only know how to boast? Ling Xiao continued to provoke the other party. When one was angry, it was very difficult to think calmly. In this way, he would have a chance to achieve his goal. You are really too annoying. You caused a ruckus in Thunder City. You destroyed the 3 great clans of the Qin nation. What a good thing you did. Today, I will let you suffer the most painful attack and then die, otherwise, it will be difficult to dispel the hatred in my heart. Barui's weapon was a huge spiked club. This spiked club was also a divine-grade spiritual artifact. However, compared to Ling Zhao's Blood Thunder Imperial Sword, it was naturally much weaker. However, at this cultivation level, a divine-grade spiritual artifact was already considered an excellent weapon. After all, martial artists who possessed Emperor artifacts were only a minority of the minority. After taking out his weapon, Barui also released his martial soul. Although he looked down on Ling Xiao, he still released his powerful martial soul after being reminded by his companions. His martial soul was a tool martial soul, a spiked club. Roar! Barui let out a beast-like roar. His eyes were wide open. Then, he bent his legs and his muscles suddenly expanded. In the end, his entire body seemed to have catapulted into the air, soaring more than 10 meters into the air. He waved his mace with both hands and smashed it down like a mountain. There was the sound of wind and thunder in the air. An opportunity. At this moment, the other three people's eyes were on Barui. They wanted to see how Barui would smash the young man in front of them. On the other side, the Thunder Monarch, the Thunder Seigneur, and the others were all focused on Qianbai. They didn't know if it was the final radiance of the setting sun, but Qianbai's current mental state seemed to be even better than the first day. He had already killed many of their experts. They didn't dare to be careless. At this moment, Ling Xiao moved. Demonic Dragon Phantom. This was Ling Xiao's first time using the Demonic Dragon Phantom. From Barui's point of view, Ling Xiao had disappeared before his eyes in an instant. When he looked for this person again, he found that Ling Xiao had appeared behind the four of them. He appeared closest to Qianbai. Master, catch. They were only 3 meters away. Ling Xiao flicked 2 pills. Qianbai didn't catch them with his hands. Instead, he opened his mouth and let the pills enter. Ha ha ha, well done. Qianbai was already prepared to die. But before he died, he wanted to help Ling Xiao escape. But now, it seemed that there was no need for that. The blood spirit pill and the detoxification pill worked at the same time. Qianbai was very shocked. The blood spirit pill was a precious pill that couldn't be bought in the Qin nation. He didn't know how Ling Xiao got his hands on it, but the effect of the pill really made him very excited. In just a moment, the injuries on his body had mostly healed. Even the physical strength and internal strength he had consumed had recovered. His combat strength had reached 60 to 70% of his peak. And he was still recovering. What a bunch of idiots. Why can't you even stop Ling Xiao? Seeing this, the Thunder Seigneur didn't know what Ling Xiao had given Qianbai, but he believed that it wasn't something ordinary. Just looking at Qianbai's aura gradually becoming stronger, it was obvious that it was something special. Damn you, I'll kill you. Baruch was furious. Ling Xiao actually delivered the medicinal pill to Qianbai right under his nose. He felt that this was looking down on him and mocking him. Furious, he jumped back onto the black tortoise and charged towards Ling Xiao at an extremely fast speed. When he was about 4 or 5 meters away from Ling Xiao, his body shot out. However, this time, he was attacking together with the black tortoise. Ling Xiao smiled coldly and thrust out his Blood Thunder Emperor sword. The poor black tortoise's body was pierced by the sword and fell to the ground. It rolled a few times before finally falling to the ground, no longer breathing. However, Ling Xiao wasn't happy because of this. Because Baruch's attack had arrived. He waved the Blood Thunder Emperor sword in his hand to block it. The moment the long sword and the mace collided, the sound of wind and thunder roared and sparks flew everywhere. A terrifying force came from the mace, as if a mountain was pressing down on him. Ling Xiao's legs sank into the ground. He felt a burning sensation coming from the web between his thumb and index finger. Damn it, such great strength. Ling Xiao cursed under his breath. He lifted his head and looked at Barui, who was still suppressing him. Baruch's cultivation was indeed stronger than General Purple Thunder's. However, he was only at the peak of Yin Yang Realm level 11 in the first rotation and only had 10% of his strength. However, this guy was born with great strength and was really hard to deal with. Because he had just killed the black tortoise, he didn't have time to circulate his strength. Therefore, he was naturally at a disadvantage. In addition, the ground under his feet was soft, so his legs sank into the ground. However, Baruch obviously didn't know this. In his opinion, Ling Xiao was simply inferior to him. Humph, you can't even withstand a single blow. Baruch had already landed on the ground, but the muscles in his legs were still tense. The huge mace was still pressing down on Ling Xiao's Blood Thunder Emperor sword, and he kept letting the Blood Thunder Emperor sword get closer to Ling Xiao's face. If this continued, Ling Xiao would probably be killed by his Blood Thunder Emperor sword. Baruch looked down at Ling Xiao with disdain. His face and eyes were full of ridicule and disdain. Idiot! You couldn't kill me in one blow, so you lost your chance. Following Ling Xiao's words, Baruch was horrified to find that the Blood Thunder Emperor sword suddenly released a terrifying force that even he couldn't resist. Bang! Although Baruch wanted to continue suppressing, his mace was still sent flying. Ling Xiao's strength had actually surpassed his. Baruch felt that something was wrong. When he was about to retreat, a cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's left hand. It was one of the 8 immortal swords, which directly pierced towards Baruch's throat. Fast, too fast, as fast as lightning. In addition, Baruch's mace had just been sent flying. His body was also leaning backward, so his legs couldn't exert any strength. The only thing he could do was to block with his arms in front of his body to protect his vital parts. Unfortunately, the sharp blade actually passed through the gap between his arms and pierced his throat. In that instant, Baruch's movements became stiff. His arms were still in a defensive posture. Ling Xiao had already pulled out the long sword that pierced Baruch's throat and stood proudly on the ground. Blood was still dripping from the 8 immortal swords. From beginning to end, Ling Xiao didn't even use any martial skills. He completely relied on his body's reaction. Taking advantage of that idiot Baruch thinking that he was suppressing him, he counterattacked and killed Baruch with a sword. Baruch's defeat was due to his overconfidence in his own strength. The moment his strength was suppressed by Ling Xiao, he was completely disoriented. No. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. At the end of Baruch's life, he left behind an unreconciled roar. Of course, he couldn't accept this. In terms of true strength, he might not lose to Ling Xiao by much. But the problem was that he was too stupid and too careless. Ling Xiao used this sword to teach him a lesson. Unfortunately, even if he understood why he would die, it was already too late. Once a person died, there was nothing left. Death was the end. As long as a person was alive, there was still the possibility of a reversal. But once a person died, there was nothing left. Baruch. The remaining 3 people almost exploded with terrifying roars at the same time. Their eyes were bone-chillingly cold, and even carried a bit of madness. Baruch was their teammate. The 4 of them formed a small team, causing countless enemies of the Qin state to tremble in fear upon hearing their name. They had never failed. But today, Baruch had been killed by a young man. You bastard, you actually killed Baruch. The leader's voice carried a bit of madness, and of course, a trace of fear. He was well aware of Baruch's strength. So what if I killed him? What are you going to do about it? Ling Xiao looked at the 4 of them with contempt and said, You want to kill me, so I'll naturally kill you too. On the battlefield, it's either you die or I die. Damn it. The captain let out a low roar. From the looks of it, he really wanted to skin Ling Xiao alive. But he didn't plan to be impulsive like Ba Lui. He glanced at the other 2 and said, Let's do it together. Yes. The other 2 nodded their heads. Ling Xiao easily killed Ba Lui, which gave them a very terrifying feeling. If the 3 of them didn't join forces, they really didn't know if they could win. 3 people, 3 Xian turtle beasts. 3 directions. When they released their auras at the same time, the powerful momentum almost made Ling Xiao breathless. They were all at the peak of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. And each of them was stronger than Ba Lui. The captain had 30% energy level. The other 2 had 20% energy level. The Divine Thunder Guards are indeed worthy of being called the Divine Thunder Guards. Fortunately, these 4 people didn't make a move at that time. Otherwise, I might not have survived in Thunder City. Although they were enemies, Ling Xiao had to admit that they were stronger than he imagined. He took a deep breath. He put away the 8 immortal swords and the Blood Thunder Imperial Sword. The Black Immortal Sword and the Black Demon Sword appeared in his right and left hands at the same time. As mortal Great Emperor weapons, the power of these 2 swords was naturally more terrifying than the Blood Thunder Imperial Sword. At the same time, he entered the beast soul transformation state of the Tyrant Blood Demonic Dragon. After absorbing the power of the Earth Dragon beasts in the Colosseum, the Tyrant Blood Demonic Dragon's beast soul grade increased. Now, it was very beneficial to Ling Xiao. The moment the transformation was completed, he could clearly feel that his combat strength had skyrocketed. 3 pieces of trash. If it was a few days ago, you might be able to make me afraid. But today, you can only come to die. The Black Immortal Sword and the Black Demon Sword erupted with terrifying sword chi. He opened his Tai Chi eye and accurately captured everything around him. Even the flow of air and the types of elements were clearly grasped by him. This way, he would be able to perfectly display his martial skills. Although he looked down on the other party verbally. However, facing these three people, Ling Xiao did not have the slightest intention of underestimating them. Strategically looking down on the enemy, tactically valuing the enemy, this was the battle strategy that Ling Xiao had always followed. A strong fighting spirit gushed out of his body. A terrifying killing intent gushed out from his two swords. Not only did he have a sword martial spirit, but he also had a sword martial spirit behind him. There were even two more illusory figures. On one side was the pitch-black sword demon, on the other was the powerful black immortal. Ling Xiao's shadow sword demon had been upgraded to the transformative realm through continuous battles. Its power was terrifying beyond compare. As for the advent of the black deity, after so many cruel battles, it had already reached the great perfection stage. Its power was much stronger than the dark sword demon of the transcendent stage. When these two moves were executed by two common great emperor weapons, their might was even more terrifying. At that moment, the surrounding black gas lingered, and the earth seemed to tremble. Ling Xiao held two swords in his hands, looking like a god of death. Even when facing three first transformation yin-yang realm level 11 martial artists, he was still full of confidence. The path of martial arts was to overcome all difficulties and always maintain confidence. Without confidence, inner demons would form, and one would lose determination and willpower. Confidence was something that could never be lacking, even when facing an enemy several times stronger than oneself. In a situation where there was no way to retreat, one had to maintain absolute confidence and fighting spirit. Fight against the heavens, fight against the earth, fight against a tragic fate, don't believe in fate. Don't believe in evil. Even if one knew that one would die, one would still maintain confidence, only then could there be a miracle, or even a miracle. In the end, one would become a truly powerful martial artist. One that could dominate the entire mystic world. His powerful fighting spirit had already made his opponents tremble. When facing an evil beast, if you were strong, it would be weak. If you were fearless, it would be fearful. Originally, the three of them had a trace of fear and wariness towards Ling Xiao. Now, facing Ling Xiao's strong confidence, they were filled with the will to win. This trace of fear had already started to take root and grow stronger. They knew that they had to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, if this continued, they might all be defeated before the battle even started. Go! The captain roared. The three of them suddenly jumped up from the black tortoise and pounced towards Ling Xiao almost at the same time. They wanted to use the battle to alleviate the fear in their hearts. They wanted to use the battle to resist Ling Xiao's will to win. Facing the attacks of the three, Ling Xiao did not retreat, nor did he run away. On the two swords, the sword moves had already been condensed. He stepped forward and displayed the demonic dragon phantom again. His figure floated and instantly disappeared in front of the three of them. However, that powerful and vast fighting spirit still permeated the entire space. Not good. The three of them suddenly realized that they had overlooked Ling Xiao's movement technique. They did not know what level this strange movement technique was at. It was actually so terrifying. When it was displayed, they could not even see it. Don't panic. No matter how powerful the movement technique is, the moment you attack, you will definitely expose yourself. Look for the opportunity. The captain was indeed the captain. At this time, he could still maintain a little bit of calmness. Even so, the three of them still felt a great threat. It was as if they were being stared at by a beast hiding in the dark. That kind of feeling made their hair stand on end. Shadow Sword Demon, advent of the Black Immortal. Suddenly, Ling Xiao's figure was exposed. At the same time, the insufferably powerful sword intent was also released. The moment he appeared, blood flew in the sky and sprinkled on the ground. Easy for you to say. Block my ass. A sorrowful and angry roar came from the mouth of a divine thunder guard. Then, he lost all signs of life and his body was thrown 4 or 5 meters away. Captain, run. The other divine thunder guard could only let out a terrifying cry before his body was split into 2 halves. The two of them died under Ling Xiao's 2 swords almost at the same time. You're the only one left. Ling Xiao turned his head and looked at the trembling captain with a sinister smile. He had already said that as long as it was a martial artist below the 12th level of hell, he would not be afraid. Moreover, mastering the demonic dragon's phantom gave him an absolute advantage. Although the demonic dragon's phantom was not as fast as the vertical golden light technique, it was more concealed and could be used repeatedly. It was really good to be able to learn the demonic dragon's phantom so early. On the other side, Qianbai also noticed this during the battle. He could not help but feel surprised. This kid is really a freak. Others can't master the movement technique in more than a month, but he only used a few days to master it. Moreover, it seems that the demonic dragon's phantom movement technique is about to advance to the proficient level. What a terrifying talent. If you can't kill Ling Xiao, you don't need to go back alive. The Thunder Monarch's cold voice rang out. The captain of the Divine Thunder Guard's expression changed from fear to madness. Bastard. Of the 4 Divine Thunder Guards, he was the only one left. However, he had no choice but to attack. Taking advantage of the fact that Ling Xiao had just killed his 2 companions, he roared and slashed down with the long blade in his hand. Ling Xiao was aware of everything on the battlefield. Seeing the enemy attack, he only smiled coldly. Instead of retreating, he advanced and attacked. Demonic Dragon Phantom, Mastery, Breakthrough. After using it continuously, the Demonic Dragon Phantom miraculously increased to Mastery. From Ling Xiao's point of view, this usage also required skill. Only by successfully using it consecutively would the experience gained be more, and the improvement of the fire would also be faster. If he used it 100 times and failed every time, although he would still gain experience, it would be too little. However, Ling Xiao had only used it 2 or 3 times today, but he had succeeded every time. Hence, his experience had skyrocketed. The Demonic Dragon Phantom at Mastery was faster and more unpredictable than the Demonic Dragon Phantom at Minor Mastery. The captain of the Divine Thunder Guards jumped in midair, but Ling Xiao's twin swords cut off his head like scissors. The sturdy corpse fell to the ground. He died on the spot. A bunch of trash. Second brother, go and kill that brat. The Thunder Monarch's cold and angry voice rang out again. The Thunder Monarch nodded. His figure flashed as he pounced toward Ling Xiao. Qianbai wanted to stop him, but he was blocked by the Thunder Monarch. The Thunder Monarch's focus had changed. He wanted Ling Xiao dead. On the other hand, it didn't matter even if Qianbai escaped alive. No matter how powerful Qianbai was, he had already reached his peak. However, Ling Xiao was different. Ling Xiao improved too quickly. If he wasn't dealt with quickly, he would definitely become a disaster. Ling Xiao saw the Thunder Monarch. He even used the Demonic Dragon Phantom, but he still couldn't avoid the Thunder Seigneur's tyrannical punch. At the critical moment, he used his 2 swords to block in front of him. That terrifying fist carried the overbearing power of thunder and lightning as it smashed onto his 2 swords. Then, he was blasted away. Although he managed to block the punch, he could feel that his internal organs had been injured, and blood spurted out of his mouth. First Revolution in Yang Realm, 12 levels of hell. There was no mistaking it. The moment the 2 of them came into contact, Ling Xiao could feel the true cultivation of the Thunder Seigneur. That was the early stage of the first transition's 12 levels of hell. Although he was only at the early stage and wasn't as strong as Chen Songxiong, this old thing's skills were much more profound than Chen Songxiong's. It seemed that Chen Songxiong's cultivation had increased too quickly, but his accumulation was not enough. Brat, I don't care what you were like in the past, but you killed 2 of my nephews and my younger brother, General Violet Thunder. Today, you've killed 4 of my Divine Thunder Guards. I can't let you continue to run wild. As he spoke, the Thunder Reverend didn't stop attacking. His body continued to rush forward as his Thunder Martial Spirit flickered behind him. His entire body was bathed in lightning. This Thunder Martial Spirit was much more powerful than the top-level Thunder Battle Body. As he moved forward, he threw out another punch, which was as powerful as a thunderbolt. Boom! Ling Xiao knew that he couldn't avoid it, so he didn't try to dodge it. Instead, he focused all his energy on blocking it. However, even if he used all his strength, he still couldn't completely block the Thunder Reverend's terrifying punch. This punch pushed him back again, and aggravated his internal injuries. He felt a little dizzy. damn it, an expert is indeed an expert. Once he made a move, it was impossible to guard against. Do I have to use that move again? Ling Xiao was unwilling to give up. The bloody rat could greatly increase his strength, and with the help of the butterfly lady's soul, he could definitely defeat the Thunder Reverend. However, when he thought of the side effects, he didn't want to use it. Otherwise, wouldn't all these days of cultivation be wasted? Ling Xiao, I want you dead. You must die. The Thunder Reverend's killing intent soared, and his battle intent spread. He kept pressing on Ling Xiao, not giving Ling Xiao any chance to counterattack. You want me to die? I won't die. Today, even if I don't use the bloody rat, I'll still beat you. Ling Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and the demonic dragon phantom under his feet became more skillful. Although he was repeatedly injured and completely suppressed by the Thunder Reverend. However, his battle intent didn't disappear because of this. He was still confident, so what if you're at the early stage of the 12th level of hell? I'm not afraid. Every cell in his body was roaring. The potential in his body seemed to have been stimulated and began to be released crazily, pouring into his martial veins and the hell in his body. At that moment, Ling Xiao's beast soul Dharma Laksana appeared behind him. Not only that, he also activated the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. Sky Dragon power, Divine Phoenix power, White Tiger power, 3 types of terrifying overbearing power surged into his body and into his 2 swords. Sword Chi soared in the entire space, whistling as if it had gone crazy. It was filled with a murderous and domineering aura. Seeing this, even the Thunder Reverend frowned slightly. Ling Xiao was still able to produce such a terrifying battle intent at this time. His strength could also increase by such a terrifying amount. How strong was this guy's true strength? Boom, an even more shocking scene took place in front of the Thunder Reverend. Under the Thunder Reverend's constant suppression and attacks, Ling Xiao didn't fall. Instead, the shackles of his cultivation were broken by the crazily surging potential. His cultivation had broken through again. He had reached the peak of the 11th level of hell in the Yin-Yang realm. Moreover, his strength was still increasing. 10% of his energy, 20% of his energy, it increased until it reached 100% of his energy, then gradually stopped. Although he couldn't break through the 12th level of hell. At this moment, Ling Xiao's combat strength had increased by dozens of times. It was impossible for the Thunder Reverend to completely suppress him. And Ling Xiao still had a killing blow that he hadn't used. He removed the Black Immortal Sword and the Black Demon Sword and took out the Blood Thunder Emperor Sword. Holding the long sword with both hands, the sword martial spirit behind him roared crazily. Boom, the terrifying sword chi forced the Thunder Reverend to retreat. Ling Xiao finally stood firm. Black chi kept gushing out of his body. The sword in his hand seemed to have a fatal power. Anyone who looked at it would feel that their life was in danger. The Thunder Reverend felt more and more uneasy. He squinted his eyes slightly. He didn't understand why Ling Xiao was in such a dangerous situation. Even he could feel the threat of death. But he knew that his feeling wasn't wrong. That guy seemed to have merged with heaven and earth. No, it should be said that heaven and earth were under his control. That kind of sword intent made people tremble. Damn guy, are you a human or a demon? The Thunder Reverend was confused. Facing this fearless, always confident, overbearing young man, he felt that he was in danger. For the first time, he felt how small he was. Kill. Ling Xiao didn't answer the Thunder Reverend. Ling Xiao's move was the last move of the shadow martial art he had just comprehended. It was also the most powerful martial art in the entire Qin state. Third Heaven Immortal Grade martial art move, Demon Immortal Sword Shadow. When this sword stabbed out, the entire world was filled with murderous sword energy, as if everything was about to be destroyed. Boom, a human figure formed from blue lightning appeared on the surface of the Lightning Seigneur's body. Facing Ling Xiao at this moment, the Lightning Seigneur did not dare to be careless. Not only did he use his thunder and lightning martial soul, but he also fused it with his body. He used the most domineering thunder god Dharma idol. Then, the gigantic hand that was as big as a mountain slammed towards Ling Xiao. It wanted to completely shatter Ling Xiao's sword intent. He wanted to slap Ling Xiao to death in this desert. Boom! Thunder rumbled. The earth rumbled. A terrifying energy storm swept up between the two. For a moment, sand and stones flew, and weeds and trees were uprooted. The scene was even more terrifying than the battle between the Thunder Emperor and Qianbai. Boom, a terrifying explosion exploded in the center of this energy storm. This time, Ling Xiao did not retreat. The lightning seigneur did not retreat either. Ling Xiao used almost all of his power except for the bloody rat and the butterfly lady's soul, but he was only tied with the lightning seigneur. However, this was not the end. And this was just the beginning. Crack, the lightning seigneur was surprised to find that a crack had appeared on his thunder god Dharma idol. That pitch-black sword shadow finally pierced his defense. Although it was only a needle-like sword energy. This sword energy actually pierced the lightning seigneur's hand. Blood dripped, and the lightning seigneur's hand was directly pierced. This is impossible. The lightning seigneur was furious, but also panicked. For the first time, he was actually injured when facing Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao seemed to be more seriously injured than him, once something perfect was pierced, then it would no longer be perfect. It would be easier to lose control. The Thunder Seigneur's fighting spirit began to waver, and his aura became unstable. However, Ling Xiao's fighting spirit was still high. In fact, it was even stronger than before. The more he fought, the braver and more fearless he became. When enemies meet on a narrow path, the courageous one wins. When the combat power of two people was infinitely close, spiritual power was the key to victory. Ling Xiao was fearless. Fearless, even selflessness, he had cast aside his own life and death, and only victory was in his mind. That was why he was so powerful, suppressing the enemy, suppress the Thunder Seigneur. You lost. Ling Xiao's cold voice overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Although the Thunder Seigneur was only slightly injured, this injury was not even worth mentioning when compared to Ling Xiao's. However, Ling Xiao said that the Thunder Seigneur had lost. You're spouting nonsense. Die. The lightning seigneur roared and slapped down with his other hand. It was still incomparably powerful. It was still rumbling with thunder. It was still like a terrifying mountain that wanted to crush everything under its palm. However, on Ling Xiao's face, there was a victorious smile. His sword also moved. The demon fairy sword shadow was released again. The black sword shadow flew through the void. Blood suddenly gushed out like a fountain. The Thunder Seigneur's scream went straight to the sky in the wilderness. A huge fat palm fell on the ground. It made a huge roar. No. No. My hand, my hand. The Thunder Seigneur stared blankly at his right hand that was cut off. A shrill scream came out of his mouth as if it did not belong to him. He did not believe that he would be hurt. He did not believe that his hand would be cut off by Ling Xiao. All of this was just like a dream. He had already used the strongest thunder god Dharma Laksana. Warriors with lower cultivation than him could not break his defense at all. Facing Ling Xiao, he should be invincible. Why was this? The Thunder Seigneur did not understand. Die. A low voice came out of Ling Xiao's mouth. He stabbed the Blood Thunder Emperor sword in his hand again. The Thunder Seigneur, who was shocked by the injury on his hand, was shocked by this sword. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Ling Xiao, who had used the Demon Dragon Phantom sword light, was like lightning. It pierced the Thunder Seigneur's throat. The Thunder Seigneur, the dignified president of the Arcana Academy, was hit by Ling Xiao's fatal attack in the wilderness in an unknown place. His fat body, which was like a huge ball, fell to the ground with a loud bang. This scene caused the air to freeze in an instant. The Thunder Seigneur and the experts from the Qin nation all looked extremely shocked. The Thunder Seigneur was killed by Ling Xiao. The Thunder Seigneur, who had received the teachings of the five elders and achieved a great breakthrough in cultivation, died in the hands of a young man just like that. I want you dead. The Thunder Seigneur roared. He ignored Qianbai and rushed toward Ling Xiao crazily. He was too fast. By the time Qianbai reacted and fell behind, the Thunder Seigneur's sword had already pierced through Ling Xiao's body. However, at the same time, Qianbai's sword also pierced through the Thunder Seigneur's body. Ling Xiao. Ignoring whether the Thunder Seigneur was killed by him, Qianbai only wanted to see how Ling Xiao was doing. He kicked away the heavily injured Thunder Seigneur, carried Ling Xiao in his arms, and fled into the distance. However, at this moment, an even more terrifying aura came from afar. Oh no, it's one of those old guys. Chen Bai looked at Ling Xiao in his arms. He was still breathing, which made him heave a sigh of relief. Blood spirit pill. Ling Xiao felt as if his life was slipping away, and he had almost lost consciousness. The moment before he fainted, Xiaochen took out 2 blood spirit pills from his storage ring and gave them to Chen Bai. Without even thinking, Chen Bai stuffed the 2 blood spirit pills into Ling Xiao's mouth. Then, Xiaochen looked around and found a secluded place to hide Ling Xiao. The Qin nation's old fogey had caught up. Xiaochen could not escape with Ling Xiao. Right now, the only thing he could do was lure that old fogey away. If he was lucky, Ling Xiao would be able to avoid this calamity. 2 young girls and an old man were picking herbs on a steep mountain wall. They all carried bamboo baskets on their backs. Their movements were as nimble as those of spirit apes. It was as if this steep mountain wall was flat ground. Hee hee. Elder sister, there is a cave here. There might be treasures inside. One of them, a young girl in a green robe, giggled and stepped into a cave in the air. At this moment, a scream came from inside the cave. The old man and the other young girl in red jumped in fright. They hurriedly entered the cave, wanting to find out what was going on. What's wrong, Alan? The young girl in red asked as soon as she entered the cave. Elder sister, look. There is a dead man. Alan pointed in horror at the dead man lying on the ground not far away. This person was covered in blood and wore the dragon cult's uniform. His face was pale and bloodless. His body was motionless. He is not dead. The old man noticed that Ling Xiao's abdomen had been pierced, so he said, only the wound in his abdomen is too serious. It hasn't completely healed, but the bleeding has already stopped. From the looks of it, he must have eaten a healing pill after being seriously injured. That's why he survived. It's just that he might have fainted from the exhaustion. Grandpa, this is someone from the dragon cult, right? Our Huyan family has always received favors from the dragon cult. We can't just leave him in the lurch. Huyan Lan reminded. Lan, don't have such thoughts. It's true that the dragon cult has helped us, but they are still a cult. If the Qin country's royal family finds out that we saved such a person, it will definitely be disadvantageous to us. Anyway, he's fine. Why don't we just let him wake up here? After he wakes up, he will naturally leave. The old man thought for a moment and said. Grandpa is right. Lan, we've already done our best by not sending him to the authorities. The red-cloaked girl, Huyan Hong, nodded. No. Grandpa, you've always taught us to be grateful. There are many demonic beasts here. It's fine during the day, but if he doesn't wake up at night, he might be eaten by demonic beasts. Besides, you should have noticed that this person's cultivation is very weak. He doesn't even seem to be in the yin-yang realm. If he really encounters danger, he won't be able to leave alive. Huyan Lan was very stubborn. Forget it. Then let's take him away. However, we have to change his clothes to avoid trouble. The old man sighed. He couldn't possibly disobey the principles he had told his granddaughter. Otherwise, his granddaughter would be too disappointed. Besides, the dragon cult had treated them well. They really couldn't be ungrateful. Grandpa, you're spoiling Lan. Be careful not to invite a wolf into the house. Huyan Hong glanced at Ling Xiao with vigilance. His cultivation isn't strong. If he really is a wolf, we can kill him. So, there's no need to worry. Listen to me. The old man made the final decision. Although Huyan Hong was unhappy, she still reluctantly accepted it. The 3 of them first went to purchase medicinal herbs. Then, they brought Ling Xiao out of the cave. They placed him on a mule cart and pulled him back home. Grandpa, this youth is really handsome. I wonder if he has a woman he loves. Huyan Lan held her cheeks with both hands as she looked curiously at the still unconscious Ling Xiao. Little girl, could it be that your heart is rippling with love? But, don't forget the rules of our Huyan clan. The husband can't be weaker than the wife, Lan. Although you don't have much talent, your cultivation has reached the peak of the yin-yang realm's 9th level of hell. This person isn't even in the yin-yang realm. They're not a good match. Huyan Hong Lan. I know, but I really don't like that kind of rule. Big sister, you like heroes and heroines, and I like them too. But marriage is different. As long as he loves me and dotes on me, I don't care if he is stronger than me. Hu Yanlan pouted and said. Child, you're too naive. The old man driving the cart sighed, this is the mystic world. It's the world of martial artists. Only a strong man can protect his wife. If you marry him, not only will you harm yourself, you'll also harm him. With your beauty, even if you're not devastatingly beautiful, you'll still attract many men. At that time, he'll be miserable. Hearing the old man's words, Hu Yanlan went silent. Although she was naive, her grandfather's words were very clear. She also heard it clearly. Lan, if we're going to marry, we should marry someone like Tuoba Yunfan. Hu Yanhong suddenly said with a red face. But wasn't Tuoba Yunfan just bestowed a marriage by the dragon cult? I heard that the girl's cultivation has already reached the peak of the Yin-Yang realm's 10th level. She's simply a genius. Hu Yanlan looked at her sister and said, Sis, you're not planning to become Tuoba Yunfan's concubine, right? So what? Only a young hero like Tuoba Yunfan is worthy of our love. Unlike this trash in front of us. How can he compare to young Master Tuoba? Hu Yanhong seemed to be fantasizing about a beautiful future. For a moment, she was infatuated. Sis, he seems to have woken up. Hu Yanlan found it hard to understand her sister's thoughts. Therefore, she didn't intend to understand. She stared at the youth lying in the carriage. Suddenly, the youth's eyelids moved. She shouted. Hu Yanhong suddenly took out her sword and placed it on the youth's neck. Then, he saw a pair of eyes that were deep enough to suck him in. Those eyes didn't seem to belong to a human, but to a god. They belonged to a devil. Hu Yanhong was startled, and the weapon in her hand fell to the ground. Actually, Ling Xiao had already woken up. When the three people carried him to the carriage, he had already woken up. However, he didn't know if they were friends or foes. Therefore, he pretended to be unconscious. After listening to the conversation between the three of them, he had a rough idea of their identities. They were just an ordinary martial artist family in the state of Qin. Moreover, they were willing to save him because of the dragon cult's kindness. Miss, why are you pointing a weapon at me? Seeing Hu Yanhong pick up the sword on the ground and pointed at him again, Ling Xiao asked indifferently. Who are you? Why are you wearing the dragon cult's clothes? Why would it appear in this place? Hu Yanhong asked very seriously. Miss, can you put away the sword in your hand first? I will naturally say what needs to be said. Ling Xiao said with a frown. Although he was grateful to these three people for saving him from the cave, it didn't feel good to have a sword pointed at him. No. You answer first. Hu Yanhong said unyieldingly. Ling Xiao sighed. He didn't intend to make a move. He didn't know why, but after being seriously injured, he found that he had entered a very strange state. His current cultivation should still be at the peak of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. It didn't decrease. It didn't increase. However, the strange thing was that even if he didn't deliberately hide his cultivation, the cultivation he showed was still a pitiful half-step Yin-Yang realm. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After thinking for a while, he still couldn't figure out why. He could only explain it as some mechanism in his body thinking that he shouldn't reveal such a powerful cultivation. Only a harmless half-step Yin-Yang realm cultivator could be ignored by others and not set up. Since he couldn't figure it out, he didn't want to think about it. In any case, his true cultivation hadn't decreased. That was enough. I shouldn't make a fuss about it. After all, Chen Bai's life and death were unknown. It would be easier to investigate if he kept a low profile. This thought flashed through Xiao Chen's mind. He slowly sat up and looked at Hu Yanhong and Hu Yanlan. My name is Tuoba Ling, and I am indeed a disciple of the dragon cult. However, I was injured by an expert of the Qin Kingdom's royal family. I was heavily injured and fled to that cave. The surname Tuoba was mentioned by Hu Yanlan and Hu Yanhong when they were conversing. End of chapter 2754. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.